De 7 hondjes door Annemarie Stork-Kruijf. Dit is een opname ter gelegenheid van de 7e verjaardag van LibriVox. Alle LibriVox-opnames zijn vrij van auteursrechten. Voor meer informatie of om vrijwilliger te worden, ga naar LibriVox.org. 7 hondjes, dik en rond, sliepen rustig en gezond. Eindelijk kwam de gouden zon zien of zij ze wekken kon. Bruintje zei: "Het is nu al dag. Dacht dat ik pas te slapen lag. Broertjes, zusjes, waf waf wauw, kom niet vlug, word wakker gauw." Met z'n vieren in het bad, wat een rare pret is dat, zei Fidel de kleine guit, klom meteen de badkap uit. Maar oh wee, de baas was vlug, haalde gauw Fidel terug en hij kreeg, hoe hij ook treugt, deze keer een extra beurt. Zie, het eten staat al klaar. Jongens, nu aan smullen maar. Straks zijn ook de andere 2 klaar met het bad en eten mee. Kom, wie weet er nu een plan hoe men het prettigst spelen kan? Willen wij eens kijken wie het hardste loopt? Kom, 1, 2, 3. Met z'n allen in galop lopen zij van hop, hop, hop. Azo geeft zijn broer een gooi. Stoute hond, dat is niet mooi. Broertje geeft een harde gil. Eensklaps houdt de wedloop stil. Azo vraagt vergiffenis, hoort dat het zo erg niet is. Zusje is van het lopen moe, gaat gauw naar een kussen toe. Hé, dat rust, zucht zus tevree. Maar, oh wee, dat valt niet mee. Nee, dat kussen is voor mij, roept Caro. Het staat jou niet vrij daar te zitten, maar zus zegt, wie het eerst komt, heeft het meeste recht. Tom zag Poesjes melk staan, is daar vlug naartoe gegaan. Poesje zegt, heb jij zo'n dorst, drink dan, als je maar niet morst. Tommy had voor Poesje zweeg heel de schotel melk al leeg. O, jouw schrok, zei Poesekijn, jij mag niet zo gulzig zijn. Wat een mooie lap, hoezee, nu aan trekken, wie doet mee? Zusje is erg in haar schik, wie is het sterkste, jij of ik? Maar wat is er toen gebeurd? Het lapje is helemaal gescheurd. Zus een eind en broer een stuk. Oh, dat is een ongeluk. Voor de hondjes slapen gaan, krijgen zij nog levertraan. Ieder krijgt een ferme hap. Boe, dat is voorwaar geen grap. Fidel slaakt een dof gebrom. Bruintje draait zijn kopje om. Zus en Kas zijn ook niet blij. Eerst nog 2, dan komen zij. Het slikken van de levertraan is gelukkig nu gedaan. Voor een lekkere zoete hap eten zij nu nog wat pap. Baas zegt dat de medicijn zo goed voor ons moet zijn. Maar dit smaakt, zucht kleine Fik, heel wat beter, dat zeg ik. O, wat hebben wij gespeeld. Geen van ons heeft zich verveeld. Kom, nu zijn wij toch wel moe. Straks komt baas en dekt ons toe. Morgen hebben wij weer pret, maar nu gaan wij zoet naar bed. Het maantje houdt bij ons de wacht. Wij gaan slapen. Goedenacht. Einde van De 7 hondjes van Annemarie Stork-Kruijf. Gelezen door Bart de Leeuw.
The 7 Ages of Man by William Shakespeare. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts, his acts being 7 ages. At first the infant, mewling and puking in the nurse's arms, and then the whining schoolboy, with his satchel and shining morning face, creeping like snail unwillingly to school, and then the lover, sighing like furnace, with a woeful ballad made to his mistress' eyebrow, then a soldier, full of strange oaths and bearded like the pard, jealous in honour, sudden and quick in quarrel, seeking the bubble reputation even in the cannon's mouth. And then the justice, in fair round belly with good capon lined, with eyes severe and beard of formal cut, full of wise saws and modern instances, and so he plays his part. The sixth age shifts into the lean and slippered pantaloon, with spectacles on nose and pouch on side, his youthful hose well saved, a world too wide for his shrunk shank, and his big manly voice, turning again toward childish treble, pipes and whistles in his sound. Last scene of all, that ends this strange eventful history, is second childishness and mere oblivion. Sans teeth, sans eyes, sans taste, sans everything. End of The 7 Ages of Man, by William Shakespeare, performed by Bob Gonzalez.
Letter from John Adams to his 10-year-old son, John Quincy Adams, dated July 27th, 1777, from Familiar Letters of John Adams and his Wife, by John and Abigail Adams. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Adams to John Quincy Adams. Philadelphia, 27 July, 1777. If it should be the design of Providence that you should live to grow up, you will naturally feel a curiosity to learn the history of the causes which have produced the late revolution of our government. No study in which you can engage will be more worthy of you. It will become you to make yourself master of all the considerable characters which have figured upon the stage of civil, political, or military life. This you ought to do with utmost candor, benevolence, and impartiality. And if you should now and then meet with an incident which shall throw some light upon your father's character, I charge you to consider it with an attention only to truth. It will also be an entertaining and instructive amusement to compare our American Revolution with others that resemble it. The whole period of English history from the accession of James I to the accession of William III will deserve your most critical attention. The history of the revolutions in Portugal, Sweden, and Rome, by the Abbot of Vertot, is well worth your reading. The separation of the Helvetic Confederacy from the dominion of the House of Austria is also an illustrious event that particularly resembles our American struggle with Great Britain. But above all others, I would recommend to your study the history of the Flemish Confederacy, by which the 7 united provinces of the Netherlands emancipated themselves from the dominion of Spain. There are several good histories of this great revolution. Sir William Temple's is short, but elegant and entertaining. Another account of this period was written by Puffendorf, and another by Grotius. But the most full and complete history that I have seen is the one that I am now engaged in reading. It is entitled The History of the Wars of Flanders, written in Italian by that learned and famous Cardinal Bentivoglio, Englished by the Right Honourable Henry, Earl of Monmouth. The whole work illustrated with a map of the 17 provinces and above 20 figures of the chief personages mentioned in the history. Bentivoglio, like Clarendon, was a courtier, and on the side of monarchy and the hierarchy, but allowances must be made for that. There are 3 most memorable sieges described in this history, those of Haarlem, Leyden, and Antwerp. You will wonder, my dear son, at my writing to you at your tender age such dry things as these. But if you keep this letter, you will in some future period thank your father for writing it. End of Letter from John Adams to his 10-year-old son, John Quincy Adams, dated July 27th, 1777, from Familiar Letters of John Adams and his Wife, by John and Abigail Adams. Read by Sue Anderson.
Die 7 Sachen by August Heinrich Hoffmann von Fallersleben. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Die 7 Sachen. Wie heißen doch die 7 Sachen, die einen Mann von Stande machen? Nichts lernen früh von Kindesbeinen und alles doch zu wissen meinen. Die ganze Nacht beim Spiel durchwachen, den ganzen Tag brav Schulden machen, das Deutsch so schlecht als möglich sprechen, Französisch trefflich Rade brechen, Champagner trinken obendrein und überall hoffähig sein. Das sind die 7 Sachen, die einen Mann von Stande machen. Wie heißen doch die 7 Sachen, die keinen Mann von Stande machen? Nicht sich allein auf Erden lieben, für andere still zu wirken streben, sich nie um Schulden mahnen lassen und nie auf anderer Kosten brassen. Der Knechtschaft Sprache Rade brechen, gut Deutsch für Recht und Freiheit sprechen und lieber leiden Not und Pein, als irgendwo hoffähig sein. Das sind die 7 Sachen, die keinen Mann von Stande machen. End of Die 7 Sachen bei August Heinrich Hoffmann von Fallersleben. Read by Julia Niedermeyer.
Songs of Seven by Jean Ingelow. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Songs of Seven. 7 times 1. Exaltation. There's no dew left on the daisies and clover. There's no rain left in heaven. I've said my 7 times over and over. 7 times 1 are 7. I am old, so old I can write a letter. My birthday lessons are done. The lambs play always. They know no better. They are only 1 times 1. O moon, in the night I have seen you sailing, and shining so round and low. You were bright, ah bright, but your light is failing. You are nothing now but a bow. You moon, have you done something wrong in heaven, that God has hidden your face? I hope if you have, you will soon be forgiven, and shine again in your place. O velvet bee, you're a dusty fellow, you've powdered your legs with gold. O brave marsh marybuds, rich and yellow, give me your money to hold. O columbine, open your folded wrapper, where 2 twin turtle doves dwell. O cuckoo pint, toll me the purple clapper that hangs in your clear green bell, and show me your nest with the young ones in it. I will not steal them away. I am old, you may trust me, linnet, linnet. I am 7 times 1 today. 7 times 2, romance. You bells in the steeple, ring, ring out your changes, how many soe'er they be, and let the brown meadowlark's note as he ranges come over to me. Yet birds' clearest carol, by fall or by swelling, no magical sense conveys, and bells have forgotten their old art of telling the fortune of future days. Turn again, once they rang cheerily, while a boy listened alone, made his heart yearn again, musing so wearily, all by himself on a stone. Poor bells, I forgive you, your good days are over, and mine, they are yet to be. No listening, no longing shall aught discover. You leave the story to me. The foxglove shoots out of the green matted heather, and hangeth her hoods of snow. She was idle, and slept till the sunshiny weather. Oh, children take long to grow. I wish, and I wish that the spring would go faster, nor long summer bide so late, and I could grow on like the foxglove and aster, for some things are ill to wait. I wait for the day when dear hearts shall discover, while dear hands are laid on my head, the child is a woman, the book may close over, for all the lessons are said. I wait for my story, the birds cannot sing it, not one as he sits on the tree, the bells cannot ring it, but long years, oh bring it, such as I wish it to be. 7 times 3. Love. I leaned out of a window, I smelt the white clover. Dark, dark was the garden, I saw not the gate. Now, if there be footsteps, he comes, my one lover. Hush, nightingale, hush, O sweet nightingale, wait till I listen and hear, if a step draweth near, for my love he is late. The skies in the darkness stoop nearer and nearer, a cluster of stars hangs like fruit in the tree. The fall of the water comes sweeter, comes clearer. To what art thou listening, and what dost thou see? Let the star clusters glow, let the sweet waters flow, and cross quickly to me. You night moths that hover where honey brims over from sycamore blossoms, or settle or sleep, you glowworms shine out, and the pathway discover to him that comes darkling along the rough steep. Ah, my sailor, make haste, for the time runs to waste, and my love lieth deep. Too deep for swift telling, and yet my one lover, I've conned thee an answer, it waits thee to-night. By the sycamore passed he, and through the white clover, then all the sweet speech I had fashioned took flight. But I'll love him more, more than e'er wife loved before, be the days dark or bright. 7 times 4. Maternity. Hey ho, daisies and buttercups, fair yellow daffodils, stately and tall, when the wind wakes how they rock in the grasses, and dance with the cuckoo buds slender and small. Here's 2 bonny boys, and here's mother's own lassies, eager to gather them all. Hey ho, daisies and buttercups, mother shall thread them a daisy chain, sing them a song of the pretty hedge sparrow that loved her brown little ones, loved them full fain. Sing, heart, thou art wide, though the house be but narrow, sing once and sing it again. Hey ho, daisies and buttercups, sweet wagging cowslips, they bend and they bow. A ship sails afar over warm ocean waters, and haply one musing doth stand at her prow. O bonny brown sons, and O sweet little daughters, maybe he thinks on you now. Hey ho, daisies and buttercups, fair yellow daffodils, stately and tall, a sunshiny world full of laughter and leisure, and fresh hearts unconscious of sorrow and thrall, send down on their pleasure smiles, passing its measure, God that is over us all. 7 times 5. Widowhood. I sleep and rest, my heart makes moan before I am well awake. Let me bleed, oh let me alone, since I must not break. For children wake, though fathers sleep, with a stone at foot and at head. O sleepless God, forever keep both living and dead. I lift mine eyes, and what to see but a world happy and fair? I have not wished it to mourn with me, comfort is not there. O what are near but golden brooms, and a waste of reedy rills? O what are far but the fine glooms on the rare blue hills? I shall not die, but live for lore. How bitter it is to part! O to meet thee, my love, once more! O my heart, my heart! No more to hear, no more to see. O that an echo might wake, and waft one note of thy psalm to me, ere my heart's strings break. I should know it how faint soe'er, and with angel voices blent. Oh, once to feel thy spirit anear, I could be content. Or once between the gates of gold, while an angel entering trod, but once thee sitting to behold on the hills of God. 7 times 6, giving in marriage. To bear, to nurse, to rear, to watch and then to lose, to see my bright ones disappear, drawn up like morning dews. To bear, to nurse, to rear, to watch and then to lose, this I have done when God drew near, among his own to choose. To hear, to heed, to wed, and with thy Lord depart, in tears that he, as soon as shed, will let no longer smart. To hear, to heed, to wed, this while thou didst I smiled, for now it was not God who said, Mother, give me thy child. O fond, O fool and blind, to God I gave with tears, but when a man like grace would find, my soul put by her fears. O fond, O fool and blind, God guards in happier spheres, that man will guard where he did bind is hope for unknown years. To hear, to heed, to wed, fair lot that maidens choose, thy mother's tenderest words are said, thy face no more she views. Thy mother's lot, my dear, she doth in naught accuse, her lot to bear, to nurse, to rear, to love, and then to lose. 7 times 7, longing for home. 1. A song of a boat. There was once a boat on a billow, lightly she rocked to her port remote, and the foam was white in her wake like snow, and her frail mast bowed when the wind would blow, and bent like a wand of willow. 2. I shaded mine eyes one day when a boat went curtsying over the billow. I marked her course till a dancing mote, she faded out on the moonlit foam, and I stayed behind in the dear loved home, and my thoughts all day were about the boat, and my dreams upon the pillow. 3. I pray you hear my song of a boat, for it is but short. My boat you shall find none fairer afloat, in river or port. Long I looked out for the lad she bore, on the open desolate sea, and I think he sailed to the heavenly shore, for he came not back to me. Ah me. 4. A song of a nest. There was once a nest in a hollow, down in the mosses and not grass pressed, soft and warm and full to the brim, vetches leaned over it purple and dim, with buttercup buds to follow. 5. I pray you hear my song of a nest, for it is not long. You shall never light in a summer quest the bushes among, shall never light on a prouder sitter, a fairer nestful, nor ever know a softer sound than their tender twitter, that wind-like did come and go. 6. I had a nestful once of my own, and happy, happy I. Right dearly I loved them, but when they were grown, they spread out their wings to fly. Oh, one after one they flew away, far up to the heavenly blue, to the better country, the upper day, and I wish I was going too. 7. I pray you, what is the nest to me, my empty nest? And what is the shore where I stood to see my boat sail down to the west? Can I call that home where I anchor yet, though my good man has sailed? Can I call that home where my nest was set, now all its hope hath failed? Nay, but the port where my sailor went, and the land where my nestlings be, there is the home where my thoughts are sent, the only home for me. Ah me. End of Songs of Seven by Jean Ingelow. Read by Noel Badrian.
半七鳥物町の思い出、岡本喜道。リブリボックスの創設7周年を祝って録音されました。リブリボックスの録音はすべてパブリックドメインです。ボランティアについてなど詳しくはサイトをご覧ください。URL LibriVox.org。初めて半七鳥物町を書こうと思いついたのは大正5年の4月頃と覚えています。その頃私はコナン・ドイルのシャーロック・ホームズをとびとびには読んでいたが、全部を通読したことはないので、マルゼンへ行ったついでにシャーロック・ホームズのアドベンチュアとメモヤとレターンの3種を買ってきて、一気に引き続いて3冊読み終わると、探偵物語に対する興味が悠然と湧き起こって、自分も何か探偵物語を書いてみようという気になったのです。もちろんその前にもヒュームなどの作も読んでいましたが、私を刺激したのはやはりドイルの作です。しかしまだすぐには取り掛かれないので、さらにドイルの作を漁って、かのラストギャリーやグリーンフラグやキャプテン・オブ・ポールスターやロハン物語や、それらの短編集を片足から読み始めました。しかし一方に自分の仕事があって、その頃は時事新報の連載小説の準備もしなければならなかったので、読書もなかなかはかどらず、最初からでは約1月を費やして、5月下旬にようやく以上の書作を読み終わりました。そこで、いざ書くという段になって考えたのは、今までに江戸時代の探偵物語というものがない。大岡政団や板倉政団は、むしろ裁判を主としたものであるから、新たに探偵を主としたものを書いてみたら面白かろうと思ったのです。もう一つには、現代の探偵物語を書くと、どうしても西洋の模倣に陥りやすい恐れがあるので、いっそ純江戸式に書いたらば、一種の変わった味のものができるかもしれないと思ったからでした。幸いに自分は江戸時代の風俗、習慣、法令や、町奉行、与力、同心、岡っ引きなどの生活についても、一通りの予備知識を持っているので、まあなんとかなるだろうという自信もあったのです。その年の6月3日から、まず、お文の魂43枚を書き、それから石灯籠40枚を書き、さらに官兵の詩41枚を書くと、8月から国民新聞の連載小説を引き受けなければならないことになりました。時事と国民、この2つの新聞小説を同時に書いているので、鳥物町はしばらく中止の形になっていると、その頃、文芸クラブの編集主任をしていた森行幸君から何か連載物を寄稿しろという注文があったので、半七鳥物町という題名のもとに、まず前期の3紙を提出し、それが大正6年の新年号から掲載され始めたので、引き続いてその1月から湯屋の2回、お化け師匠、半鐘の会、屋女中を書き続けました。雑誌の上では新年号から7月号にわたって連載されたのです。そういうわけで、探偵物語の創作は、これが序開きであるので、自分ながらおぼつかない手探りの形でしたが、どうやら人気にかなったというので、さらに森君から続編を書けと注文され、翌年の1月から6月にわたって、またもや6回の鳥物帳を書きました。その後も書雑誌や新聞の注文を受けて、それからそれへと書き続けたので、鳥物帳も案外多量のものとなって、今まで発表した物語は約40種あります。半七老人は実在の人か、それについてしばしば問い合わせを受けます。もちろん多少のモデルがないでもありませんが、大体において架空の人物であるとご承知ください。俺は半七を知っているとか、半七のせがれは半七であるとか、あるいは時計屋であるとか、甚だしいのは俺が半七であると自称している人もあるそうですが、それはおそらく同名異人で、私の鳥物町の半七老人とは全然無関係であることを断っておきます。前にも言った通り、鳥物町が初めて文芸クラブに掲載されたのは大正6年の1月で、今から振り返ると10年余りになります。その文芸クラブの市場に思い出話を書くにつけて、今更のように月日の早いのに驚かされます。半七鳥物町の思い出、岡本喜道終わり。この録音はパブリックドメインです。
7-Year Sleepers by Grant Allen. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. For many generations past, that problematical animal, the toad in a hole, literal, not culinary, has been one of the most familiar and interesting personages of contemporary folklore and popular natural history. From time to time he turns up afresh, with his own wonted perennial vigour, on paper at least, in company with the great sea serpent, the big gooseberry, the shower of frogs, the two-headed calf, and all the other common objects of the country or seaside in the silly season. No extraordinary natural phenomenon on earth was ever better vouched for, in the fashion rendered familiar to us by the Tichborne claimant. That is to say, no other could ever get a larger number of unprejudiced witnesses to swear positively and unreservedly in its favour. Unfortunately, however, swearing alone no longer settles causes offhand, as if by show of hands. The ayes have it, after the fashion prevalent in the good old days, when the whole 100 used to testify that of its certain knowledge John Noakes did not commit such and such a murder, whereupon John Noakes was forthwith acquitted accordingly. Nowadays both justice and science have become more exacting. They insist upon the unpleasant and discourteous habit of cross-examining their witnesses, as if they doubted them, forsooth, instead of accepting the witness's own simple assertion that it's all right, and there's no need for making a fuss about it. Did you yourself see the block of stone in which the toad is said to have been found, before the toad himself was actually extracted? Did you examine it all round to make quite sure there was no hole, or crack, or passage in it anywhere? Did you satisfy yourself after the toad was released from his close quarters that no such hole, or crack, or passage had been dexterously closed up, with intent to deceive by plaster, cement, or other artificial composition? Did you ever offer the workmen who found it a nominal reward, say 5 shillings, for the first perfectly unanswerable specimen of a genuine unadulterated antediluvian toad? Have you got the toad now present, and can you produce him here in court, on writ of habeas corpus, or otherwise, together with all the fragments of the stone or tree from which he was extracted? These are the disagreeable, prying, inquisitorial, I may even say insulting questions, with which a modern man of science is ready to assail the truthful and reputable gentlemen who venture to assert their discovery, in these degenerate days, of the ancient and unsophisticated toad in a hole. Now, the worst of it is that the gentlemen in question, being unfamiliar with what is technically described as scientific methods of investigation, are very apt to lose their temper when thus cross-questioned, and to reply, after the fashion usually attributed to the female mind, with another question, whether the scientific person wishes to accuse them of downright lying. And as nothing on earth could be further from the scientific person's mind than such an imputation, he is usually fain, in the end, to give up the social pursuit of postprandial natural history. The subject generally crops up about the same time as the after-dinner coffee, and to let the prehistoric toad go on his own triumphant way unheeded. As a matter of fact, nobody ever makes larger allowances for other people in the estimate of their veracity than the scientific inquirer, knowing himself by painful experience how extremely difficult a matter it is to make perfectly sure you have observed anything on earth quite correctly, and have eliminated all possible chances of error. He acquires the fixed habit of doubting about 1/2 of whatever his fellow creatures tell him in ordinary conversation, without for a single moment venturing to suspect them of deliberate untruthfulness. Children and servants, if they find that anything they have been told is erroneous, immediately jump at the conclusion that the person who told them meant deliberately to deceive them, In their own simple and categorical fashion, they answer plumply, "That's a lie." But the man of science is only too well acquainted in his own person with the exceeding difficulty of ever getting at the exact truth. He has spent hours of toil himself in watching and observing the behaviour of some plant or animal or gas or metal, and after repeated experiments carefully designed to exclude all possibility of mistake, so far as he can foresee it, he at last believes he has really settled some moot point, and triumphantly publishes his final conclusions in a scientific journal. 10 to 1, the very next number of that same journal contains a dozen supercilious letters from a dozen learned and high-salaried professors, each pointing out a dozen distinct and separate precautions which the painstaking observer neglected to take, and any one of which would be quite sufficient to vitiate the whole body of his observations. There might have been germs in the tube in which he boiled the water. Germs are very fashionable just at present. Or some of the germs might have survived and rather enjoyed the boiling, or they might have adhered to the under surface of the cork, or the mixture might have been tampered with during the experimenter's temporary absence by his son, aged 10 years. Scientific observers have no right, apparently, to have sons of 10 years old, except perhaps for the purposes of psychological research. And so forth ad infinitum. And the worst of it all is that the unhappy experimenter is bound himself to admit that every one of the objections is perfectly valid, and that he very likely never really saw what, with perfect confidence, he thought and said he had seen. This being an unbelieving age, then, when even the book of Deuteronomy is critically examined, let us see how much can really be said for and against our old friend, the toad in a hole. And first let us begin with the antecedent probability, or otherwise, of any animal being able to live in a more or less torpid condition without air or food for any considerable period of time together. A certain famous historical desert snail was brought from Egypt to England as a conchological specimen in the year 1846. This particular mollusk, the only one of his race probably who ever attained to individual distinction, at the time of his arrival in London was really alive and vigorous. But as the authorities of the British Museum, to whose tender care he was consigned, were ignorant of this important fact in his economy, he was gummed, mouth downwards, onto a piece of cardboard, and duly labelled and dated with scientific accuracy. Helix desertorum, March 25th, 1846. Being a snail of a retiring and contented disposition, however accustomed to long droughts and corresponding naps in his native sand wastes, our mollusk thereupon simply curled himself up into the topmost recesses of his own walls, and went placidly to sleep in perfect contentment for an unlimited period. Every conchologist takes it for granted, of course, that the shells which he receives from foreign parts have had their inhabitants properly boiled and extracted before being exported, for it is only the mere outer shell or skeleton of the animal that we preserve in our cabinets, leaving the actual flesh and muscles of the creature himself to wither unobserved upon its native shores. At the British Museum, the desert snail might have snoozed away his inglorious existence unsuspected, but for a happy accident which attracted public attention to his remarkable case in a most extraordinary manner. On March the 7th, 1850, nearly 4 years later, it was casually observed that the card on which he reposed was slightly discoloured, and this discovery led to the suspicion that perhaps a living animal might be temporarily immured within that papery tomb. The museum authorities accordingly ordered our friend a warm bath, Who shall say hereafter that science is unfeeling? Upon which the grateful snail, waking up at the touch of the familiar moisture, put his head cautiously out of his shell, walked up to the top of the basin, and began to take a cursory survey of British institutions with his 4 eye-bearing tentacles. So strange a recovery from a long torpid condition, only equalled by that of the 7 sleepers of Ephesus, deserved an exceptional amount of scientific recognition. The desert snail at once awoke and found himself famous. Nay, he actually sat for his portrait to an eminent zoological artist, Mr. Waterhouse, and a woodcut from the sketch thus procured, with a history of his life and adventures, may be found even unto this day in Dr. Woodward's Manual of the Mollusca, to witness, if I lie. I mention this curious instance first, because it is the best authenticated case on record, so far as my knowledge goes, of any animal existing in a state of suspended animation for any long period of time together. But there are other cases of encysted or immured animals which, though less striking as regards the length of time during which torpidity has been observed, are much more closely analogous to the real or mythical conditions of the toad in a hole. That curious West African mudfish, the Lepidosiren, familiar to all readers of evolutionary literature as one of the most singular existing links between fish and amphibians, lives among the shallow pools and broads of the Gambia, which are dried up during the greater part of the tropical summer. To provide against this annual contingency, the mudfish retires into the soft clay at the bottom of the pools, where it forms itself a sort of nest, and there hibernates, or rather aestivates, for months together in a torpid condition. The surrounding mud then hardens into a dry ball, and these balls are dug out of the soil of the rice fields by the natives, with the fish inside them, by which means many specimens of Lepidosiren have been sent alive to Europe, embedded in their natural covering. Here the strange fish is chiefly prized as a zoological curiosity for aquariums, because of its possessing gills and lungs together, to fit it for its double existence. But the unsophisticated West Africans grub it up on their own account as a delicacy, regardless of its claims to scientific consideration as the earliest known ancestor of all existing terrestrial animals. Now, the torpid state of the mudfish in his hardened ball of clay closely resembles the real or supposed condition of the toad in a hole, but with one important exception. The mudfish leaves a small canal or pipe open in his cell at either end to admit the air for breathing, though he breathes, as I shall proceed to explain, in a very slight degree during his aestivation. Whereas every proper toad in the hole ought by all accounts to live entirely without either feeding or breathing in any way. However, this is a mere detail, and indeed, if toads in a hole do really exist at all, we must in all probability ultimately admit that they breathe to some extent, though perhaps very slightly, during their long immurement. And this leads us on to consider what in reality hibernation is. Everybody knows nowadays, I suppose, that there is a very close analogy between an animal and a steam engine. Food is the fuel that makes the animal engine go, and this food acts almost exactly as coal does in the artificial machine. But coal alone will not drive an engine. A free draught of open air is also required in order to produce combustion. Just in like manner, the food we eat cannot be utilized to drive our muscles and other organs unless it is supplied with oxygen from the air to burn it slowly inside our bodies. This oxygen is taken into the system in all higher animals by means of lungs or gills. Now, when we are working at all hard, we require a great deal of oxygen, as most of us have familiarly discovered, especially if we are somewhat stout, in the act of climbing hills or running to catch a train. But when we are doing very little work indeed, as in our sleeping hours, during which muscular movement is suspended, and only the general organic life continues, we breathe much more slowly and at longer intervals. However, there is this important difference, generally speaking, between an animal and a steam engine. You can let the engine run short of coal and come to a dead standstill without impairing its future possibilities of similar motion. You have only to get fresh coals, after a week or months of inaction, and light up a fresh fire, when your engine will immediately begin to work again, exactly the same as before. But if an animal organism once fairly runs down, either from want of food or any other cause, in short, if it dies, it very seldom comes to life again. I say very seldom on purpose, because there are a few cases among the extreme lower animals where a water-haunting creature can be taken out of the water and can be thoroughly dried and desiccated, or even kept for an apparently unlimited period wrapped up in paper or on the slide of a microscope, and yet the moment a drop of water is placed on top of it, it begins to move and live again exactly as before. This sort of thoroughgoing suspended animation is the kind we ought to expect from any well-constituted and proper-minded toad in a hole. Whether anything like it ever really occurs in the higher ranks of animal life, however, is a different question. But there can be no doubt that to some slight extent a body to all intents and purposes quite dead, physically speaking, by long immersion in water, a drowned man, for example, may really be resuscitated by heat and stimulants applied immediately, provided no part of the working organism has been seriously injured or decomposed. Such people may be said to be pro tem functionally, though not structurally, dead. The heart has practically ceased to beat, the lungs have ceased to breathe, and physical life in the body is temporarily extinct. The fire, in short, has gone out. But if only it can be lighted again before any serious change in the system takes place, all may still go on precisely as of old. Many animals, however, find it convenient to assume a state of less complete suspended animation during certain special periods of the year, according to the circumstances of their peculiar climate and mode of life. Among the very highest animals, the most familiar example of this sort of semi-torpidity is to be found among the bears and the dormice. The common European brown bear is a carnivore by descent, who has become a vegetarian in practice, though whether from conscientious scruples or merely practical considerations of expediency does not appear. He feeds chiefly on roots, berries, fruits, vegetables, and honey, all of which he finds it comparatively difficult to procure during winter weather. Accordingly, as everyone knows, he eats immoderately in the summer season, till he has grown fat enough to supply bear's grease to all Christendom. Then he hunts himself out a hollow tree or rock shelter, curls himself up quietly to sleep, and snores away the whole livelong winter. During this period of hibernation, the action of the heart is reduced to a minimum, and the bear breathes but very slowly. Still he does breathe, and his heart does beat, and in performing those indispensable functions, all his store of accumulated fat is gradually used up, so that he wakes in spring as thin as a lath and as hungry as a hunter. The machine has been working at very low pressure all the winter, but it has been working for all that, and the continuity of its action has never once for a moment been interrupted. This is the central principle of all hibernation. It consists essentially of a very long and profound sleep, during which all muscular motion, except that of the heart and lungs, is completely suspended, while even these last are reduced to the very smallest amount compatible with the final restoration of full animal activity. Thus, even among warm-blooded animals like the bears and dormice, hibernation actually occurs to a very considerable degree, but it is far more common and more complete among cold-blooded creatures, whose bodies do not need to be kept heated to the same degree, and with whom, accordingly, hibernation becomes almost a complete torpor, the breathing and action of the heart being still further reduced to very nearly zero. Molluscs, in particular, like oysters and mussels, lead very monotonous and uneventful lives, only varied as a rule by the welcome change of being cut out of their shells and eaten alive, and their powers of living without food under adverse circumstances are really very remarkable. Freshwater snails and mussels in cold weather bury themselves in the mud of ponds or rivers, and land snails hide themselves in the ground or under moss and leaves. The heart then ceases perceptibly to beat, but respiration continues in a very faint degree. The common garden snail closes the mouth of his shell, when he wants to hibernate, with a slimy covering, but he leaves a very small hole in it somewhere, so as to allow a little air to get in, and keep up his breathing to a slight amount. My experience has been, however, that a great many snails go to sleep in this way and never wake up again. Either they get frozen to death, or else the respiration falls so low that it never picks itself up properly when spring returns. In warm climates it is during the summer that molluscs and other mud-haunting creatures go to sleep, and when they get well plastered round with clay, they almost approach in tenacity of life the mildest recorded specimens of the toad in a hole. For example, take the following cases, which I extract with needful simplifications from Dr. Woodward. In June 1850, a living pond mussel, which had been more than a year out of water, was sent to Mr. Gray from Australia. The big pond snails of the tropics have been found alive in logs of mahogany imported from Honduras, and Mr. Caillod carried some from Europe to Paris packed in sawdust. Indeed, it isn't easy to ascertain the limits of their endurance, for Mr. Laidley, having placed a number in a drawer for this very purpose, found them alive after 5 years' torpidity, although in the warm climate of Calcutta. The pretty snails called cyclostomas, which have a lid to their shells, are well known to survive imprisonments of many months, but in the ordinary open-mouthed land snails such cases are even more remarkable. Several of the enormous tropical snails often used to decorate cottage mantelpieces, brought by Lieutenant Greaves from Valparaiso, revived after being packed, some for 13, others for 20 months. In 1849, Mr. Pickering received from Mr. Wollaston a basketful of Madeira snails, of 20 or 30 different kinds, 3/4 of which proved to be alive after several months' confinement, including a sea voyage. Mr. Wollaston has himself recorded the fact that specimens of 2 Madeira snails survived a fast and imprisonment in pill-boxes of 2 years and a half duration, and that large numbers of small species brought to England at the same time were all living after being enclosed in a dry bag for a year and a half. Whether the snails themselves like their long deprivation of food and moisture we are not informed. Their personal tastes and inclinations were very little consulted in the matter, but as they and their ancestors for many generations must have been accustomed to similar long fasts during tropical droughts, in all likelihood they did not much mind it. The real question, then, about the historical toad in the hole narrows itself down in the end merely to this: how long is it credible that a cold-blooded creature might sustain life in a torpid or hibernating condition, without food, and with a very small quantity of fresh air, supplied, let us say, from time to time through an almost imperceptible fissure? It is well known that reptiles and amphibians are particularly tenacious of life, and that some turtles in particular will live for months or even for years without tasting food. The common Greek tortoise, hawked on barrows about the streets of London, and bought by a confiding British public under the mistaken impression that its chief fare consists of slugs and cockroaches, it is really far more likely to feed upon its purchaser's choicest sea kale and asparagus, buries itself in the ground at the first approach of winter, and snoozes away 5 months of the year in a most comfortable and dignified torpidity. A snake at the zoo has even been known to live 18 months in a voluntary fast, refusing all the most tempting offers of birds and rabbits, merely out of pique at her forcible confinement in a strange cage. As this was a lady snake, however, it is possible that she only went on living out of feminine obstinacy, so that this case really counts for very little. Toads themselves are well known to possess all the qualities of mind and body which go to make up the career of a successful and enduring anchorite. At the best of times they eat seldom and sparingly, while a 40 days' fast, like Dr. Tanner's, would seem to them but an ordinary incident in their everyday existence. In the winter they hibernate by burying themselves in the mud, or by getting down cracks in the ground. It is also undoubtedly true that they creep into holes wherever they can find one, and that in these holes they lie torpid for a considerable period. On the other hand, there is every reason to believe that they cannot live for more than a certain fixed and relatively short time entirely without food or air. Dr. Buckland tried a number of experiments upon toads in this manner, experiments wholly unnecessary considering the trivial nature of the point at issue, and his conclusion was that no toad could get beyond 2 years without feeding or breathing. There can be very little doubt that in this conclusion he was practically correct, and that the really fine, old, crusted, antediluvian toad in a hole is really a snare and a delusion. That, however, does not wholly settle the question about such toads, because even though they may not be all that their admirers claim for them, they may yet possess a very respectable antiquity of their own, and may be very far from the category of mere vulgar cheats and impostors. Because a toad is not as old as Methuselah, it need not follow that he may not be as old Pa. Because he does not date back to the flood, it need not follow that he cannot remember Queen Elizabeth. There are some toads in a hole, indeed, which, however we may account for the origin of their legend, are on the very face of it utterly incredible. For example, there is the favourite and immensely popular toad who was extracted from a perfectly closed hole in a marble mantelpiece. The implication of the legend clearly is that the toad was coeval with the marble. But marble is limestone, altered in texture by pressure and heat, till it has assumed a crystalline structure. In other words, we are asked to believe that the toad lived through an amount of fiery heat sufficient to burn him up into fine powder, and yet remains to tell the tale. Such a toad as this obviously deserves no credit. His discoverers may have believed in him themselves, but they will hardly get other people to do so. Still, there are a great many ways in which it is quite conceivable that toads might get into holes in rocks or trees, so as to give rise to the common stories about them, and might even manage to live there for a considerable time with very small quantities of food or air. It must be remembered that from the very nature of the conditions the hole can never be properly examined and inspected until after it has been split open and the toad has been extracted from it. Now, if you split open a tree or a rock and find a toad inside it, with a cavity which he exactly fills, it is extremely difficult to say whether there was or was not a fissure before you broke the thing to pieces with your hatchet or pickaxe. A very small fissure indeed would be quite sufficient to account for the whole delusion, for if the toad could get a little air to breathe slowly during his torpid period, and could find a few dead flies or worms among the water that trickled scantily into his hole, he could manage to drag out a peaceful and monotonous existence almost indefinitely. Here are a few possible cases, any one of which will quite suffice to give rise to at least as good a toad in the hole as 99 out of 100 published instances. An adult toad buries himself in the mud by a dry pond, and gets coated with a hard solid coat of sun-baked clay. His nodule is broken open with a spade, and the toad himself found inside, almost exactly filling the space within the cavity. He has only been there for a few months at the outside, but the clay is as hard as stone, and to the bucolic mind looks as if it might have been there ever since the deluge. Good blue Lias clay, which dries as solid as limestone, would perform this trick to perfection, and the toad might easily be relegated accordingly to the secondary ages of geology. Observe, however, that the actual toads so found are not the geological toads we should naturally expect under such remarkable circumstances, but the common everyday toads of modern England. This shows a want of accurate scientific knowledge on the part of the toads, which is truly lamentable. A toad who really wished to qualify himself for the post ought at least to avoid presenting himself before a critical eye in the foolish guise of an embodied anachronism. He reminds one of the Roman mother in a popular burlesque, who suspects her son of smoking and vehemently declares that she smells tobacco, but after a moment recollects the historical proprieties, and mutters to herself apologetically, "No, not tobacco, that's not yet invented." A would-be Silurian or Triassic toad ought, in like manner, to remember that in the ages to whose honours he aspires, his own amphibious kind was not yet developed. He ought rather to come out in the character of a Ceratodus or a Labyrinthodon. Again, another adult toad crawls into the hollow of a tree, and there hibernates. The bark partially closes over the slit by which he entered, but leaves a little crack by which air can enter freely. The grubs in the bark and other insects supply him from time to time with a frugal repast. There is no good reason why, under such circumstances, a placid and contented toad might not manage to prolong his existence for several consecutive seasons. Once more, the spawn of toads is very small, as regards the size of the individual eggs, compared with the size of the full-grown animal. Nothing would be easier than for a piece of spawn or a tiny tadpole to be washed into some hole in a mine or cave, where there was sufficient water for its development, and where the trickling drops brought down minute objects of food enough to keep up its simple existence. A toad brought up under such peculiar circumstances might pass almost its entire life in a state of torpidity, and yet might grow and thrive in its own sleepy vegetative fashion. In short, while it would be difficult in any given case to prove to a certainty either that the particular toad in a hole had or had not access to air and food, the ordinary conditions of toad life are exactly those under which the delusive appearance of venerable antiquity would be almost certain frequently to arise. The toad is a nocturnal animal. It lives through the daytime in dark and damp places. It shows a decided liking for crannies and crevices. It is wonderfully tenacious of life. It possesses the power of hibernation. It can live on extremely small quantities of food for very long periods of time together. It buries itself in mud or clay. It passes the early part of its life as a water-haunting tadpole, and last, not least, it can swell out its body to nearly double its natural size by inflating itself, which fully accounts for the stories of toads being taken out of holes every bit as big as themselves. Considering all these things, it would be wonderful indeed if toads were not often found in places and conditions which would naturally give rise to the familiar myth. Throw in a little allowance for human credulity, human exaggeration, and human love of the marvellous, and you have all the elements of a very excellent toad in the hole in the highest ideal perfection. At the same time, I think it quite possible that some toads, under natural circumstances, do rarely remain in a torpid or semi-torpid condition for a period far exceeding the 24 months allowed as the maximum in Dr. Buckland's unpleasant experiments. If the amount of air supplied through a crack, or through the texture of the stone, were exactly sufficient for keeping the animal alive in the very slightest fashion, the engine working at the lowest possible pressure short of absolute cessation, I see no reason on earth why a toad might not remain dormant in a moist place, with perhaps a very occasional worm or grub for breakfast, for at least as long a time as the desert snail slept comfortably in the British Museum. Altogether, while it is impossible to believe the stories about toads that have been buried in a mine for whole centuries, and still more impossible to believe in their being disentombed from marble mantelpieces or very ancient geological formations, it is quite conceivable that some toads in a hole may really be far from mere vulgar impostors, and may have passed the traditional 7 years of the Indian philosophers in solitary meditation on the syllable Om, or on the equally significant coax of the irreverent Attic dramatist. Certainly not a centenarian, but perhaps a good 7-year sleeper for all that, is the final verdict which the court is disposed to return, after due consideration of all the probabilities, in re the toad in a hole. End of 7-Year Sleepers, by Grant Allen. Read by Noel Badrian.
Kearney at Seven Pines, a poem by E.C. Stedman. From Service with the French Troops in Africa, by Philip Kearney and J. Watts de Peyster. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. So that soldierly legend is still on its journey, that story of Kearney who knew not to yield. 'Twas the day when with Jameson, fierce Berry, and Birney, against 20,000 he rallied the field. Where the red volleys poured, where the clamour rose highest, where the dead lay in clumps through the dwarf oak and pine, where the aim from the thicket was surest and nighest, no charge like Phil Kearney's along the whole line. When the battle went ill and the bravest were solemn, near the dark 7 Pines where we still held our ground, he rode down the length of the withering column, and his heart at our war cry leapt up with a bound. He snuffed, like his charger, the wind of the powder, his sword waved us on, and we answered the sign. Loud our cheer as we rushed, but his laugh rang the louder, "There's the devil's own fun, boys, along the whole line." How he strode his brown steed, how we saw his blade brighten in the one hand still left, and the reins in his teeth. He laughed like a boy when the holidays heighten, but a soldier's glance shot from his visor beneath. Up came the reserves to the melee infernal, asking where to go in, through the clearing or pine? "Oh, anywhere! Forward! 'Tis all the same, Colonel. You'll find lovely fighting along the whole line." Oh, veil the black shroud of night at Chantilly, that hid him from sight of his brave men and tried. Foul, foul sped the bullet that clipped the white lily, the flower of our knighthood, the whole army's pride. Yet we dream that he still, in that shadowy region, where the dead form their ranks at the one drummer's sign, rides on, as of old, down the length of his legion, and the word still is "Forward!" along the whole line. End of Kearney at Seven Pines, by Edmund Clarence Stedman.
Juffrouw Ruffel en hare 7 geleerde poesjes. Dit is een opname ter gelegenheid van de 7e verjaardag van LibriVox. Alle LibriVox-opnamen zijn vrij van auteursrechten. Voor meer informatie of om je aan te melden als vrijwilliger, ga naar LibriVox.org. Juffrouw Ruffel en haar 7 geleerde poesjes. Juffrouw Ruffel van het Meer was wel oud, maar niet krom. Steeds met de naald in de weer of aan de was in een kom. Tegen ratten en muis ging ze duchtig tekeer. En 7 katten in huis hield juffrouw Ruffel van het Meer. Rat en muis vlood ras heen voor die vlugge armee. Maar ook daardoor meteen namen ze de arbeid juist mee. Maar daar zij niet wenst dat men ledigheid leer, zendt ze de katten naar school, juffrouw Ruffel van het Meer. Nu verveelt ze zich dra, 'tis zo eenzaam en stil. Ras verlangt zij erna, dat zij ze thuis hebben wil. Elk in een jol, daar keren ze weer. Nu is zij weer vrolijk, juffrouw Ruffel van het Meer. Voor een keurig onthaal gaat ze even op reis. Doch de poesjes brutaal rijden schaatsen op het ijs. Straks valt er nog een, misschien nog wel meer. Gewed om een gulden, zegt juffrouw Ruffel van het Meer. Nu bereidt zij t gebak, zendt de katten van huis. Maar daar brengen ze strak een ziek lammetje thuis. Wat, zijt ge meedoogend? Gij doet mij veel eer. Gij krijgt elk een sprotje, zegt juffrouw Ruffel van het Meer. De vrouw zat in de brand. Hoe kwam ze aan een min? De katten warmen het ledikant en leggen het lam er ook in. Na vruchteloos draven, nu heen en dan weer, komt ze ademloos thuis, juffrouw Ruffel van het Meer. 'S Morgens, voor dag en voor dauw, vond ze nergens een kat. Die waren vlug en gauw, met hun allen op het pad. Hoe zij nu ook riep, komt poesjes, komt weer. Geen poes die er antwoordt, juffrouw Ruffel van het Meer. Treurig en ontroostbaar weent ze een tranenvloed. Maar zie, wat verschijnt haar. Daar naderen de katten met spoed, elk op een schaap, te paard als een heer. Weest welkom, mijn liefjes, zegt juffrouw Ruffel van het Meer. Haar vreugd had geen grens, nu had ze haar zin. Vervuld was haar wens, het lam had een min. En al deed van de jicht haar been nog zozeer, zij danste blijde in het ronde, juffrouw Ruffel van het Meer. Zodra de pachter vernam wie zijn schapen ontstal, gezwind hoed en stok nam, zijn hond de wacht aanbeval. Hij klopt met zijn staf wel meer dan 2 keer, En zij keek door het venster juffrouw Ruffel van het meer. Hij rijdt de katten naar huis, leidt zelf het paard bij de toom, geeft ze ieder een veldmuis en aardbeien room. Nu zegt hij, toon ik u het goed van mijn heer, alles ter eere der katten van juffrouw Ruffel van het meer. Toen men bij het hoenderhok stond en de pachter zich wendt, vloog iedere kat op een gans van de grond en maakte zijn compliment. In zee strijken eindelijk de katten ter neer en druipnat waren de katten van juffrouw Ruffel van het meer. Voor de zorg van zijn lam en hun vrolijk humeur gaf hun de pachter een ham en leidde hen uit tot de deur. Vaarwel, lieve katjes, k hoop k zie u nog weer. Doet vooral mijn groeten aan juffrouw Ruffel van het meer. Nu zich vergast aan het maal dat de juffrouw hun schonk, zij deden eer aan t onthaal en leegden menige dronk. Lang mogen wij leven, vernoegd als wel eer, dat wenst u mijn liefjes, juffrouw Ruffel van het meer. Einde van juffrouw Ruffel en hare 7 geleerde poesjes. Opname door Marcel Koenders.
Poem 7 by Emily Dickinson.
This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox.
All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Poem number 7 from Series 1, Life, of Poems, 3 series, complete, by Emily Dickinson. Almost within my reach, I could have touched, I might have chanced that way, soft sauntered through the village, sauntered as soft away, so unsuspected violets within the fields lie low, too late for striving fingers that passed an hour ago. End of Poem 7 by Emily Dickinson. Stanza 7 of Song of the Open Road, from Book 7 of Leaves of Grass by Walt Whitman.
This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox.
All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Here is the efflux of the soul. The efflux of the soul comes from within through embowered gates, ever provoking questions. These yearnings, why are they? These thoughts in the darkness, why are they? Why are there men and women that while they are nigh me, the sunlight expands my blood? Why, when they leave me, do my pennants of joy sink flat and lank? Why are there trees I never walk under, but large and melodious thoughts descend upon me? I think they hang there winter and summer on those trees, and always drop fruit as I pass. What is it I interchange so suddenly with strangers? What with some driver as I ride on the seat by his side? What with some fisherman drawing his seine by the shore as I walk by and pause? What gives me to be free to a woman's and a man's good will? What gives them to be free to mine? End of Stanza 7 of Songs of the Open Road, from Book 7 of Leaves of Grass by Walt Whitman.
Siebente und letzte Reise des Seemannes Sindbad aus Die 7 Reisen des Seemannes Sindbad von Albert Ludewig Grimm. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Siebente und letzte Reise des Seemannes Sindbad. Eines Tages saß Sindbad der Seemann mit seinen Freunden bei einem fröhlichen Mahle und hatte eben von seinen auf Reisen ausgestandenen Leiden und Unfällen erzählt, als er plötzlich zu dem Sultan gerufen wurde. »Sindbad«, redete ihn Harun al-Raschid an, »ich bin gesonnen, dem König von Serendib eine Antwort auf seinen Brief und einige Gegengeschenke zu schicken, um seine Höflichkeit zu erwidern. Weil du ihn aber schon kennst und mit den Sitten seines Landes vertraut bist, so habe ich dich hierzu als meinen Gesandten bestimmt.« Sindbad erschrak sehr über diesen Befehl. »Beherrscher der Gläubigen«, sprach er, »ich bin zwar euer Untertan und bin euch als solcher zu allen Diensten verpflichtet, ich bitte euch aber inständig, einen anderen dieses ehrenvolle Geschäft zu übertragen. Ich habe schon 6 große Seereisen unternommen und gar vieles Ungemach ertragen, so daß ich es fühle, wie ich vor den Jahren alt werde und an Kraft abnehme.« Auf des Sultans Verlangen erzählte er nun alle seine ausgestandenen Abenteuer und Lebensgefahren. Der Sultan hörte ihm mit großer Aufmerksamkeit zu. Als er geendet hatte, sagte der Sultan, »Deine Begebenheiten sind sehr wunderbar, und ich sehe wohl ein, dass ein Mann, der so vielen Gefahren endlich glücklich entkommen ist, die Lust an so fernen Reisen verlieren muß. Allein aus Gefälligkeit für mich könntest du dich doch wohl zu einer neuen Reise entschließen. Du hast ja nichts zu tun, als nach der Insel Serendib zu reisen und meine Antwort bei dem Könige zu bestellen. Hernach kannst du ja unmittelbar wieder zurückkehren, aber hingehen musst du. Du siehst ja wohl ein, dass ich die Höflichkeit des Königs von Serendib nicht unerwidert lassen kann. Und wo fände ich einen Mann, der sich zu einer solchen Gesandtschaft besser schickte als du?« Da Sindbad sah, dass es der Kalif durchaus verlangte, willigte er endlich ein. Harun al-Raschid war darüber sehr erfreut und ließ ihm sogleich 1000 Goldstücke auszahlen, um sich zu der Reise gehörig einzurichten. Als er nach etlichen Tagen schon reisefertig war, überlieferte ihm des Sultans Diener die Geschenke für den König von Serendib. Er nahm seinen Weg wieder nach Balsora, schiffte sich daselbst ein und kam nach einer glücklichen Fahrt in Serendib an. Da er vor den König geführt wurde, erkannte ihn dieser sogleich und rief mit großer Freude, »O Sindbad, sei mir willkommen! Wie oft habe ich an dich gedacht! Gesegnet sei der Tag, da wir uns noch einmal sehen!« Sindbad überreichte ihm vor allem den Brief Harun al-Raschids. Der König nahm ihn mit großer Freude und las ihn laut. Er lautete also: »Heil dem Namen des Herrschers, der sein Volk den rechten Weg führet! Heil dem mächtigen, glücklichen Sultan! Solches entbietet Abdallah Harun al-Raschid, den Gott auf den Stuhl der Ehren gesetzt hat. Wir haben euren Brief mit Freuden aufgenommen und senden euch dagegen diesen, der ausgeflossen ist aus dem Rate unserer Pforte des Gartens der obern Geister. Wir hoffen, so ihr ihn eures Anblickes würdiget, werdet ihr unsere gute Meinung nicht verkennen und sie euch wohlgefallen lassen. Gott befohlen.« Hierauf ließ der König von Sindbad die Geschenke darbringen. Zuerst ward hereingebracht ein herrliches Ruhebett von Goldstoff und 50 Prachtgewanden von kostbaren und reichen Geweben, dann 100 andere Gewanden von der feinsten Leinwand, die gewebt war in Kairo, in Kufa und Alexandria. Hierauf brachte ihm Sindbad noch ein Bette dar, das war umkleidet mit karmesinroten Hüllen und ein anderes Bette mit himmelblauen Hüllen. Ferner überreichte er ihm Becken aus milchbläulichem Chalcedon, auf dessen Boden in halb erhabener Arbeit ein Mann gebildet war, der auf einem Knie lag und in seinen Händen Pfeil und Bogen hielt, womit er nach einem Löwen zielte. Zuletzt überreichte er ihm noch einen sehr reichen Tisch. Das Becken aber und der Tisch hatten noch den besonderen Wert, dass sie noch von Salomo dem Weisen herrühren sollten. Der König von Serendib war über diese Geschenke sehr erfreut. Er verlangte, Sindbad sollte einige Zeit bei ihm bleiben. Dieser entschuldigte sich aber mit dem Vorwande, dass er seinem Sultan baldige Nachricht von dem Ausgang seiner Sendung überbringen müßte, und so ward er reich beschenkt und mit vieler Huld entlassen. Er ging sogleich zum Schiffe, um nach Bagdad zurückzukehren. Der Himmel war ihm sehr günstig, und Sindbads Fahrt ging die ersten Tage ganz glücklich vonstatten. Aber am 3. oder 4. Tage wurde sein Schiff von Seeräubern angegriffen und mußte sich sogleich ergeben, weil wenig oder gar keine bewaffnete Mannschaft darauf war. Einige mußten ihre Gegenwehr mit dem Leben bezahlen. Sindbad ward mit den übrigen weggeführt. Die Seeräuber zogen sie nackend aus und gaben ihnen nur einige Lumpen zur Bedeckung. Sie brachten sie darauf auf eine große, weit entlegene Insel und verkauften sie dort als Sklaven. Sindbad ward von einem reichen Kaufmanne gekauft, der ihn sogleich mit sich nach Hause führte, wo er ihm reinliche Sklavenkleider geben und ihm gute Speisen vorsetzen ließ. Nach einigen Tagen fragte ihn sein Herr, ob er ein Handwerk verstehe. »Nein«, antwortete Sindbad, »ich bin ein Kaufmann, allein die Seeräuber haben mir mein ganzes Vermögen geraubt.« Der Kaufmann fragte ihn hierauf, ob er denn mit dem Bogen zu schießen verstehe. »O ja«, antwortete Sindbad, »in meiner Jugend habe ich mich darin wohl geübt und habe es noch nicht ganz vergessen.« Sein Herr schien darüber sehr zufrieden und gab ihm einen guten Bogen und einen Köcher mit Pfeilen. Hierauf setzte er sich auf einen Elefanten. Sindbad mußte hinter ihm aufsitzen, und nun ging's im schnellen Trabe 3 Stunden lang fort. Sie kamen in einen sehr großen Wald, und als sie endlich tief in demselben waren, gab er mit seinem Stabe, womit er den Elefanten lenkte, demselben ein Zeichen, dass er anhalten sollte. Der Elefant hielt, und die beiden Reiter stiegen ab. »Hier«, sagte der Kaufmann zu Sindbad, »steige auf einen dieser großen Bäume, und wenn Elefanten vorübergehen, so schieße nach ihnen, bis du einen erlegst. Fällt aber einer, dann komm nach der Stadt und sag's mir an.« Er gab ihm hierauf ein Tuch, in welches er einige Lebensmittel geknüpft hatte, und ritt dann auf seinem Elefanten im schnellsten Trabe durch den Wald zurück. Sindbad saß den Abend und die Nacht auf seinem Baume. Es ließ sich aber kein Elefant blicken. Am andern Morgen kam endlich ein ganzer Trupp herbei. Er schoss einige Pfeile nach ihnen, sie prallten aber alle ab von ihrer harten Haut. Endlich traf er wieder einen, der Pfeil blieb stecken, und der Elefant stürzte zusammen. Die andern Elefanten liefen mit lautem Gebrüll davon. Nun stieg Sindbad schnell von seinem Baume herab und eilte nach der Stadt. Sein Herr war sehr erfreut, ihn so bald wiederkommen zu sehen, und stellte ihm zur Belohnung unter vielen Lobeserhebungen seiner Geschicklichkeit eine gute Mahlzeit vor. Hierauf ritten sie miteinander auf dem Elefanten nach dem Walde. Als sie an den Wald kamen, stieg der Kaufmann aber ab und gebot Sindbad ebenso zu tun. »Wenn der Elefant sonst merkt, dass ein anderer Elefant getötet ist, möchte er ihn an uns rächen«, sprach er. »Man hat schon manches Beispiel dieser Art erlebt.« Sie gingen nun an die Stelle, wo der getötete Elefant lag, und begruben ihn daselbst. Bei der Gelegenheit erzählte der Kaufmann, dass er mit Elefantenzähnen handle und dass er es immer mit den Elefanten so mache. Wenn sie dann verfault wären, so könne er die Zähne ohne Mühe erhalten. Von nun an mußte Sindbad immer auf die Elefantenjagd gehen. Es verging kein Tag, an dem er nicht einen erlegte, denn er blieb nicht auf demselben Baume, sondern stellte sich bald auf diesen, bald auf jenen. Als er so eines Morgens wieder auf einem Baume stand und auf die Ankunft der Elefanten wartete, kamen sie mit entsetzlichem Gebrüll herbeigeeilt. Sie liefen diesmal aber nicht, wie sonst gewöhnlich, an dem Baume vorbei, sondern eine unübersehbare Herde drängte sich um den Baum herum, auf dem Sindbad saß. Die Erde erbebte unter ihren Tritten, und auch Sindbad erbebte, als sie sich um seinen Baum herumdrängten und mit ausgestreckten Rüsseln und unverwandten Augen nach ihm hinaufsahen und hinaufbrüllten. In Schrecken ließ er auch seinen Bogen fallen und saß nun ganz wehrlos da. Die Elefanten standen aber nicht lange so ruhig um ihn her. Alsbald umschlang einer der größten den Baum mit seinem Rüssel, riß ihn mit der Wurzel aus der Erde und warf ihn nieder. Sindbad war in Todesfurcht mit dem Baume auf die Erde gestürzt. Da faßte ihn ein Elefant mit dem Rüssel, hob ihn auf und setzte ihn auf seinen Rücken. Nun ging's in vollem Trabe tiefer in den Wald hinein, aus welchem die Elefanten gekommen waren. Sindbad saß halbtot vor Schrecken auf dem Rücken seines Elefanten, der mit ihm davonrannte, und hintendrein trabte die ganze Herde. Endlich warf der Elefant seinen Reiter ab und rannte mit den übrigen davon. Sindbad lag eine gute Weile besinnungslos auf dem Boden. Als er wieder zu sich gekommen war und umherblickte, sah er sich auf einem kahlen Sandhügel, der mit Knochen und Zähnen von verwesenden Elefanten ganz bedeckt war. Er sah deutlich, dass dies der Begräbnisplatz der Elefanten sein müsste, und er staunte über die Vernunft dieser Tiere. Sieh, sprach er bei sich, die Elefanten haben es bemerkt, dass ich sie um ihrer Zähne willen verfolgte, und brachten mich darum hierher, wo ich die Zähne ohne Mühe nur nehmen darf. Sie hätten sich rächen können, aber andere hätten sie immer noch verfolgt, wenn sie mich auch getötet hätten. Darum zeigen sie mir lieber die Stelle, wo sie ihre Toten begraben, um sich so gegen alle Nachstellungen zu sichern. Sogleich eilte Sindbad nun nach der Stadt zurück. Er lief die ganze Nacht und kam am folgenden Tage erst spät und sehr müde bei seinem Herrn an. Dieser war sehr erfreut, ihn wiederzusehen, und rief ihm entgegen: »Ei, du armer Sindbad, bist du wieder da? Ich habe dich schon für verloren gehalten, denn weil du gestern nicht zurückkamst, ging ich diesen Morgen nach dem Walde und fand deinen Bogen bei einem entwurzelten Baume liegen. Da glaubte ich, es sei dir ein Unglück zugestoßen. Dem Himmel sei Dank, der dich erhalten hat, denn große Gefahr hast du gewiß bestanden.« Sindbad erzählte ihm nun seine Begebenheit. Als der Kaufmann aber von dem Begräbnisorte der Elefanten hörte, der ganz mit Elefantenzähnen bedeckt wäre, so konnte er seine Freude nicht mehr mäßigen, sondern fiel Sindbad um den Hals und rief: »Gott überhäufe dich mit Heil und Segen. Von heute sollst du mein Sklave nicht mehr sein. Ich schenke dir die Freiheit für diese frohe Nachricht und begehre nichts dagegen, als dass du mich morgen an die Stelle führst. Denn wisse, was ich dir bisher verschwiegen hatte. Die Elefantenjagd ist so gefährlich, dass uns jährlich unzählige Sklaven getötet wurden. Wenn wir ihnen auch die größte Vorsicht anbefahlen, so verloren sie doch früher oder später durch die List dieser Tiere ihr Leben. Dich allein hat Gott so lange erhalten, und das ist ein Beweis, dass Gott dich liebt und dich in der Welt noch brauchen will. Bisher konnten wir gar kein Elfenbein erhalten, als wenn wir das Leben unserer Sklaven der List und der Wut der Elefanten preisgaben. Durch deine Entdeckung schaffst du mir und der ganzen Stadt einen unglaublichen Vorteil. Ich belohne dich durch die geschenkte Freiheit noch nicht hinlänglich. Ich will dir auch noch reiche Gaben hinzufügen. Würd ich deine Entdeckung jetzt gleich bekannt machen, so würden gewiß alle Einwohner dazu beisteuern, dich zu belohnen. Ich will aber den Ruhm, dich belohnt zu haben, allein verdienen.« Sindbad dankte ihm für seine Freiheit und bat ihn um die Erlaubnis, in sein Vaterland zurückkehren zu dürfen. »Wohlan«, sprach sein Herr, »bald ist es nun wieder an der Zeit, da der Wind sich wendet und 6 Monate lang nach unserer Küste herweht. Wir nennen diesen Wind Mussun, und wenn er weht, dann landen viele Schiffe, die Elfenbein bei uns holen, und mit einem solchen kannst du nach deiner Heimat steuern.« Am nächsten Morgen setzten sie sich auf einen gezähmten Elefanten und ritten mit ihm in wenigen Stunden nach dem Begräbnishügel der Elefanten. Sindbads Herr umarmte ihn hier nochmals mit Freudentränen, als er die Menge Elfenbein umherliegen sah. Sie beluden den Elefanten, so schwer er tragen konnte, und kamen von nun an täglich, bis der Kaufmann alle seine Vorratshäuser gefüllt hatte. Auch die übrigen Einwohner der Stadt kamen und holten von den Zähnen, denn bald war Sindbads Entdeckung in der ganzen Stadt bekannt geworden. Bald wendete sich der Wind, und mit geblähten Segeln schwammen von vielen Seiten die Handelsschiffe herbei, um Elfenbein zu laden. Sindbads Herr wählte selbst dasjenige aus, mit welchem Sindbad reisen sollte, und belud es für ihn halb mit Elfenbein. Überdies gab er ihm noch viele kostbare Geschenke und Nahrungsmittel für die Reise. Sindbad dankte ihm für alle seine Wohltaten und nahm mit gerührtem Herzen Abschied von ihm. Das Schiff segelte ab, und die lange Seereise ward ihm durch das beständige Andenken an die wunderbare Begebenheit, die ihm die Freiheit verschafft hatte, verkürzt. Sie fuhren an einigen Inseln an, um Erfrischungen einzunehmen. Als sie aber endlich an einem Hafen des festen Landes anfuhren, ließ Sindbad sein Elfenbein und alle seine Güter ans Land bringen und beschloss, die fernere Reise zu Land zu machen, um die Gefahren der weiten Seereise zu vermeiden. Er verkaufte sein Elfenbein und löste eine sehr bedeutende Summe Geldes dafür. Als er endlich reisefertig war, ging er mit einer Karawane ab. Sehr lange war er auf der Reise und stand manche Beschwerlichkeit und große Mühseligkeit aus. Doch tröstete er sich immer damit, dass er nun weder Schiffbruch leiden noch Seeräubern in die Hände fallen könne. Auch war er den Stürmen nicht ausgesetzt und brauchte sich vor Schlangen und anderen Ungeheuern nicht zu fürchten, denn die Karawane, mit der er reiste, war sehr groß. Glücklich kam er zuletzt in Bagdad an. Er kleidete sich aufs Kostbarste und ging zu dem Kalifen, um ihm von seiner Gesandtschaft Meldung zu tun. Der Kalif war sehr erfreut über seine Ankunft und sprach: »Ich war deinetwegen sehr in Sorge, Sindbad. Da du so lange ausbliebst, fürchtete ich, es möchte dir ein Unfall zugestoßen sein. Doch dachte ich mir, dass dich Gott nicht verlassen würde.« Sindbad erzählte ihm seine unglückliche Rückreise, wie er als Sklave verkauft war und welche Begebenheit ihm die Freiheit verschafft hatte. Der Kalif war über die Geschichte von den Elefanten sehr erstaunt und würde sie nicht geglaubt haben, wenn er Sindbads Wahrheitsliebe nicht gekannt hätte. Er ließ einen Schreiber rufen, und Sindbad musste auch diesem nicht nur diese, sondern alle Geschichten seiner Reise erzählen, damit er sie mit goldenen Buchstaben niederschriebe. Zu dieser Ehre fügte der Kalif noch reiche Geschenke, und so hat Sindbad seine 7. und letzte Reise beendigt. Ende von 7. und letzte Reise des Seemannes Sindbad. Gelesen von Hokus Pokus.
女7歳、岸田邦夫。リブリボックスの創設7周年を祝って録音されました。リブリボックスの録音はすべてパブリックドメインです。ボランティアについてなど、詳しくはサイトをご覧ください。URL LibriVox.org。彼は彼女を愛しているように見えた。彼女は彼を愛しかけた。彼は彼女を得た。エスコが生まれた。彼は彼女から遠ざかった。彼女は待った。彼は帰らなかった。5度目の春が来た。彼女の父が死んだ。おじいちゃまおんぶ。エスコはよく夢を見た。エスコは彼女に手を引かれて、おじいちゃまのお墓なるものに参った。彼女の兄が長い長い旅から帰ってきた。ケイおじちゃまは黙ってエスコを抱いた。ケイおじちゃまの目は怖かった。それでもエスコは泣かなかった。その夏、エスコはジフテリアにかかった。3度目の注射。エスコは母ちゃまのおっぱいを握って静かに蜂が刺すのを待った。ケイおじちゃまはエスコより先に泣いていた。恐ろしいある日のこと、家の壁が崩れ落ちた。藤棚の下にエスコのベッドが運び出された。母はエスコの脈を取っていた。母ちゃまの手は震えていた。リンゴが一つ芝生の上に転がっていた。エスコは一人笑っていた。去年の秋、エスコはまた肋膜を患った。病院で一月を過ごした。お人形を忘れて、それを病院に持っていくと、エスコは顔を背けて泣いた。今連れてきちゃいいや。そしてまた泣き入った。ケイおじちゃまはエスコの母に言った。気をつけろよ。あいつはヒステリーだぜ。エスコは男の子をバカにした。エスコはよく一人で遊んだ。ケイおじちゃまはエスコの母に言った。 あの子はあれでいいのかい？K おじちゃまは座敷の寝椅子の上で本を読んでいた。エスコがそっと近寄ってきた。父ちゃまが坊やを連れに来たらどうするの？ K おじちゃまは本を伏せた。行くのさ。母ちゃまは？母ちゃまも一緒に行くのさ。坊や一人じゃ嫌よ。K おじちゃまはエスコの頭を撫でようとした。エスコはぷいと出て行った。縁側で目を拭いていた。エスコは美しい少女になった。その目はしかし寂しい怒りを含んでいた。エスコは7歳の彼女はいつの間にか母の悲しみを悲しむ少女になっていた。母はエスコのために毛糸の服を編んだ。エスコはその傍らで人形の服を編んだ。K おじちゃまはぼんやりタバコを飲んでいた。日が暮れようとしていた。明日は、母はその先を言わなかった。エスコは今年から学校へ行く。エスコは何もかも知っている。そのままそっと大きくなれ。彼は彼女を愛していないことが分かった。彼女は彼に会った。彼はエスコを見て黙っていた。彼はすべてを忘れていた。彼は議論をした。彼女の兄は彼をやり込めた。エスコは母の膝にすがっていた。時が流れていないように思えた。灰が飛んでいた。エスコの目は寂しい怒りを含んでいた。エスコの父は去った。エスコは母ちゃまの首に抱きついた。火鉢の炭が跳ねた。K おじちゃまは爪を切り始めた。これごらん。おじさんの爪は大きいだろう。まあ、大きいことね、坊や。エスコは横目でそれを見た。女7歳、岸田国夫終わり。この録音はパブリックドメインです。狼と7匹の子供ヤギ、グリム兄弟、楠山正夫役、リブリボックスの創設7周年を祝って録音されました。リブリボックスの録音はすべてパブリックドメインです。ボランティアについてなど詳しくはサイトをご覧ください。URL LibriVox.org。 1. 昔あるところにお母さんのヤギがいました。このお母さんヤギにはかわいい子供ヤギが7匹あって、それを可愛がることは人間のお母さんがその子供を可愛がるのと少しも違ったところはありませんでした。ある日、お母さんヤギは子供たちの食べ物を取りに森まで出かけていくので、7匹の子供ヤギを呼んでこう言い聞かせました。お前たちに言っておくがね、母さんが森へ行ってくる間、気をつけてよくお留守番してね。決して狼を家へ入れてはならないよ。あいつはお前たち残らず丸のまんま、それこそ皮も毛も余さず食べてしまうのだよ。あの悪者は分からせまいとして時々姿を変えてやってくるけれど、なあに声はしゃがれてガーガー声だし、足は真っ黒だし、すぐと見分けはつくのだからね。すると子供ヤギは声を揃えて、母さん大丈夫。あたいたちよく気をつけてお留守番しますから、心配しないで行っておいでなさいと言いました。そこでお母さんヤギはめいめいと言って安心して出かけて行きました。2. やがて間もなく誰か表の戸をトントン叩くものがありました。そうして、さあ子供たち開けておくれ。お母さんだよ。めいめいにいいお土産を持ってきたのだよ。と呼びました。でも子供ヤギはそれがしゃがれたガーガー声なので、すぐ狼だということがわかりました。そこで、開けてやらない。お母さんじゃないから。お母さんはきれいないい声してるけれど、お前はしゃがれ声のガーガー声だもの。お前は狼だい。と叫びました。そこで狼は荒物屋の店へ出かけて大きな白木を一本買ってきて、それを食べて声をよくしました。それからまた戻ってきて戸を叩いて大きな声で、さあ子供たち開けておくれ。お母さんだよ。みんなにいいものを持ってきたのだよ。と怒鳴りました。でも狼は真っ黒な前足を窓のところにかけていたので、子ヤギたちはそれを見つけて、開けてはやらない。うちのお母さんはお前のような真っ黒な足をしていない。お前は狼だい。と叫びました。そこで狼はパン屋の店へ出かけて、けつまずいて足を痛めたから練り粉をなすっておくれと言いました。で、パン屋が狼の前足に練った粉をなすってやりますと、今度は粉屋へ駆けつけていって、おい、 前足に白い粉を振りかけてくれ、と言いました。狼のやつ、また誰か騙すつもりだな。そう粉屋は思ってぐずぐずしていました。すると狼は、すぐしないと食っちまうぞ、と怒鳴りました。そこで粉屋は怖くなって、狼の前足を白くしてやりました。まあ、こういうところが人間のダメなところですね。さて、悪者は3度目にヤギのうちの戸口に立って、トントン戸を叩いてこう言いました。さあ子供たちや、開けておくれ。お母さんが帰ってきたのだよ。お前たち、めいめいに森でいいものを見つけてきたのだよ。子ヤギたちは声を揃えて、先に足をお見せ。うちのお母さんだかどうだか見てやるから。そう言われて、狼は前足を窓に乗せました。子供ヤギがそれを見ますと白かったので、狼の言うことをすっかり本当にして戸を開けました。ところで入ってきたのは誰でしたろう。狼だったではありませんか。みんなうわっと驚いて震え上がって、天殿に隠れ場所を探して隠れようとしました。一人は机の下に飛び込みました。次は寝床に這い込みました。3番目は炉の中に隠れました。4番目は台所へ逃げました。5番目は棚に上がりました。6番目は洗面だらいの下に潜りました。7番目は柱時計の箱の中に隠れました。ところが狼はそばから見つけ出して、造作なく一人一人片端から捕まえて、ただ一口にあんぐりやってしまいました。ただ大時計の箱の中に隠れた一番小さな子だけは見つからずに済みました。さて、たらふく食べたいだけ食べてお腹がくちくなると、狼は表へ逃げ出して木の陰になって、青々としている芝の上に長々と寝そべってぐうぐういびきをかき出しました。3. それから間もなくお母さんヤギは森から帰ってきました。ところで、まあお母さんヤギはその時何を見たでしょう。表の戸はいっぱいに開け広げてありました。テーブルも椅子も腰掛けも放り出されていました。洗面だらいは粉々に壊れていました。ヨギも枕も寝台から転げ落ちていました。お母さんヤギは子供たちを探しましたが、一人も見つかりません。一人一人名前を呼んでも誰も返事をするものがありません。おしまいに一番下の子の名前まで来て、初めて細い声で、母さん、あたい、時計のお箱に隠れているよ、というのが聞こえました。お母さんヤギはこの子を引っ張り出してやりました。そこでこの子の口から初めて狼が来て、他の子供たちみんな食べてしまったことがわかりました。その時、お母さんヤギはかわいそうな子ヤギたちのことをどんなに泣いて悲しんだか、皆さん察してみてください。やっとのことでお母さんヤギは泣くことをやめて、末っ子ヤギと一緒に外へ出ました。原っぱまで来ると、狼はやはり木の陰に長々と寝そべって、それこそ木の枝も葉もブルブル震い動くほどの高いいびきを立てていました。ところでお母さんヤギが狼の様子を遠くからよく見ますと、その膨れ返ったお腹の中で何かもそもそ動いているのがわかりました。まあありがたい。狼のやつ、うちの子供たちをお夕飯にして鵜呑みに飲み込んだままだから、みんなきっとまだ生きているのだよ。こう思ってお母さんヤギは早速家へ駆け込んでいって、ハサミと針と糸を取ってきました。それからお母さんヤギはこの化け物のどてっぱらをチョキンとハサミで一ハサミ挟みました。するともうそこに一匹の子供ヤギがぴょこんと頭を出しました。お母さんは喜んでまたジョキジョキ挟んでいきます。と一人で二人でして、とうとう6匹の子供ヤギ残らずが飛び出しました。みんな無事で誰一人怪我一つしたものもありません。何しろこの大化け物はむやみとガツガツしていて、ただもうグックグックそのまま喉の奥へ放り込んでしまっていたからです。まあ嬉しいこと、子供たちはお母さんヤギにしっかり抱きつきました。それからお嫁さんをもらう式の日の仕立て屋のようにぴょんぴょん跳ね回りました。でもお母さんヤギは子供たちを止めて、さあそこらでみんな行ってゴロた石を拾っておいで。この罰当たりなけだものが寝ているうちにお腹に詰めてやるのだからと言いました。そこで子供たちは我がちに駆け出していって、えんやらえんやらゴロた石を集めて引きずってきました。そうしてそれを狼のお腹に 詰まるだけ詰め込みました。するとお母さんヤギが後からちょっちょと手ばしこく元のように縫い付けてしまいました。それがいかにも早かったので、狼がまるで気がつかないし、ごそりともしないままに済んでしまいました。狼はやっとのこと寝たいだけ寝て立ち上がりました。何しろ胃袋の中は石がいっぱいで、喉がカラカラに乾いてたまらないので、吹き井戸のところへ行って水を飲もうとしました。ところが体を動かしかけますと、お腹の中でゴロた石がぶつかり合って、ガラガラゴロゴロ言いました。ガラガラゴロゴロ何が鳴る。それはどこで鳴る。腹で鳴る。6匹子ヤギの鳴く声か。こりゃそうじゃないゴロた石。狼はこう歌いました。さて、やっとこすっとこ吹き井戸のところまで来て、水の上にかがもうとすると、お腹の石の重みに惹かれて、狼はのめりました。そうして、いやおうなしに泣き泣き狼は水の中に落ち込みました。遠くで見ていた7匹の子供ヤギは、みんな駆け寄ってきて、狼死んだよ、狼死んだよ、と叫びながら、お母さんヤギと手をつなぎながら、大喜びで井戸の周りを踊り回りました。狼と7匹の子供ヤギ、グリム兄弟、楠山正夫役、終わり。この録音はパブリックドメインです。カラスの北斗七星、宮沢賢治。リブリボックスの創設7周年を祝って録音されました。リブリボックスの録音はすべてパブリックドメインです。ボランティアについてなど詳しくはサイトをご覧ください。URL LibriVox.org。 冷たい意地の悪い雲が地べたにスレスレに垂れましたので、野原は雪の明かりだか火の明かりだかわからないようになりました。カラスの牛艦隊はその雲に落ち着けられて、仕方なくちょっとの間、トタンの板を広げたような雪の田んぼの上に横に並んで下白ということをやりました。どの船も少しも動きません。真っ黒く滑らかなカラスの隊員、若い艦隊長もしゃんと立ったまま動きません。カラスの大監督はなおさら動きも揺らぎもいたしません。カラスの大監督はもう随分の年寄りです。目が灰色になってしまっていますし、泣くとまるで悪い人形のようにギーギー言います。それですから、カラスの年を見分ける方を知らない一人の子供が、いつかこう言ったのでした。おい、この町には、喉の壊れたカラスが2匹いるんだよ、おい。これは確かに間違いで、1匹しかおりませんでしたし、それも決して喉が壊れたのではなく、あんまり長い間空で号令したために、すっかり声が錆びれたのです。それですから、カラスの牛艦隊は、その声をあらゆる音の中で一等だと思っていました。雪の上に下白ということをやっているカラスの艦隊は石ころのようです。ごま粒のようです。また望遠鏡でよく見ると大きなのや小さなのがあってバレーションのようです。しかしだんだん夕方になりました。雲がやっと少し上の方に登りましたので、とにかくカラスの飛ぶくらいの隙間ができました。そこで大監督が息を切らして号令をかけます。演習始め、おい、出発。艦隊長カラスの隊が真っ先にパッと雪を叩きつけて飛び上がりました。カラスの隊の部下が18隻、順々に飛び上がって隊に続いてきちんと間隔をとって進みました。それから戦闘艦隊が32隻、次々に出発し、その次に大監督の大艦長が厳かに舞い上がりました。その時はもう真っ先のカラスの隊は4辺ほど空で渦を巻いてしまって雲の鼻っ端まで行って、そこから今度はまっすぐに向こうの森に進むところでした。29隻の巡洋艦、25隻の砲艦がだんだん飛び上がりました。おしまいの2隻は一緒に出発しました。ここらがどうもカラスの軍隊の不規律なところです。カラスの隊は森のすぐ近くまで行って左に曲がりました。その時カラスの大監督が大砲を撃てと号令しました。艦隊は一斉にガーガーガーガー大砲を撃ちました。大砲を撃つとき、片足をプンと後ろへ上げる船は、この前のジダナトラの戦役での負傷兵で、音がまだ足の神経に響くのです。さて、空を大きく4辺回ったとき、大監督が、分列解散と言いながら、列を離れて杉の木の大監督官舎におりました。みんな列を保護して自分の営舎に帰りました。 カラスの隊員はけれども、すぐに自分の営舎に帰らないで、一人西の方のサイカチの木に行きました。雲は薄黒く、ただ西の山の上だけ濁った水色の天の縁が覗いて底光りしています。そこでカラス仲間でマリシーと呼ぶ銀の一つ星がひらめき始めました。カラスの隊員は矢のようにサイカチの枝に降りました。その枝にさっきからじっと止まって物を案じているカラスがあります。それは一番声のいい宝冠で、カラスの隊員の言い名付けでした。ガーガー、遅くなって失敬。今日の演習で疲れないかい？カーオ、ずいぶんお待ちしたわ。一向疲れなくてよ。そうか、それは結構だ。しかし、俺は今度しばらくお前と別れなければなるまいよ。あら、どうして？まあ大変だわ。戦闘艦隊長の話では、俺は明日山ガラスを追いに行くのだそうだ。まあ、山ガラスは強いのでしょう。目玉が出しゃばって、くちばしが細くて、ちょっと見かけは偉そうだよ。しかしわけないよ。本当？大丈夫さ。しかしもちろん戦争のことだから、どういう張り合いでどんなことがあるかもわからない。その時はお前はね、俺との約束はすっかり消えたんだから他へ行ってくれ。あら、どうしましょう。まあ大変だわ。あんまりひどいわ。あんまりひどいわ。それでは私、あんまりひどいわ。顔。泣くのはみっともない。そら誰か来た。カラスの隊員の部下、カラスの兵装長が急いでやってきて、首をちょっと横にかしげて礼をして言いました。が、艦長殿、点呼の時間でございます。一度整列しております。よろしい。本艦は即刻期待する。お前は先に帰ってよろしい。承知いたしました。兵装長は飛んで行きます。さあ泣くな。明日、もう一度列の中で会えるだろう。丈夫でいるんだぞ。おい、お前ももう点呼だろう。すぐ帰らなくてはいかん。手を出せ。2匹はしっかり手を握りました。隊はそれから枝を蹴って、急いで自分の隊に帰りました。娘のカラスはもう枝に凍りついたようにじっとして動きません。夜になりました。それから夜中になりました。雲がすっかり消えて、新しく焼かれた鋼の空に冷たい光がみなぎり、小さな星がいくつか連合して爆発をやり、水車の辛抱がキーキー言います。とうとう薄い鋼の空にピチリとひびが入って真っ二つに開き、その裂け目から怪しい長い腕がたくさんぶら下がって、カラスを掴んで空の天井の向こう側へ持って行こうとします。カラスの牛艦隊はもう総がかりです。みんな急いで黒い桃引きを履いて一生懸命宙を駆け巡ります。兄貴のカラスも弟をかばう暇がなく、恋人同士もたびたびひどくぶつかり合います。いや違いました。そうじゃありません。月が出たのです。青いひしげた20日の月が東の山から泣いて登ってきたのです。そこでカラスの軍隊はもうすっかり安心してしまいました。たちまち森は静かになって、ただ怯えて足を踏み外した若い水兵が、びっくりして目を覚まして、ガーッと一発、寝ぼけ声の大砲を撃つだけでした。ところがカラスの隊員は目が冴えて眠れませんでした。俺は明日戦死するのだ。隊員はつぶやきながら、言い名付けのいる森の方に頭を曲げました。その昆布のような黒い滑らかな梢の中では、あの若い声のいい宝冠が、次から次といろいろな夢を見ているのでした。カラスの隊員とただ二人、バタバタ羽を鳴らし、たびたび顔を見合わせながら、青黒い夜の空をどこまでも登っていきました。もうマジエル様と呼ぶカラスの北斗七星が大きく近くなって、その一つの星の中に生えている青白いリンゴの木さえ、ありありと見える頃、どうしたわけか二人とも、急に羽が石のようにこわばって、真っ逆さまに落ちかかりました。マジエル様と叫びながら驚いて目を覚ましますと、本当に体が枝から落ちかかっています。急いで羽を広げて姿勢を直し、隊員のいる方を見ましたが、またいつかうとうとしますと、今度は山ガラスが鼻眼鏡などをかけて二人の前にやってきて、隊員に握手しようとします。隊員がいかんいかんと言って手を振りますと、山ガラスはピカピカするピストルを出して、いきなりズドンと隊員を射殺し、隊員は滑らかな黒い胸を張って倒れかかります。マジエル様と叫びながらまた驚いて目を覚ますという塩梅でした。カラスの隊員はこちらでその姿勢を直す羽の音から、そのマジエルを祈る声まですっかり聞いておりました。自分もまたため息をついて、その美しい7つのマジエルの星を仰ぎながら、ああ、明日の戦いで私が勝つことがいいのか、 山ガラスが勝つのがいいのか、それは私にわかりません。ただ、あなたのお考えの通りです。私は私に決まったように力いっぱい戦います。みんなあなたのお考えの通りですと静かに祈っておりました。そして東の空には早くも少しの銀の光が湧いたのです。ふと遠い冷たい北の方で何か鍵でも触れ合ったようなかすかな声がしました。カラスの隊員はナイトグラスを手早く取ってきっとそっちを見ました。星明かりのこちらのぼんやり白い峠の上に一本の栗の木が見えました。その梢に止まって空を見上げているものは確かに敵の山ガラスです。隊員の胸は勇ましく踊りました。が非常招集、が非常招集。隊員の部下はたちまち枝を蹴立てて飛び上がり、隊員の周りを駆け巡ります。突貫、カラスの隊員は先頭になって真っしぐらに北へ進みました。もう東の空は新しく研いだ鋼のような白光です。山ガラスは慌てて枝を蹴立てました。そして大きく羽を広げて北の方へ逃げ出そうとしましたが、もうその時は駆逐艦たちは周りをすっかり囲んでいました。ガーガーガーガーガー、大砲の音は耳もつんぼになりそうです。山ガラスは仕方なく足をぐらぐらしながら上の方へ飛び上がりました。隊員はたちまちそれに追いついて、その真っ黒な頭に鋭く一突き食らわせました。山ガラスはゆろゆろっとなって地面に落ちかかりました。そこを兵装長が横からもう一突きやりました。山ガラスは灰色のまぶたを閉じ、明け方の峠の雪の上に冷たく横たわりました。が兵装長、その死骸を兵舎まで持って帰るように、が引き上げ。かしこまりました。強い兵装長はその死骸を下げ、カラスの隊員は自分の森の方に飛び始め、18隻は従いました。森に帰ってカラスの駆逐艦は、皆ほうほう白い息を吐きました。怪我はないか、誰か怪我した者はないか、カラスの隊員はみんなをいたわって歩きました。夜がすっかり明けました。桃の汁のような火の光は、まず山の雪にいっぱいに注ぎ、それからだんだん下に流れて、ついにはそこら一面、雪の中に白百合の花を咲かせました。ギラギラの太陽が悲しいくらい光って、東の雪の丘の上にかかりました。官兵式用意集まれい。大監督が叫びました。官兵式用意集まれい。各艦隊長が叫びました。みんなすっかり雪の田んぼに並びました。カラスの隊員は列から離れて、ピカピカする雪の上を足をすくすく伸ばして、まっすぐに走って大監督の前に行きました。報告、今日明け方、セピラの峠の上に敵艦の停泊を認めましたので、本艦隊は直ちに出動、撃沈いたしました。我が軍死者なし、報告終わり。駆逐艦隊はもうあんまり嬉しくて、熱い涙をボロボロ雪の上にこぼしました。カラスの大監督も灰色の目から涙を流して言いました。ギーギー、ご苦労だった。ご苦労だった。よくやった。もうお前は少佐になってもいいだろう。お前の部下の叙勲はお前に任せる。カラスの新しい少佐はお腹が空いて山から出てきて19隻に囲まれて殺されたあの山ガラスを思い出して新しい涙をこぼしました。ありがとうございます。ついては敵の死骸を葬りたいと思いますが、お許しくださいましょうか。よろしい、厚く葬ってやれ。カラスの新しい少佐は礼をして大監督の前を下がり、列に戻って今マジエルの星のいるあたりの青空を仰ぎました。ああ、マジエル様、どうか憎むことのできない敵を殺さないでいいように、早くこの世界がなれますように、そのためならば、私の体などは何遍引き裂かれても構いません。マジエルの星がちょうど来ているあたりの青空から、青い光がうらうらと湧きました。美しく真っ黒な宝冠のカラスは、その間中、みんなと一緒に不動の姿勢をとって並びながら、始終キラキラキラキラ涙をこぼしました。宝冠長はそれを見ないふりしていました。明日からまた言い名付けと一緒に演習ができるのです。あんまり嬉しいので、たびたびくちばしを大きく開けて、真っ赤に日光に透かせましたが、それも宝冠長は横を向いて見逃していました。カラスの北斗七星、宮沢賢治、終わり。この録音はパブリックドメインです。
Daar zaten 7 kikkertjes al in een boerensloot. Van Jan Pieter Heijen. Dit is een opname ter gelegenheid van de 7e verjaardag van LibriVox. Alle LibriVox-opnamen zijn vrij van auteursrechten. Voor meer informatie of om je aan te melden als vrijwilliger Ga naar LibriVox.org. Soldatenlied. Een schako die goed blinkt en een houten geweer en een sabel die klinkt. Wat wil je nog meer? Daar heb ik het an. Ik stap op de maat. Hou pas als een man. Ben ik nu geen soldaat? Ik heb een trommel van hout en 2 stokken daarbij. Epauletten van goud op mijn schouder opzij. Een hoed met een pluim. Een jas met een kruis zo groot als mijn duim, maar niet als mijn vuist. Ik leg aan en geef vuur, en al ben ik ook blij, toch kijk ik heel zuur, want dat hoort er zo bij. Zo wordt gemarcheerd, totdat 's avonds laat mij de slaap commandeert. Naar bed, kameraad. De musicerende hazen. Al in een groen knolle-knolleland, daar zaten 2 haasjes heel parmant. De een blies wat mooi de fluit, en de ander sloeg de trommel. Toen kwam opeens een jagersman en heeft de een geschoten, en dat heeft, naar men denken kan, de ander erg verdroten. Vogelenlied. Klein vogelijn op groene tak, wat zingt ge een lustig lied. Wij vinden in ons hele boek zo'n vrolijk wijsje niet. O zeg ons, aardig beest, wie of uw meester is geweest. Zo zuiver zingt gij en zo hoog, zo keurig in de maat. En 't hart dat popelt ons van vreugd wanneer uw keeltje gaat. O zeg ons, aardig beest, wie of uw meester is geweest. O zeker is de goede God, die het u heeft toebetrouwd, opdat gij aan der blinde oor zijn goedheid melden zoudt. O ja, wij weten het, aardig beest, wie of uw meester is geweest. Van 7 kikkertjes. Daar zaten 7 kikkertjes al in een boerensloot. De sloot was toegevroren, ze lagen half dood. Ze kwekten niet, ze kwaakten niet, van honger en verdriet. De jongste, die een wijsneus was, zei tot zijn kameraads: die malle nachtegalen, wat hebben die een praats. Was eerst het ijs maar in de dooi, wij zongen eens zo mooi. De milde lieve lente kwam, zij kwaakten de oude wijs. Als zij dat zingen noemen, wens ik ze weer in 't ijs. Ik geef die kikkers allemaal voor één nachtegaal. Het verdwaalde lam. Lammetje, loop je zo eenzaam te blaten over de hei? Hoe kom je hier, zo van allen verlaten? Bleef je niet liever daar ginds op de wei? Lammetje, hier groeien bloemen, noch gras. Hier is geen watertje dat ge zoudt lusten. Hier is geen schaduw om onder te rusten. En als je dan nog zo klein maar niet was. Kinderen, k had al zo lang lopen spelen, ginds op de wei. Altijd dat grazen begon te vervelen. K wou wel eens zien hoe het was op de hei. Ach, nu verdwaalde ik al verder en meer. K zoek er mijn moedertje, k zoek er mijn vrienden. K zoek om wat gras en wat water te vinden. Was ik eens thuis, ik verliet het niet weer. Schaapje, wij zullen de weg u wel leren over de hei. Ga maar met ons en geen leed zal je deren. Zeker, wij brengen u weer op de wei, maar maak dan voort of wij laten je staan. Moeder ziet zeker al uit waar wij toeven. Waarlijk, ik wou haar niet graag zo bedroeven, als gij uw moeder vandaag hebt gedaan. 2 voerlui. Een karretje op de zandweg reed. De maan scheen helder, de weg was breed. Het paardje liep met lusten, kwet dat het zelf zijn weg wel vindt. De voerman leidt te rusten. Ik wens je wel thuis, me vriend. Een karretje reed langs berg en dal. De nacht was donker, de weg was smal. Het paard liep als met vleugels. De sneeuwjacht zweept zijn ogen blind. De voerman houdt de teugels. Ik wens je wel thuis, me vriend. Een karretje keert behouden weer. Het ander heeft geen voerman meer. Waar mag hij zijn gebleven? Kwet dat je hem op de zandweg vindt. Of mogelijk wel daarneven. Hij komt niet weer thuis, die vriend. Herfstliedje. Een vriendelijk, aardig vogelijn zong in de helderen zonneschijn op zachte toon zijn afscheidslied. Vergeet de kleine vogel niet. Vaarwel, 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 de tijd vliet snel. Vaarwel. Ik keek de vogel droevig aan en zei: ge moogt niet henen gaan. Ge blijft toch waarlijk al te kort. Ik zorg voor u als 't winter wordt. Blijf hier, blijf hier, blijf hier, mijn aardig dier, blijf hier. De vogel zong: 't wordt mij te koud, te dor in 't veld, te kaal in 't woud. In 't voorjaar zien we elkander weer. Voor mij zorgt onze lieve Heer. Ik kom, ik kom, ik kom heel gauw weerom, weerom. Stormlied. Daar staat de vlag te wapperen op de wal van 't sneeuwkasteel. Laat ons van alle zijden de vijand daar bestrijden. Kom, valt an, man voor man, moed gevat op en an. Neem de sneeuwbal in de hand en werpt hem, stormgelopen. De strijd is al begonnen op de wal van 't sneeuwkasteel. De vijand zal bezwijken en onze moed hem blijken. Is maar de vlag veroverd op de wal van 't sneeuwkasteel, dan hebben we ons verlangen en trekken af met zangen. Einde van Jan Peter Heije. Daar zaten 7 kikkertjes al in een boerensloot. Voorgelezen door Marcel Koenders.
Die 7 Raben von den Gebrüdern Grimm. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Die 7 Raben von den Gebrüdern Grimm. Ein Mann hatte 7 Söhne und immer noch kein Töchterchen, so sehr er sich's auch wünschte. Endlich gab ihm seine Frau wieder gute Hoffnung zu einem Kinde, und wie's zur Welt kam, war's ein Mädchen. Ob es gleich gar schön war, so war es auch schmächtig und klein und sollte wegen seiner Schwachheit die Nottaufe haben. Da schickte der Vater einen der Knaben eilends zur Quelle Taufwasser zu holen, aber die anderen 6 liefen mit. Jeder wollte aber der Erste beim Schöpfen sein, und darüber fiel ihm der Krug in den Brunnen. Da standen sie verlegen und wussten nicht, was sie tun sollten, und keiner getraute sich heim. Dem Vater ward unter der Weile Angst, das Mädchen müsste ungetauft verscheiden, und wusste gar nicht, warum die Jungen so lange ausblieben. Gewiß, sprach er, haben sie's wieder über ein Spiel vergessen. Und als sie immer noch nicht kamen, fluchte er im Ärger. Ich wollte, dass die Jungen alle zu Raben würden. Kaum war das Wort ausgeredet, so hörte er ein Geschwirr über seinem Haupt in der Luft, blickte auf und sah 7 kohlrabenschwarze Raben auf und davonfliegen. Die Eltern konnten die Verwünschung nicht mehr zurücknehmen, und so traurig sie über den Verlust ihrer 7 Söhne waren, trösteten sie sich einigermaßen durch ihr liebes Töchterchen, das bald zu Kräften kam und mit jedem Tag schöner ward. Es wusste lange Zeit nicht einmal, dass es Geschwister gehabt, denn die Eltern hüteten sich ihrer, vor ihm zu erwähnen, bis er eines Tages von ungefähr die Leute von sich sprechen hörte. Ja, sie wäre wohl schön, aber doch eigentlich schuld, dass ihre 7 Brüder durch sie unglücklich geworden. Da wurde sie tief betrübt, ging zu Vater und Mutter und fragte, ob sie denn Brüder gehabt und wo sie hingeraten wären. Nun durften die Eltern das Geheimnis nicht länger verschweigen, sagten jedoch, es sei so des Himmels Verhängnis und ihre Geburt nur der unschuldige Anlass gewesen. Allein das Mädchen machte sich täglich ein Gewissen daraus und glaubte sich fest verbunden, ihre Geschwister zu erlösen, und hatte nicht Ruhe und Rast, bis sie sich heimlich aufmachte und in die weite Welt ging, ihre Brüder irgendwo aufzuspüren und, es koste was es wolle, zu befreien. Sie nahm nichts mit sich als ein Ringlein von ihren Eltern, ein Laib Brot für den Hunger, ein Krüglein Wasser für den Durst und ein Stühlchen für die Müdigkeit. Nun ging es immerzu, weit, weit bis an der Welt Ende. Da kam es zur Sonne, aber die war gar heiß und fürchterlich und fraß die kleinen Kinder. Eilig lief es weg und hin zu dem Mond, aber der war gar zu kalt und auch grausig und bös, und als das Kind merkte, sprach er: Ich rieche Menschenfleisch. Da machte es sich geschwind fort und kam zu den Sternen. Die waren ihm freundlich und gut, und jeder saß auf seinem besonderen Stühlchen. Der Morgenstern aber stand auf, gab ihm ein Hinkelbeinchen und sprach: Wenn du das Beinchen nicht hast, kannst nicht den Glasberg aufschließen, und in dem Glasberg, da sind deine Brüder. Das Mädchen nahm das Beinchen, wickelte es wohl in ein Tüchlein und ging wieder fort, so lange, bis es an den Glasberg kam, dessen Tor verschlossen war. Nun wollte es das Beinchen holen, aber wie es das Tüchlein aufmachte, so war es leer, und es hatte das Geschenk der guten Sterne verloren. Was sollte es nun anfangen? Seine Brüder wollte es erretten und hatte keinen Schlüssel zum Glasberg. Das gute Schwesterchen nahm ein Messer, schnitt sich sein kleines Fingerchen ab, steckte es in das Tor und schloss glücklich auf. Als es hineingetreten war, kam ihm ein Zwerglein entgegen und sprach: Mein Kind, was suchst du? Ich suche meine Brüder, die 7 Raben, antwortete es. Der Zwerg sprach: Die Herren Raben sind nicht zu Haus, aber willst du so lange hier warten, bis sie kommen, so tritt ein. Darauf brachte das Zwerglein die Speise der Raben getragen auf 7 Tellerchen und in 7 Becherchen, und von jedem Tellerchen aß das Schwesterchen ein Bröckchen, und aus jedem Becherchen trank es ein Schlückchen. In das letzte Becherchen aber ließ es das Ringlein fallen, das es mitgenommen. Auf einmal hörte es in der Luft ein Geschwirr und ein Geweh, da sprach das Zwerglein: Jetzt kommen die Herren Raben heimgeflogen. Da kamen sie, wollten essen und trinken und suchten ihre Tellerchen und Becherchen. Da sprach einer nach dem anderen: Wer hat von meinem Tellerchen gegessen? Wer hat aus meinem Becherchen getrunken? Das ist eines Menschen Mund gewesen. Und wie der Siebente auf den Grund kam, fiel ihm das Ringlein entgegen. Da sah er ihn an und erkannte, dass er von Vater und Mutter war, und sprach: Gott geb, unser Schwesterlein wär da, so wären wir erlöst. Wie das Mädchen hörte, das hinter der Türe stand und lauschte, so trat es hervor, und da bekamen alle die Raben ihre menschliche Gestalt wieder. Und sie herzten und küssten einander und zogen fröhlich heim. Ende von Die 7 Raben von den Gebrüdern Grimm. Read by Ellie in June 2012.
Snowdrop and 7 Little Dwarfs from Children's Hour with Red Riding Hood and Other Stories. Edited by Watty Piper. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Snowdrop and 7 Little Dwarfs. Once upon a time, there was a little princess called Snowdrop, who had a cruel stepmother who was jealous of her. The queen had a magic mirror which could speak to her, and when she looked into it and asked who was the fairest lady in the land, the mirror told her she was, for she was very beautiful. But as Snowdrop grew up, she became still more lovely than her stepmother, and the mirror did not fail to tell the queen this. So she ordered one of her huntsmen to take Snowdrop away and kill her, but he was too tender-hearted to do this, and left the maiden in the wood, and went home again. Snowdrop wandered about till she came to the house of 7 Little Dwarfs, and they were so kind as to take her in and let her live with them. She used to make their 7 little beds, and prepare the meals for the 7 little men, and they were all quite happy until the queen found out from her mirror that Snowdrop was alive still, for, as it always told the truth, it still told her Snowdrop was the fairest lady in the land. She decided that Snowdrop must die, so she dyed her face and dressed up like an old pedlar, and in this disguise she went to the home of the 7 dwarfs and called out, "Laces for sale." Snowdrop peeped out of the window and said, "Good day, mother. What have you to sell?" "Good laces, fine laces, laces of every colour," and she held out one that was made of gay silk. Snowdrop opened the door and bought the pretty lace. "Child," said the old woman, "you are a sight. Let me lace you properly for once." Snowdrop placed herself before the old woman, who laced her so quickly and so tightly that she took Snowdrop's breath, and she fell down as though dead. Not long after the 7 dwarfs came home. They found that she was laced too tight and cut the lace, whereupon Snowdrop began to breathe and soon came back to life again. When the queen got home and found by asking her mirror that Snowdrop was still alive, she planned to make an end of her for good. So she made a poisoned comb and disguised herself to look like a different old woman. She journeyed to the dwarf's home and induced Snowdrop to let her comb her hair. The minute she put the poisoned comb in her hair, Snowdrop fell down as though dead. When the 7 dwarfs came home, they found their poor Snowdrop on the floor, and suspecting the bad queen, began to look for the cause, soon finding the comb. No sooner had they removed it than Snowdrop came to life again. Upon the queen's return home, she found by asking her mirror that Snowdrop still lived. So she disguised herself a third time and came to the dwarf's little house and gave Snowdrop a poisoned apple. As soon as the little princess took a bite, it stuck in her throat and choked her. Oh, how grieved were the good little dwarfs! They made a fine glass coffin and put Snowdrop into it, and were carrying her away to bury her when they met a prince, who fell in love with the little dead maiden and begged the dwarfs to give her to him. The dwarfs were so sorry for him they consented, and the prince's servants were about to carry the coffin away when they stumbled and fell over the root of a tree. Snowdrop received such a violent jerk that the poisonous apple was jerked right out of her throat, and she sat up alive and well again. Of course she married the prince, and she, her husband, and the good little dwarfs lived happily ever after. But the cruel stepmother came to a bad end, and no one was even sorry for her. End of Snowdrop and 7 Little Dwarfs. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The 7 Foals from the Red Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 7 Foals. There was once upon a time a couple of poor folks who lived in a wretched hut, far away from everyone else, in a wood. They only just managed to live from hand to mouth, and had great difficulty in doing even so much as that. But they had 3 sons, and the youngest of them was called Cinderlad, for he did nothing else but lie and poke about among the ashes. One day the eldest lad said that he would go out to earn his living. He soon got leave to do that, and set out on his way into the world. He walked on and on for the whole day, and when night was beginning to fall, he came to a royal palace. The king was standing outside on the steps, and asked where he was going. "Oh, I am going about seeking a place, my father," said the youth. "Wilt thou serve me and watch my 7 foals?" asked the king. "If thou canst watch them for a whole day, and tell me at night what they eat and drink, thou shalt have the princess and half my kingdom. But if thou canst not, I will cut 3 red stripes on thy back." The youth thought that it was very easy work to watch the foals, and that he could do it well enough. Next morning, when day was beginning to dawn, the king's master of the horse let out the 7 foals, and they ran away, and the youth after them, just as it chanced, over hill and dale, through woods and bogs. When the youth had run thus for a long time, he began to be tired, and when he had held on a little longer, he was heartily weary of watching at all. And at the same moment he came to a cleft in a rock where an old woman was sitting, spinning with her distaff in her hand. As soon as she caught sight of the youth, who was running after the foals till the perspiration streamed down his face, she cried, come hither, my handsome son, and let me comb your hair for you." The lad was willing enough, so he sat down in the cleft of the rock beside the old hag, and laid his head on her knees, and she combed his hair all day, while he lay there and gave himself up to idleness. When evening was drawing near, the youth wanted to go. "I may just as well go straight home again," said he, "for it is no use to go to the king's palace." "Wait till it is dusk," said the old hag, "and then the king's foals will pass by this place again, and you can run home with them. No one will ever know that you have been lying here all day instead of watching the foals." So when they came, she gave the lad a bottle of water and a bit of moss. She told him to show these to the king, and say that this was what his 7 foals ate and drank. "Hast thou watched faithfully and well the whole day long?" said the king, when the lad came into his presence in the evening. "Yes, that I have," said the youth. "Then you are able to tell me what it is that my 7 foals eat and drink," said the king. So the youth produced the bottle of water and the bit of moss which he had got from the old woman, saying, Here you see their meat, and here you see their drink." Then the king knew how his watching had been done, and fell into such a rage that he ordered his people to chase the youth back to his own home at once. But first they were to cut 3 red stripes in his back and rub salt into them. When the youth reached home again, anyone can imagine what a state of mind he was in. He had gone out once to seek a place, he said, but never would he do such a thing again. Next day the second son said that he would now go out into the world to seek his fortune. His father and mother said no, and bade him look at his brother's back, but the youth would not give up his design, and stuck to it, and after a long time he got leave to go and set forth on his way. When he had walked all day, he too came to the king's palace, and the king was standing outside on the steps, and asked where he was going. And when the youth replied that he was going about in search of a place, the king said that he might enter into his service and watch his 7 foals. Then the king promised him the same punishment and the same reward that he had promised his brother. The youth at once consented to this and entered into the king's service, for he thought he could easily watch the foals and inform the king what they ate and drank. In the grey light of dawn the master of the horse let out the 7 foals, and off they went again over hill and dale, and off went the lad after them. But all went with him as it had gone with his brother. When he had run after the foals for a long time, and was hot and tired, he passed by a cleft in the rock, where an old woman was sitting spinning with a distaff, and she called to him, come hither, my handsome son, and let me comb your hair." The youth liked the thought of this, let the foals run where they chose, and seated himself in the cleft of the rock by the side of the old hag. So there he sat with his head on her lap, taking his ease the livelong day. The foals came back in the evening, and then he too got a bit of moss and a bottle of water from the old hag, which things he was to show to the king. But when the king asked the youth, "Canst thou tell me what my 7 foals eat and drink?" and the youth showed him the bit of moss and the bottle of water, and said, "Yes, here may you behold their meat and hear their drink," the king once more became wroth, and commanded that 3 red stripes should be cut on the lad's back, that salt should be strewn upon them, and that he should then be instantly chased back to his own home. So when the youth got home again, he too related all that had happened to him, and he too said that he had gone out in search of a place once, but that never would he do it again. On the 3rd day Cinderlad wanted to set out. He had a fancy to try to watch the 7 foals himself, he said. The 2 others laughed at him and mocked him. "What I, when all went so ill with us? Do you suppose that you are going to succeed? You look like succeeding, you who have never done anything else but lie and poke about among the ashes," said they. "Yes, I will go too," said Cinderlad, "for I have taken it into my head." The 2 brothers laughed at him, and his father and mother begged him not to go, but all to no purpose, and Cinderlad set out on his way. So when he had walked the whole day, he too came to the king's palace, as darkness began to fall. There stood the king outside on the steps, and he asked whither he was bound. "I am walking about in search of a place," said Cinderlad. "From whence do you come from?" inquired the king, for by this time he wanted to know a little more about the men before he took any of them into his service. So Cinderlad told him whence he came, and that he was brother to the 2 who had watched the 7 foals for the king, and then he inquired if he might be allowed to try to watch them on the following day. "Oh, shame on them," said the king, for it enraged him even to think of them. "If thou art brother to those 2, thou too art no good for much. I've had enough of such fellows." "Well, but as I have come here, you might just give me leave to make the attempt," said Cinderlad. "Oh, very well. If thou art absolutely determined to have thy back flayed, thou mayst have thine own way if thou wilt," said the king. "I would much rather have the princess," said Cinderlad. Next morning, in the grey light of dawn, the master of the horse let out the 7 foals again, and off they set over hill and dale, through woods and bogs, and off went Cinderlad after them. When he had run thus for a long time, he too came to the cleft in the rock. There the old hag was once more sitting spinning from her distaff, and she cried to Cinderlad, come hither, my handsome son, and let me comb your hair for you." "Come to me then, come to me," said Cinderlad, as he passed by jumping and running, and keeping tight hold of one of the foal's tails. When he had got safely past the cleft in the rock, the youngest foal said, "Get on my back, for we have still a long way to go." So the lad did this, and thus they journeyed onwards a long way. "Dost thou see anything now?" said the foal. No, said Cinderlad. So they journeyed onwards a good bit farther. Dost thou see anything now? asked the foal. Oh no, said the lad. When they had gone thus for a long, long way, the foal again asked, Dost thou see anything now? Yes, now I see something that is white, said Cinderlad. It looks like the trunk of a great thick birch tree. Yes, that is where we are to go in, said the foal. When they got to the trunk, the eldest foal broke it down on one side, and then they saw a door where the trunk had been standing, and inside there was a small room, and in the room there was scarcely anything but a small fireplace and a couple of benches, but behind the door hung a great rusty sword and a small pitcher. Canst thou wield that sword? asked the foal. Cinderlad tried, but could not do it. So he had to take a draught from the pitcher, and then one more, and after that still another, and then he was able to wield the sword with perfect ease. Good, said the foal. And now thou must take the sword away with thee, and with it shalt thou cut off the heads of all 7 of us on thy wedding day, and then we shall become princes again as we were before, for we are brothers of the princess, whom thou art to have when thou canst tell the king what we eat and drink. But there is a mighty troll who has cast a spell over us. When thou hast cut off our heads, thou must take the greatest care to lay each head at the tail of the body to which it belonged before, and then the spell which the troll has cast upon us will lose all its power. Cinderlad promised to do this, and then they went on farther. When they had travelled a long, long way, the foal said, Dost thou see anything? No, said Cinderlad. So they went on a great distance farther. And now, inquired the foal, seest thou nothing now? Alas, no, said Cinderlad. So they travelled onwards again for many and many a mile over hill and dale. Now then, said the foal, dost thou not see anything now? Yes, said Cinderlad. Now I see something like a bluish streak far, far away. That is a river, said the foal, and we have to cross it. There was a long, handsome bridge over the river, and when they had got to the other side of it, they again travelled on a long, long way. And then once more the foal inquired if Cinderlad saw anything. Yes, this time he saw something that looked black, far, far away, and was rather like a church tower. Yes, said the foal, we shall go into that. When the foals got into the churchyard, they turned into men and looked like the sons of a king, and their clothes were so magnificent that they shone with splendour. And they went into the church and received bread and wine from the priest, who was standing before the altar, and Cinderlad went in too. But when the priest had laid his hands on the princes and read the blessing, they went out of the church again, and Cinderlad went out too, but he took with him a flask of wine and some consecrated bread. No sooner had the 7 princes come out into the churchyard than they became foals again, and Cinderlad got upon the back of the youngest, and they returned by the way they had come, only they went much, much faster. First they went over the bridge, and then past the trunk of the birch tree, and then past the old hag who sat in the cleft of the rock spinning, and they went by so fast that Cinderlad could not hear what the old hag screeched after him, but just heard enough to understand that she was terribly enraged. It was all but dark when they got back to the king at nightfall, and he himself was standing in the courtyard waiting for them. Hast thou watched well and faithfully the whole day? said the king to Cinderlad. I have done my best, replied Cinderlad. Then thou canst tell me what my 7 foals eat and drink? asked the king. So Cinderlad pulled out the consecrated bread and the flask of wine, and showed them to the king. Here may you behold their meat, and here their drink, said he. Yes, diligently and faithfully hast thou watched, said the king, and thou shalt have the princess and half the kingdom. So all was made ready for the wedding, and the king said that it was to be so stately and magnificent that everyone should hear of it, and everyone inquire about it. But when they sat down to the marriage feast, the bridegroom arose and went down to the stable, for he said that he had forgotten something which he must go and look to. When he got there, he did what the foals had bidden him, and cut off the heads of all 7, first the eldest, then the second, and so on according to their age, and he was extremely careful to lay each head at the tail of the foal to which it had belonged, and when that was done, all the foals became princes again. When he returned to the marriage feast with the 7 princes, the king was so joyful that he both kissed Cinderlad and clapped him on the back, and his bride was still more delighted with him than she had been before. Half my kingdom is thine already, said the king, and the other half shall be thine after my death, for my sons can get countries and kingdoms for themselves now that they have become princes again. Therefore, as all may well believe, there was joy and merriment at the wedding. End of The Seven Little Foals. Recording by Michelle Eaton.
神楽坂七不思議、泉鏡花。リブリボックスの創設7周年を祝って録音されました。リブリボックスの録音はすべてパブリックドメインです。ボランティアについてなど詳しくはサイトをご覧ください。URL LibriVox.org。世の中何事も不思議なり。おいちょいとタバコ屋の娘はあの目つきが不思議じゃないかというは別に目が3つあるという意味にあらず。春子氏、どうでごす、あそこの解析は不思議に食わせやすぜ、というも褒めようをひねるのなり。人ありて、もし、いや不思議と勝つね、日本は不思議だよどうも、と語らむか。こいつが失敬なことを言う、陛下の水、軍師の忠勇、勝つなお前当たり前だ。何も不思議なことはねえ、と向きになるのは大きに野暮。号外を見てピシャピシャと額を叩き、不思議だ不思議だと言ったとて、勝ったが不思議で当てにはならぬというにはあらず、ここの道理を噛み分けてさ、この七不思議を読みたまえや。東西最初お聞きに達しまするは、獅子寺のももんじ。これ第九馬のじいさんなり、人に会えば元祖を崩し、一種特有の声を発して、えひひひひと愛想笑いをなす。その顔を見ては泣き出さぬ子供を、あいつは不思議だよとお得意は可愛がる。次が観光場の逆戻り。東京の奥、至るところにいずれも一二の観光場あり、皆入り口と出口をことにす。一人牛込の観光場は出口と入り口と一つなり、だから不思議さと聞いてみればつまらぬこと。それからやぶそばの青天井、下や団子坂の出店なり、夏は屋根の上に柱を立て、むしろを敷きて客を生ず、時々夕立にそばをさらわるとおまけを言わねば不思議にならず。奥行きなしの牛肉店、いろはのことなり、と見れば大化改善としてそびゆれども、奥行きは少しもなく、座敷は残らず三角形をなす。けだし、幾何学的の不思議ならん。島金の辻安藤、家は非表示へ引っ込んで、通りの角にかば焼きと書いた安藤ばかりあり、気の早いやつがむやみと飛び込むと仕立て屋なりしぞ不思議なる。菓子屋の昭和娘、餅菓子屋の店にツンと済ましてる女なり、生娘の袖、タレが引いてか、生地の声で、剣もほろろの不愛嬌者、そのくせ甘いから不思議だとさ。さて、どんじりが、蝦夷屋の四十島だ。女主にて、なかなかのくせ者なり、小僧や紅葉さんのお家へ参って、などと一面識もない大家の名を聞こえよがしに冷やかし脅かすやつ、気が知れないから不思議なり。明治28年3月、神楽坂七不思議、泉鏡花終わり。この録音はパブリックドメインです。
The Seven Cream Jugs by Saki. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I suppose we shall never see Wilfred Pigeoncote here now that he has become heir to the baronetcy, and to a lot of money, observed Mrs. Peter Pigeoncote regretfully to her husband. Well, we can hardly expect to, he replied, seeing that we always choked him off from coming to see us when he was a prospective nobody. I don't think I've set eyes on him since he was a boy of 12. There was a reason for not wanting to encourage his acquaintanceship, said Mrs. Peter. With that notorious failing of his, he was not the sort of person one wanted in one's house. Well, the failing still exists, doesn't it? Said her husband. Or do you suppose a reform of character is entailed along with the estate? "Oh, of course, there is still that drawback," admitted the wife, "but one would like to make the acquaintance of the future head of the family, if only out of mere curiosity. Besides, cynicism apart, his being rich will make a difference in the way people will look at his failing. When a man is absolutely wealthy, not merely well-to-do, all suspicion of sordid motive naturally disappears. The thing becomes merely a tiresome malady." Wilfred Pigeoncote had suddenly become heir to his uncle, Sir Wilfrid Pigeoncote, on the death of his cousin, Major Wilfrid Pigeoncote, who had succumbed to the after-effects of a polo accident. Wilfrid Pigeoncote had covered himself with honours in the course of Marlborough's campaigns, and the name Wilfrid had been a baptismal weakness in the family ever since. The new heir to the family dignity and estates was a young man of about 25, who was known more by reputation than by person to a wide circle of cousins and kinfolk. And the reputation was an unpleasant one. The numerous other Wilfrids in the family were distinguished one from the other chiefly by the names of their residences or professions, as Wilfrid of Hubbledown and young Wilfrid the Gunner, but this particular scion was known by the ignominious and expressive label of Wilfrid the Snatcher. From his late school days onward, he had been possessed by an acute and obstinate form of kleptomania. He had the acquisitive instinct of the collector, without any of the collector's discrimination. Anything that was smaller and more portable than a sideboard, and above the value of 9d, had an irresistible attraction for him, provided that it fulfilled the necessary condition of belonging to someone else. On the rare occasions when he was included in a country house party, it was usual and almost necessary for his host, or some member of the family, to make a friendly inquisition through his baggage on the eve of his departure, to see if he had packed up, by mistake, anyone else's property. The search usually produced a large and varied yield. "This is funny," said Peter Pigeoncote to his wife, some half-hour after their conversation. "Here's a telegram from Wilfrid, saying he's passing through here in his motor, and would like to stop and pay us his respects. Can stay for the night if it doesn't inconvenience us. Signed, Wilfrid Pigeoncote." "Must be the Snatcher. None of the others have a motor. I suppose he's bringing us a present for the silver wedding." "Good gracious," said Mrs. Peter, as a thought struck her. "This is rather an awkward time to have a person with his failing in the house. All those silver presents set out in the drawing-room, and others coming by every post. I hardly know what we've got, and what are still to come. We can't lock them all up. He's sure to want to see them." "We must keep a sharp look-out, that's all," said Peter reassuringly. "But these practised kleptomaniacs are so clever," said his wife apprehensively, "and it will be so awkward if he suspects that we are watching him." Awkwardness was indeed the prevailing note that evening when the passing traveller was being entertained. The talk flitted nervously and hurriedly from one impersonal topic to another. The guest had none of the furtive, half-apologetic air that his cousins had rather expected to find. He was polite, well assured, and perhaps just a little inclined to put on side. His hosts, on the other hand, wore an uneasy manner that might have been the hallmarks of conscious depravity. In the drawing-room after dinner their nervousness and awkwardness increased. "Oh, we haven't shown you the silver wedding presents," said Mrs. Peter suddenly, as though struck by a brilliant idea for entertaining the guest. "Here they all are. Such nice, useful gifts. A few duplicates, of course." "7 cream jugs," put in Peter. "Yes, isn't it annoying?" went on Mrs. Peter. "7 of them. We feel that we must live on cream for the rest of our lives. Of course, some of them can be changed. Wilfred occupied himself chiefly with such of the gifts as were of antique interest, carrying one or two of them over to the lamp to examine their marks. The anxiety of his hosts at these moments resembled the solicitude of a cat whose newly born kittens are being handed round for inspection. "Let me see, did you give me back the mustard pot? This is its place here," piped Mrs. Peter. "Sorry, I put it down by the claret jug," said Wilfred, busy with another object. "Oh, just let me have the sugar sifter again," asked Mrs. Peter, dogged determination showing through her nervousness. "I must label it who it comes from before I forget." Vigilance was not completely crowned with a sense of victory. After they had said good night to their visitor, Mrs. Peter expressed her conviction that he had taken something. "I fancy by his manner that there was something up," corroborated her husband. "Do you miss anything?" Mrs. Peter hastily counted the array of gifts. "I can only make it 34, and I think it should be 35, she announced. "I can't remember if 35 includes the Archdeacon's cruet stand that hasn't arrived yet." "How on earth are we to know?" said Peter. "The mean pig hasn't brought us a present, and I'm hanged if he shall carry one off." "To-morrow, when he's having his bath," said Mrs. Peter excitedly, "he's sure to leave his keys somewhere, and we can go through his portmanteau. It's the only thing to do." On the morrow an alert watch was kept by the conspirators behind half-closed doors, and when Wilfred, clad in a gorgeous bathrobe, had made his way to the bathroom, there was a swift and furtive rush by two excited individuals towards the principal guest chamber. Mrs. Peter kept guard outside, while her husband first made a hurried and successful search for the keys, and then plunged at the portmanteau with the air of a disagreeably conscientious customs official. The quest was a brief one. A silver cream jug lay embedded in the folds of some zephyr shirts. "The cunning brute," said Mrs. Peter. "He took a cream jug because there were so many. He thought one wouldn't be missed. Quick, fly down with it and put it back among the others." Wilfred was late in coming down to breakfast, and his manner showed plainly that something was amiss. "It is an unpleasant thing to have to say," he blurted out presently, "but I'm afraid you must have a thief among your servants. Something's been taken out of my portmanteau. It was a little present from my mother and myself for your silver wedding. I should have given it to you last night after dinner, only it happened to be a cream jug, and you seemed annoyed at having so many duplicates. So I felt rather awkward about giving you another. I thought I'd get it changed for something else, and now it's gone." "Did you say it was from your mother and yourself?" asked Mr. and Mrs. Peter almost in unison. The snatcher had been an orphan these many years. "Yes, my mother's at Cairo just now, and she wrote to me at Dresden to try and get you something quaint and pretty in the old silver line, and I pitched on this cream jug." Both the pigeon-cotes had turned deadly pale. The mention of Dresden had thrown a sudden light on the situation. It was Wilfred the attaché, a very superior young man, who rarely came within their social horizon, whom they had been entertaining unawares in the supposed character of Wilfred the Snatcher. Lady Ernestine Pigeoncote, his mother, moved in circles which were entirely beyond their compass or ambitions, and the son would probably one day be an ambassador, and they had rifled and despoiled his portmanteau. Husband and wife looked blankly and desperately at one another. It was Mrs. Peter who arrived first at an inspiration. How dreadful to think there are thieves in the house. We keep the drawing-room locked up at night, of course, but anything might be carried off while we are at breakfast." She rose and went out hurriedly, as though to assure herself that the drawing-room was not being stripped of its silverware, and returned a moment later, bearing a cream jug in her hands. "There are 8 cream jugs now, instead of 7," she cried. "This one wasn't there before. What a curious trick of memory, Mr. Wilfred! You must have slipped downstairs with it last night, and put it there before we locked up, and forgotten all about having done it in the morning." "One's mind often plays one little tricks like that," said Mr. Peter, with desperate heartiness. "Only the other day I went into town to pay a bill, and went in again next day, having clean forgotten that I'd—" "It is certainly the jug I bought for you," said Wilfred, looking closely at it. "It was in my portmanteau when I got my bathrobe out this morning before going to my bath, and it was not there when I unlocked the portmanteau on my return. Some one had taken it while I was away from my room." The pigeon-cotes had turned paler than ever. Mrs. Peter had a final inspiration. "Get me my smelling salts, dear," she said to her husband. "I think they're in the dressing-room." Peter dashed out of the room with glad relief. He had lived so long during the last few minutes that a golden wedding seemed within measurable distance. Mrs. Peter turned to her guest with confidential coyness. "A diplomat like you will know how to treat this as if it hadn't happened. Peter's little weakness. It runs in the family." "Good Lord! Do you mean to say he's a kleptomaniac like Cousin Snatcher?" "Oh, not exactly," said Mrs. Peter, anxious to whitewash her husband a little greyer than she was painting him. "He would never touch anything he found lying about, but he can't resist making a raid on things that are locked up. The doctors have a special name for it. He must have pounced on your portmanteau the moment you went to your bath, and taken the first thing he came across. Of course he had no motive for taking a cream jug. We've already got 7, as you know. Not, of course, that we don't value the kind gift you and your mother. Hush! Here's Peter coming." Mrs. Peter broke off in some confusion, and tripped out to meet her husband in the hall. "It's all right," she whispered to him. "I've explained everything. Don't say anything more about it." "Brave little woman," said Peter, with a gasp of relief. "I could never have done it." Diplomatic reticence does not necessarily extend to family affairs. Peter Pigeoncote was never able to understand why Mrs. Consuelo Van Bullion, who stayed with them in the spring, always carried 2 very obvious jewel cases with her to the bathroom, explaining them to anyone she chanced to meet in the corridor as her manicure and face massage set. End of the 7 Cream Jugs, by Saki. Read by Noel Badrian.
We Are 7, by William Wordsworth. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. We Are 7. A simple child, dear brother Jim, that lightly draws its breath, and feels its life in every limb, what should it know of death? I met a little cottage girl. She was 8 years old, she said. Her hair was thick with many a curl that clustered round her head. She had a rustic woodland air, and she was wildly clad. Her eyes were fair, and very fair. Her beauty made me glad. "Sisters and brothers, little maid, how many may you be?" "How many? 7 in all," she said, and wondering looked at me. "And where are they, I pray you tell?" She answered, "7 are we, and 2 of us at Conway dwell, and 2 are gone to sea." 2 of us in the churchyard lie, my sister and my brother, and in the churchyard cottage I dwell near them with my mother. You say that 2 at Conway dwell, and 2 are gone to sea, yet you are 7? I pray you tell, sweet maid, how this may be. Then did the little maid reply, 7 boys and girls are we, 2 of us in the churchyard lie, beneath the churchyard tree. You run about, my little maid, your limbs they are alive, if 2 are in the churchyard laid, then ye are only 5. Their graves are green, they may be seen, the little maid replied, 12 steps or more from my mother's door, and they are side by side. My stockings there I often knit, my kerchief there I hem, and there upon the ground I sit and sing to them. And often after sunset, sir, when it is light and fair, I take my little porringer, and eat my supper there. The first that died was little Jane, in bed she moaning lay, till God released her of her pain, and then she went away. So in the churchyard she was laid, and all the summer dry, together round her grave we played, my brother John and I. And when the ground was white with snow, and I could run and slide, my brother John was forced to go, and he lies by her side. How many are you then, said I, if they 2 are in heaven? The little maiden did reply, O master, we are 7. But they are dead, those 2 are dead, their spirits are in heaven. 'Twas throwing words away, for still the little maid would have her will, and said, Nay, we are 7. End of We Are 7 by William Wordsworth. Read by Kim K.G.
Battle of 7 Pines, from Official Reports of Battles by the Confederate States of America War Department. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Report of General Rhodes of the operation of his brigade. Richmond, Virginia, June 7, 1862. Major J. W. Ratchford, A.A. General, 3rd Division. Major: I have the honor to make the following report of the operations of the 3rd Brigade, Major General Hill's division, on the 31st ultimate, up to the time at which the command of the brigade was turned over to Colonel Gordon of the 6th Alabama Regiment. On the morning of the 31st, the brigade was stationed on the Charles City Road, 3½ miles from the point on the Williamsburg Road from which it had been determined to start the columns of attack. Between 10 and 11 o'clock a.m., I received an order, through an officer of Major General Hill's staff, to put my brigade in motion under an officer of my staff, and to proceed in person by the shortest route to General Hill's quarters, then on the field, from which the attacking columns were to start. I obeyed this order promptly, and upon reporting to Major General Hill, ascertained that the order, sent through the officer alluded to, had been erroneously delivered, not misunderstood, for all the officers of my staff, including my volunteer aide, Lieutenant Green Peyton, heard and understood it as I did. Finding that the movement of my brigade under this order was premature, with Major General Hill's approval, I sent a staff officer to remand it to its original position. A short time after this, I received a verbal order from General Hill to conduct my command at once to the point at which the attack was to be made. Hastening to execute this order, I found the brigade on the road, and after carefully giving the instructions for battle, which had just been given me by Major General Hill to the commanding officers of regiments, conducted it by the route, designated in orders, towards the Williamsburg road. The progress of the brigade was considerably delayed by the washing away of a bridge near the head of White Oak Swamp, by reason of which the men had to wade in water waist deep, and a large number were entirely submerged. At this point the character of the crossing was such that it was absolutely necessary to proceed with great caution, to prevent the loss of both ammunition and life. In consequence of this delay, and notwithstanding the men were carried at double quick time over very heavy ground a considerable distance to make up for it, when the signal for attack was given, only my line of skirmishers, the 6th Alabama, and another regiment, the 12th Mississippi, were in position. Having received, while on the march, several messages from General Hill urging me to move forward, I warned him before the signal was given, through Captain Taylor of his staff, and also through an orderly, whom he had sent to ascertain my position, that I could not possibly reach the point from which we were to start within less than half an hour. When the signal was given, my line of skirmishers and the 12th Mississippi Regiment moved to the attack, and immediately thereafter the action began. Under these circumstances, as each of the remaining regiments came up, I caused it to move forward to the attack, so that my brigade moved to the field of battle in echelon, and in the following order. First, 6th Alabama Regiment, Colonel Gordon commanding, deployed as skirmishers, covering the whole front of the brigade. Second, 12th Mississippi Regiment, Colonel W. H. Taylor, moving with its left on the Williamsburg road. Third, Heavy Artillery Battalion, Captain C. C. Oddie commanding. Fourth, 5th Alabama Regiment, Colonel C. C. Pegwis commanding. Fifth, 12th Alabama Regiment, Colonel R. T. Jones commanding. The King William Artillery, Captain Thomas H. Carter commanding, I ordered to proceed by the shortest route to the Williamsburg road, and to follow the left of the brigade along that road after the whole of the brigade had advanced. Ascertaining the position of the right of the 12th Mississippi Regiment, I endeavored to move the remaining regiments rapidly into line of battle with it, but finding that this regiment was pressed, I moved the 5th Alabama directly to its support. The ground over which we were to move, being covered with very thick undergrowth, and the soil being very marshy, so marshy that it was with great difficulty either horses or men could get over it, and being guided only by the fire in front, I emerged from the woods upon the Williamsburg road under a heavy fire of both artillery and musketry, with only 5 companies of the 5th Alabama, the remaining companies, having become separated, had moved into the abattis in their front, and on the right of the 12th Mississippi. Finding that the 12th Mississippi had moved forward into the abattis, and was gallantly holding its own along its front, and my battle instructions requiring me to operate upon the right of the Williamsburg road, I ordered the left wing of the 5th to move through the abattis and join the right, and moving towards the right myself, found the battalion of heavy artillery opposite their position in line, but halted and lying down in the wood behind the abattis, which Captain Bagby, temporarily in command, informed me was in obedience to an order from Major General Hill. Ordering them forward, I proceeded further to the right, and found that the 12th Alabama, which had moved over less difficult ground than the other regiments, was considerably in advance of the brigade, and that together with the 6th, still deployed as skirmishers, it was engaging the enemy, having driven him steadily up to his entrenchments. Concentrating the 6th, I moved both it and the 12th Alabama about 60 yards to the rear, in order to form the whole brigade in a continuous line preparatory to an advance upon the enemy's earthworks. Whilst arranging the line of battle, the left wing of the 5th Alabama Regiment, under General Hobson, Lieutenant Colonel Hall having been wounded in his eagerness to engage the enemy at close quarters, and having misunderstood my order to move to the right, moved forward without orders into the field in front of the abattis, and directly under the guns of the redoubt. After holding its position there a few minutes, and finding that its movement was premature, it moved back in perfect order, under a heavy fire of artillery and musketry, in the front of the abattis. My line of battle was thus completed. It was formed under a heavy fire throughout its entire extent, and seemed about equal in extent to that of the enemy, which was then in front of his camps, and was protected by a redoubt and entrenchments. My instructions for battle required me, under these circumstances, to move my column the length of a brigade, to the right, to give place to the supporting brigade, but having discovered, soon after my arrival upon the field in front of the enemy's works, some of the troops of the supporting brigade on the right of my brigade, I sent to communicate with its commanding officer, and found the whole of his brigade on the right of my own. I therefore determined to attack from the position my brigade then held, and requested General Rains, who commanded the supporting brigade, through an officer of my staff and soon after in person, to move forward his brigade through the woods so as to protect my right flank, while I attacked the enemy in front. He stated to me that he apprehended an attack on his own right flank, and declined therefore to move. His brigade had, a few moments before, occupied a line extending from my right obliquely to the front, and at the moment of our conversation was being thrown back on a line parallel to, and a little in rear of, that occupied by mine. By this time the enemy began to show signs of wavering under the effects of a heavy fire from a Confederate battery on my left, which proved to be the King William artillery under Captain Carter. Their battery of 7 guns was, in a moment after, silenced, and the occupants of the redoubt driven out by Captain Carter's 5 pieces. Captain Carter, as far as the enemy's first line of entrenchments was concerned, had achieved a victory, for upon moving forward with the whole brigade to attack, the enemy, having already abandoned his guns and redoubt, fled from his entrenchments, and came to occupy a line of abatis and woods, about 150 yards in rear of the redoubt, leaving behind him 7 pieces of artillery, several horses, and a large quantity of quartermasters, commissaries, and medical stores, including a large quantity of cannon, 1 4-horse wagon and team, with a large amount of baggage of both officers and men. From this new position they opened fire upon my right regiment, the 6th Alabama, across an open field. Finding that they outflanked smartly my right, and that my left was exposed, as I saw no Confederate troops on that flank, and that the brigade would be well protected on the outside of the enemy's works, and by a fence extending in front of a thin skirt of woods, occupied by my right regiment, I gave orders that it should occupy and hold that line, while I waited for General Rains to come up on my right, and until I could examine the ground to the left of the Williamsburg road, my left flank being approached closely by woods. At the moment of our taking possession of the works, I discovered a brigade of Federal infantry approaching my brigade from the woods just mentioned, on the left of the Williamsburg road. The head of this column halted within 350 yards of the redoubt. I immediately caused the 5th Alabama Regiment to occupy the redoubt, and the 12th Mississippi to occupy the rifle pits between the redoubt and the Williamsburg road, and called for a company of the heavy artillery to turn upon the enemy's columns some of his abandoned guns, an order which Captain Bagby's company promptly obeyed. But before he succeeded in opening fire, Captain Carter arrived with his battery, and immediately opened fire with the first of his pieces, and in a moment afterwards with a second. In a few moments, Captain Bagby, having succeeded in getting 2 of the enemy's pieces in position, opened fire upon him, and then, under the combined fire of those 4 pieces, he gave way and retired. An attack being threatened in front, as soon as the force on the left was dispersed, one of Captain Carter's pieces was, under the direction of Major General Hill, who had just arrived, placed in such a position as to enfilade the road. At this moment, from a point 600 or 700 yards down the road, and directly in front of our position, the enemy's battery opened fire upon us with considerable effect, sweeping off almost every man from Captain Carter's last mentioned piece. This fire was at once replied to by Captain Carter's 4 remaining pieces, and by 1 or 2 pieces of the Latham battery, which just then arrived under Captain Deering. It was at this juncture that Captain Carter and his men gave a second illustration of their extraordinary coolness and courage, the first having been given in unlimbering his pieces in an open field, and attacking with success the enemy's redoubt, defended by heavier pieces than his, at the distance of 400 yards. Finding that Confederate troops were arriving on my right and left, I ordered my brigade to move forward again, which it bravely did, though encountering a heavy fire of musketry and artillery from the enemy, concealed behind a second row of abatis, woods, and fence. My two right regiments, the 6th and 12th Alabama, upon moving across the field, in the edge of which they had first halted, and entering the woods on the opposite side, driving the enemy before them, encountered a heavy fire of musketry upon its right and front, and finally upon the rear of its right wing. Under these circumstances, and finding that my right was not supported by the brigade of General Rains, which was but a short distance behind, and which having advanced somewhat, extended now from a point opposite the center of the 6th Alabama Regiment towards the right, and was in sight of the 6th Alabama Regiment, I ordered this regiment to fall back to the position it had last occupied on the edge of the field, where it was about in line with the enemy's entrenchments, and where, though still under fire, it was somewhat protected. I feel decidedly confident that if we had been properly supported in the last charge, the brigade would have marched on with uninterrupted progress, because the enemy invariably yielded to a direct advance, and the men and officers of this brigade everywhere exhibited great courage and earnest desire to close with him. When the 6th Alabama moved back, the right wing of the 12th Alabama, under the command of its lieutenant colonel, Colonel R.T. Jones having been killed a few minutes before while leading forward his men, retired with it, and took position on its left, behind the entrenchments. The left wing also started to retire, but at the command of its major, Pickens, promptly resumed its position, but afterwards fell back to a position in front of the entrenchments. At this time a portion of the heavy artillery battalion retired, and, I regret to say, headed by their officers, took refuge in the ditches in front of the enemy's redoubt, a position from which I had much difficulty in dislodging them when they were called upon to man the redoubt. I did not attempt to reestablish either this portion of the battalion or the 12th Alabama Regiment in the position from which they had withdrawn, because it was evident that nothing could be effected towards an advance while the right wing of the brigade was so exposed. A part of the battalion, the 5th Alabama and the 12th Mississippi regiments, continued to hold their ground steadily, though subjected to a constant fire from the enemy's musketry, which inflicted a severe loss upon them. The enemy's batteries, in the meantime, had been silenced. But while the contest between them and our own was going on, the 12th Mississippi and a portion of the 5th Alabama, which were directly between these batteries, maintained their posts without flinching. Just after the 12th Alabama had fallen back, and about an hour after the brigade had assumed its most advanced position, during which time it had been under constant fire of musketry, reinforcements commenced to arrive, and, in assisting General Kemper to place his brigade so that it could move forward to relieve my advance regiments, which by this time had been under fire fully 3 hours, I received a wound on the arm, which, in a short time, became so painful as to compel me to turn over the command of the brigade to Colonel Gordon, of the 6th Alabama. I did not leave the field, though, until sunset. The loss in the brigade, and especially in the 6th Alabama and 12th Mississippi regiments, had already been serious, but in this second forward movement, and whilst holding the advanced position, the loss inflicted upon it was far heavier, the 6th Alabama having lost more than half its force. Among the other casualties incident to the second advance, I regret to say that some of the best officers of the brigade were killed. Colonel R.T. Jones, of the 12th Alabama, the most accomplished officer in the brigade; Lieutenant Colonel Willingham and Major Nesmith, of the 6th Alabama, and Captain C.C. Otey, of the heavy artillery battalion, who had been conspicuous for their gallantry and efficiency, fell while pushing forward with their men into the thickest of the fight. As a matter of duty, and with pride and pleasure, I hear testimony to the gallantry and steadiness of the whole brigade. Nowhere during the war has their conduct been excelled in any particular whereof a soldier might be proud to boast. The conduct of the King William Artillery has nowhere in the history of the war been equaled for daring, coolness, or efficiency. It is, of course, impossible for me to have noticed all those individuals who, among so many brave men, especially distinguished themselves, but it is my duty to mention the names of some who attracted my attention, and recommend those of them who are still living as worthy to receive the badge of honor alluded to in General Orders No. 11, Longstreet's Division, May 23, 1862. Among the living whose gallantry and coolness entitle them to distinction, I beg to mention Colonel J. B. Gordon, 6th Alabama; Colonel C. C. Pegwis, 5th Alabama; Colonel W. H. Taylor, 12th Mississippi; Major R. L. Hobson, 5th Alabama; Major S. B. Pickens, 12th Alabama; Captain T. H. Carter, King William Artillery; Captains Bagby and White, and Lieutenant Yateman, of the Heavy Artillery Battalion; Captain A. M. Gordon, 6th Alabama; Captain Exton Tucker, 12th Alabama; Private Johnson, King William Artillery, and Sergeant Robert Hall, 12th Mississippi Regiment. For those that are dead, I beg that the testimonial to their distinguished merit may be transmitted to their nearest relatives. Among those to whose memory it is eminently due are Colonel R. T. Jones, Lieutenant Colonel Wellingham, Major Nesmith, and Captain C. C. Otey; Captains Fox and Bell of the 6th Alabama; Captain Hastings of the 12th Mississippi; Captains Keeling and Darwin of the 12th Alabama; and Lieutenant Newman of the King William Artillery, though not coming under my own observation, are reported to me, by those competent to judge, as having behaved with such coolness and gallantry as to entitle them also to the testimonial. Many others are doubtless equally deserving of honorable mention, but none of them have been formally reported to me. My staff officers, Major D. T. Webster, ACS; Captain A. H. Whitting, A.A. General; Lieutenants P. T. Sutton and Green Peyton, aides de camp, conducted themselves in such a gallant manner and were so efficient that it is my duty to recommend them as worthy to receive the badge of distinction. Lieutenant Sutton was wounded so severely in the arm at the close of the day as to render amputation necessary. Captain Whiting had his horse killed under him. Major Webster's horse was killed also. The brigade was under constant fire of musketry and artillery during 5½ hours, and hence its loss was heavy. The following statement exhibits the casualties in the different regiments and the battery. List of casualties. Brigade Staff. Wounded, officers 2. Aggregate loss 2. 12th Alabama Regiment. Killed, officers 5. Enlisted men 36. Wounded, officers 6. Enlisted men 143. Aggregate loss 208. 12th Mississippi Regiment. Killed, officers 5. Enlisted men 36. Wounded, officers 8. Enlisted men 144. Aggregate loss 191. 6th Alabama Regiment. Killed, officers 9. Enlisted men 82. Wounded, officers 22. Enlisted men 255. Missing, enlisted men 5. Aggregate loss 373. 5th Alabama Regiment. Killed, officers 1. Enlisted men 28. Wounded, officers 10. Enlisted men 171. Aggregate loss 210. Heavy Artillery Battalion. Killed, officers 3. Enlisted men 13. Wounded, officers 3. Enlisted men 64. Aggregate loss 83. Carter's Battery. Killed, officers 1. Enlisted men 14. Wounded, officers 1. Enlisted men 24. Aggregate loss 30. Totals. Killed, officers 24. Enlisted men 217. Wounded, officers 52. Enlisted men 801. Missing, enlisted men 5. Aggregate loss 1,099. The total number of men carried into action was about 2,200. The aggregate number present at camp was, however, 2,587. The 6th Alabama lost near 60% of its aggregate force. Some of its men were drowned after having been wounded, as they fought at times in a swamp, in which the water was from 6 inches to 2 feet in depth. The right company of the 6th Alabama was thrown back at right angles to the line of battle by Colonel Gordon to protect his rear, and engaged the enemy at such close quarters that its brave commander, Captain Bell, after having fallen, wounded mortally, was able to use his revolver with effect upon the enemy. This company fought with great heroism. Its loss, 21 killed and 23 wounded, out of a total of 55. Respectfully submitted by R. E. Rhodes, Brigadier General. End of Battle of Seven Pines, by the Confederate States of America War Department.
Der Wolf und die 7 jungen Geißlein von den Gebrüdern Grimm. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Eine Geiß hatte 7 Junge, die sie gar lieb hatte und sorgfältig vor dem Wolf hütete. Eines Tages, als sie ausgehen musste, Futter zu holen, rief sie alle zusammen und sagte: Liebe Kinder, ich muss ausgehen und Futter holen. Wahrt euch vor dem Wolf und lasst ihn nicht herein. Gebt auch Acht, denn er verstellt sich oft. Aber an seiner rauen Stimme und an seinen schwarzen Pfoten könnt ihr ihn erkennen. Hütet euch, wenn er erst einmal im Haus ist, so frisst er euch alle miteinander. Darauf ging sie fort. Bald aber kam der Wolf vor die Haustüre und rief: Liebe Kinder, macht mir auf, ich bin eure Mutter und habe euch schöne Sachen mitgebracht. Die 7 Geißerchen aber sprachen: Unsere Mutter bist du nicht, die hat eine feine, liebliche Stimme. Deine Stimme aber ist rau, du bist der Wolf, wir machen dir nicht auf. Der Wolf ging fort zu einem Krämer und kaufte sich ein Großstück Kreide, die aß er und machte seine Stimme fein damit. Danach ging er wieder zu der 7 Geißlein Haustüre und rief mit feiner Stimme: Liebe Kinder, lasst mich ein, ich bin eure Mutter. Jedes von euch soll etwas haben. Er hatte aber seine Pfote in das Fenster gelegt, das sahen die 7 Geißerchen und sprachen: Unsere Mutter bist du nicht, die hat keinen schwarzen Fuß wie du bist der Wolf, wir machen dir nicht auf. Der Wolf ging fort zu einem Bäcker und sprach: Bäcker, bestreich mir meine Pfote mit frischem Teig. Und als das getan war, ging er zum Müller und sprach: Müller, streu mir sein weißes Mehl auf meine Pfote. Der Müller sagte: Nein. Wenn du es nicht tust, so fress ich dich. Da musste es der Müller tun. Darauf ging der Wolf wieder vor der 7 Geißerchen Haustüre und sagte: Liebe Kinder, lasst mich ein, ich bin eure Mutter. Jedes von euch soll etwas geschenkt kriegen. Die 7 Geißerchen wollten erst die Pfote sehen, und wie sie sahen, dass sie schneeweiß war und den Wolf so fein sprechen hörten, glaubten sie, es wäre ihre Mutter und machten die Türe auf, und der Wolf kam herein. Wie sie ihn aber erkannten, versteckten sie sich geschwind, so gut es ging, das eine unter den Tisch, das zweite ins Bett, das dritte in den Ofen, das vierte in die Küche, das 5. in den Schrank, das 6. unter eine große Schüssel, das 7. in die Wanduhr. Aber der Wolf fand sie alle und verschluckte sie, außer das Jüngste in der Wanduhr, das blieb am Leben. Wie der Wolf seine Lust gebüßt, ging er fort. Bald darauf kam die alte Geiß nach Haus. Was für ein Jammer, der Wolf war da gewesen und hatte ihre lieben Kinder gefressen. Sie glaubte, sie wären alle tot. Da sprang das Jüngste aus der Wanduhr und erzählte, wie das Unglück gekommen war. Der Wolf aber, weil er sich voll gefressen, war auf eine grüne Wiese gegangen, hatte sich in den Sonnenschein gelegt und war in einen tiefen Schlaf gefallen. Die alte Geiß dachte daran, ob sie ihre Kinder nicht noch erretten könnte, sagte darum zu dem jüngsten Geißlein: Nimm Zwirn, Nadel und Schere und folg mir nach. Darauf ging sie hinaus und fand den Wolf schnarchend auf der Wiese liegen. Da liegt der garstige Wolf, sagte sie, und betrachtete ihn von allen Seiten, nachdem er zum 4 Uhr Brot meine 6 Kinder hinuntergefressen hat. Gib mir einmal die Schere her. Ach, wenn sie noch lebendig in seinem Leibe wären. Damit schnitt sie ihm den Bauch auf, und die 6 Geißerchen, die in seiner Gier ganz verschluckt hatte, sprangen unversehrt heraus. Sie ließ sie gleich hingehen und große und schwere Wackersteine herbeitragen. Damit füllten sie dem Wolf den Leib, nähten ihn wieder zu, liefen fort und versteckten sich hinter einer Hecke. Als der Wolf ausgeschlafen hatte, so fühlte es so schwer im Leib und sprach: Es rumpelt und pumpelt mir im Leib herum. Was ist das? Ich habe nur 6 Geißerchen gegessen. Er dachte, er wollte einen frischen Trunk tun, das mögte ihm helfen, und suchte einen Brunnen. Aber wie er sich darüber bückte, konnte er vor der Schwere der Steine sich nicht mehr halten und stürzte ins Wasser. Wie das die 7 Geißerchen sahen, kamen sie herzugelaufen und tanzten vor Freude um den Brunnen. Ende von Der Wolf und die 7 jungen Geißlein von den Gebrüdern Grimm. Read by Ellie in June 2012.
Seven Ages of Furniture from Worldly Ways and Byways by Elliot Gregory. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The progress through life of active-minded Americans is apt to be a series of transformations. At each succeeding phase of mental development, an old skin drops from their growing intelligence, and they assimilate the ideas and tastes of their new condition, with a facility and completeness unknown to other nations. One series of metamorphoses particularly amusing to watch is that of an observant, a receptive daughter of Uncle Sam who, aided and followed at a distance by an adoring husband, gradually develops her excellent brain, and rises through fathoms of self-culture and purblind experiment to the surface of dilettantism and connoisseurship. One can generally detect the exact stage of evolution such a lady has reached by the bent of her conversation, the books she is reading, and, last but not least, by her material surroundings, no outward and visible signs reflecting inward and spiritual grace so clearly as the objects people collect around them for the adornment of their rooms, or the way in which those rooms are decorated. A few years ago, when a young man and his bride set up housekeeping on their own account, the old people of both families seized the opportunity to unload on the beginners, under the pretense of helping them along, a quantity of furniture and belongings that had, as the shopkeepers say, ceased to please their original owners. The narrow quarters of the Tyros are encumbered by ungainly sofas and armchairs, most probably of carved rosewood. At Taugeras, of the same lugubrious material grace the corners of their tiny drawing-room, the bits of mirror inserted between the shelves distorting the image of the owners into headless or limbless phantoms. Half of their little dining-room is filled with a black walnut sideboard, ingeniously contrived to take up as much space as possible, and held nothing. Its graceless top adorned with a stag's head, carved in wood and imitation antlers. The novices, in their innocence, live contented amid their hideous surroundings for a year or two, when the wife enters her second epoch, which, for want of a better word, we will call the Japanese period. The grim furniture gradually disappears under a layer of silk and gauze draperies. The bare walls blossom with paper umbrellas. Fans are nailed in groups promiscuously wherever an empty space offends her eye. Bows of ribbon are attached to every possible protuberance of the furniture. Even the table service is not spared. I remember dining at a house in this stage of its artistic development, where the narrow bones that formed one course of the dinner appeared each with a coquettish little bow knot of pink ribbon around its neck. Once launched on this sea of adornment, the housewife soon loses her bearings and decorates indiscriminately. Her old evening dresses serve to drape the mantelpieces, and she passes every spare hour embroidering, braiding, or fringing some material to adorn her rooms. At Christmas, her friends contribute specimens of their handiwork to the collection. The view of other houses and other decorations before long introduces the worm of discontent into the blossom of our friend's contentment. The fruit of her labors becomes tasteless on her lips. As the finances of the family are satisfactory, the rearrangement of the parlor floor is, at her suggestion, confided to a firm of upholsterers, who make a clean sweep of the rosewood and the bow knots, and retire, after some months of labor, leaving the delighted wife in possession of a suite of rooms, glittering with every monstrosity that an imaginative tradesman, spurred on by unlimited credit, could devise. The woodwork of the doors and mantels is an intricate puzzle of inlaid woods. The ceilings are panelled and painted in complicated designs. The parlour is provided with a complete set of neat, old gold satin furniture, puffed at its angles with peacock-coloured plush. The monumental folding doors between the long, narrow rooms are draped with the same chaste combination of stuffs. The dining room blazes with a gold and purple wallpaper, set off by ebonized woodwork and furniture. The conscientious contractor has neglected no corner. Every square inch of the ceilings, walls, and floors has been carved, embossed, stenciled, or glided into a bewildering monotony. The husband, whose affairs are rapidly increasing on his hands, has no time to attend to such insignificant details as house decoration. The wife has perfect confidence in the taste of the firm employed. So at the suggestion of the latter, and in order to compete the beauty of the rooms, a bagueru, a tolmoche, and a couple of shriers are bought, and a number of modern French bronzes scattered about on the multicolored cabinets. Then, at last, the happy owners of all this splendor open their doors to the admiration of their friends. About the time the peacock blush and the gliding begin to show signs of wear and tear, rumors of a fresh fashion in decoration float across from England, and the new gospel of the beautiful, according to Clarence Cook, is first preached to an astonished nation. The fortune of our couple continuing to develop with pleasing rapidity, the building of a country house is next decided upon. A friend of the husband, who has recently started out as an architect, designs from a picturesque residence, without a straight line on its exterior or a square room inside. This house is done up in strict obedience to the teaching of the new sect. The dining room is made about as cheerful as the entrance to a family vault. The rest of the house bears a close resemblance to an ecclesiastical junk shop. The entrance hall is filled with what appears to be a communion table in solid oak, and the massive chairs and settees of the parlor suggest the withdrawing room of Rowena. Aesthetic shades of malmy cloth drape deep-set windows, where anemic and disjointed females in stained glass pluck conventional roses. To each of these successive transitions the husband has remained obediently and tranquilly indifferent. He has in his heart considered them all equally unfitting and uncomfortable, and sighed in regretful memory of a deep, old-fashioned armchair that sheltered his after-dinner naps in the early rosewood period. So far he has been as clay in the hands of his beloved wife, but the anemic ladies and the communion table are the last drop that causes his cup to overflow. He revolts and begins to take matters into his own hands, with the result that the household enters its fifth incarnation under his guidance, during which everything is painted white and all the wallpapers are a vivid scarlet. The family sit on bogus, Chippendale, and eat off blue and white china. With the building of their grand new house near the park, the couple rise together into the south cycle of their development. Having traveled and studied the epochs by this time, they can tell a Louis XIV from a Louis XV room, and recognize that mahogany and brass sphinxes denote furniture of the empire. This newly acquired knowledge is, however, vague and hazy. They have no confidence in themselves, so give over the fitting of their principal floors to the New York branch of a great French house. Little is talked of now but periods, plans, and elevations. Under the guidance of the French firm, they acquire at vast expense faked reproductions as historic furniture. The spacious rooms are sticky with new gilding, and the flowered brocades of the hangings and furniture crackle to the touch. The rooms were not designed by the architect to receive any special kind of treatment. Immense folding doors unite the salons, and windows open anywhere. The decorations of the walls have been applied like a poultice, regardless of the proportions of the rooms and the distribution of the spaces. Building and decorating are, however, the best of educations. The husband, freed at last from his business occupations, finds in this new study an interest and a charm unknown to him before. He and his wife are both vaguely disappointed when their resplendent mansion is finished, having already outgrown it, and recognize that in spite of correct detail, their costly apartments no more resemble the stately and simple salons seen abroad than the cabin of a fall riverboat resembles the Galerie des Glances at Versailles. The humiliating knowledge that they are all wrong breaks upon them, as it is doing on hundreds of others, at the same time as the desire to know more and appreciate better the perfect productions of this art. A seventh and last step is before them, but they know not how to make it. A surer guide than the upholsterer is, they know, essential, but their library contains nothing to help them. Others possess the information they need, yet they are ignorant where to turn for what they require. With singular appropriateness, a volume treating of this delightful art has this season appeared at Scribner's. The decoration of houses is the result of a woman's faultless taste collaborating with a man's technical knowledge. Its mission is to reveal to the hundreds who have advanced just far enough to find that they can go no farther alone, truths lying concealed beneath the surface. It teaches that consummate taste is satisfied only with a perfected simplicity, that the facades of a house must be the envelope of the rooms within and adapted to them, as the rooms are to the habits and requirements of them that dwell therein, that proportion is the backbone of the decorator's art, and that supreme elegance is fitness and moderation, and, above all, that an attention to architectural principles can alone lead to decoration to a perfect development. End of 7 Ages of Furniture.
秋の七草に添えて、岡本かの子。リブリボックスの創設7周年を祝って録音されました。リブリボックスの録音はすべてパブリックドメインです。ボランティアについてなど、詳しくはサイトをご覧ください。URL LibriVox.org。萩、カルカヤ、クズ、なでひこ、オミナエシ、フジバカマ、アサガオ。これらの7種の草花が秋の七草と呼ばれている。この七草の種類は、万葉集の山の上のオクラの次の歌2種から言いならされてきたと伝える。秋の野に咲きたる花を指折り書き数うれば7種の花。萩の花、雄花、くず花、なでしこの、おみなえしまた藤バカマ、朝顔の花。朝顔が秋草の中に数えられるといえば、私たちにとってちょっと意外な気がする。早いのは7月の声を聞くと同時に、花屋の店頭に静遠な姿を並べ、7月の末ともなれば素人作りのものでも花をつける朝顔を、私たちは夏の花とばかり考えがちである。もっとも朝顔は立秋を過ぎて9月の中頃まで咲き続けるのだから、秋草の中に数えられるのも良いであろうが、特に真夏の夕暮れ時、朝顔棚に並ぶ鉢鉢に水をやりながら、大きく膨らんだつぼみを数え、明日の朝はいくつ花が咲くと楽しい期待を持ち、翌朝になってまず朝顔棚に目をやり、濃淡色とりどりの大輪が朝露をいっぱいに含んで咲き揃っている、すがすがしさに私たちはひとしお創業の領味を覚える。ある貧しい母のない娘が、瀬戸に朝顔を作り、夕に明かりをつけてそのつぼみを数え、明日は絞りの着物が3つ、紺野が1つ浸すと、微笑んだのをいじらしく見たことがある。だが、秋の七草に含まれる朝顔は、夏の朝咲くいわゆる朝顔、これを古字にすれば剣牛子または春夏と書く、ばかりではなく、ムクゲとキキョウをも総称してのものである。そういえば、ムクゲもキキョウも剣牛子と同じように、花の形が上後の形をしている。七草は野生の植物で、花の色はオミナエシの木を除いて、皆紫か紫系統である。秋の野花の色は、総じて紫か黄、白で、せいぜい華やかなものでは単光色がある。いずれも夏草に見る情熱の奔騰する激しさはなく、近寄ってみなければ、その存在さえもはっきりしないほどに、つつましく控えめである。秋は神羅万象が静寂の中に鎮静している。 空は底深く澄み、太陽は冷めて黄ばみ、木の葉は薄く色づく。野添を渡る風さえも足音を秘めて飛びかかる。かかる自然の環境の中に咲く秋草もまた、自ら周囲に同化するのであろう。かすかに伝えよる絹ずれの音、そこはかとなく心にしむ空抱き者。たゆたいがちに哀れを語る諸行のささやき。深くも恥じらいつつ、ひむる情熱。これらの秋は日本古典の物語に関ずる風種である。秋それ自身は無口である。風と草の花によってわずかに打ちずる風種である。だが、過疎的者、か弱き者必ずしも力なしとは言えない。しなやかさと新卒なることにおいて、人生の一節を表現し、祝うのごとき丈夫心をも即々と動かす。上代純朴なる時代に男女の読めりし秋草に寄する心を聞けば、へぎの長江の乙女、秋づけば雄花が上に奥つゆの、消えぬべくも我が思いるかも。大友のやかもち、ワン江戸の一枝萩を思う子に、見せずほとほと散らしつるかも。萩桔梗おみないしは、私に山を思わせ、カルカヤは河原を、そしてなでしこと藤場鎌は野原を思わせる。これらはその生えている場所に、こうはっきりした区別がもちろんあるわけではないが、私はこういう連想を持つのである。それは幼い頃、野山を歩いていた印象からかもしれない。私は秋の七草の中で萩が一番好きだ。すんなりと伸びた枝先にこんもりと盛り上がる薄紅紫の花の房。幹の両方に平均に広がる小さい小判型の葉。朝露にしっとりと濡れた花房を枝もタワーにかろうじて支えているつつましく上品な萩。地軸を揺るがす高原の雷雨の中に葉理を逆立て、今にもちぎり飛ばされそうな花房をしっかりと抱きしめつつ、深るるままに右左に無抵抗に視界をなびかせている運命に従順な萩。穏やかな秋の日差しの中にのびのびと潮を広げている萩。萩は田舎乙女の素朴と都会婦人の洗練とを調和しているかと思えば、小娘のロマン性と中年女のメランコリーを二つながら持っている。その装いは地味作りではあるが、密かな心遣いが行き届いている。幼い頃、玉川原近くの武蔵野に住んでいた私は、カルカヤに人一倍の愛着を感ずる。野原一面に創生するカルカヤは、雑草の中に一頭血を抜いて繁草している。強靭な養鶏と鋭く尖った葉端は、何者も寄せ付けまいとするような冷酷さを示している。その灰白色の穂は、ニヒリストのような白々しさしか感じさせない。巨豪なカルカヤを見れば、いつしか敵意を感じて、穂という方を打ってみたくなる。近寄って手を差し伸べれば、その鋭利な刃は直ちに皮膚を切りつけて攻勢を取る。幾畳もの傷を手の甲にこしらえながら、悔しさに夢中でススキの方をもぎ折った幼い頃の記憶を私は秋になると懐かしく思い出す。その懐かしい気持ちの底には、強くて鋭いものに対する知純な敵意よりも、なおさら私の心に深く染みついているカルカヤの穂の銀配色の虚無的な寂しい風習なのである。昭和12年10月、秋の七草に添えて、岡本かの子終わり。この録音はパブリックドメインです。
Psalms 7 and 77 from the Bible, translated by Martin Luther. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read in German by Algie Pug. Psalm 7. Die Unschuld Davids, davon sang dem Herrn von wegen der Worte des Hus der Benjamitiden. Auf dich, Herr, traue ich, mein Gott. Hilf mir von allen meinem Verfolgen und errette mich, dass sie nicht mit Löwen meine Seele erhaschen und zerreißen, weil kein Erretter da ist. Herr, mein Gott, habe ich solches getan und ist Unrecht in meinen Händen. Habe ich Böses vergolten denen, so friedlich mit mir lebten, oder die, so mir ohne Ursache Feind waren, beschädigt. So verfolge mein Feind meine Seele und ergreife sie und trete mein Leben zu Boden und lege meine Ehre in den Staub. Selah. Stehe auf, Herr, in deinem Zorn, erhebe dich über den Grimm meiner Feinde und wache auf zu mir, denn du Gericht verordnet hast, dass sich die Völker um dich sammeln und über ihnen kehre wieder zur Höhe. Der Herr ist Richter über die Völker. Richte mich, Herr, nach deiner Gerechtigkeit und Frömmigkeit. Lass der gottlosen Bosheit ein Ende werden und fördere die Gerechten, denn du prüfst Herzen und Nieren. Mein Schild ist bei Gott, der den frommen Herzen hilft. Gott ist ein rechter Richter und ein Gott, der täglich droht. Will man sich nicht bekehren, so hat er sein Schwert gewetzt und seinen Bogen gespannt und zielt und hat darauf gelegt tödliche Geschosse, seine Pfeile hat er zugerichtet zu verderben. Siehe, der hat Böses im Sinn, mit Unglück ist er schwanger und wird Lüge gebären. Er hat eine Grube gegraben und ausgehöhlt und ist in die Grube gefallen, die er gemacht hat. Sein Unglück wird auf seinen Kopf kommen und sein Frevel auf seinen Scheitel fallen. Ich danke dem Herrn um seine Gerechtigkeit willen und will loben den Namen des Herrn, des Allerhöchsten. Ende von Psalm 7. Psalm 77, ein Psalm Asafs für Jedutun, fortzusingen. Ich schreie mit meiner Stimme zu Gott schreie ich, und er hört mich. In der Zeit der Not suche ich den Herrn, meine Hand ist des Nachts ausgereckt und lässt nicht ab, denn meine Seele will sich nicht trösten lassen. Wenn ich betrübt bin, so denke ich an Gott. Wenn mein Herz in Ängsten ist, so rede ich. Selah. Meine Augen hältst du, dass sie wachen. Ich bin so ohnmächtig, dass ich nicht reden kann. Ich denke der alten Zeit, der vorigen Jahre. Ich denke des Nachts an mein Saitenspiel und rede mit meinem Herzen. Mein Geist muss forschen. Wird denn der Herr ewiglich verstoßen und keine Gnade mehr erzeigen? Ist denn ganz und gar aus mit seiner Güte und hat die Verheißung ein Ende? Hat Gott vergessen, gnädig zu sein und seine Barmherzigkeit vor Zorn verschlossen? Selah. Aber doch sprach ich muß das leiden, die rechte Hand des Höchsten kann alles ändern. Darum gedenke ich an die Taten des Herrn. Ja, ich gedenke an deine vorigen Wunder und rede von allen deinen Werken und sage von deinem Tun. Gott, dein Weg ist heilig. Wo ist so ein mächtiger Gott, als du, Gott, bist? Du bist der Gott, der Wunder tut. Du hast deine Macht bewiesen unter den Völkern. Du hast dein Volk erlöst mit Macht, die Kinder Jakobs und Josefs. Selah. Die Wasser sahen dich, Gott, die Wasser sahen dich und ängsteten sich, und die Tiefen tobten. Die dicken Wolken gossen Wasser, die Wolken donnerten, und die Strahlen fuhren daher. Es donnerte im Himmel, deine Blitze leuchteten auf dem Erdboden, das Erdreich regte sich und bebte davon. Dein Weg war im Meer und dein Pfad in großen Wassern, und man spürte doch deinen Fuß nicht. Du führstest dein Volk wie eine Herde Schafe durch Mose und Aaron. Ende von Psalm 77. End of Psalm 7 and 77 from the Bible, translated by Martin Luther.
Sete Anos de Pastor by Luís de Camões. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 7 anos de pastor Jacó servia Labão, pai de Raquel, serrana bela. Mas não servia ao pai, servia a ela, e a ela só por prêmio pretendia. Os dias, na esperança de um só dia, passava, contentando-se com vê-la. Porém o pai, usando de cautela, em lugar de Raquel, lhe dava Lia. Vendo o triste pastor que com enganos lhe fora assim negada a sua pastora, como se a não tivera merecida, começa de servir outros 7 anos, dizendo, mas servira, se não fora pera tão longo amor, tão curta a vida. End of 7 anos de pastor, by Luís de Camões.
Siebenschläfer von Paula Demel. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Siebenschläfer. Ihr Siebenschläfer in den Höhlen, regt euch, streckt euch, aufgewacht. Der Frühling leuchtet in den Himmel, nach einer einzigen warmen Nacht. Schnell, schüttelt eure grauen Zotteln und blinzelt in das blaue Licht. Herrgott, wie wir so langsam trotteln. Ich lauf voraus, ich warte nicht. Die Amsel übt schon ihre Lieder, ich pfeif sie nach, ich sing sie auch. Und denkt euch nur, der blaue Flieder hat Knospen und der Haselstrauch. Der Deckel bellt vor lauter Wonne und wühlt die frische Erde um. Na, seid ihr noch nicht in der Sonne, ihr Siebenschläfer, faul und dumm? End of Siebenschläfer von Paula Demel. Read by Ellie in June 2012.
Fate of 7 Sailors Who Were Left on the Island of St. Maurice by Anonymous. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fate of 7 Sailors Who Were Left on the Island of St. Maurice. The Dutch who frequented the northern regions during the more favourable season of the year, in pursuit of the whale fishery, became desirous of ascertaining the state of different places while winter prevailed. Various opinions were entertained concerning this subject, and astronomers wished to have their sentiments regarding certain natural phenomena either realised or controverted. Besides, a more important object was concealed under these ostensible reasons, namely, whether the establishment of permanent colonies in the most remote parts of Greenland was practicable. A proposal was therefore promulgated through the Greenland fleet for 7 seamen to offer to remain a winter in St. Maurice's Island, and also for other 7 to winter in Spitzbergen. We are not acquainted with the inducements held forth, but it is probable that little hesitation ensued, for we find a party prepared to winter at the different places specified nearly about the same period. 7 of the stoutest and ablest men of the fleet having accordingly agreed to be left behind, their comrades sailed from St. Maurice's Isle on the 26th of August, 1633. The people, 2 days afterwards, shared half a pound of tobacco, to which they restricted themselves as a weekly allowance. At this time there was no night, and the heat of the sun so powerful through the day that they pulled off their shirts and sported on the side of a hill near their abode. Great abundance of seagulls frequented the island, and the seamen made a constant practice of seeking for vegetables growing there for salad. Towards the end of September the weather began to be tempestuous, and in the earlier part of October their huts were so much shaken by violent storms of wind that their nightly rest was interrupted, but they did not resort to firing until the 9th of that month. About a week subsequent, 2 whales were cast ashore, and the seamen immediately endeavoured to kill them with harpoons, lances, and cutlasses, but the tide flowing enabled them to escape. As winter advanced, bears became so numerous that the people durst scarce venture abroad from their huts towards night, but in the daytime some were occasionally killed, which they roasted. Several of these animals were so strong, however, that they would run off after being shot through. A great many gulls were also seen on the seaside, which retired every night to the mountains, their usual place of retreat. The 1st of January 1634 was ushered in with dark and frosty weather. The seamen, after wishing each other a happy new year and good success in their enterprise, went to prayers. 2 bears approached very near their huts, but the darkness of the day and the depth of the snow rendered it impossible to take them. Not long afterwards the seamen were more successful, and, having shot one, dragged it into a hut, where they skinned it. From the 1st of February these animals became very shy, and were seldom seen. In the month of March all the people were attacked by scurvy, owing to the scarcity of fresh provisions, and their spirits sunk with the progress of the disease. Only 2 were in health on the 3rd of April, while the rest were extremely ill. 2 pullets were at their request killed for them, no more being left, and as their appetites were pretty good, the others entertained hopes of their convalescence. The whole seldom left their hut to examine the appearance of the sea or the surrounding country, but, on the 15th, they observed 4 whales in a neighbouring bay. The clerk was now very ill, and died on the 16th, whereupon the surviving mariners invoked Heaven to have mercy on his soul, and also on themselves, for they suffered severely. No fresh provisions whatever were left, and they daily grew worse, partly from want of necessary articles, and partly from the excessive cold. Even when in health they could scarce keep themselves in heat by exercise, and when sick, and unable to stir from their huts, that remedy was at an end. Disease made rapid progress among these unfortunate people, so that on the 23rd not more than 1 individual could give an account of the rest, which is done in these words of his journal: "We are by this time reduced to a deplorable state, none of my comrades being able to help himself, much less another. The whole burden, therefore, lies on my shoulders, and I shall perform my duty as well as I am able, so long as it pleases God to give me strength. I am just now about to assist our commander out of his cabin. He thinks it will relieve his pain, for he is struggling with death. The night is dark, and wind blowing from the south." Meantime the Dutch, who repaired in the summer season to Greenland, became impatient to learn the fate of the 7 men left in the Isle of St. Maurice. Some of the seamen got into a boat immediately on their arrival, on the 4th of June 1634, and hastened towards the huts. Yet, from none of the others having come to the seaside to welcome them, they presaged nothing good, and accordingly found that all the unfortunate men had breathed their last. The first, as has been seen, expired on the 16th of April 1634, and his comrades, having put his body in a coffin, deposited it in one of the huts. The remainder were conjectured to have died about the beginning of May, from a journal kept by them, expressing that, on the 27th of April, they had killed their dog for want of fresh provisions, and from its termination on the last of this month. Near one of the bodies stood some bread and cheese, on which the mariner had perhaps subsisted immediately preceding his decease. A box of ointment lay beside the cabin of another, with which he had rubbed his teeth and joints, and his arm was still extended towards his mouth. A prayer book, which he had been reading, also lay near him. Each of the men was found in his own cabin. The Commodore of the Greenland fleet, having got this melancholy intelligence, ordered the 6 bodies to be put into coffins, and, along with the 7th, deposited beneath the snow. Afterwards, when the earth thawed, they were removed and interred on St. John's Day, under a general discharge of the cannon of the fleet. End of Fate of 7 Sailors who were left on the island of St. Maurice, by Anonymous.
Die sieben Faulen by Friedrich Wagenfeld. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Die sieben Faulen. Als die Stephansstadt noch nicht gebaut war, befanden sich in dortiger Gegend nur Kohlhöfe und Ackerland, aber die Ländereien waren nur von mittelmäßigem Ertrage, denn ein großer Teil bestand aus Sandboden, und die niedrig gelegenen Striche waren der Überschwemmung der Weser ausgesetzt. Da hielt sich denn, wenn auch der Fluss schon längst in seine Ufer zurückgetreten war, das Wasser in den Niederungen bis tief in den Sommer hinein, und giftige Dünste, ausgebrütet von heißen Sonnenstrahlen, verpesteten die Luft. Darum wurde die ganze Umgegend auch sehr wenig bewohnt, und nur die ärmeren Bürger, welche hier ein Stück Land besaßen und für die eine Wohnung in der eigentlichen Stadt zu teuer war, haben sich hier angesiedelt. Vor vielen, vielen Jahren nun wohnte daselbst ein Mann, welcher nach der Größe seines Grundbesitzes zu rechnen sehr reich hätte sein müssen, der aber dennoch der ärmste war unter all seinen Nachbarn, denn seine Kohlstücke waren die dürsten und sandigsten, und sein Grasland fast das ganze Jahr hindurch ein beständiger Sumpf, so daß er nur in sehr trockenen Jahren auf eine kleine Heuernte rechnen durfte. Deswegen hielt er auch keine Kuh, sondern begnügte sich mit einer Ziege, obgleich die Milch derselben für seinen Hausstand bei weitem nicht zureichte. Es war freilich bei ihm von Gesinde keine Rede, aber sein Hausstand war nichtsdestoweniger bedeutend zu nennen, denn er hatte 7 Söhne, einen noch größer und stärker wie den anderen. Die schlenderten den ganzen Tag umher, schauten ins Wasser und sahen nach Wind und Wetter, und wenn sie am Mittag zu Hause kamen, hatten sie Hunger wie die Wölfe, denn nichts in der Welt schärft so sehr die Esslust als der Aufenthalt in freier Luft und am fließenden Wasser. Da saßen sie denn um den großen Eichentisch herum, die 7 Riesen, und es war eine Pracht zu schauen, wie es ihnen schmeckte. Nach dem Essen gingen sie ein Stündchen auf den Heuboden, legten sich der Reihe nach hin zum Schlafen und schnarchten, dass die Wände dröhnten. Und wenn sie sich gehörig wieder gestärkt fühlten, dann reckten und streckten sie sich und gingen wieder langsam nach dem Ufer, um den Fischern zuzusehen, wie sie Lachs und Stör fingen, und wie die Schiffe lustig stromauf und ab segelten. Sowie die Sonne zur Ruhe gehen wollte, schickten auch sie sich an zur Heimkehr und zum Schlafengehen. Vorher aber nahmen sie erst eine tüchtige Abendmahlzeit zu sich. Hatten sie sich aber einmal zur Ruhe gelegt, dann schliefen sie auch wie die Bäume, fest und unerwecklich, bis die Sonne hoch am Himmel stand und die kleine Schar zum Frühstück rief. In dieser Weise trieben sie es Jahr ein Jahr aus, einen Tag wie den anderen, in stetem Müßiggange, so daß sie in der ganzen Nachbarschaft nur unter dem Namen der 7 Faulen bekannt waren. Das wussten sie recht gut, aber was kümmerte sie das Geschwätz der Welt? Sie hatten ein gut Gewissen, und wenn sie zu Hause kamen, war der Tisch gedeckt. Da waren die Reden neidischer Nachbarn leicht vergessen. Der Vater gab ihnen wohl mitunter zu verstehen, dass er älter werde und sich zu ihnen versehe, dass sie ihm unter die Arme greifen würden. Das war aber lächerlich, denn der hatte ja selbst so wenig zu schaffen, dass er meistens den ganzen lieben Tag auf der Bank vor dem Hause saß oder mit den vorübergehenden Nachbarn über das Wetter sprach. Auch pflegte er stundenlang mit untergeschlagenen Armen in seine Wasserlachen zu schauen und Vergleichungen darüber anzustellen, wie viel glücklicher Harm, Klaus und Kunz seien, dass sie gutes trockenes Land und gesundes Heu hätten. Dann seufzte er tief, drehte sich um und ließ es beim Alten. Die Mutter melkte die Ziege, kochte Rüben und Kohl, besorgte Feuerung und Wasser und war überhaupt die einzige, welche Sorge trug fürs Hauswesen. Dies Leben hatte lange gewährt, als die Brüder doch endlich anfingen, Langeweile zu empfinden, dass sie sogar ohne Beschäftigung wären. Auch sahen sie, wie ihre Altersgenossen bei anderen Leuten in Diensten standen, sich etwas verdienten und emporkamen. Da sprach der Älteste zu den übrigen: »Ihr wisst, dass mir als dem Erstgeborenen der väterliche Hof gebührt von Rechts wegen. Allein ich verzichte auf mein Vorrecht zugunsten unseres jüngsten Bruders. Ich will in Dienste gehen bei fremden Leuten und hoffe mir in kurzem so viel zu erwerben, dass ich mir selbst einen Hof kaufen kann.« Die Rede fand allgemeinen Beifall. Sie beschlossen alle, desgleichen zu tun und das Haus zu verlassen. Selbst der Jüngste wollte nicht daheim bleiben, denn es schien ihm etwas Großes, Knecht zu sein und Geld zu verdienen. So gingen sie also von Haus zu Haus, ihre Dienste anzubieten, ein riesig Volk mit breiten Schultern und straffen Sehnen und Schenkeln. Aber es erging ihnen nicht nach Wunsch, denn wo sie hinkamen, da fingen die Leute an zu lachen, und einer sprach höhnisch zum andern: »Da sind die 7 Faulen, um Arbeit zu suchen. Ihres Vaters Hof nährt sie nicht mehr, so wollen sie sich bei uns in die Kost legen. Aber sie haben keine Lust zur Arbeit, und hier kann nur ein fleißiger Knecht Aufnahme finden. Weg mit den 7 Faulen.« Sie gingen von Haus zu Haus.
Erst bei ihren Nachbarn in der Vorstadt, dann in der Stadt selbst, Straß auf, Straß ab. Aber da war niemand, der sie in Dienst nehmen wollte. Und auch wer sie nicht kannte von früheren Zeiten her, nahm sich vor ihnen in Acht, denn das böse Gerücht war ihnen vorausgegangen. So kamen sie den Abend heim, müde, verdrießlich und hungrig. Die Mutter trug ihnen ihr Abendbrot auf, und zum ersten Mal in ihrem Leben wollte ihnen solches nicht schmecken. Auch legten sie sich nicht sogleich nach dem Essen aufs Lager, wie sonst ihre Gewohnheit war, sondern sie saßen schweigsam auf der Bank, mit gesenktem Haupte, die Arme über der Brust gekreuzt und die Beine bis in die Mitte der Stube von sich gestreckt. Der Vater empfand Mitleid mit der Lage der Knaben, die gern vorwärts wollten in der Welt, und denen man keine Gelegenheit geben wollte, ihre Kräfte und Geschicklichkeit zu zeigen. Er suchte sie zu trösten und versprach ihnen Arbeit genug zu geben. Er wollte sich, wie er sagte, in Zukunft um nichts mehr kümmern und ihnen die ganze Besorgung der Wirtschaft allein überlassen. Die übrigen mochten nichts erwidern, sie schauten auf den Ältesten, was der sagen würde. Der drehte sich herum zu dem Alten, er konnte sich nicht länger halten. »Hättest du«, sagte er zornig, »Beschäftigung für uns gehabt, so wären wir nicht ohne unsere Schuld in den Verdacht der Trägheit geraten und könnten jetzt unser Glück machen als Knechte. Das bisschen Erbsen und Bohnen kannst du mit Gemach allein pflanzen, und das Heu aus der Lache fischen ist ebenfalls nicht beschwerlich. Die ganze Wirtschaft mag füglich ein alter Mann wie du besorgen und wird sich leichtlich keiner von uns dran vergreifen. Wir wollen aber arbeiten, und da wir in der Heimat allenthalben zurückgewiesen sind, so gehen wir morgen in die weite Welt.« Es war vergebens, dass der Vater sie von ihrem Vorhaben abriet. Es war vergebens, dass sich die alte Mutter die Augen aus dem Kopf weinen wollte. Als der Tag graute, nahmen sie Abschied und gingen ihres Weges, der aufgehenden Sonne entgegen, ohne sich nach den armen Eltern umzusehen, die jammernd vor der Haustür standen und ihnen nachschauten. Als sie ihnen aus den Augen entschwunden waren, gingen die beiden Alten ins Haus zurück, um sich recht auszuweinen, dass sie nun so gänzlich verlassen seien. Ihr einziger Trost war, dass der Hunger die Knaben zurückführen würde, und deshalb schauten sie fleißig nach der Gegend hin, in welcher jene verschwunden waren. Aber wie sie auch spähen mochten, von den Söhnen war nichts zu hören und zu sehen. So ging es einen Tag wie den anderen. Die Eltern erwarteten vergeblich die Rückkehr der Kinder, und als die Sache von einem Vollmond bis zum anderen sich nicht änderte, verzweifelten die Eltern gänzlich, ihre Söhne jemals wieder zu erblicken, und klagten, dass sie ihre alten Tage in gänzlicher Verlassenheit zubringen sollten. Jahr und Tag war verlaufen, und man hatte die Fortgewanderten beinahe vergessen. Da hörte man plötzlich das Geschrei: »Da kommen sie wieder zurück, die 7 Faulen!« Und alles stürzte an die Türen, um die Ankömmlinge in Augenschein zu nehmen. Die trugen Schaufeln und allerlei Gerät, schauten weder rechts noch links und gingen trotzig ihres Wegs, ohne jemanden zu grüßen. Der Eltern Freude über die Heimkehr der Söhne lässt sich nicht beschreiben. Die waren in fernen Ländern gewesen und hatten dort gelernt, dass man gar nicht nötig habe, in die weite Welt zu gehen, wenn man wirklich Lust hat zur Arbeit. Was sie aber diesen Abend mit den Eltern geredet und welche Entwürfe sie dem ungläubigen Vater vorgelegt, das wurde keiner von den neugierigen Nachbarn gewahr. Denn ins Haus wagte sich niemand hinein, und von den 7 Brüdern kam nicht ein einziger vor die Tür. Am anderen Tage sah man aber ein seltsames Schauspiel. Da zogen die 7 Faulen mit Spaten und Schaufeln nach der Wiese des Vaters und machten einen tiefen Graben, worin das Wasser aus den Sümpfen nach der Weser geführt wurde. In kurzer Zeit war das ganze Grundstück entwässert. Darauf errichteten sie am Ufer hin einen hohen Damm zwischen den beiden Sandhügeln, welche das väterliche Erbe zu jeder Seite begrenzten, wodurch die Ländereien gegen künftige Überschwemmungen geschützt wurden. In der ersten Zeit hatten die Nachbarn geglaubt, die 7 Brüder hätten sich wirklich gebessert und wären die fleißigsten Menschen von der Welt geworden. Denn von Morgen bis zum Abend sahen sie dieselben im Graben stehen und vom Hahnschrei bis in die sinkende Nachterde hinwühren zum Damm. Aber als das trockengelegte, schlammgedüngte Land im Verlauf des Sommers das schönste Grat und duftigen Klee trug, so dick und hoch, wie man in der ganzen Umgegend noch nie erlebt hatte, und nun die 7 Brüder hinauszogen, zu mähen anfingen und ohne Mühe den reichen Segen hereinbrachten in die neue Scheune, die sie in der Zwischenzeit erbaut, da kam ihre Tücke und Arglist an den Tag. Der alte Vater, sagten die Nachbarn, war ein fleißiger Mann und scheute keine Mühe all sein Leben lang. Der stieg getrost ins Wasser bis ans Knie und schnitt sich kümmerlich sein Gras, wenn ihm etwas gewachsen war. Die Söhne haben sich das Ding bequemer gemacht, sie haben keine Lust zur Arbeit. Jetzt kam der Herbst, und die 7 Faulen trugen Steine herbei und Holz und bauten ein großes Haus neben der Wohnung des Vaters. So schnell ging der Bau vonstatten, dass man hätte meinen sollen, das Haus wachse aus der Erde hervor. Und ein Fremder hätte die Brüder für fleißige Arbeiter gehalten, so emsig waren sie daran, Kalk zubereiten Holz herbeizuschaffen und die Steine zu vermauern. Wer sie aber näher kannte, wusste, was er von dem Fleiß zu halten hatte. Auch wurde es bald ruchbar, dass der Älteste sich eine Braut ausgesucht habe, und als gegen Ende des Herbstes die Hochzeit war und der junge Mann mit seiner Frau das neue Haus bezog, da sagten die Nachbarn, das Volk ist zu bequem, sie befürchten, dass ihnen das alte Haus zu klein werde und sind zu faul, sich einzuschränken und mit wenigem zu behelfen. Als das Frühjahr kam, bestellten die Brüder das Land, und da sie bis zur Heuernte mancherlei Muße hatten, so bauten sie noch 5 Häuser in einer Reihe neben des Vaters Haus. Das eine war noch bunter angestrichen als das andere, und sie schimmerten in allen Farben des Regenbogens. Da vermuteten die Nachbarn schon vorher, was nun erfolgen würde. Und als die Heuernte vorüber war, da feierten die 5 folgenden Söhne ihre Hochzeit mit Jubel und Musik, und jeder bezog mit seiner jungen Frau eins von den 9 Häusern, zum großen Ärgernis der frommen Nachbarn, welche in Genügsamkeit und Gottesfurcht mit ihren Schwiegersöhnen unter einem und demselben Dache hausten. Der jüngste Sohn blieb im elterlichen Hause zurück. Ihm hatte der älteste Bruder sein Anrecht auf dasselbe abgetreten, zum Heiraten war er aber noch zu jung. So standen die 7 Häuser in angemessenen Zwischenräumen in einer langen Reihe, von hinten und zu beiden Seiten von Obst- und Gemüsegärten umgeben, die sie durch dichte Dornenhecken gegen das eindringende Wild zu schützen suchten. Denn sie waren zu träge, um wie die Nachbarn in den kalten Winternächten die Hasen aus dem Kohl zu verscheuchen und schliefen lieber. Darauf baute sich jeder seinem Hause gegenüber Stallungen und Scheunen, denn sie hatten jetzt reichliches Futter für ihre Kühe und ihr Viehstand gedieh vortrefflich. Auf diese Weise entstand eine lange und breite Straße, welche sie zu beiden Seiten mit Lindenbäumen bepflanzten und in der Mitte mit einem tüchtigen Steinpflaster versahen. Und wenn etwa ein Vorübergehender fragte, wie die schön belaubte Straße heiße und wer darin wohne, was konnten die Nachbarn, wollten sie der Wahrheit getreu bleiben, anderes antworten als, dass die Bewohner der Straße die 7 Faulen seien, welche nicht die Lust hätten, nach dem Oslepshauser Holze zu gehen, um der frischen Waldluft zu genießen, wie hier seit undenklichen Zeiten der Brauch gewesen, und sich deshalb Laubgänge vor ihren eigenen Türen anlegten. Auch seien sie zu faul, das bei Regenwettern und schlechten Wegen beschmutzte Schuhwerk wieder zu reinigen. Sie hätten deshalb lieber den kostbaren Steinweg angelegt, den sie auch bei der schlechtesten Witterung rein und sauber hielten, als nach Landessitte auf kotigen Wegen gehen zu wollen, denn sie scheuten auch die kleinste Mühe und seien zu jeder Arbeit verdorben. Endlich kam die Zeit, dass auch der jüngste Bruder ein Weib nahm. Mit Freuden trat ihm der Vater das Hausregiment ab, und die Hochzeit wurde ebenfalls mit großer Pracht gefeiert. Viele Jahre lebten die Brüder also in größter Eintracht, und merkwürdig war es, dass ihr Wohlstand von Tage zu Tage wuchs, während sie nur halb so geschäftig waren wie die Nachbarsleute. Sie gingen nicht ins Oslepshauser Holz, sie saßen des Nachts nicht im Kohl, um die Hasen zu vertreiben, wo es aber galt, etwas zu Wege zu bringen, wodurch sie sich in der Faulheit stärken konnten, da waren sie darüber aus, Tag und Nacht mit großer Anstrengung. Wie sie denn noch in ihren alten Tagen mitten in ihrer Straße anfingen zu graben und zu wühlen, dass die Nachbarn neugierig über die Zäune schauten und sich die Köpfe zerbrachen über das neue Beginnen. Mit der Zeit aber erhob sich daselbst ein schöner Brunnen, und das Rätsel war gelöst. Das war das letzte von ihren Stücken, aber auch darin verleugnete sich nicht ihr angeborener Hang zur Trägheit. Lange schon ruhten die Eltern der 7 Faulen im Grabe, aber es gab noch viele unter den Nachbarn, die den rechtschaffenen Vater gekannt hatten. Wieviel tausendmal hatte der nicht in seinem Leben einen Eimer Wasser aus der Weser geholt? Und nun waren die Söhne und ihre Weiber zu stolz und zu träge, um das Wasser vom Flusse heraufzuschleppen. Deshalb also war es, dass der Brunnen gegraben wurde. Das war ihr letzter Streich, aber er sah ihnen ganz ähnlich. Fragt aber jetzt einer nach der Straßen, wo die 7-Tage-Diebe gewohnt haben, der komme zu uns nach der Faulenstraße. Die schönen Linden sind zum großen Teile verschwunden, der Brunnen aber steht noch, wahrscheinlich in oft erneuerter Gestalt, gerade mitten in der Straße. End of Die 7 Faulen bei Friedrich Wagenfeld. Read by Eki Tebi.
De 7 zusters. Dit is een opname ter gelegenheid van de 7e verjaardag van LibriVox. Alle LibriVox-opnamen zijn vrij van auteursrechten. Voor meer informatie of om je aan te melden als vrijwilliger, ga naar LibriVox.org. De 7 zusters. Door Willem Josephus zeggelen. De 7 zusters, een legende van de Rijn. De liefde maakt treurig, de liefde maakt blij, en zoet is haar bidden en hopen. En stapt ze verblind soms de wijsheid voorbij. De leerspreuk bediedt ons, het vragen staat vrij, maar nimmer het dreigen of nopen. Voor jaren, voor eeuwen begreep men dit al. En wat ook de tijdstroom verniele, hij spaarde ons het verhaal van een wondergeval. Van 7 gezusters, een heilig getal. De dames zijn lang reeds ter ziele. In domtrek van Wezel verheft zich een slot. Geen prins zou de Schönberg zich schamen. Daar lijden de meisjes in weeldrig genot, want adel en rijkdom versieren haar lot. Een kippetjesleven tezamen. Dat schoonheid haar sierde, vat ieder terstond. Niets gaven ze elkander gewonnen. In vorm en gestalte, gelaatskleur en mond. Heure ogen verspreiden de glans in het rond van 14 helstralende zonnen. Als bloemen geplant in een geurige tuin, bestormd door verdriet, nog ontbering, ontstond uit de mengeling van blond en van bruin, dat afhing in golvende tres van de kruin, een lieflijke en zachte schakeering. De schoonheid kweekt liefde, dat's overbekend. En als wij het factum vernemen, dat tal van verliefden van verre en omtrent de smekende blik naar het slot hield gewend, zal zeker geen schepsel bevreemden. Zo bogen veel ridders eerbiedig de knie en zwoeren bij baard en bij sabel hun eeuwige trouw en hun hartsympathie, en spraken van weemoed en zielsharmonie, mit plauderen kletschende schnabel. De meisjes ontvingen de vrijers zeer heus, het gevolg van een goede educatie, en toonden de heertjes zich vrij amoureus. Zij echter bedekten zorgvuldig haar keus en lachten met al die sensatie. Ze kenden hun wereld, maar gaven geen voet. Kwam 't vuur haar wat na aan de schenen, ze hielden zich juist, als begreep men niet goed, het oogmerk bij handkus en knieval en groet. De voorkeur gewerd aan niet éénen. 'T was gansch niet plezierig voor 't smachtend gevoel van zoveel verliefde gestellen. Maar amor, men weet het, soms kittelig, soms koel, speelt dikwerf de dwingland met wensch en met doel, en laat zich niet dwingen of kwellen. 'T was druk op het slot, immers de een was niet voort, of de ander werd welkom geheten. Zo'n minziek gelispel was nimmer gehoord. Daar waren, ik weet niet hoe kort aan de poort, k weet niet hoeveel dorpels versleten. 'T is kostbaar en lastig, zo'n schmiegelpartij. Mij dunkt het zou velen geneeren. En ik vind het vermetel, want hoe het toch zij, de wedermin stond aan de dametjes vrij. Maar Duitsers, 't zijn wondere heeren. Zij werden ten laatste dat drentelen moe en staken de hoofden tezamen. Daar moest nu een eind aan, het deed er niet toe. Zij vroegen elkander het wat en het hoe, om middelen van dwang te beramen. Ze telden elkander en raad eens hoeveel das Liberein mocht vergaren. Juist 20 ze trokken tezaam naar het kasteel en eischten voor 7 het huwelijksgareel en zetten het op haren en snaren. Wie buiten t complot bleef, kreeg slaag van de troep en pakte geduldig zijn biezen. Het 20-tal stond in postuur voor de stoep en schreeuwde naar binnen met dreigende roep. Nu moesten de dames maar kiezen. Och hemel, wat waren de meisjes verplet. Zij konden 't gezicht niet geloven. Maar nou had gevatheid de vrees wat verzet, of 't zustertal riep zeer beleefd en koket. Komt boven, mijne heren, komt boven. De vreugd van de ridders steeg aanstonds ten top. Ze meenden de vogels te vangen en streken hoogmoedig de knevels eens op en ijlden de knapsten vooruit in galop de trap op met heimlijk verlangen. De ridderzaal werd voor hen opengezet. Ze dachten aan dwang, meer nog prügel, en stapten naar binnen met statige tred. Elk hoopte stilzwijgend en hield zich adret en blikte eens terloops in de spiegel. Maar de oudste der zusters nam zedig het woord. Dat woord zou zijn werking niet missen. Ze zei dat de ridderwensch aan was gehoord, maar veelheid van keuze haar min had versmoord, en dat dus het lot zou beslissen. De 7 zusters verlieten de zaal en 9 gracieus voor de heren, maar altoos gereed voor een vriendelijk onthaal verschenen de dienaars met kan en bokaal om dorst en verveling te weren. Een uurtje vlood om en het ongeduld steeg bij wachten en wikken en hopen, toen buiten de zon naar haar slaapsalet neeg en binnen het morren weer de overhand kreeg, ging eensklaps de kamerdeur open. Een grijsaard komt in en hij buigt zich en beeft voor al die robuuste signoren. Hij treedt naar de ridders en biedt hun beleefd de loten die hij in een hengselmand heeft, in 20 verschillende kleuren. Of het juist zo gemikt was, elk grijpt naar zijn kleur, benieuwd wat het lot had beschreven. 'T gaf jubelen en juichen, gezucht en gezeur. Wie stelden de blanco biljetten teleur? Wie waren de zalige 7? Een 13-tal ridders sprak vinnig en luid van wondere vrouwelijke kuren. Dat 13-tal zag er recht ridderlijk uit, maar zonderling vielen de prijzen te buit aan 7 mismaakte figuren. 'T geluk had ook hier weer de wangunst gebaard. Dra vielen er smaadlijke woorden. Je ziet het, zo klonk het, de gekken de kaart. De kratesjes hielden zich wijs en bedaard en deden maar of ze t niet hoorden. Kom, riepen de 13, vrij schamper en stroef. Nu is 't kaf van het koren gescheiden. Nooit kan het gemeend zijn, 't is vast maar een foef. Maar 't 7-tal spottend met al dat gesnoef leidt af met een Jantje van Leiden. Ze rekten hun halsjes en beentjes wat uit. Hun moed steeg met iedere seconde. Ze sprongen als kikkers, elk jubelde luid. Ik wil haar omhelzen, waar toeft ze, mijn bruid? En blikte verlangend in het ronde. Maar hemel, waar zouden de dames toch zijn? Men vroege het ten laatste aan de grijze. Deze wees met de vinger bedaard naar de Rijn. Daar voeren ze, 't was tussen schemer en schijn, en zongen op schertsende wijze. De liefde maakt treurig, de liefde maakt blij, en zoet is haar bidden en hopen. En stapt ze verblind soms de wijsheid voorbij. De leerspreuk bediedt ons, het vragen staat vrij, maar nimmer het dreigen of nopen. Wel, dat zou de duivel. Wat weerslag is dat? Zo riepen de onstuimige 7. De 13 wier wangunst nu post had gevat. Ze lachten in 't vuistje en sarden hen wat. Loopt, jongens, geen kamp moet je geven. Een boot, riepen ze, allen doldriftig en fier. Daar was er geen enkele te vinden. Men vloekte en men zwaaide tot blote rapier, tot eindelijk 'twas jammer een bocht der rivier de zusters voor 't oog deed verzwinden. Da's leelijk, zo klonk het, dat noem ik verraad, dat zijn nu fatsoenlijke dames. Men dacht niet dat de liefde 't commando versmaadt, dat vrouwenlist vaak boven mannenkracht gaat, spijt dreigen of ruwe reclames. Het duister viel neder op water en land, de vogels ze waren gevlogen, nog waarden de zeven bedrukt langs de kant, en stonden verplet of door wraakzucht vermand, met tranen van spijt in hun oogen. Ze hadden voor het laatst hun liefjes gezien, hoe 't hart van terugkeer mocht dromen. Maar konden ze, vraagt ge, heur erfgoed ontvliehen, of woonden ze toen in een huurhuis misschien? Dat heb ik zo na niet vernomen. Meen echter gebeurde in dees dagen het feit, al kwamen de vrijers met hopen, uit blooheid of afkeer of gemelijkheid. En ik vind het verstandig, wie 't anders ook zijt, de meisjes niet zouden gaan lopen. Maar 't was toen wel menens, nooit zag men haar weer, doch wel 7 steppen in 't water. Soms klinkt er een koor uit de diepte van 't meer, vaak sarrend en schertsend, vaak treffend en teer, verzeld soms van spotziek geschater. De liefde maakt treurig, de liefde maakt blij, en zoet is haar bidden en hopen. En stapt ze verblind soms de wijsheid voorbij, de leerspreuk biedt ons, het vragen staat vrij, maar nimmer het dreigen of nopen. Einde van de 7 zusters. Voorgelezen door Marcel Koenders. Genesis 7. Dit is een opname ter gelegenheid van de 7e verjaardag van LibriVox. Alle LibriVox-opnamen zijn vrij van auteursrechten. Voor meer informatie of om je aan te melden als vrijwilliger, ga naar LibriVox.org. Genesis 7. Statenvertaling. Daarna zeide de Heere tot Noach: Ga gij en uw ganse huis in de ark, want u heb ik gezien, rechtvaardig voor mijn aangezicht in dit geslacht. Van alle rein vee zult gij tot u nemen, 7 en 7, het mannetje en zijn wijfje, maar van het vee dat niet rein is, 2, het mannetje en zijn wijfje. Ook van het gevogelte des hemels, 7 en 7, het mannetje en het wijfje, om zaad levend te houden op de ganse aarde. Want over nog 7 dagen zal ik doen regenen op de aarde, 40 dagen en 40 nachten. En ik zal van de aardbodem verdelgen al wat bestaat dat ik gemaakt heb. En Noach deed naar al wat de Heere hem geboden had. Noach nu was 600 jaren oud, als de vloed der wateren op de aarde was. Zo ging Noach en zijn zonen en zijn huisvrouw en de vrouwen zijner zonen met hem in de ark, vanwege de wateren des vloeds. Van het reine vee en van het vee dat niet rein was, en van het gevogelte en al wat op de aardbodem kruipt, kwamen er 2 en 2 tot Noach in de ark, het mannetje en het wijfje, gelijk als God Noach geboden had. En het geschiedde na die 7 dagen, dat de wateren des vloeds op de aarde waren, in het 600ste jaar des levens van Noach, in de 2e maand, op de 17e dag der maand. Op deze zelfde dag zijn alle fonteinen des groten afgronds opengebroken en de sluizen des hemels geopend. En een plasregen was op de aarde 40 dagen en 40 nachten. Even op diezelfde dag ging Noach en Sem en Gaam en Jafet, Noachs zonen, desgelijks ook Noachs huisvrouw en de 3 vrouwen zijner zonen met hem in de ark. Zij en al het gedierte naar zijn aard, en al het vee naar zijn aard, en al het kruipend gedierte dat op de aarde kruipt naar zijn aard, en al het gevogelte naar zijn aard, alle vogeltjes van allerlei vleugel, en van alle vlees, waarin een geest des levens was, kwamen er 2 en 2 tot Noach in de ark. En die er kwamen, die kwamen mannetje en wijfje, van alle vlees, gelijk als hem God bevolen had. En de Heere sloot achter hem toe. En die vloed was 40 dagen op de aarde, en de wateren vermeerderden, en hieven de ark op, zodat zij oprees boven de aarde. En de wateren namen de overhand, en vermeerderden zeer op de aarde, en de ark ging op de wateren. En de wateren namen gans zeer de overhand op de aarde, zodat alle hoge bergen die onder de ganse hemel zijn, bedekt werden. 15 ellen omhoog namen de wateren de overhand, en de bergen werden bedekt. En alle vlees dat zich op de aarde roerde, gaf de geest van het gevogelte en van het vee en van het wild gedierte en van al het kruipend gedierte dat op de aarde kroop en alle mens. Al wat een adem des geestes des levens in zijn neusgaten had, van alles wat op het droge was, is gestorven. Alzo werd verdelgd al wat bestond, dat op de aardbodem was, van de mens aan tot het vee, tot het kruipend gedierte en tot het gevogelte des hemels. En zij werden verdelgd van de aarde. Doch Noach alleen bleef over, en wat met hem in de ark was. En de wateren hadden de overhand boven de aarde 150 dagen. Einde van Genesis 7, voorgelezen door Marcel Koenders. In het Zevengebergte. Dit is een opname ter gelegenheid van de 7e verjaardag van LibriVox. Alle LibriVox-opnamen zijn vrij van auteursrechten. Voor meer informatie of om je aan te melden als vrijwilliger, ga naar LibriVox.org. In het Zevengebergte door S. Vissering. Het geviel op 1 juli-avond in het jaar 1838 dat 2 jonge lieden van het armoedig en smerig stadje Koningswinter uit den Drachenfels bestegen. Zij waren Amsterdammers, even 20, verwanten, speelmakkers en vrienden van de schooljaren af. De een werkte bij zijn vader op het kantoor in het vooruitzicht eerlang deelgenoot in de zaak te worden. De ander was student aan het Atheneum Illustre. De beide vaders hadden hun in gemeen overleg eene vriendelijke verrassing bereid en de middelen verschaft om een voetreisje langs den Rijn te doen. Zij waren den 2 juli aan de Berenbijt in de nachtschuit naar Utrecht gestapt, hadden het roefje gedeeld met een ouden catechiseermeester en een jong dienstmeisje, waren de volgende ochtend te 4 uur te Utrecht aangeland en hadden dadelijk in de vroege morgenstond de wandeling aanvaard langs de bekoorlijke, hun nog nieuwe weg over de Bilt, Zeist, Driebergen, Doorn, Amerongen, Rhenen en de Grebbe tot Wageningen, zich verlustigende in al het liefelijke en schoone dat zij zagen, een paar malen partij trekkende van de goede geluk hun gegunde gelegenheid om de vermoeide voeten wat rust te geven op eene boerenkar die een eind ver denzelfden weg volgde. Te Wageningen hadden zij plaats gevonden op den bok der diligence die hen door de met weelderige akkers en boomgaarden prijkende Betuwe naar Nijmegen bracht. Te Nijmegen hadden zij zich den volgenden morgen veel tijd, moeiten en onkosten moeten getroosten om hunne reispassen afgeteekend te krijgen, want wij waren in het jaar op zeer gespannen voet met België en de grensvesting werd zorgvuldig bewaakt. Toen hadden zij de wandelstaf weder opgenomen, over Beek en Kranenburg naar Kleef, hadden de Tiergarten en het mausoleum van graaf Maurits van Nassau bezichtigd en des avonds de Slotberg beklommen, waar duizenden glimvliegjes in het halfdonker als dwaallichtjes hen omzweefden. Omstreeks middernacht waren zij met de ijlwagen, een hortende, stotende, tochtige kast, over Krefeld naar Düsseldorf gereden. Van Düsseldorf had de nachtboot hen naar Keulen gebracht, waar zij de nog niet half voltooide Dom bezocht hadden en in onbeschrijfelijk vuile, vieze, stinkende achterbuurten verdwaald geraakt waren en vandaar naar Bonn. Op de Kreuzberg hadden zij zich over de gepolijste marmeren Pilatestrap en de geconserveerde lijken der monniken in de grafkelder verbaasd, en niet minder over de oneerbiedige geestigheden waarmede de geleider zijne verklaringen opluisterde, waren toen doorgewandeld naar Godesberg, hadden in een der aanzienlijke hotels een kostelijk middagmaal genoten en goudsche pijpen gerookt, waarbij hun beduid werd dat men op het bezoek van Hollanders uitermate zeer gesteld was, en waren toen tegen den avond de Rijn overgestoken naar het Zevengebergte, het heerlijk Zevengebergte, het eerste hoofddoel van de reis, het voorwerp van hun brandend verlangen. Zij hadden op de nu afgelegde 6-daagse tocht al veel genoten, velerlei gezien, allerlei ontmoetingen en avonturen, zoals het dagboek der reize ze heette, gehad. Zelfs teleurstellingen. Onder anderen hadden zij een ganschen dag zoet gebracht met het opsporen hunner reiskoffers, die onderweg verdwaald geraakt waren. Welke treffende verrassingen en avonturen zou hun misschien nu het Zevengebergte opleveren. Het was reeds avond en het pad naar de top van de Draghenfels was glibberig door eene in de namiddag gevallen donderbui. Zo veroorloofden zij zich de weelde van eene ezel te bestijgen en zich naar boven te laten hotsen, langs bouwlanden en boomgaarden, nu en dan afgewisseld met een stukje wijnberg, door boschpartijen en struikgewas, langs kale rotswanden en afgronden, over rolsteenen en gruis bereikten zij voorbij de steengroeven van de Wolkenburg in het schemerdonker nog verzwaard door eene dicht bewolkte lucht, de kleine nette en vriendelijke Gastwierschaft bovenop de Drachenfels. Een 50-tal voeten beneden de hoogste spits op een klein plateau gebouwd. De Wirtschaft was er eigenlijk niet op ingericht logeergasten te herbergen. De regel toch was dat de toeristen overdag de Drachenfels beklommen om de ruïne te zien en zich aan het panorama te vergasten, en voor de avond wederom afdaalden om herberg in de geriefelijke hotels van Rolandseck of Godesberg te zoeken, of hunne reis te vervorderen. Evenwel, voor dezulken die door een of ander toeval wat laat in de avond aankwamen en er tegenop zagen langs de altoos gevaarlijke weg in het donker terug te keren, waren er in een zolderkamertje een paar bedden beschikbaar, zoo men maar het eenvoudige voor lief wilde nemen. Dat kwam de jongelieden juist te stade, en opgetogen over hun goed geluk strekten zij de vermoeide leden op de zindelijke bedden van het zolderkamertje uit en sliepen, gelijk het dagboek der reize niet vergeet te vermelden, 1300 voeten hooger dan te Amsterdam, zo goed als thuis. De volgende ochtend begonnen zij hunne zwerftochten door het Zevengebergte, met eene wandeling naar de Petershof Stromberg, die met zijne breede logge vormen aan eene dikke goedige bakker doet denken, terwijl de Drachenfels als een grimmige korporaal daarnevens op wacht staat. Maar de dikke Petersberg bleek niet zo goedig als zij zich had voorgesteld. Het pad van gisteren weder afgeloopen, hadden zij aan de andere kant van Koningswinter een weg gevonden, die hen volgens ingewonnen inlichtingen onfeilbaar naar de Peterskapel op de kruin van den berg zou voeren. Wij volgden dan. Wij willen hen zelven laten vertellen, tussen wijngaarden een tamelijk breed en welbegaan voetpad, dat ons met vele kronkelingen weldra in een dicht struikbosch voerde. De zon scheen bij tusschenpoozen door het looverdak boven ons. Het groen was door de regen van den vorigen dag verfrischt. De vogels zongen hun morgenlied en wij zongen lustig mede. Doch allengs bemerkten wij dat ons bochtig voetpad immer onduidelijker werd en eindelijk ternauwernood meer zichtbaar rechtuit naar den bergtop wees. Wij vermoedden dat wij verdwaald waren, maar wilden van geen terugkeer weten. Ook scheen de top niet meer zo verre en de klimpartij zelve had iets romantisch en aantrekkelijks. Zo ging het vooruit, maar de berg werd al steiler, het pad al meer met bladeren bestrooid, die door de laatste regens glad waren als ijs. Wij vielen neer op de buik, kropen voort op handen en voeten, haalden ons op aan takken, moesten steunsels zoeken in wortels of uitstekende rotspunten. De loodzwarte wolken die nu en dan boven ons dreven, dreigden hare schatten over ons te ontlasten en regenstroomen uit te gieten, die ons misschien met bladeren, stronken, stenen en struiken bergaf zouden slepen. Wij hijgden, wij vielen aanmächtig neer, wij zwegen. Eindelijk bereikten wij voortkrabbelende de rand. Hoe prettig is thans de herinnering aan deze bezwaarlijke tocht. Een andere tocht ging naar de steengroeven van de Stenselberg, die zich oostwaarts van de toenmaals voor gewone toeristen schier ongenaakbare ruïnen der abdij van Heisterbach verhief, en daar opende zich een onbeschrijfelijk grootsch schouwspel. De ijzervaste rots was door het geweld van buskruid met tallooze grillige spleten doorkloofd. Hier verhief zich het bruinzwarte gesteente enige honderden voeten loodrecht ten hemel, en op elke uitstekende spits, hoe zij daar kwamen was ons een raadsel, stonden de werklieden met hunne houweelen te hakken. Daar opende zich een hol, uit welks ingewanden ons doffe slagen tegemoet klonken. Daar, weder, stonden hooge zuilen, geheel op zichzelven, en schenen u met hunne val te willen verpletteren. Elders was de rots als eene gothische kerk, met gangen, pilaren en gewelven uitgehouwen, en te midden dier schrikkelijke gevaarten, onder steen en puin, bewoog zich de nietige mensch met zijnen arbeid, de woeste natuur beheerschende en dwingende. Zulk een tooneel maakt u trotsch mensch te zijn. Op eene schoone, zonnige achtermiddag wandelden zij naar den Leuwenberg, de op één na hoogste der 100 koppen van het Zevengebergte, het statige voorgebergte van de groep tegen het zuidoosten. De afstand heette een uur gaans te zijn, maar viel tegen. Het pad voerde aanvankelijk wederom over de Volkenburg, maar nu aan den zuidkant, midden door de bergwerken. Het ging slingerend straf naar beneden, zoodat hun stap tegen wil en dank een draf werd, en zij van tijd tot tijd zich tegen de rotswand moesten werpen om hunne vaart te stuiten. Aan de voet van de hooge Volkenburg laafde hen een kleine waterval, en nu opende zich een zeer romantische weg. Nu eens omhulde ons dicht heester gewas, dan weder rezen kale bergen naast ons op. Soms doorsneden wij liefelijke dalgronden met geurige weiden en rijpende akkers. Dan weder verloor zich het oog in ondoordringbare diepten. Alom eene indrukwekkende natuur, treffender nog door de volslagen eenzaamheid die er heerste. Op den ganschen weg ontmoetten wij slechts een paar havelooze houthakkers, die ons met nieuwsgierige en, naar het ons toescheen, onvriendelijke oogen nakeken. Zo bereikten wij in het eind de Burghof, een soort van vorsthuis aan den voet van den bergkegel, die met een zwaar beukenwoud begroeid was. Eene heilige stilte heerschte onder het hooge hout. Geen windje suisde, geen vogel liet zich hooren, geen krekel zong. Alleen onze voetstappen ruischten door de dorre bladeren. Op de kruin van den berg gaf de onder haar eigen puin begraven ruïne het sprekendste beeld der verlatenheid. Terwijl wij binnen die sombere muren rondklauterden, ontmoetten wij opeens een helder verlichte opening, en daar zagen wij de heerlijkheid des hemels. Als een onmetelijke, gloeiende kogel lag de ondergaande zon op het vlak van de Petersberg. In sprakelooze bewondering staarden wij op het onvergelijkelijk tafereel. Allengs zonk de schitterende vuurbol weg, de bergtop en de kapel met een stralenkrans omringende. Ook die lichtgloed verdween en week voor eene teedere mengeling van blauwe, groene en roode luchten. En toen wij nu weder de oogen langs de treurige ruïne lieten rondgaan, konden wij de gedachte niet weren: zo eindigen de werken van de Almachtige en zo vergaan de werken der mensen. Morgen rijst die zon weer even schoon aan het uitspansel, en morgen valt misschien weder een brok van die eenmaal zoo vaste burcht tot gruis. Het werd hoog tijd huiswaarts te keeren. Met voorzichtige schreden daalden wij door het bosch, waar geen betreden pad onze gang leidde, naar den burghof af. Over de weg door het dal lag reeds de schemering, die weldra in donkerheid overging, zodat meermalen slechts het ruisen der beek bezijden de weg onze koers bepaalde. Volkomen stilte was er om ons heen. Nu en dan alleen vloog een vogel door de ongewone verschijning verschrikt op en deed de takken ruisen. Een ogenblik daarna was het weder doodstil. Iedereen heeft ondervonden welk een zonderlinge indruk eenzaamheid, stilte en duisternis op het gemoed kunnen maken. Vrees is het niet, maar een zekere beklemdheid, een werken der fantasie, die u allerlei gedrochtelijke voorstellingen voortovert. Het is als de toestand van iemand die tegen de verwarde, benauwde droom worstelt. Wij vergeleken onze wandeling bij de tocht van Havener door de wildernissen van Ceylon, waarvan wij het boeiend verhaal in onze jongensjaren verslonden hadden. Dan verbeeldden wij ons in de flikkering van een johannesvliegje dat voor ons dartelde, de ogen van een loerenden tijger te zien. Of wij wendden onwillekeurig het hoofd om, of misschien een gluipende woudbeer met onhoorbare tred ons spoor volgde. Of wanneer dan het verstand ons tot onszelven terugbracht, dan waanden wij in een verwrongen boomstam een dier mannen te zien die wij ontmoet hadden, en die ons thans misschien met boze bedoelingen opwachtte. Wel klemden wij dan de stok vaster in de hand, en wel trachten wij door fluiten en zingen onszelven te overtuigen dat wij niet bang waren, maar het ging niet van harte. Hoe schoon toch was de gelegenheid om de avontuurlijke, onbekende wandelaars straffeloos te beroven, te vermoorden en hunne lijken in eene kloof te werpen. Wat hebben wij later, toen wij te huis onze avonturen recapituleerden, om die dwaze grillen der verbeelding gelachen. De weg viel ons intussen verbazend lang. Ook zagen wij, zoover de duisternis zulks toeliet, voorwerpen die wij op de heenreis niet bemerkt hadden, zodat wij thans de meer gegronde vrees begonnen te voeden dat wij verdwaald waren. Zo was het. Wij zagen eindelijk in de verte lichtjes schijnen en bereikten een groep woningen, het dorpje Reundorf. Het eerste huisje, het beste, traden wij binnen en beduidden niet zonder moeite aan de vrouw die ons te woord stond dat wij de weg naar de Draggevelds zochten. Goedig riep zij haren man, die dadelijk bereid was ons als wegwijzer te dienen. Ruim 9 uur kwamen wij aan onze herberg terug en aanschouwden van de vrije hoogte, ver in het noordwesten, de laatste gele weerschijn van het stervend avondlicht. 1,5 uur later, toen wij, na een hartig maal, op ons logeerkamertje ons gereed maakten om te bed te gaan, klonk van beneden de stem van onze vriendelijke waard ons toe: "Kom toch nog even buiten, mijne heeren. Het is zo schoon." En het was schoon. In de balsemgeurende nacht goot de maan hare zilverglansen over het landschap, over de stromende Rijn, daar ver in de diepte, over berg en bosch, over de afbrokkelende muren en bogen van de oude burcht. Het was ons of een gevoel van stille vrede over ons kwam. Maar ik keek nog tusschenbeide op naar de spits van de Drachenfels, zoveel ik onderscheiden kon, want ik had er veel gezien en veel gehoord, waaraan ik dikwijls herdacht heb. Aldus besluit Jacob Gil zijn onsterfelijk gesprek op de Drachenfels, dat altijd nieuw, altijd jong, altijd fris blijft, hoe dikwerf men het ook herleze, dat ook heden nog, na 50 jaren, eene actualiteit bezit, alsof het gisteren geschreven ware. Ook de schrijver van het dagboek heeft in latere jaren vele malen nog weder naar de spits van de Drachenfels opgezien, het zij wanneer hij er met de stoomboot voorbij voer en het panorama van het Zevengebergte zich langzaam en statig zag ontrollen, of wanneer hij er langs de spoorbaan aan de overzijde ijlings voorbij snorde en ternauwernood een glimp van dat tafereel mocht opvangen. Hij ook had daar zoveel gezien en genoten, waaraan hij dikwijls herdacht had en waarvan de herinnering weder met al de frisheid bij kans van de eerste indruk door aanschouwing bij hem levendig werd. Weliswaar hadden de jeugdige reizigers van 1838, toen zij daar rondzwierven, niet aan klassiek of romantiek gedacht, al had ook de laatste juist op dat tijdstip hare hoogste bloei bereikt, al was het ook reeds een 5-tal jaren geleden sinds haar karakter, haar streven en hare afdwalingen in dat gesprek op de Drachenfels met meesterhand waren getekend, maar zij hadden op dit plekje een stuk levens genoten. Zij hadden er zich aan de dwaasheden der jeugd overgegeven. Zij hadden er met de naïeve ontvankelijkheid van jonge harten indrukken opgevangen, indrukken weergegeven, gewaarwordingen geuit in opgewonden gebrekkige taal. Zij hadden er op hunne wijze en naar hunne bevatting over de dingen des hemels en der aarde gefilosofeerd. Wel mocht het hem in deze latere jaren een genot zijn de heugenis aan dat alles te verlevendigen en in verbeelding die gelukkige dagen nogmaals door te leven. Die wandelingen te midden eener natuur zo rijk aan verrassende afwisseling van groots en liefelijks, van hards en zachts, gelijk Geel ze met één penseelstreek tekent. Die zwerftochten langs gebaande en ongebaande wegen, die ontmoetingen en avonturen, die angstigheden en uitkomsten, die gewaarwordingen en ontboezemingen, al kwam hem dan ook, nu hij zoveel ouder en wijzer en kritischer geworden was, bij die herdenking soms een glimlach op de lippen. 2 malen mocht het hem in de latere leeftijd gebeuren de voet nog eens weder op de spits van de Drachenfels te zetten. De eerste reis in 1850 met zijn jonge vrouw, de tweede in 1884 met vrouw, zonen en dochteren. In 1850 vond hij in de 12 jaren sinds zijn eerste bezoek verloopen weinig veranderd. Het armelijke Koningswinter had zich wat opgeknapt en de weelde aangeschaft van een paar grote logementen, in de hoop van daarmede een deel althans van de stroom der zomertoeristen tot zich te lokken. Maar het was nog altijd hetzelfde steile, glibberige pad naar boven, met zijne schoone uitzichten en zijne afwisselingen van lieflijke en grootsche omgeving. Het waren nog altijd dezelfde ezeltjes als eenig vervoermiddel voor degenen wie het klauteren te zwaar viel. Het was nog altijd de schilderachtige en indrukwekkende ruïne op de top, en onder hare schuts lag nog altijd dezelfde bescheidene en vriendelijke wirtschaft. Hij klom op naar en over de ruïne en was er alleen met zijne herinneringen. Maar op een voorsprong van de rots vond hij een man staan, evenals de streng kritische Diocles in Gilles verhaal, met gekruiste armen naar de overkant van de Rijn gekeerd, zijne ogen, zo het scheen, op Rolands Eck gevestigd. Doch de man die er nu stond scheen naar zijn uiterlijk tot de reizende handswerklieden te behooren, welke men in die dagen nog in groten getale op alle Duitsche landwegen kon ontmoeten. Het hoofd met zwarte flaphoed bedekt, een grijs linnen kiel door een riem om de midden gesloten, een knapzak op de rug, een knoestige wandelstaf in de hand, een vermagerd gelaat met groeven om neus en mond, een donker oog, een stroeve blik. Hij was, zoals hij in het aangeknoopt gesprek openhartig en met zekere hoogheid mededeelde, fabrieksarbeider te Barmen en communist. Hij was daartoe afgevaardigd op weg naar Zuid-Duitsland om zich met de broederen daarginds in betrekking te stellen, want er zijn grote dingen op til, zei hij. Wel zijn de babbelaars van het Frankfurter parlement uiteengejaagd, wel zijn de democratische opwellingen te Elberfeld, te Düsseldorf, te Berlijn, te Wenen, te Dresden, te Frankfurt en in Baden door wapengeweld in bloed gesmoord. Doch de grote sociale omwenteling zal nu eerst beginnen. Frankrijk gaat reeds voor. De Fransen echter zijn te wuft. Op hen valt niet te rekenen. Van de kracht en de volharding van het Duitse volk moet de zege komen, evenals de verdrukkers gevallen zijn, wier sterke burchten daar in puin liggen. Zo zal ook nu de tirannie der heersende klasse vermorzeld worden. Het volk zal zich zijn recht veroveren. Ik zeg u, de tijden zijn rijp. Met deze woorden keerde hij zich om en verwijderde zich zonder verder afscheid. En wederom gingen er vele jaren voorbij, met hun wel en wee, met hunne lusten en bezwaren, met hunne oorlogen en volksberoeringen, met hunne werken des vredes, die het aanschijn der aarde veranderden. In de zomer van 1884 had het gezin enige genotvolle weken in lieve vriendenkring doorgebracht in Bertrich, nabij de Moezel, een van die in vruchtbare dalgronden omgeschapen uitgebrande kraters waaraan de Eifel zo rijk is. Op de thuisreis werd de begeerte levendig om een paar dagen te Godesberg te vertoeven en vandaar uit de oude lieve plekjes in de buurt weer te zien. Zo werden er dan uitstapjes gedaan naar Rolands Eck, naar de abdij van Heisterbach, naar de Drachenfels, wat in het schouwspel dat men van een der vele terrassen te Rolands Eck geniet, telkens weder bovenal treft, is de sierlijkheid der slingerende lijn die de elkander achtervolgende bergtoppen van het Zevengebergte tegen de lucht aftekenen. Eene lijn als door de vaste hand van eene geniale kunstenaar getrokken. De abdij van Heisterbach, volgens de reisboeken het meest romantische plekje van het gehele gebergte, was al sinds lang door de goede zorg van het Pruisische gouvernement voor elke toerist toegankelijk gemaakt, langs wel onderhouden voetpaden en brede rijweg. En diezelfde goede zorg had zich ook over de ruïne zelf uitgestrekt. Het stukje koorgewelf, het enige overblijfsel, was netjes bijgewerkt, zodat het inderdaad tegen het donkergroen van het bos daarachter een mooi effect maakte. Recht tegenover de gerestaureerde ruïne stond eene restauratie, waar men koffie, wijn, bier en schinken bekomen kon. Eene dubbele rij van banken en tafels strengelde de band tussen het ene gebouw en het andere. Vlak voor de ruïne was een kraampje opgeslagen, waar gij u vermaken kondt met fotografieën en snuisterijen te bekijken en te kopen. Zo was het er tegelijkertijd recht gezellig geworden. Evenwel, het plekje bleef romantisch in hoge mate, immers in de zin van eene der definitiën die in het gesprek op de Drachenfels van de romantiek gegeven waren. Ettelijke weken geleden was in dit gewijde oord een gruwelstuk gepleegd. In het bos achter de ruïne was eene deftige oude dame uit Keulen, die daar alleen rondwandelde, terwijl haar gezelschap eene andere richting was uitgegaan, vermoord en beroofd geworden. Het mishandelde lijk was gevonden, maar de moordenaar had men nog niet ontdekt. De volgende avond was aan een bezoek aan de Drachenfels gewijd. Ook hier was in de voortgang des tijds veel veranderd. Koningswinter rechts en links aan het Europees spoorwegnet verbonden, was een stadje van enige betekenis geworden. De kade langs de Rijn prijkte met een reeks van statige hotels en fraaie villa's. Bij de aanlegplaats der veerpont was het druk en woelig. Onder geschreeuw en getwist der koetsiers verdrongen de rijtuigen elkander om plaats in het vaartuig meester te worden. Men behoefde niet meer in moeite en zweet het bergpad te beklimmen of zich aan een koppige ezel toe te vertrouwen, tenzij men zulks voor de aardigheid verkoos. Wie nog op tijd, nog op geld had te zien, kon zich in een gemakkelijke landauer gedoken naar boven laten voeren langs eene kunstweg, die binnenwaarts rondom en tussen de heuvelklingen door was aangelegd. Men miste dan wel de treffende uitzichten en de afwisseling van het lieflijke en het grootsche, waardoor het voetpad zo bekoorlijk was, maar men kwam zonder moeite waar men wezen wilde, en wie haast had en zuinig moest zijn, vond precies elk half uur een stoomtram gereed staan, die hem met redelijke spoed langs de lijnrechte spoorbaan door de uitgehouwen rotsen en klippen heen, onder het genot van rook en smook, van het geratel der machine en het gesis van de stoom overbracht en aan de deur der restauratie afleverde, want op het in lengte en breedte aanmerkelijk uitgebreid plateau verhief zich thans een groot vierkant gebouw met gelagkamers en eetzalen. Men kon er desbegeerig ook dansen. En buiten, naast en voor dat gebouw, waren talrijke lange tafels en banken geschaard, waar plaats was voor honderden, waar gedienstige kellners met de stereotype glimlach om de lippen en een brutale blik in de oogen koffie, wijn en bier kwamen aandragen, terwijl de huismoeders uit hare karbiezen de meegenomen voorraad van mondkost tevoorschijn brachten. Ook vond men er ruime stalling voor paarden en rijtuigen, en zelfs was er ten gerieve van den gaande en komende man voor een abtriet gezorgd, die vlak naast het pad dat naar de ruïne leidde getimmerd was. Trouwens, de ruïne werd alleen beklommen, behalve door enkele nieuwsgierige vreemdelingen, door kinderen en opgeschoten jongens, die daar voor de grap hunne stemmen lieten galmen en met steentjes keilden. De bezadigde bezoekers bleven aan de welvoorziene tafels zitten en genoten gemütlich hun koffie en bier tot het luiden der spoorbel tot opstaan vermaande. De Drachenfels was een burgerluis uitspanning geworden. Einde van In het Zevengebergte, voorgelezen door Marcel Koenders.
Die Sieben in Rostock aus dem deutschen Sagenbuch von Ludwig Bechstein. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Die Sieben in Rostock. Die von alten Zeiten her berühmte Universitäts- und Münzstadt Rostock ward als merkwürdig von den Alten bezeichnet wegen der Siebenzahl. Die Stadt hatte 7 Tore, 7 Brücken, 7 sämtlich vom Markt ausgehende Hauptstraßen, 7 Türme und 7 Türen im Rathause, an der Marienkirche 7 Portale, an den Uhrwerken 7 Glocken und im Rosengarten, der aus alter Zeit berühmt ist und dessen oben in der Sage von des Minnesängers Heinrich Frauenlobs Begängnis zu Mainz gedacht wurde, 7 uralte Linden. Man hat vor Alters wohl manches Mal Rostock spottend nachgesagt, es habe zu diesen vielen 7 auch nur 7 Studenten, und es ist sogar gedruckt worden, es lebe und sterbe mancher Rostocker, ohne nur einen Studenten gesehen zu haben. Den alten Namen aber hat Rostock von einem Rosenstock. Es ward Urbs Rosarum, die Rosenstadt genannt, und das steht wieder mit dem erwähnten Rosengarten in Verbindung. Ende von Die Sieben in Rostock aus dem deutschen Sagenbuch von Ludwig Bechstein. Gelesen von Avai.
Seventh Week of Summer in a Garden by Charles Dudley Warner. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 7th Week of Summer in a Garden. A garden is an awful responsibility. You never know what you may be aiding to grow in it. I heard a sermon not long ago in which the preacher said that the Christian, at the moment of his becoming one, was as perfect a Christian as he would be if he grew to be an archangel. That is, that he would not change thereafter at all, but only develop. I do not know whether this is good theology or not, and I hesitate to support it by an illustration from my garden, especially as I do not want to run the risk of propagating error, and I do not care to give away these theological comparisons to clergymen who make me so little return in the way of labour. But I find, in dissecting a pea blossom, that hidden in the centre of it is a perfect miniature pea pod, with the peas all in it, as perfect a pea pod as it will ever be, only it is as tiny as a chatelaine ornament. Maize and some other things show the same precocity. This confirmation of the theologic theory is startling, and sets me meditating upon the moral possibilities of my garden. I may find in it yet the cosmic egg. And, speaking of moral things, I am half determined to petition the Ecumenical Council to issue a bull of excommunication against Pusley. Of all the forms which error has taken in this world, I think that is about the worst. In the Middle Ages, the monks in St. Bernard's ascetic community at Clairvaux excommunicated a vineyard which a less rigid monk had planted near, so that it bore nothing. In 1120, a bishop of Laon excommunicated the caterpillars in his diocese, and the following year St. Bernard excommunicated the flies in the monastery of Foigny, and in 1510 the ecclesiastical court pronounced the dread sentence against the rats of Autun, Mâcon, and Lyons. These examples are sufficient precedents. It will be well for the council, however, not to publish the bull either just before or just after a rain, for nothing can kill this pestilent heresy when the ground is wet. It is the time of festivals. Polly says we ought to have one, a strawberry festival. She says they are perfectly delightful, it is so nice to get people together, this hot weather. They create such a good feeling. I myself am very fond of festivals. I always go, when I can consistently. Besides the strawberries, there are ice creams and cake and lemonade, and that sort of thing, and one always feels so well the next day after such a diet. But as social reunions, if there are good things to eat, nothing can be pleasanter. And they are very profitable, if you have a good object. I agreed that we ought to have a festival, but I did not know what object to devote it to. We are not in need of an organ, nor of any pulpit cushions. I do not know that they use pulpit cushions now as much as they used to, when preachers had to have something soft to pound, so that they would not hurt their fists. I suggested pocket handkerchiefs, and flannels for next winter, but Polly says that will not do at all. You must have some charitable object, something that appeals to a vast sense of something that it will be right to get up lotteries and that sort of thing for. I suggest a festival for the benefit of my garden, and this seems feasible. In order to make everything pass off pleasantly, invited guests will bring or send their own strawberries and cream, which I shall be happy to sell to them at a slight advance. There are a great many improvements which the garden needs, among them a sounding board, so that the neighbours' children can hear when I tell them to get a little farther off from the currant bushes. I should also like a selection from the Ten Commandments, in big letters, posted up conspicuously, and a few traps that will detain, but not maim, for the benefit of those who cannot read. But what is most important is, that the ladies should crochet nets to cover over the strawberries. A good-sized, well-managed festival ought to produce nets enough to cover my entire beds, and I can think of no other method of preserving the berries from the birds next year. I wonder how many strawberries it would need for a festival, and whether they would cost more than the nets. I am more and more impressed, as the summer goes on, with the inequality of man's fight with nature, especially in a civilized state. In savagery it does not much matter, for one does not take a square hold and put out his strength, but rather accommodates himself to the situation, and takes what he can get without raising any dust, or putting himself into everlasting opposition. But the minute he begins to clear a spot larger than he needs to sleep in for a night, and to try to have his own way in the least, nature is at once up and vigilant, and contests him at every step with all her ingenuity and unwearied vigour. This talk of subduing nature is pretty much nonsense. I do not intend to surrender in the midst of the summer campaign, yet I cannot but think how much more peaceful my relations would now be with the primal forces if I had let nature make the garden according to her own notion. This is written with the thermometer at 90°, and the weeds starting up with a freshness and vigour as if they had just thought of it for the first time, and had not been cut down and dragged out every other day since the snow went off. We have got down the forests, and exterminated savage beasts, but nature is no more subdued than before. She only changes her tactics, uses smaller guns, so to speak. She reinforces herself with a variety of bugs, worms, and vermin, and weeds, unknown to the savage state, in order to make war upon the things of our planting, and calls in the fowls of the air, just as we think the battle is won, to snatch away the booty. When one gets almost weary of the struggle, she is as fresh as at the beginning, just in fact ready for the fray. I, for my part, begin to appreciate the value of frost and snow, for they give the husbandman a little peace, and enable him, for a season, to contemplate his incessant foe subdued. I do not wonder that the tropical people, where nature never goes to sleep, give it up, and sit in lazy acquiescence. Here I have been working all the season to make a piece of lawn. It had to be graded and sowed and rolled, and I have been shaving it like a barber. When it was soft, everything had a tendency to go on to it. Cows, and especially wandering hackmen. Hackmen, who are a product of civilization, know a lawn when they see it. They rather have a fancy for it, and always try to drive so as to cut the sharp borders of it, and leave the marks of their wheels in deep ruts of cut-up, ruined turf. The other morning I had just been running the mower over the lawn, and stood regarding its smoothness, when I noticed 1, 2, 3 puffs of fresh earth in it, and, hastening thither, I found that the mole had arrived to complete the work of the hackman. In a half hour he had rooted up the ground like a pig. I found his runways. I waited for him with a spade. He did not appear, but, the next time I passed by, he had ridged the ground in all directions. A smooth, beautiful animal, with fur like silk, if you could only catch him. He appears to enjoy the lawn as much as the hackman did. He does not care how smooth it is. He is constantly mining and ridging it up. I am not sure but he could be countermined. I have half a mind to put powder in here and there, and blow the whole thing into the air. Some folks set traps for the mole, but my moles never seem to go twice in the same place. I am not sure but it would bother them to sow the lawn with interlacing snake grass, the botanical name of which, somebody writes me, is devil grass. The first time I have heard that the devil has a botanical name, which would worry them, if it is as difficult for them to get through it as it is for me. I do not speak of this mole in any tone of complaint. He is only a part of the untiring resources which nature brings against the humble gardener. I desire to write nothing against him which I should wish to recall at the last, nothing foreign to the spirit of that beautiful saying of the dying boy. He had no copybook, which, dying, he was sorry he had blotted. End of 7th week of Summer in a Garden, by Charles Dudley Warner.
De zevende vertelling van de zevende dag. Dit is een opname ter gelegenheid van de zevende verjaardag van LibriVox. Alle LibriVox-opnamen zijn vrij van auteursrechten. Voor meer informatie of om je aan te melden als vrijwilliger, ga naar LibriVox.org. De zevende vertelling van de zevende dag van de Decamerone van Giovanni Boccaccio, vertaald door J.K. Rensburg. Lodovico bekent aan Madonna Beatrice de liefde die hij haar toedraagt. Zij zendt haar man Egano in de tuin in haar plaats en slaapt met Lodovico. Nadat hij is opgestaan, gaat hij heen en ranselt Egano in de tuin af. De schranderheid van Madonna Isabella werd door iedereen voor wonderbaar gehouden. Doch Filomena, aan wie de koning bevolen had te volgen, sprak: verliefde donna's, indien ik mij niet bedrieg, geloof ik u een niet minder mooi verhaal te kunnen doen. In Parijs leefde een Florentijns edelman, die uit armoede koopman was geworden en in de handel zo geslaagd was dat hij zeer rijk werd. Van zijn donna had hij een enige zoon, die Lodovico heette, en omdat hij op de adel van zijn voorouders en niet op de handel gesteld was, zond hij hem gelijk andere edellieden naar den koning van Frankrijk, waar hij fraaie en goede manieren leerde. Terwijl hij daar verblijf hield, mengden zich verscheidene ridders, die van het heilige graf kwamen, met jongelieden in een gesprek, waaronder Lodovico zich bevond. Toen een van hen hoorde spreken van de mooie vrouwen van Frankrijk en Engeland en uit andere delen der wereld, begon die te zeggen dat hij zeker over het heele wereldrond en onder alle vrouwen er nooit een had gezien zo schoon als de vrouw van Egano de Galuzzi van Bologna, Madonna Beatrice. Hiermede waren al zijn metgezellen die haar met hen samen in Bologna aanschouwd hadden het eens. Toen Lodovico dit hoorde, die nog nooit verliefd geweest was, ontbrandde hij in zulk een verlangen haar te zien, dat hij zijn gedachten bij niets anders kon houden en besloot naar Bologna te gaan en er te blijven, indien zij hem zou behagen. Hij deed zijn vader geloven alsof hij naar het heilige graf ging, wat hij met grote weerzin gedaan kreeg. Hij nam de naam Anigino aan, kwam te Bologna en, daar de fortuin het wilde, zag hij haar de volgende dag op een feest, en ze scheen hem nog schoner dan hij zich had voorgesteld. Daarom, zeer vurig op haar verliefd, besloot hij niet uit Bologna te vertrekken voor hij haar liefde verworven had. Hij overlegde dat, zo hij knecht van haar echtgenoot kon worden, die verscheidene bedienden had, hij misschien kon gedaan krijgen wat hij verlangde. Hij verkocht zijn paarden, regelde alles met zijn onderhoorigen, beval hun te doen of zij hem niet kenden, en na met zijn waard te hebben afgerekend, zeide hij dat hij gaarne in dienst van een welgesteld heer wilde treden. De waard sprak tot hem: gij zijt de rechte bediende voor een edelman uit dit gebied, die Egano heet, en die wil dat al zijn bedienden eruit zien als gij. Ik zal hem erover spreken. Voor de waard Egano verliet, had hij Anigino doen aannemen, die zijn best deed hem aangenaam te zijn. Zo had hij dikwijls gelegenheid zijn donna te zien, en hij diende zijn heer zo goed en naar wens, dat deze zo aan hem hechtte, dat hij niet meer buiten hem kon, en over al zijn goederen gaf hij hem leiding. Eens gebeurde het dat Egano op de vogelvangst was en Anigino was thuisgebleven. Madonna Beatrice, die zijn liefde nog niet had opgemerkt, maar op zijn manieren meermalen lette, had hem zeer geprezen, en het behaagde haar met hem schaak te spelen. Anigino, die haar verlangde te behagen, nam dit gaarne aan, waarmee de donna zeer blijde was. Toen al de vrouwen na het toezien waren heengegaan en hen alleen lieten spelen, slaakte Anigino een diepe zucht. De donna keek hem aan en zeide: wat hebt gij, Anigino? Bedroeft het u zo dat ik u overwin? Mevrouw, antwoordde Anigino, iets veel belangrijkers was de oorzaak van mijn zucht. Toen sprak de donna: zeg het mij bij de genegenheid die gij voor mij gevoelt. Anigino voelde zich betoverd. Bij dit, door de genegenheid die gij voor mij gevoelt, door haar die hij boven alles liefhad, zodat hij een nog groter zucht uitstiet dan de eerste, waardoor de donna hem opnieuw vroeg of hij haar wilde zeggen wat de oorzaak van zijn zucht was. Hierop sprak Anigino: Madonna, ik vrees zeer dat het u boos zou maken indien ik u dat vertel, en dan ben ik ook bang dat gij het zoudt oververtellen. De donna hernam: het zal voor mij zeker niet onaangenaam zijn, en reken erop dat ik er nooit aan anderen over zal spreken. Met tranen in zijn ogen zeide Anigino haar wie hij was, wat hij van haar gehoord had, hoe hij op haar verliefd werd en waarom hij knecht was geworden. En daarna smeekte hij haar nederig medelijden met hem te hebben en hem in dit zo brandend verlangen ter wille te zijn, en ook dat hij in de gedaante waarin hij was tevreden zou zijn haar te beminnen. O zonderlinge zachtheid van het Bologneese bloed, wat zijt gij altijd te prijzen geweest in zulke gevallen. Gij waart nooit verlangend naar tranen of zuchten, en waart steeds welwillend voor nederige smeekbeden en verliefde verlangens. Als ik waardige loftuitingen had om u te prijzen, zou men zien dat mijn stem er nooit genoeg van had. De edelvrouw die Anigino aanzag en alle vertrouwen aan zijn woorden schonk, en zijn liefde maakte zoveel indruk op haar dat zij begon te zuchten en daarna antwoordde: mijn lieve Anigino, houd moed, noch geschenken, noch beloften, noch begeerten van een edelman of heer, noch van wie ook, want ik werd nog door velen begeerd, konden ooit mijn ziel bewegen. Maar gij hebt mij in even korte tijd als uwe woorden geduurd hebben, de uwen doen worden. Gij hebt u mijn liefde verworven, en daarom geef ik u die, en ik beloof u dat ik er u mee zal gelukkig maken, en nog deze nacht. Te middernacht zult gij op mijn kamer komen. Ik zal de deur openlaten. Gij weet aan welken kant van het bed ik slaap. Gij zult mij wakker maken, en ik zal u troosten over uw langdurige begeerte. En omdat gij dit gelooft, zal ik u een kus als pand geven. Zij wierp hem de arm om de hals, kuste hem hartstochtelijk en Anigino haar. En met de grootste zaligheid ter wereld wachtte hij de komst van de nacht af. Egano kwam van de vogelvangst terug, en toen hij het avondmaal had gebruikt, ging hij vermoeid slapen, en daarna de donna. Zij liet de kamerdeur open, en op het afgesproken uur kwam Anigino binnen, sloot de deur achter zich en begaf zich naar de kant waar de donna lag, legde de hand op haar borst en vond haar wakker. Toen zij bemerkte dat Anigino gekomen was, nam hij haar hand tussen de zijne en hield die stevig vast, en woelde zo dat Egano wakker werd. Zij sprak tot hem: ik heb u gisteravond niets willen zeggen, daar gij mij vermoeid scheen. Maar zeg me, Egano, wie gij voor de beste en eerlijkste bediende houdt, en wie gij het meest genegen zijt van degenen die gij in huis hebt. Egano antwoordde: waarom vraagt gij mij dit? Kent gij hem niet? Nog nooit had ik er een die ik zo vertrouwde of genegen was als Anigino. Anigino die merkte dat Egano wakker was en die over zichzelf hoorde spreken, had verscheidene malen zijn hand weggetrokken, daar hij vreesde dat de donna hem wilde bedriegen, maar zij hield zo stevig vast dat hij niet loskomen kon. De donna zeide tot Egano: ik dacht ook dat hij u trouwer was dan ieder ander, maar toen gij heden op de vogelvangst zijt gegaan, bleef hij hier, en toen hij de kans schoon zag, schaamde hij zich niet mij te vragen of ik tot zijn genoegen wilde toestemmen, en om het u gemakkelijk te bewijzen, antwoordde ik dat ik er vrede mee had, en dat ik na middernacht in onze tuin zou gaan en aan den voet van den pijnboom zou wachten. Nu heb ik voor mij geen zin er heen te gaan, maar als gij de trouw van uw knecht wilt kennen, doe dan een vrouwenkleed van mij aan, een sluier om uw hoofd, en ga daar wachten of hij zal komen, waarvan ik zeker ben. Toen Egano dit hoorde, zeide hij: zeker wil ik hem gaan zien, en hij trok, zo goed het in het donker ging, een gewaad van zijn vrouw aan, deed een sluier om het hoofd, ging in den tuin en begon op Anigino aan den voet van den pijnboom te wachten. Zodra hij was opgestaan en de kamer uit, sloot de donna de deur van binnen. Anigino, die de grootste angst van zijn leven had doorstaan en die getrokken had wat hij kon om zich los te rukken, en 100.000 maal haar zijn liefde die hij haar had toevertrouwd had vervloekt, merkte met welk doel zij dit had gedaan, en was nu de gelukkigste man van de wereld. Hij kleedde zich gelijk zij wilde uit, en tezamen hadden zij genoegen en vreugde gedurende lange tijd. Toen het de donna scheen dat Anigino niet langer moest blijven, deed zij hem opstaan en zich weer aankleeden en zeide: mijn lieve vriend, gij moet een flinke stok nemen en naar den tuin gaan en net doen of gij mij hebt geroepen om mij op de proef te stellen, en zo zult gij Egano uitschelden en goed met de stok ranselen, en hieruit zal wonderbaar genoegen en vermaak volgen. Anigino stond op en ging in den tuin met een grooten wilgenstok, en dicht bij den pijnboom zag Egano hem aankomen, die hem met gemaakte vreugde wilde ontvangen. Anigino voegde hem toe: ah, eerlooze vrouw, ben je dus gekomen, en gij hebt geloofd dat ik mijn heer deze schande wilde aandoen. Gij zijt hier eens voor 1000 keer gekomen. En de stok opheffend begon hij Egano te slaan, die dit bemerkend vluchtte zonder een woord te spreken. En Anigino zeide daarop: dat God u een kwaad jaar geve, slecht wijf, want ik zal het morgen aan Egano zeggen. Egano, die verscheidene goede klappen beet had, ging zo gauw hij kon naar zijn kamer terug. De donna vroeg hem of Anigino gekomen was. Egano zeide: was hij het maar niet geweest, want in de meening dat gij het waart, heeft hij mij met een stok lam geslagen en zo beleedigd als men het een slechte vrouw ooit deed. Zeker verwondert het mij sterk dat hij dit zou hebben afgesproken met de bedoeling mij te schandvlekken, maar omdat hij u zo verheugd en voorkomend meende te zien, wilde hij u op de proef stellen. Toen sprak de donna: gelooft zij God dat hij mij alleen met woorden en u met feiten op de proef gesteld heeft, en ik geloof dat hij zeggen kan dat ik met meer geduld de woorden heb verdragen dan gij de slagen, en omdat hij u zo trouw is, moet gij hem op prijs stellen en eer aandoen. Egano sprak: zo is het, en hij was van mening dat hij de braafste vrouw en de trouwste dienaar bezat. Nadat over dit feit door hen gelachen was, hadden Anigino en de donna voldoende gelegenheid, meer dan zij zonder dit avontuur zouden hebben, te doen wat hun vermaak en genoegen was. En daarom behaagde het Anigino bij Egano in Bologna te blijven. Einde van de 7e vertelling van de 7e dag van de Decamerone, voorgelezen door Marcel Koenders.
Chapter 7 of Genesis, from the Douay Rheims version of the Bible. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Genesis chapter 7. Noah with his family go into the ark. The deluge overflows the earth. And the Lord said to him, Go in, thou and all thy house, into the ark, for thee I have seen just before me in this generation. Of all clean beasts take 7 and 7, the male and the female. Of all clean, the distinction of clean and unclean beasts appears to have been made before the law of Moses, which was not promulgated till the year of the world 2514. But of the beasts that are unclean 2 and 2, the male and the female. Of the fowls also of the air 7 and 7, the male and the female, that seed may be saved upon the face of the whole earth. For yet a while, and after 7 days, I will rain upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and I will destroy every substance that I have made from the face of the earth. And Noah did all things which the Lord had commanded him. And he was 600 years old, when the waters of the flood overflowed the earth. And Noah went in, and his sons, his wife, and the wives of his sons with him into the ark, because of the waters of the flood. And of beasts clean and unclean, and of fowls, and of everything that moveth upon the earth. 2 and 2 went into Noah into the ark, male and female, as the Lord had commanded Noah. And after the 7 days were past, the waters of the flood overflowed the earth. In the 600th year of the life of Noah, in the 2nd month, in the 17th day of the month, all the fountains of the great deep were broken up, and the floodgates of heaven were opened. And the rain fell upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. In the selfsame day Noah and Sem and Cham and Japheth his sons, his wife, and the 3 wives of his sons with them, went into the ark. They and every beast according to its kind, and all the cattle in their kind, and everything that moved upon the earth, according to its kind, and every fowl according to its kind, all birds, and all that fly, went into Noah into the ark, 2 and 2 of all flesh, wherein was the breath of life. And they that went in male and female of all flesh, as God had commanded him, and the Lord shut him in on the outside. And the flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased, and lifted up the ark on high from the earth. For they overflowed exceedingly, and filled all on the face of the earth, and the ark was carried upon the waters. And the waters prevailed beyond measure upon the earth, and all the high mountains under the whole heaven were covered. The water was 15 cubits higher than the mountains which it covered. And all flesh was destroyed that moved upon the earth, both of fowl and of cattle, and of beasts, and of all creeping things that creep upon the earth, and all men. And all things wherein there is the breath of life on the earth died. And he destroyed all the substance that was upon the earth, from man even to beast, and the creeping things and fowls of the air, and they were destroyed from the earth. And Noah only remained, and they that were with him in the ark. And the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. End of chapter 7 of Genesis, from the Douay Rheims version of the Bible. Read by Carol Box.
The 74 on 6 bells, from Tintinologia, or The Art of Ringing, wherein is laid down plain and easy rules for ringing all sorts of plain changes, together with directions for pricking and ringing all cross peals, with a full discovery of the mystery and grounds of each peal, and also instructions for hanging of bells, with all things belonging thereunto, by a lover of that art, Richard Duckworth and Fabian Stedman. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. And then, this is a general rule. Begin at the tenor, or biggest bell, and count 3 whole notes, then a half note, or sharp, 3 whole notes, and then a half note or sharp, and so on, until you come to the least bell, or treble. On 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the half note or sharp is between 3 and 4. The 74 on 6 bells. This peal, containing 74 changes, is to be rang on 6 bells, in which the treble and tenor are both whole hunts, and the second is half hunt. The whole hunts do both hunt at one and at the same time in a direct course, one up and the other down, and always when one of them lies before the bells, the other lies behind them. And when that hunt which lies before the bells leaves the treble's place hunting up, the other hunt lying behind leaves the tenor's place hunting down. Each hunt lies only twice together before the bells, and twice behind throughout the peal. The second bell is the half hunt in this following peal, for the second, third, fourth, and fifth bells make the 24 changes therein. Every time the whole hunts come before and behind the bells, there is one change made in the 24, which is always once in 6 changes, the second bell being the hunt on the 24. So that every time it comes before or behind the extreme bells, there is an extreme change to be made, which in the following peal is made between the 2 farthest extreme bells from the second. I have only set down part of this peal, which is sufficient to show the course and method thereof. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 1, 3, 4, 6, 5. 2, 3, 1, 6, 4, 5. 2, 3, 6, 1, 4, 5. 2, 6, 3, 4, 1, 5. 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. 6, 3, 2, 4, 5, 1. 3, 6, 2, 4, 1, 5. 3, 2, 6, 1, 4, 5. 3, 2, 1, 6, 4, 5. 3, 1, 2, 4, 6, 5. 1, 3, 2, 4, 5, 6. 1, 3, 4, 2, 5, 6. 3, 1, 4, 2, 6, 5. 3, 4, 1, 6, 2, 5. 3, 4, 6, 1, 2, 5. 3, 6, 4, 2, 1, 5. 6, 3, 4, 2, 5, 1. 6, 3, 4, 5, 2, 1. 3, 6, 4, 5, 1, 2. 3, 4, 6, 1, 5, 2. 3, 4, 1, 6, 5, 2. 3, 1, 4, 5, 6, 2. 1, 3, 4, 5, 2, 6. At the extreme change next, I have drawn a line between the figures. That next below the line is the extreme. 1, 4, 3, 5, 2, 6. 4, 1, 3, 5, 6, 2. 4, 3, 1, 6, 5, 2. 4, 3, 6, 1, 5, 2. 4, 6, 3, 5, 1, 2. 4, 6, 3, 5, 2, 1. 6, 4, 3, 2, 5, 1. 4, 6, 3, 2, 1, 5. 4, 3, 6, 1, 2, 5. 4, 3, 1, 6, 2, 5. 4, 1, 3, 2, 6, 5. 1, 4, 3, 2, 5, 6. 1, 4, 2, 3, 5, 6. 4, 1, 2, 3, 6, 5. 4, 2, 1, 6, 3, 5. The aforesaid peal may be rang with any other whole hunt or half hunt, and also the 24 changes, doubles, and singles may be made in the room of the plane 24 in the aforesaid peal. End of the 74 on 6 bells by Richard Duckworth and Fabian Stedman. Recording by Todd.
同級室の7人、橋本五郎。リブリボックスの創設7周年を祝って録音されました。リブリボックスの録音はすべてパブリックドメインです。ボランティアについてなど詳しくはサイトをご覧ください。URL LibriVox.org。 別の一台の方では4人の人間が大声に笑いながら賑やかに3人上がりの玉をついていた。私の方は3人。前回に惜しい負けをした私は休んで、もう5回からつき続けている、肉々しい眉間に大きなほくろのあるもじりの男と、それから新しい相手の、どこか南洋へでも行っていたらしい色の黒い男との勝負を見守っていた。そして、新しい相手がどうかしたはずみに、チョークを取り落として、それを拾うために身をかがめた。チョークは旧台の暗い真下の方へ転んでいったらしい。ほくろの男も何気なしに台の反対側にかがみ込んで、相手の落としたものを探してやろうとした様子だった。別の台の方で誰かがバカに大きな声で、ざまあみろと笑うのが聞こえた。その時であった。この不思議な事件の持ち上がったのは。はじめ、ほくろの男の声は、ぐぐぐぐというように聞こえた。言葉らしいものは何も聞こえなかった。新しい月手はすでにチョークを拾い上げて、それからもう平気な顔で自分の番を突き出していた。その自分まで、ほくろの男が旧台の縁から顔をもたげないのはちょっと妙ではあった。だが誰もそんな賑やかな時の会に、5尺と離れていない台の向こうで、恐ろしい事件が起きていたとは気がつかなかった。ちょっとどうかしましたか？そういう別の台のかがんでいるほくろの男の体が邪魔になる、ハッピー姿の若い者の声と、どうぞこちらさん、なかったのです。そのゲーム取りの促す声とが2度聞こえた。それでも返事がなかったので、それまで尻で物を言っていた別の台のハッピーが、まずほくろの男を覗き込んだ。私も不審な気がしたので立って行ってみた。ちょっとの間、部屋の中が何とはなしにしんとした。ほくろの男がやられていたのは台と台との間である。いや、これは、とそのハッピーがパタンと球を打ち投げて、ほくろの男を後ろから抱き起こしたときは、 もうそれは一個のむころとなっていて、でも左の胸のちょうど心臓とおぼしいあたりからは、こんこんと真っ赤なものが吹き出していた。もじるの上からただ一月に何か細身の担当用のものでやられたらしい。素人の私にそれが分かったほど、その血のありさまははっきりしていた。位置を動かしちゃいけない、いけない。誰かすぐ交番へ。いや、おきみちゃん、君が言ってくれるのが一番いい。4人でついていた方の会社員らしいワイシャツの青年が言った。ゲーム取りは顔色を変えて、それでももう入り口の下駄箱からキルクの草履を取り出していた。交番から警官の見えたのは間もなくだった。警官は入り口を入ると、まず一渡り部屋の中を見渡してから、皆その場を動いちゃいかんと言いながら、倒れている男のそばへやってきた。警官の後ろからついて帰ったゲーム取りは、しばらく入り口に立っていて、やがて静かに扉を閉めると、足音に注意し、計算機の椅子に寄った。警官がいろいろ問いただしているうちに、管轄署からの一行が来た。そして正しい取り調べが始められた。夜、それもまだ宵の口の、いつもなら夜桜の話など出ているであろう道球場の入り口を閉めて、警官が番に立って、そして死体を取り囲んで、それは何か冷え冷えとさえする光景であった。しばらくして捜査課の一行も乗り込んできた。がここではそのくだくだしい取り調べの様を叙述する必要はない。ほくろの男は確かに担当用の凶器でやられたものであること。年齢は36、7歳で、懐中には大型ガム口1個、現金45円3銭、それから女持ち金指輪2個を所有していたほか、身元を知るよすかともなるようなものは一切発見できなかったことくらいで十分であろう。いや確かに他殺と認められたにかかわらず、その凶器が室内くまなく、それから7人の男たちの検査が厳重にされたにもかかわらず、ついに発見できなかったことだけは書き落としてはならない。ゲーム取りの言葉によれば、ほくろの男は福原何がしと呼んで、話の様子ではこれと決まった商売はないらしい。近くとのことではあるが、家もどのあたりかわからない。3ヶ月ばかり前から毎夜のようにやってくる常連の一人だとのことであった。7人の男が次から次へ調べられていった。ハッピーの青年は洗濯屋の息子であった。この男は被害者の一番身近にいたというので、くどいまで当時の状況を尋ねられたが、この青年には犯人としての疑いは少なかったのか、係官の尋問は割に早く済んだ。次には、ざまあみろと叫んだワイシャツの青年が取り調べられた。がこれは当時被害者とは距離の上で誰よりも遠かったのと、ざまあみろと協議に熱中した結果というので、やはり相当なところで尋問を打ち切られた。3番目に取り調べられた男は27、8歳の少年風で、角帯に陸上競技のメダルをぶら下げているといった風な、頭も真ん中からぴったりと分けていたが、これは住所氏名を問われて何か逡巡するところがあったため、人よりは余計に不必要と思われるまでを追求して尋問された。何分にも店がやかましいものでございますから、途中で同級などしていたことが分かりましては、その男はそう言ってちょっと頭をかいた。それからゲーム取りの方をちらっと盗み見た。どこを見るこら。係官は苦笑を忍びながら叱咤した。角帯の男の瞳には、その自分の権威なき惨めな様子を、思うゲーム取りに蔑んで見られはしまいかという馬鹿な危惧がありありと現れていたからである。17歳という美しいゲーム取りは、そうした感情には全然関係のないらしい。幾分は子供らしい怯えた様で警官の様子ばかりを眺めていた。第4番目に取り調べられたのは、とうとうの老人であった。これは商売人の隠居で腰も低く、交番の巡査が葬式の間であったから、一通りの尋問以外には何も聞かれなかった。私には様々なことが尋ねられた。ぐぐぐぐといううめきの聞こえた当初から、その時の7人の位置、ゲーム中のほくろの男の言葉、態度、面識、感じ、そんなものまでが細々と尋ねられた。肉々しい相手ではあった。己の勝ちに乗って相手の技量までうんぬんするような下品なほくろの男ではあった。が死者に対する礼、そうしたものを感じた私は、特に個人的なそんな感情まで答えることはしなかった。また、この事件では、 それほどの必要はなかったのである。最後にチョークを拾った新しい突き手が尋問された。いいか、と係官が言った。この傷の深さからすると、これは凶器を手に持って直接突っ込んだものではない。それから方向から言うと、傷はちょうどお前がチョークを拾うために、この台のそばにかがんだそのあたりからやられた。そんな見当になる。ここから投げると少し覚えのあるものなら、十分あの男を倒すことができるのだ。ちょっとかがんで、担当をそこへ投げつける格好をやってみ。係官はこの南洋土人のような色の黒い男を、特に我々にはしなかったお前という言葉で呼んだ。そして押し付けるような小金でそう言うと、もう罪人を扱うような態度で、その新しい突き手の肩のあたりを押し合って、無理やり球台の下へかがましていた。男の顔は青ざめていた。それから体全体がブルブル震えているのが私にさえ見て取れた。とにかくお前は一応本所まで連行する。凶器は一体どこへやったのだ。係官のその言葉は鋭かった。貴様、白を切って分からずにいると思うか。貴様はこの間まで局場団にいたではないか。インド人に化けて刀剣とかいうのをやっていたではないか。こら、なぜ殺したか。そんなことは後でよろしい。凶器は一体どこに隠した。私ははっと思い当たることがあった。そうして捜査官の鋭さに一興した。そうだ、そうだ。確かにこの男はあの局場団にいた偽のインド人に違いない。この同級室へも今日初めての客であった。来る早々から何か含むところがあるような態度で、私には好意は持てたが変に不審な気のする客であった。考えてみると、なるほどあの時、もし担当を投げたとして、一番格好な位置にいたのはこの男である。そういえば、チョークを拾うためとのみ見た、すっとかがんだままで伸びていったこの男の右手は、問題の担当を握っていたのではあるまいか。いや、チョークを拾うにしては、そうだ、右手の高さが確かに床よりはだいぶ高い空間にあった。知りません、と偽のインド人が言っていた。落ち着きが黒い顔に浮かんできていた。凶器なんてどうかよくお調べになってください。係官は実に難しい表情をしていた。土星が今にも爆発するかと思うような恐ろしい顔つきであった。が、いまいましいやつと噛みしめたように男を睨んだだけで、その土星は放たれずに済んだ。明らかに係官にも今一歩突き進むことのできないものがあったのである。問題の凶器の行方の知れないことがそれであった。係官の推理の後をたどってみると、これが他殺に間違いないから、犯人は明白以上にこの内容の男でなければならない。そのことは私にすらが十分うなずかれた。が凶器は、この問題になるともう五里夢中だった。他に何らの手がかりもない事件であった。窓は夕暮れのほの寒さに皆ぴったりと閉めてあった。入り口はやはりこの商売の常ですりガラスの扉が閉ざされていた。床にも裂け目などは全然なかった。帳場の押し入れまで係官の一行は調べたのである。7人の男も一人としてその間、この部屋から出て行ったものはないのである。そして凶器はどこにもない。傷は確かに担当用のものでやられたことを物語っている。警察医はこの点所長に向かって、もし見込み違いの時は直ちに辞表を提出すると断言したくらいであった。南洋の男を連れて殺された文字を運んで、一行はついに警察署へ引き上げていった。が問題の凶器の行方は一体どう解決するのであろうか。よし、南洋の男が犯行を自白するようなことがあったとしても、致命傷を作った凶器の出現が望めないとき、社会はまた警察が罪人を作る、法以外の無知によって心にもない自白をなさしめた、そう騒ぎ立てるのではあるまいか。翌朝の新聞にはこの事件が相当な見出しで報じられていた。謎の凶器の行方と商標題がついていた。私は話好きな友と携えて同級場への道を歩いていた。昨夜の交番のところから同級場までは2丁とない道のりである。家と家とに囲まれて小さな空き地などが町に珍しい春草を見せていた。家々のどの軒にも昨夜の事件が噂されている心地だった。いや、僕はたった一つその凶器を隠す方法があったと思うんだ。私が言った。僕が警察官だったら一番にそれを調べてみるのだったが。どんな方法だい一体と話好きなこの事件にもすぐに興味を持った友が聞いた。あの場合、 凶器を室外に運ぶ方法があったと思うんだ。もっともこれは取り調べの上でなくては確実とは言えないが。だって誰も外へ出ないし、窓も扉も閉まっていたというじゃないか。だが、と私は、道球場のだんだん近くなっていることを感じながら言った。たった一人あの時室外に出たものがあるんだよ。友は誰だと尋ねる代わりに、ひどく驚いた表情で私を見た。もしその人間が凶器を持って出たとしたら、あの場合、確かに一時的にでも係官の目をくらますことができたはずだ。そして僕は間違いなく僕の考えが当たっていると思うのだが、誰だいそれを持ち出したのは、とうとう友が口に出して聞いた。私は立ち止まった。私たちは小さな空き地のそばまで来ているのであった。もし僕の考えが当たっているとしたら、凶器はまずこの空き地のその辺の草むらに捨てられてあるはずだが、私の言葉に友は犬のような素早さで早速空き地へ入っていった。それからキョロキョロと草の間を眺め回した。ステッキの先端が柔らかい春の土の上を縦横に動いた。いや、探すのは待ってくれ。私は懸命な声を出して友を止めた。もしそこに凶器が見つかったら、かえって僕は苦しむようなことになる気がする。やめてくれ、やめてくれ。その代わり僕のそういう考えだけを話すから。私はあのゲーム取りの娘の涙にくれる姿を胸に描いて首すを返した。あの南洋の男とゲーム取りとが、慶米か何かであったとして、やむにやまれぬ事情があって、それであのほくろの男に対して、苦心の末に長い間の復讐を遂げた。そう考えた場合、覚えの腕で担当を投げて、首尾よく目的を果たした南洋の男が、担当に結んだ紐を引いて、それをとっさの間に自分の手元から袖の中にでも隠したのだとしたら、事件が分かって人々が騒ぎ始める。ゲーム取りの娘が交番へ、その時、かねて示し合わした兄の手から妹の手へ、その凶器は渡らないでいるだろうか。妹は交番へ行く途中を巧みに凶器をどこかへ隠したのだ。研ぎ澄まされた技物なら、大して目につくほどの血痕など付着する心配はない。あのゲーム取りと南洋の男にいささかも関係はなかったと誰が言い得る。そして犯行は決して物取りが原因とは言えないのではないか。私の考えはそれであった。私の脳裏にはもう一度美しい娘の顔が麗しげに浮かんだ。私は娘が好きであった。あるいはそんな言葉よりもっと突き進んだ感情があったかもしれなかった。私は来た時の目的を翻して、空き地を改めるのをやめて引き返した。このわずかな気持ちは、大方な読者にも分かっていただけることと信じる。友は私を追いかけてきた。そして諸君よ、友は小さくもない声で言ったではないか。君、そのまま放ってはおいたけれど、あの草の中に担当があったぜ。血のついているところまでは見なかったが、新しいやつだ。柄を上にして、そう草の中へ突き刺したものらしい。もう一度言ってみるか。違う。君の見違いだ。なんかブリキの切れだろう。私はそう言って振り向きもしなかったことである。探偵、1931年6月。同級室の7人、橋本五郎終わり。この録音はパブリックドメインです。
Urbs Avignonensis 7. Liczba doskonała by Maria Konopnicka. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 7. Liczba doskonała w tym, co dobre i co miłe. Z liczby tej Avignon stary czerpał zawsze swoją siłę. 7 bram miał w swoich murach, 7 dzwonów w Karylionie. 7 razy na dzień grzeszył sprawiedliwy w Awinionie. 7 było w nim bazylik, 7 kręgów farandoli. Złote klucze grodu miało 7 panów po swej woli. Jeśli 7 mędrców greckich nie zrodziło się w tej stronie, to dlatego, że mądrości nie potrzeba w Awinionie. 7 za to ma pałaców różnej barwy, bractw 7 i klasztorów białych 7, gdzie panienki habit biorą. 7 wież w papieskim gmachu, 7 wiedzie wrót do niego, a serafy 7skrzydłe 7 jego ganków strzegą. 7 stało kardynałów przy papieskim złotym tronie i śmiertelnych 7 grzechów kwitło w dobrym Awinionie. End of Urbs Avignonensis, 7 liczba doskonała, by Maria Konopnicka.
The Seventh Son of a Seventh Son by Lawrence N. Greenleaf. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The famous Baron Guillemal, the prophet and the seer, ensconced within an easy chair, was feeling rather queer, and ever and anon he quaffed a glass of lager beer. You'd take him for an aged man, his head was white with snows, of 80 winters one would think, did I not here disclose the secret that he wore a wig, and chalked his jolly nose. While o'er the musky books and charts the tapers dimly shine, a globe celestial and a skull are marshalled into line, by shapes that bear no semblance to things human or divine. You see a picture on the wall, St. George who slew the dragon. He looks as if he swallowed down the contents of his flagon before he did the mighty deed the Britons love to brag on. A flaming card in public prints proclaims his wondrous skill, for by the stars he reads your fate, your fortune, good or ill, and what will surely come to pass when water runs uphill. This 7th son of a 7th son, whose fame is known abroad, whose mystic skill is highly praised by noble duke and lord, forgot when leaving foreign parts to pay his monthly board. Of course it was occasioned by his haste to reach the ship. How strange such slips of memory are! If in this case you'll dip, you'll find he kept his memory and gave his friends the slip. As he was sitting all alone and chuckling o'er his gains, that craving for the marvellous which haunts poor feeble brains had brought another visitor into his strange domains. Lo, she who stood before him now among old maids was classed, as if to test his wondrous power she questioned of the past, and towards the Baron's piercing eyes a timid glance she cast. "You're married, so the stars proclaim. What's this that I descry? 4 children have your union blessed." The maiden gave a sigh. Then springing to her feet she shrieked, "You cruel monster! Fie!" A well-dressed chap next ventured in, and told him his desire. "You'll make some noise in the world, my friend, or every star's a liar." The Baron's words were verified, for he became town crier. A body snatcher came to see if what folks said was true. Then says the Baron carelessly, "Grave subjects you pursue." Afraid to have his thoughts laid bare, the man in haste withdrew. Next, one whose curiosity had reached the highest pitch, desired to see his future wife, and learn if she were rich, and if her face were beautiful, or ugly as a witch. The Baron waved his hand, and lo, a panel moved aside, and dimly through a veil of gauze a visage he descried. He started back as pale as death, intensely horrified. A fearful oath he would have sworn, but he could only groan. To steal a march on destiny he vowed he'd live alone. He never spoke to woman more, the secret was his own. Day after day the people came to have their fortunes told, the rich and poor, the young and fair, the wrinkled and the old, while Guillemal in one short year 10,000 noodles sold. Had I the gift of Guillemal fate's mysteries to explore, in all the lotteries I'd invest, the highest prizes draw. The hidden wealth of Captain Kidd should see the light once more. End of The 7th Son of a 7th Son by Lawrence N. Greenleaf. Read by Georgi Stoichev.
The Song of 7 Cities by Rudyard Kipling. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Song of 7 Cities. I was lord of cities, very sumptuously builded. 7 roaring cities paid me tribute from afar. Ivory their outposts were, the guardrooms of them gilded, and garrisoned with Amazons invincible in war. All the world went softly when it walked before my cities. Neither king nor army vexed my peoples at their toil. Never horse nor chariot irked or overbore my cities. never mob nor ruler questioned whence they drew their spoil. Bandit, mailed, and arrogant from sunrise unto sunset, singing while they sucked it, they possessed the land at large. Yet when men would rob them, they resisted, they made onset, and pierced the smoke of battle with a 1,000-sabred charge. So they warred and trafficked only yesterday my cities. To-day there is no mark or mound of where my cities stood, for the river rose at midnight and it washed away my cities. They are even with Atlantis and the towns before the flood. Rain on rain-gorged channels raised the water levels round them. Freshet backed on freshet swelled and swept their world from sight, till the emboldened floods linked arms and flashing forward drowned them, drowned my 7 cities and their peoples in one night. Low among the alders lie their derelict foundations, the beams wherein they trusted and the plinths whereon they built. My rulers and their treasure and their unborn populations, dead, destroyed, aborted, and defiled with mud and silt. The daughters of the palace, whom they cherished in my cities, my silver-tongued princesses, and the promise of their May, their bridegroom of the Junetide, all have perished in my cities, with the harsh and venomed virgins that can neither love nor play. I was lord of cities, I will build anew my cities, 7, set on rocks, above the wrath of any flood. Nor will I rest from search till I have filled anew my cities with peoples undefeated of the dark enduring blood. To the sound of trumpets shall their seed restore my cities, wealthy and well weaponed, that once more may I behold all the world go softly when it walks before my cities, and the horses and the chariots fleeing from them as of old. End of the Song of 7 Cities by Rudyard Kipling. Bay of 7 Islands by John Greenleaf Whittier. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Bay of 7 Islands. The skipper sailed out of the harbour mouth, leaving the apple bloom of the south, for the ice of the eastern seas, in his fishing schooner Breeze. Handsome and brave and young was he, and the maids of Newbury sighed to see his lessening white sail fall under the sea's blue wall. Through the northern gulf and the misty screen of the Isles of Mingan and Madeline, St. Paul's and Blaine Sablon, the little Breeze sailed on. Backward and forward along the shore of lorn and desolate Labrador, and found at last her way to the 7 Islands Bay. The little hamlet, nestling below great hills white with lingering snow, with its tin-roofed chapel stood, half hid in the dwarf spruce wood. Green-turfed, flower-sown, the last outpost of summer upon the dreary coast, with its garden small and spare, sad in the frosty air. Hard by, where the skipper's schooner lay, a fisherman's cottage looked away, over isle and bay, and behind, on mountains dim defined. And there twin sisters, fair and young, laughed with a stranger guest, and sung in their native tongue the lays of the old provincial days. Alike were they, save the faint outline of a scar on Suzette's forehead fine, and both, it so befell, loved the heretic stranger well. Both were pleasant to look upon, but the heart of the skipper clave to one, though less by his eyes than heart he knew the twain apart. Despite of alien race and creed, well did his wooing of Margaret speed, and the mother's wrath was vain as the sister's jealous pain. The shrill-tongued mistress her house forbade, and solemn warning was sternly said by the black-robed priest, whose word as law the hamlet heard. But half by voice and half by signs the skipper said, "A warm sun shines on the green-banked Merrimac. Wait, watch till I come back, and when you see from my masthead the signal fly of a kerchief red, my boat on the shore shall wait, come when the night is late." Ah, wait with childhood's haunts and friends, and all that the home sky overbends. Did ever young love fail to turn the trembling scale? Under the night on the wet sea sands, slowly unclasped their plighted hands, one to the cottage hearth, and one to his sailor's berth. What was it the parting lovers heard? Nor leaf, nor ripple, nor wing of bird, but a listener's stealthy tread on the rock moss, crisp and dead. He weighed his anchor and fished once more by the black coastline of Labrador, and by Love and the north wind driven, sailed back to the Islands Seven. In the sunset glow the sisters twain saw the breeze come sailing in again. Said Suzette, "Mother dear, the heretic sail is here." "Go, Marguerite, to your room, and hide, your door shall be bolted," the mother cried, while Suzette, ill at ease, watched the red sign of the breeze. At midnight down to the waiting skiff she stole in the shadow of the cliff, and out of the bay's mouth ran the schooner with maid and man. And all night long on a restless bed her prayers to the Virgin Margaret said, and thought of a lover's pain waiting for her in vain. Did he pace the sands? Did he pause to hear the sounds of a light step drawing near? And as the slow hours passed, would he doubt her faith at last? But when she saw through the misty pane the morning break on a sea of rain, could ever her love avail to follow his vanished sail? Meantime the breeze, with favouring wind, left the rugged Moisic hills behind, and heard from an unseen shore the falls of Manitou roar. On the morrow's morn, in the thick grey weather, they sat on their reeling deck together, lover and counterfeit of hapless Margaret. With a lover's hand from her forehead fair he smoothed away her jet-black hair. What was it his fond eyes met? The scar of the false Suzette. Fiercely he shouted, "Bear away, east by north for 7 Isles Bay." The maiden wept and prayed, but the ship her helm obeyed. Once more the bay of the Isles they found. They heard the bell of the chapel sound, and the chant of the dying sang in the harsh wild Indian tongue. A feeling of mystery, change, and awe was in all they heard and all they saw. Spellbound the hamlet lay in the hush of its lonely bay. And when they came to the cottage door, the mother rose up from her weeping sore, and with angry gestures met the scared look of Suzette. "Here is your daughter," the skipper said, "give me the one I love instead." But the woman sternly spake, "Go see if the dead will wake." He looked, her sweet face still and white, and strange in the noonday taper light, she lay on her little bed, with a cross at her feet and head. In a passion of grief the strong man bent down to her face, and kissing it, went back to the waiting breeze, back to the mournful seas. Never again to the Merrimac in Newbury's homes that bark came back, whether her fate she met on the shores of Caricat, Miscou or Tracadie, who can say? But even yet at 7 Isles Bay is told the ghostly tale of a weird unspoken sail. In the pale sad light of a northern day, seen by the blanketed Montenay, or a squaw in her small kayak crossing the spectre's track, on the deck a maiden wrings her hands, her likeness kneels on the grey ghost sands, one in her wild despair, and one in the trance of prayer. She flits before no earthly blast, the red sign fluttering from her mast. Over the solemn seas the ghost of the schooner breeze. End of Bay of Seven Islands by John Greenleaf Whittier. Seven Sprays by Juliana Townsend. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 7 Sprays. 7 sprays of pussy willow, each one has a little bed, each one has a little pillow, none of them are red. 7 sprays of pussy willow, some of them are grey, this little baby bud chased the old winter away. End of 7 Sprays by Juliana Townsend. The 7 Joys of Reading by Mary Wright Plummer. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 7 Joys of Reading. We must all have noticed a certain change of late in the attitude of the librarian and the library assistant toward books. Whereas the time was when books were regarded as things to be entered, catalogued, classified, shelf-listed, and then given out in as great numbers as possible to a more or less willing public, and the numbers reported with pride to the professional journals, it seems now to have occurred to the majority, as it had never failed to present itself to the minority, that books are also to be read, that, in fact, that is what they are for. In the days when the slogan of the librarian was the glib cry, "The librarian who reads is lost," and to stop classifying or cataloguing a book, or even to want to stop for a dip into its pages, was a positive crime, the librarians in this country were being led astray by a misquotation, or rather a garbled quotation, for Mark Pattison's words were these in speaking of Casaubon, the great classical scholar who was made librarian to Henry IV. of France. The use which he made of the library was one which no librarian ought to make. It was to read the books. He did nothing for arranging or cataloguing, hardly anything for publishing new texts. He never made any thorough or complete investigation of what was there, much less a catalogue. The librarian who reads is lost. Which, as you see, is quite a different thing from the banner under which we went marching so long. There were many Protestants in our procession, murmuring from time to time, "This isn't the main track," or crying, "We're lost, we're lost," and pointing in another direction, miles away, where a much larger procession, that of the public we had been serving, was going gaily along with flags and music and banners and all the signs of enjoyment, every one with a book, and often too, as many as we had been able to get him to carry, in fact. Not much attention was paid to these protests, however, until nearly all the questions about cataloguing and classification and records and methods had been settled or had almost settled those who discussed them, and in the lull many voices were heard saying, "Well, what shall we do next with the books?" Then some long-suffering scholar librarian with his pet edition of Horace or Virgil in his pocket suggested grimly, "Suppose we read them?" It was a brilliant idea, and the first manifestation of its popularity has come in the form of the Book Symposium, a delightful occasion for every one who likes or prizes a book to give his reasons, or, if he pleases, just stand up and enthuse about it. Everybody who is fond of a book is only too glad to listen, for some day his turn will come and his pet book will have its innings. And what a jolly procession the Book Symposium is making of us! "I'm so glad you talked about these essays. I'm so fond of them." Or, "I never read that biography you spoke of, but I'm going to get it the very first time it is in," etc., etc., where questions of cataloguing and accessioning led to puckered brows and worried faces. A comparison of favourite authors seems to wake everyone up and set everyone smiling. We are finding that many of us have always loved books, by stealth as it were, not wishing to be considered lost by Mark Pattison or any of his misquoters. It is as if a new charter of liberties had been put into our hands. We are free to read, and read openly, and need no longer pretend that we read everything long ago, before we became librarians and found something more important to think of. And whereas it was once the fashion to smile in a superior way over the young person who thought herself qualified to enter a library school because she loved books and had read a great many good ones, we are really beginning to admit that that is a qualification after all. One of the city libraries of New England for some years past has actually spent money in printing in its bulletin the personal opinions of some of the staff about the new books and new editions added, which shows, when you come to think of it, that they must have read the books more or less. In a way, this could be justified even to those who think the reading of books too frivolous for a serious librarian, for this acquaintance with the books enables the editor of the bulletin to say such charming things about them as to make the public want to take them out, and that, of course, is justification enough. A second library is following the bulletin model of this one, and any day we may see a third or a fourth, though a good example is not so catching as bad, it is said. Lately, this same New England Library was gone so far as to publish a list of its modern poetry, and under the leading names to quote such admirably chosen stanzas as to make of the list a fascinating little anthology of the editor's special favourites, let us say. And so, although the new fashion is as yet on trial, I am emboldened to say a word or two on what I shall call the 7 joys of reading. Of course, there may be more. There may be 70 times 7. I could think of more myself probably, but I know there are 7. Some of these come when we are children, long before we do much thinking about our reading, and when it is still a purely sensuous enjoyment, and the first is the joy of familiarity. Who that has watched the storytelling of today has not seen the little bits of children smile all over their faces and begin to hug themselves as the storyteller began, "Once upon a time there were a king and a queen." And so in reading the story. You knew that story and you knew it was good, and as you went on and came to this turn in the plot and that ever to be remembered speech, you could have squeezed the very type for pleasure. It was the joy of familiarity that made you like to read about little Susie in one after another of 6 more volumes, and about little Prudy, and then about all her family one by one. You did not have that chill in opening a new one of a series that you felt when you first opened an entirely new book and had to move to a new town and meet a lot of strange people. After you had read such a book, you came back to the old ones and felt warm and comfortable again, and screwed yourself all up into a knot in the corner by the fire, and read them all over for the 4th or 5th time. We are but children of a larger growth, and to this day there are some of us who periodically take down David Copperfield, or The Mill of the Floss, or Henry Esmond, or Emma, or Barchester Towers, and refresh our memories of old friends, yes, and of old foes, who at Christmas time think we must read the Christmas Carol for old sake's sake, who turn away from the modern songster chirping in every magazine and go back to Thanatopsis, or In Memoriam, or Snowbound, to hear the familiar lines rolling in like waves, one after another in their well-known cadence. Of course, there are some books that are born old, such as Joseph Vance, for instance. As we read that, there came gradually upon us such a haunting sense of familiarity that we were convinced it had been known to us and loved by us in some previous state of existence. There was none of the chill of the untried, the discomfort of adjustment to a new writer, a new theme, a new way of seeing things. The joy of familiarity comes not alone from novels and poems. You can turn at the right moment, and there are mental as well as physical settings for such enjoyments, to many an essay the pages of which show that that is where the book has been opened most often. Don't say that you have not, more times than one, on a cold winter's Sunday, when dinner is later than usual, used the dissertation on roast pig as an appetizer, or that you have not found satisfaction for an oft-recurring mood of wanting you know not what, in some perfect piece of writing such as Pater's Child in the House, or that, feeling limp and languid, you have not time and again breathed in Emerson's self-reliance like a draught of salt sea air. One knows where to go for the remedies needed for one's constitution. One does not try new prescriptions when the old ones have always answered, and in one's mental and emotional medicine chest the old specifics hold their own. This for homesickness, that when you need bracing, the other to make you gay, and the fourth to give you a sense of comfort and coziness and rest you for your next sally into the cold world. The second joy is the joy of surprise, and this too belongs in a measure to childhood, when everything is new and the trick of weaving plots is unsuspected. Do you remember when the wandering prince or princess, tired and hungry and cold, lost in the dark wood at nightfall, appealed to you as in so dreadful a case that you didn't see how it was ever to be mended? And then suddenly came the life-saving solution. He saw a light. Oh, that light that twinkles in the pages of fairy tales! What a big sigh of relief it affords one! How clever it was of the old storytellers to save it for the last emergency! It meant shelter and warmth and food and probably friends, though we did find sometimes that even bands of robbers flourished deceptive lights that lure to danger. The joy of surprise for us older ones lies not in new books, not in the discoveries and inventions and new theories that fill the modern page. To all this we are hardened. Proof. Nothing of that kind can surprise us. It lurks instead in the old book. We pick up a volume and hear Pliny talking about lecturers in old Rome. "We approach the hall," he says, "as if compelled by main force. Many of us sit outside the door and try to overcome the ennui by discussing the gossip of the town. Messengers are surreptitiously sent in to inquire whether the lecturer has really made his appearance, whether he has finished his prologue, or how many sheets are still left to be read. Then, when we hear that the moment of deliverance is not very far off, we come in slowly, sit on the edge of our chairs, and do not even wait for the end of the discourse to slip or steal quietly away." The lecture-ridden reader of to-day at once feels a surprised kinship with the old Roman that nothing can weaken. We take up Job and hear him say to his comforters, "Oh yes, you know it all, of course. Only, as Job put it, it was 'no doubt but ye are the people, and wisdom shall die with you.' We find with Emerson's farmer that Plato has got 'some of my ideas.' And in Chaucer we find literally a bit of modern slang, 'come off,' used in much the same sense, while Shakespeare says, 'and my good angel fire my bad one out.' The surprise of finding human nature always human nature, ever since there is any record of humanity, of finding that truths that we think modern have been apprehended or glimpsed by the ancients, and sometimes grasped fully and examined on all sides, of learning that love and friendship and compassion are as old as the hills, is one of the rewards that await him who reads old books. He feels that he could take issue with Aeschylus, split hairs with Plato, quarrel with Lord Bacon, be instructed by Leonardo, and smoke with Raleigh, if only he had them here, with such common meeting ground as he has found in their written words, and his respect for Solomon grows apace, who knew and said that there was nothing new under the sun. The social reformer in particular must have this joy of surprise when he looks over an old book. From the days of the bricks without straw to Piers Plowman and the Cry of the Children, literature is full of the oppression and injustice and unfairness that he is so prone to consider the special sin of his own generation. Whether the surprise one might experience in discovering that these were all ages old and world-wide could be called a joy, is perhaps doubtful, but it makes one feel a little less guilty personally. When the epidemic of influenza first reached this country, and was characterized as a mysterious new malady, I came across a description of it in a letter of Campbell, the poet, written in 1803, with a surprise that was relief, if not exactly joy. It had happened before then, and people were not frightened to death, and the world had survived after all. A few years ago a strange figure appeared in my office, a little man, a foreigner, of Hebrew race I judged, who offered for sale very simply a volume of philosophy of his own writing, printed by some third-rate printer, cheaply bound and in no way attractive. The author told me he was a cobbler, if I remember aright, but he had thought out this book, and by great economy had managed to get it printed. Ordinarily a librarian makes short shift of book peddlers. But there was something in this case that made me buy the book without any reference to its merits, something in the man himself that forbade me to disappoint him. I watched for notices of it, not being myself a judge of philosophical writings. A long review of it appeared after a time. Imagine the astonishment that must have been a joy, of the reviewer when he found as he read that this uneducated cobbler, who had never read and probably never heard of Spinoza, had worked out a similar philosophy, was as original a thinker in fact as Spinoza. Had he been first, he would have been as famous. This very rare surprise of finding something unusual where one expects the average and the ordinary, belongs to new books with reputations as yet unmade, and the joy of surprise is mingled with the joy of discovery, and the joy of proprietorship that comes by right of discovery. There is nothing at such times that one wants to do so much as to get upon a fence or a stone and crow. The third joy is that of sympathy. There are all kinds of sympathy, including that of a perfectly good tooth with one that aches. It is not only of this kind that one feels like using Mark Twain's anathema, "Darn such sympathy," for there is the author who won't let us off without a few pages of pathos, who deliberately walks us up to the whipping point. We can see the memorandum in his notebook, "Make 'em cry in this chapter," and who makes it absolutely impossible to the tender-hearted to read certain passages aloud. One dislikes very much to sit in a subway train and sob, or to have one's voice give way when one is reading aloud to one's family, yet these are the humiliations that this kind of sympathy puts upon one. In childhood it was a different thing. Then we loved to cry, and deliberately read over again the chapter that excited our lacrymal glands. We are not so easily worked upon now as in the days of little Eva and Beth March and Louis' last term at St. Mary's. Though some of our childhood favourites have the power of wringing a few tears from us still if they catch us in an impressionable moment, but we no longer find this kind of sympathy a joy. The power of fiction is perhaps in no time better demonstrated than when we take sides with the character against the author, accusing him of cruelty, unfairness, and lack of sympathy with one or another of his creations. Someone complained to George Eliot that she had been cruel to poor Hetty in Adam Bede. "If I had not made her pitiful, you could not have pitied her," was the reply. Many times, as I have read Martin Chuzzlewit, I find myself still scanning every line referring to the detestable Jonas for some redeeming trait, hoping against hope that he may prove less black this time than previous readings have shown him to be. The feeling is akin to that I had as a child in rereading a book with a tragic ending, that perhaps now it would turn out differently. However, neither is this the kind of sympathy that is a joy. It is indeed rather an anxiety. The joy lies in finding in a writer one who would evidently be congenial to us if we knew him, who sees with us, who does not rub us the wrong way, who does not explode fireworks at our ear nor lay traps for our feet, but goes along at the pace we like best, turning aside just where we would turn aside if left to ourselves, and coming neck and neck with us to a common conclusion. This sympathy goes out chiefly to the essayists, though occasionally a biography or an autobiography is so happily written that one feels one has met a real personality and found a friend. Dr. Johnson and Charles Lamb are the two examples that come at once to one's mind as authors arousing this peculiar personal sympathy, and every librarian must have the same feeling on reading Prothero's Life of Henry Bradshaw. It is literally true that there is companionship in books when one finds the author who is simpatico, as the Italians say, and I can imagine a deaf person, or one cut off in some other way from congenial human society, actually finding his friends between the pages of his books. Even in life, the best friendships are based not so much on propinquity and contact as on the touching of minds and spirits, and this is almost completely obtainable in a book, not quite because there can be no dialogue, one must be simply a listener, so that talk really is best, but failing the ability to talk together because of a few thousand miles of distance or a few hundred years of time, the next best thing is to have a friend to whom one can listen and whose spiritual portrait at least one can discern. The fourth joy is the joy of appreciation, one that belongs to our maturer years, and concerns itself chiefly with the way of saying things. There are refrains that seize us powerfully with some haunting quality and sing themselves in our ears all day, quick turns of speech that bring a responsive smile, the use of an old word in a new and exactly fitting sense that gives an unaccountable thrill of pleasure, a dainty exactness of definition or description that is wholly satisfying, word pictures that have all the colour and vividness of those on canvas, and we linger over the lines, tasting and retasting, and wondering why we cannot say things so, since we so enjoy them when others say them. The subtly funny things that you do not see until you have passed them, like violet hunting in the spring, someone says, and that keep you smiling and turning back, and that you must read aloud to someone, the pathetic aspect of things shown by a mere word or two that catches you unaware and makes a clutch at your throat, the world-old truth that strikes you anew because of its perfect and vital expression. It is chiefly when one reads for this joy and finds it that one realizes the time wasted on commonplace stuff. It has become the fashion in some quarters to decry Stevenson and Pater as affected and far-fetched and unreal, and there may be reason for the charge, but on the whole they do a good work for us in reminding us that there is magic in the how things are said. What if Stevenson did consciously write one page in the style of the 18th century and another in that of the time of James I, and write in Lamb's manner as well as Lamb himself? In so doing he preached the importance of skill and deftness in handling one's tools, a doctrine somewhat needed in a generation whose vocabulary and construction grow more and more careless and show less and less pains. The fifth joy is that of expansion, to be caught out of our daily rut, and be taken up where we get the bird's eye view, to see the kingdoms of the earth and their relation to us, to make friends in every land, of every tongue, and of every age, to escape from the steam-heated air of conventional respectability, and soar among the great realities, to see as by sudden intuition the true proportion of things, and never to quite forget the lesson afterward, even to wallow for a bit with primitive beasts in their mire, just as an experience, and to help one understand. These things make one rise from a book, a changed being, with wider horizons, broader sympathies, deeper comprehensions, and no less firm a grip on the essentials because the non-essentials have been classified as such at last. The epoch-making books in science, the philosophy of history, great tragedies greatly written, novels that are faithful portrayals of other lands and other ideas, all of these open doors to a wider and sometimes a higher world. The people who like only one kind of book, and won't even try any other kind, who read only to confirm their own opinions and prejudices, forever miss this exhilarating joy. Exploring, even in imagination, with one's feet on the hearthstone, and a fair certainty that eventually one's mind also will come home, has its adventures and even its dangers, and one is bigger and better for having passed through them. As I read of the courage and perseverance and pluck of Isabella Bird, of Mrs. Rowan, the flower hunter, of Mary Kingsley, and other women travellers and explorers, I find out what is wanting in my own make-up and have a better idea of comparative values. And though that may not be a joy, the admiration of my betters is decidedly one. As one reads Julius Caesar and King Lear and Hamlet, one has the joy of knowing that if one has not the mind of Shakespeare, at least one has enough to follow its thoughts and appreciate the wonder of it, and that is something, as Hans Andersen says. But I must get on with my joys, or they will be turned into mourning. The sixth joy is the opposite of the joy of sympathy, for it is the joy of shock. To most of us it is an acquired taste, and it takes time to make shock into a joy, just as it does to make oneself willing to take hold of the handles of an electric battery after one experience. The paradoxical people that give shocks are likely to get on our nerves, and if we aren't of the minority who love, we are of the majority who hate, for there is no half-way attitude for most of us toward these electric authors. We either take them very seriously, or we turn up our noses at them as charlatans. They are not charlatans, but perhaps we may call them jugglers. They twist and turn the truth so that it has faces we never saw before. And either we think we have never seen truth at all until now, or because of its newness we refuse to recognize this one aspect of it. Their work is purely intellectual, so there is really nothing to get mad about, any more than there is about the juggler's trick that we can't see through. They have done something we couldn't do. They have shown us something, or pretended to show us something, we never saw before, and the thing for us to do is to take it for what it is worth as an exhibition and rejoice in the cleverness of it. And if we do make a joy of the shock we get, our mental circulation is quickened and we feel so wide awake that the first thing we know we are incurring again the risk of contact with the battery. These writers are particularly good for the people who constitutionally dislike them. By the time one has reached the point of finding joy in repeated shocks, the cure is pretty well effected, and one needs them no longer. One is now thoroughly stirred up, with the blood circulating to every finger end, and one can do some tricks oneself. The serious shocker who speaks his mind, like Ibsen, gets a readier hearing because people believe he is in earnest. They are not afraid that if they agree with him, he will suddenly say "over the left," and deny all he has just been converting them to. Besides, he can generally produce a lot of evidence, and doesn't ask you to take a new truth or a new view of truth on his unsupported word. The paradox maker is an irritant, and the serious shocker is a stimulant, and they are both good for a sluggish circulation. To people who are already sufficiently excitable, they are an intoxicant, and we have all seen people who have imbibed Bernard Shaw almost to the verge of D.T. Time was when I would no more have taken a shock voluntarily than I would have walked up to a strange cow. But one or two experiences of the gasp and the tingling sensation proved that it didn't hurt, as the children say, and so I have come to put the shock among the joys of reading, a fearful joy to be sure, but none the less a joy. The last of the 7 is the joy of revelation. Of course this does not belong to reading alone. Music, pictures, sculpture, architecture, drama, all contain the possibilities of revelation. Perhaps science in these days may be counted the great revealer. Between the sober, well-supported pillars that have become its foundation, one catches glimpses of visions, of dazzling hypotheses, of broken arcs of the perfect circle of law, and one hears strains of music that seem to belong to other strains heard before, and to indicate a great harmony somewhere if our ears were only attuned to hear it. Through some sentence of apparently secondary importance, we catch sight of possibilities so great, so revolutionary, that we are a trifle dizzy. In fact, it is only snatches that we can bear such revelations, and they are gone before we can register them or know truly just what we have seen. But we realize that for one fleeting instant we have been wrapped out of the body, that we have seen with something other than the bodily eye or the eye of the mind. And the little intuitions we experience occasionally are to these great revelations as 2 + 2 = 4 is to the calculus. Whether the writer knew when he penned his sentence that it would be an open sesame to those who read is doubtful. Is it not Emerson who says that there is inspired reading as well as inspired writing? One reads the same words at another time, and they produce no vision. One tries to analyze them to see where, through what opening one had once glimpsed, and they are solidly welded together. But no number of failures and disappointments can ever convince one that there was no revelation. The experience was too keen, and the effect too overwhelming to be either denied or forgotten. As a rule, we look for revelation of this kind, if anywhere, in religious books, but we find it, or rather it finds us, for we seem to have nothing to do with it, through the pages of almost any book written in seriousness. Great as is the joy when it arrives, it is so rare that I almost feel I am wrong in placing among the joys of reading one that may come but once in a lifetime. End of the 7 Joys of Reading by Mary Wright Plummer.
The 7 Reasons Why. Lyrics by Stanislaus Stanger. Music by Reginald de Koven. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Oh, who can describe all the joys of a kiss? A difficult task, I declare. To understand fully its exquisite bliss, it never takes less than a pair. It's something that you all alone cannot do. You must have another's advice. 'Tis nothing for one, but divided by two, you'll find it will amply suffice. There are many reasons why this should be so. I'll give you 7, the best I know. Reason number 1, it is naughty but it's nice. And reason number 2, you would like it more than twice. Reason number 3, you'll adore it if you try. Reason number 4, for another you would die. Reason number 5, it was never known to pain. And reason number 6, you can take it back again. Reason number 7, if you do you'll be in heaven. And that's the best of all the reasons why. Tis ever the theme of our story and song, its praises all ages have sung. A double-faced action that no one thinks wrong, a pleasure to old and to young. Oh, who can describe its effect on the heart? No poet possesses the skill. When all they have said and exhausted their art, 'tis something which quite fills the bill. There are many reasons why this should be so. I'll give you 7, the best I know. Reason number 1, it is naughty but it's nice. And reason number 2, you would like it more than twice. Reason number 3, you'll adore it if you try. Reason number 4, for another you would die. Reason number 5, it was never known to pain. Reason number 6, you can take it back again. Reason number 7, if you do you'll be in heaven. And that's the best of all the reasons why.
End of the 7 Reasons Why by Stanislaus Stanger and Reginald de Koven, sung by Ruth Golding.
Seven at One Blow by Wilhelm and Jakob Grimm. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A tailor sat in his workroom one morning, stitching away busily at a coat for the Lord Mayor. He whistled and sang so gaily that all the little boys who passed the shop on their way to school thought what a fine thing it was to be a tailor, and told one another that when they grew to be men, they'd be tailors too. "How hungry I feel, to be sure," cried the little man at last. "But I'm far too busy to trouble about eating. I must finish his lordship's coat before I touch a morsel of food." And he broke once more into a merry song. "Fine new jam for sale," sang out an old woman as she walked along the street. "Jam! I can't resist such a treat," said the tailor, and running to the door he shouted, "This way for jam, dame! Show me a pot of your very finest." The woman handed him jar after jar, but he found fault with all. At last he hit upon some to his liking. "And how many pounds will you take, sir?" "I'll take 4 ounces," he replied in a solemn tone, "and mind you, give me good weight." The old woman was very angry, for she had expected to sell several pounds at least, and she went off grumbling after she had weighed out the 4 ounces. "Now for a feed," cried the little man, taking a loaf from the cupboard as he spoke. He cut off a huge slice and spread the jam on, quite half an inch thick. Then he suddenly remembered his work. "It will never do to get jam on the Lord Mayor's coat, so I'll finish it off before I take even one bite," said he. So he picked up his work once more, and his needle flew in and out like lightning. I am afraid the Lord Mayor had some stitches in his garment that were quite 1/4 of an inch long. The tailor glanced longingly at his slice of bread and jam once or twice, but when he looked the 3rd time, it was quite covered with flies, and a fine feast they were having off it. This was too much for the little fellow. Up he jumped, crying, "So you think I provide bread and jam for you, indeed? Well, we'll very soon see. Take that!" And he struck the flies such a heavy blow with a duster that no fewer than 7 lay dead upon the table, while the others flew up to the ceiling in great haste. "7 at one blow," said the little man with great pride. "Such a brave deed ought to be known all over the town, and it won't be my fault if folks fail to hear of it." So he cut out a wide belt and stitched on it in big golden letters the words 7 at one blow. When this was done, he fastened it round him, crying, "I'm cut out for something better than a tailor, it's quite clear. I'm one of the world's great heroes, and I'll be off at once to seek my fortune." He glanced around the cottage, but there was nothing of value to take with him. The only thing he possessed in the world was a small cheese. "You may as well come too," said he, stowing away the cheese in his pocket. "And now I'm off." When he got into the street, his neighbors all crowded round him to read the words on his belt. "7 at one blow," they said to another. "What a blessing he's going! For it wouldn't be safe to have a man about us who could kill 7 of us at one stroke." You see, they didn't know that the tailor had only killed flies. They took it to mean men. He jogged along for some miles until he came to a hedge, where a little bird was caught in the branches. "Come along," said the tailor, "I'll have you to keep my cheese company." So he caught the bird and put it carefully into his pocket with the cheese. Soon he reached a lofty mountain, and he made up his mind to climb it and see what was going on at the other side. When he reached the top, there stood a huge giant gazing down into the valley below. "Good day," said the tailor. The giant turned round, and seeing nobody but the little tailor there, he cried with scorn, "And what might you be doing here, might I ask? You'd best be off at once." "Not so fast, my friend," said the little man. "Read this." 7 at one blow, read the giant, and he began to wish he'd been more civil. "Well, I'm sure nobody would think it to look at you," he replied. "But since you are so clever, do this." And he picked up a stone and squeezed it until water ran out. "Do that? Why, it's mere child's play to me." And the man took out his cheese and squeezed it until the whey ran from it. "Now who is cleverer?" asked the tailor. "You see, I can squeeze milk out, while you only get water." The giant was too surprised to utter a word for a few minutes. Then, taking up another stone, he threw it so high into the air that for a moment they couldn't see where it went. Then down it fell to the ground again. "Good," said the tailor, "but I'll throw a stone that won't come back again at all." Taking the little bird from his pocket, he threw it into the air, and the bird, glad to get away, flew right off and never returned. This sort of thing didn't suit the giant at all, for he wasn't used to being beaten by anyone. "Here's something you'll never manage," he said to the little man. "Just come and help me to carry this fallen oak tree for a few miles." "Delighted," said the tailor, "and I'll take the end with the branches, for it's sure to be heavier." "Agreed," replied the giant, and he lifted the heavy trunk onto his shoulder, while the tailor climbed up among the branches at the other end and sang with all his might as though carrying a tree was nothing to him. The poor giant, who was holding the tree trunk and the little tailor as well, soon grew tired. "I'm going to let it fall," he shouted, and the tailor jumped down from the branches and pretended he had been helping all the time. "The idea of a man your size finding a tree too heavy to carry," laughed the little tailor. "You are a clever little fellow, and no mistake," replied the giant. "And if you'll only come and spend the night in our cave, we shall be delighted to have you." "I shall have great pleasure in coming, my friend," answered the little tailor. And together they set off for the giant's home. There were 7 more giants in the cave, and each one of them was eating a roasted pig for his supper. They gave the little man some food, and then showed him a bed in which he might pass the night. It was so big that, after tossing about for half an hour in it, the tailor thought he would be more comfortable if he slept in the corner, so he crept out without being noticed. In the middle of the night, the giant stole out of bed and went up to the one where he thought the little man was fast asleep. Taking a big bar of iron, he struck such a heavy blow at it that he woke up all the other giants. "Keep quiet, friends," said he. "I've just killed the little scamp." The tailor made his escape as soon as possible, and he journeyed on for many miles until he began to feel very tired, so he lay down under a tree and was soon fast asleep. When he awoke, he found a big crowd of people standing round him. Up walked one very wise-looking old man, who was really the king's prime minister. "Is it true that you have killed 7 at one blow?" he asked. "It's a fact," answered the little tailor. "Then come with me to the king, my friend, for he's been searching for a brave man like you for some time past. You are to be made captain of his army, and the king will give you a fine house to live in." "That I will," replied the little man. "It is just the sort of thing that will suit me, and I'll come at once." He hadn't been in the king's service long before everyone grew jealous of him. The soldiers were afraid that if they offended him, he would make short work of them all, while the members of the king's household didn't fancy the idea of making such a fuss over a stranger. So the soldiers went in a body to the king and asked that another captain should be put over them, for they were afraid of this one. The king didn't like to refuse, for fear that they should all desert, and yet he didn't dare get rid of the captain in case such a strong and brave man should try to have his revenge. At last the king hit upon a plan. In some woods close by there lived 2 giants, who were the terror of the countryside. They robbed all the travelers, and if any resistance was offered, they killed the men on the spot. Sending for the little tailor, he said, "Knowing you to be the bravest man in my kingdom, I want to ask a favor of you. If you will kill these 2 giants, and bring me back proof that they are dead, you shall marry the princess, my daughter, and have half my kingdom. You shall also take 100 men to help you, and you are to set off at once." "100 men, your majesty? Pray, what do I want with 100 men? If I can kill 7 at one blow, I needn't be afraid of 2. I'll kill them fast enough, never fear." The tailor chose 10 strong men and told them to await on the border of the wood, while he went on quite alone. He could hear the giants snoring for quite half an hour before he reached them, so he knew in which direction to go. He found the pair fast asleep under a tree, so he filled his pockets with stones and climbed up into the branches over their heads. Then he began to pelt one of the giants with the missiles, until after a few minutes one of the men awoke. Giving the other a rough push, he cried, "If you strike me again like that, I'll know the reason why." "I didn't touch you," said the other giant crossly, and they were soon fast asleep once more. Then the tailor threw stones at the other man, and soon he awoke as the first had done. "What did you throw that at me for?" said he. "You are dreaming," answered the other. "I didn't throw anything." No sooner were they fast asleep again than the little man began to pelt them afresh. Up they both sprang, and seizing each other, they began to fight in real earnest. Not content with using their fists, they tore up huge trees by the roots and beat each other until very soon the pair lay dead on the ground. Down climbed the little tailor, and taking his sword in his hand, he plunged it into each giant, and then went back to the edge of the forest where the 10 men were waiting for him. "They are as dead as 2 doornails," shouted the little man. "I didn't say that I had an easy task, for they tore up trees by the roots to try to protect themselves with, but of course it was no good. What were 2 giants to a man who had slain 7 at one blow?" But the men wouldn't believe it until they went into the forest and saw the 2 dead bodies lying each in a pool of blood, while the ground was covered with uprooted trees. Back they went to the king. But instead of handing over half his kingdom, as he had promised, his majesty told the little tailor that there was still another brave deed for him to do before he got the princess for his bride. "Just name it, then. I'm more than ready," was the man's reply. "You are to kill the famous unicorn that is running wild in the forest and doing so much damage. When this is done, you shall have your reward at once." "No trouble at all, your majesty. I'll get rid of him in a twinkling." He made the 10 men wait for him at the entrance to the wood, as they had done the first time, and taking a stout rope and a saw, he entered the forest alone. Up came the unicorn, but just as it was about to rush at the man, he darted behind a big tree. The unicorn dashed with such force against the tree that its horn was caught quite fast, and it was kept a prisoner. Taking his rope, he tied it tightly around the animal, and after sawing off the horn, back he went to the palace, leading the unicorn by his side. But even then the king was not satisfied, and he made the little tailor catch a wild boar that had been seen wandering in the woods. He took a party of huntsmen with him, but again he made them wait on the outskirts of the forest while he went on by himself. The wild boar made a dash at the little tailor, but the man was too quick for it. He slipped into a little building close by, with the animal at his heels. Then, catching sight of a small window, he forced his way out into the forest again, and while the boar, who was too big and clumsy to follow, stood gazing at the spot where he had disappeared, the tailor ran round and closed the door, keeping the animal quite secure inside. Then he called the hunters, who shot the boar and carried the body back to the palace. This time the king was obliged to keep his promise, so the little tailor became a prince, and a grand wedding they had, too. When they had been married for about a couple of years, the princess once overheard her husband talking in his sleep. "Boy, if you have put a patch on that waistcoat, take the Lord Mayor's coat home at once, or I'll box your ears," he said. "Oh, dear," cried the princess, "to think that I have married a common tailor! Whatever can I do to get rid of him?" So she told her father the story, and the king said she need not worry, for he would find a way out of the difficulty. She was to leave the door open that night, and while the tailor was sleeping, the king's servants should steal into the room, bind the tailor, and take him away to be killed. The princess promised to see that everything was in readiness, and she tripped about all day with a very light heart. She little knew that one of the tailor's servants had overheard their cruel plot, and carried the news straight to his master. That night, when the princess thought her husband was sleeping fast, she crept to the door and opened it. To her great terror, the tailor began to speak. "Boy, take the Lord Mayor's coat home, or I'll box your ears. Haven't I killed 7 at one blow? Haven't I slain 2 giants, a unicorn, and a wild boar? What do I care for the men who are standing outside my door at this moment?" At these words, off flew the men as though they had been shot from a gun, and no more attempts were ever made on his life. So the princess had to make the best of a bad job. He lived on, and when the old king died, he ascended the throne in his stead. So the brave little tailor became ruler over the whole kingdom, and his motto throughout his whole life was 7 at one blow. End of 7 at one blow by Wilhelm and Jakob Grimm. Read by Winston Tharp.
"7 Years Old" by Algernon Charles Swinburne. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 7 Years Old. 7 white roses on one tree, 7 white loaves of blameless leaven, 7 white sails on one soft sea, 7 white swans on one lake's lee, 7 white flower-like stars in heaven, all are types unmeet to be, for a birthday's crown of 7. Not the radiance of the roses, not the blessing of the bread, not the breeze that ere day grows is fresh for sails and swans and closes, wings above the sun's grave spread, when the starshine on the snows is sweet as sleep on sorrow shed. Nothing sweetest, nothing best, holds so good and sweet a treasure as the love wherewith once blest, joy grows holy, grief takes rest, life, half tired with hours to measure, fills his eyes and lips and breast with most light and breath of pleasure. As the rapture unpolluted, as the passion undefiled, by whose force all pains heart-rooted are transfigured and transmuted, recompensed and reconciled, through the imperial undisputed present godhead of a child. Brown bright eyes and fair bright head, were the worthier crown than this is, were the worthier song instead, sweet grave wise round mouth full fed with the joy of love whose bliss is more than mortal wine and bread, lips whose words are sweet as kisses, little hand so glad of giving, little heart so glad of love, little soul so glad of living, while the strong swift hours are weaving light with darkness woven above, time for mirth and time for grieving, plume of raven and plume of dove. I can give you but a word, warm with love therein forleven, but a song that falls unheard, yet on ears of sense unstirred, yet by song so far from heaven, whence you came the brightest bird, 7 years since, of 7 times 7. End of 7 Years Old, by Algernon Charles Swinburne. The 7 Ages of Woman, by Agnes Strickland. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 7 Ages of Woman. Thou, whose bold genius in so short a span marked the 7 stages of the life of man, yet hast omitted in thy gifted page to paint the errors of his consort's age, lend me thy deathless spirit whilst I show its change of woman's days through weal and woe. First, soft and helpless, innocent and mild, smiles in her nurse's arms the female child, fresh from her Maker's hands, all pure and fair, unstained by sin, unruffled yet by care, a stranger in this world of ceaseless strife, lovely and passionless, her dawn of life. Next, see her seated at her mother's feet, with eyes upraised the glance of love to meet, gay as the birth of hope, all joy and grace, the mind expanding brightens in her face. Speech partially unlocked, in silvery tone, she now essays to make her wishes known, now to explain her doubtful meaning tries, with mingled eloquence of lips and eyes. Here the first sorrows of the child begin, the slumbering passions waken from within. Each in its turn its growing strength reveals, anger and love and grief she keenly feels. With graver look and melancholy air, she cons the lesson with reluctant care. The book, the pen, the needle all engage, and form the sorrows of the 2nd stage. A 3rd advances, toils and tasks are past, and life's sweet summer brightly dawns at last. Spring's lovely buds expand to fairest flowers, and hope's enchantment gilds the sunny hours. She, by the standard of her own pure mind, judges the cold, the selfish and unkind. Earth and its children views in trusting mood, and thinks that like herself they all are good. And blind to all its shoals and storms and strife, she enters on the treacherous waves of life. Ah, sweet confiding season, over your bloom why should the blight of falsehood cast a gloom over those high feelings and that heart's warm glow? a chilling damp the cruel world will throw. The noblest virtues which that mind adorn, the false will mock, the wicked treat with scorn. The crowd shall mark with cold invidious gaze, and those will trample who should help to raise, till from the freezing glance of heartless pride its fair endowments slighted worth will hide. This, in the lovely dayspring of her youth, shall cloud its sunshine and abuse its truth, or bitterer far, perchance, is doomed to prove the venomed shafts of unrequited love. At first, by slow degrees, her gentle heart admits the poison, nor perceives the smart. She loves the moonlight and the evening hour, the river's margin and the forest bower. There, wrapt in musings, she delights to stray, and nurse the dream that steals her soul away. All else to her is idle, dull, and vain, pleasure insipid, and exertion pain. Too oft is hers, by strangling pangs oppressed, to hide the thorn that rankles in her breast. With dying hopes to combat thronging fears, and find a sad relief in gushing tears, alas! she learns that cruel man can turn from hearts like hers, and each warm feeling spurn, that he unmoved can all her anguish view, and treat with cold contempt a love so true, so fond as hers, which worlds could never buy, and kings themselves to share might vainly sigh. She weeps in secret, and she sits alone, pale as the sunless day whose hope is gone, absorbed in silent, heart-consuming woe, reckless of all around, above, below. This cannot last, and time with noiseless wings sweeps over her bosom and allays its stings, and other hopes and calmer feelings brings. So pass the 3 first stages of her life. A 4th succeeds, and sees her now a wife. Yet not perchance of him who taught her heart the earliest sigh and caused its keenest smart, forgetful of the wrongs which man has given. When linked to man she makes his home a heaven, his nurse in sickness, and his joy in health, his aid in poverty, his pride in wealth, her heart the solace where his wounded mind flies for relief, and finds it ever kind, where, when all fail him, he can still confide, its faith like gold, more pure the more 'tis tried. Though storms without on every side increase, they cannot mine the house of love and peace, which on the rock of duty firmly stands, while strife and folly perish on the sands. But now a period still more blessed shall come, and crown with joy the calm delights of home, the sweetest era of the female life, which makes a mother of the happy wife, and adds a cement to that holy tie for human happiness ordained on high. When round her board the olive branches spring, and love's dear claimants to their mother cling, and she beholds beneath her anxious eyes her lovely hopes in fair succession rise, the youngest, cradled on her fostering breast, sighs its delight and softly sinks to rest. Another darling with bewitching grace hides in the slumberer's robe his cherub face, then archly wanton, full of infant glee, he laughs aloud and peeps mamma to see. A third, more active, boldly climbs her chair, and pleads his right each fond caress to share, whilst a fair girl who hangs upon her arm, rich in each playful wile and early charm, in lisping tones her earnest wish has told, that she sweet baby on her lap may hold. The happy mother on her infant train gazes with transport which amounts to pain. A smile of rapture on her lip appears, but her soft eyes overflow with tender tears, tears which even gazing seraphs might approve, the holy weepings of maternal love. Blest in her duties, calmly glide away the busy hours of life's meridian day, till time advancing of the dial flings a darker shade, and that sad epoch brings, that mournful stage of comfortless distress, which sees her now in widowed loneliness. Consumed by sorrow and oppressed with gloom, she sighs for refuge in the friendly tomb. Yet, as her glance upon her children falls, she starts in anguish, and that wish recalls, from mingled feelings now her eyes overflow, the mother's softness with the widow's woe. Her bosom thrilling with an interest dear, which robs of bitterness the falling tear, her rebel heart sinks lowly, and her mind bows to the will of heaven in grief resigned. Slowly but sure, life's sun's declining flow, in ceaseless course, what now remains to show of woman's days when all has passed away, that charmed the young, the thoughtless, and the gay, and the fair fabric totters in decay? When youth and health and strength and beauty's beam appear like traces of some distant dream, of which remembrance almost seems to fade, even from herself, who fondly once surveyed those bright possessions, and in raptured tone, exclaiming exulting, "These are all my own," now reft of all, faint, feeble, pressed with age, we mark her feelings in the last great stage. The feverish hopes, the fears, the cares of life no more oppress her with their torturing strife. The restless tumults of her early day have passed with beauty and with youth away. She, like some traveller who beholds the sun sinking before him ere his journey's done, regrets not now to lose its noontide power, but hails the coolness of the evening hour, and feels her holy and divine repose rest on her spirit in the twilight close. She in her children's children tastes again maternal pleasure and maternal pain, to them imparts the knowledge years have given, and points her hopes to soar with hers to heaven. What though her eyes are dark in age's night, serener, brighter burns the inward light, guiding the spirit by its sacred ray, to cast its mortal thralls and cares away, and wait its summons to eternal day. End of The 7 Ages of Woman, by Agnes Strickland.
In the Seven Woods, by William Butler Yeats. Read for LibriVox.org by Casper Nijssen. I have heard the pigeons of the 7 woods make their faint thunder, and the garden bees hum in the lime tree flowers, and put away the unavailing outcries and the old bitterness that empty the heart. I have forgot a while Tara uprooted, and new commoners upon the throne, and crying about the streets, and hanging its paper flowers from post to post, because it is alone of all things happy. I am contented, for I know that quiet wanders laughing and eating her wild heart among pigeons and bees, while that great archer, who but awaits his hour to shoot, still hangs a cloudy quiver over Parc na Lee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Die Sonne will sich 7 Male spiegeln, bei Christian Morgenstern. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Die Sonne will sich 7 Male spiegeln, in allen unseren 7 Leibesgliedern, dass sie ihr 7 Mal ihr Bild erwidern. Die Sonne will uns 7 Mal entsiegeln. End of Die Sonne will sich 7 Male spiegeln, bei Christian Morgenstern. Read by Julia Niedermeyer. Von den 7 Zechbrüdern, bei Ludwig Uhland. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ich kenne 7 lustige Brüder, sie sind die durstigsten im Ort. Die schwuren höchlich, niemals wieder zu nennen ein gewisses Wort. In keinerlei Weise, nicht laut und nicht leise. Es ist das gute Wörtlein Wasser, darin doch sonst kein Arges steckt. Wie kommt's nun, dass die wilden Brasser dies schlichte Wort so mächtig schreckt? Merkt auf, ich berichte die Wundergeschichte. Einst hörten jene durst'gen 7 von einem fremden Zechkumpan, es sei am Waldgebirge drüben ein neues Wirtshaus aufgetan, da fließen so reine, so würzige Weine. Um einer guten Predigt willen hätt keiner sich vom Platz bewegt, doch gilt es, Gläser gut zu füllen, dann sind die Burschen gleich erregt. Auf, lasset uns wandern, ruft einer dem andern. Sie wandern rüstig mit dem Frühen, bald steigt die Sonne drückend heiß, die Zunge lechzt, die Lippen glühen und von der Stirne rinnt der Schweiß. Da rieselt so helle vom Felsen die Quelle. Wir trinken sie in vollen Zügen, doch als sie kaum den Durst gestillt, bezeugen sie ihr Missvergnügen, dass hier nicht Wein, nur Wasser quillt. O fades Getränke, o ärmliche Schwänke! In seine vielverwobenen Gänge nimmt jetzt der Wald die Pilger auf. Da stehen sie plötzlich im Gedränge, verworrenes Dickicht hemmt den Lauf. Sie irren, sie suchen, sie zanken und fluchen. Derweil hat sich in finstre Wetter die schwüle Sonne tief verhüllt. Schon rauscht der Regen durch die Blätter, es zuckt der Blitz, der Donner brüllt. Dann kömmt es geflossen, unendlich ergossen. Bald wird der Forst zu 1000 Inseln, zahllose Ströme brechen vor. Hier hilft kein Toben, hilft kein Winseln, es muß hindurch der edle Chor. O gründliche Taufe, o köstliche Traufe! Vor Alters wurden Menschenkinder verwandelt oft in Quell und Fluss. Auch unsere 7 armen Sünder bedroht ein gleicher Götterschluss. Sie triefen, sie schwellen, als würden sie quellen. So mehr geschwommen als gegangen, gelangen sie zum Wald hinaus. Doch keine Schenke sehen sie prangen, sie sind auf gradem Weg nach Haus. Schon rieselt so helle vom Felsen die Quelle. Da ist's, als ob sie rauschend spräche: Willkommen, saubere Brüderschar. Ihr habt geschmähet, töricht Freche, mein Wasser, das euch labend war. Nun seid ihr getränket, dass ihr daran denket. So kam es, dass die 7 Brüder das Wasser fürchteten hinfort, und dass sie schwuren, niemals wieder zu nennen das verwünschte Wort. In keinerlei Weise, nicht laut und nicht leise. End of von den 7 Zechbrüdern bei Ludwig Uhland. Read by Julia Niedermeyer. Die 7 Wünsche by Johann Gottfried Herder. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hätt ich 7 Wünsch in meiner Gewalt, was wünscht ich? Nicht Glück und Ehrenmannigfalt, den schönsten, liebsten Aufenthalt, den wünscht ich. Der Wunsch ist in des Manns Gewalt nicht Glück und Ehrenmannigfalt. Lieb ist der schönste Aufenthalt. Der zweite Wunsch in meiner Gewalt, was wünscht ich? Nie sei des Freundes Herz mir kalt, nie sei mir lieb und Leben alt, das wünsch ich. Der Wunsch ist in des Manns Gewalt, nie sei dein Herz dem Freunde kalt, nie sei uns lieb und Leben alt. Der dritte Wunsch, und er ist mein, was wünsch ich? An anderer Glück mich zu erfreuen, mit meinem Glück vergnügt zu sein, das wünsch ich. Der Wunsch ist unser insgemein, mit unserem Glück zufrieden sein, macht uns an anderer Glück uns freuen. Der vierte ist in meiner Gewalt, was wünsch ich? Ein frisches Herz, solang es wallt, bei Jugendkraft und Wohlgestalt, das wünsch ich. Der Wunsch ist in des Manns Gewalt, ein frisches Herz, solang es wallt, schafft Jugendkraft und Wohlgestalt. Der Wunsch ist jetzt in meiner Hand, was wünsch ich? Verachtend Vorurteil und Tand, zu leben für mein Vaterland, das wünsch ich. Der Wunsch ist in des Mannes Hand, verachtend Vorurteil und Tand, ist Menschheit unser Vaterland. Der sechste Wunsch in meiner Gewalt, was wünsch ich? Den süßen Ruhm, der nie verhallt, der aus dem Herzen widerschallt, den wünsch ich. Der Wunsch ist in des Manns Gewalt, der süße Ruhm, der nie verhallt, ist der aus Herzen widerschallt. Der letzte Wunsch in meiner Gewalt, was wünsch ich? Ist der, den kaum die Lippe lallt, ein stiller Wunsch, komm er mir bald. Des Herzens mächtigster Gewalt ist das, was kaum die Lippe lallt, ein stiller Wunsch, komm er uns bald. End of die 7 Wünsche bei Johann Gottfried Herder. Read by Julia Niedermeyer. Die 7 Schwestern bei Karl Simrock. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Die 7 Schwestern, habt Acht, wir könnten scheitern, da würden's 8. Sie trieben immer mit Liebe Spott, die Felsenherzen, das rächte Gott. Dort über Wesel, wo Schönberg ragt, da haben sie manchen Verliebten geplagt. erst angezogen, verlacht hernach und heimgesendet mit Hohn und Schmach. Hier sind sie versunken dafür im Rhein, in Fels verwandelt und harten Stein. Und wenn ein Schifflein vorüberfährt, das sei mit Spröden nun nicht beschwert. Die niemals liebte, sie muß herbei, dass bei den 7 die 8. sei. Ist eine Spröde hier auf dem Schiff, so wird's zerschellen am Felsenriff. Wir Dreier hätten nicht Schuld daran, denn wir sind Frauen und lieben den Mann. Das wollen wir hoffen, und wär es nicht wahr, wir alle schwebten in großer Gefahr. So bin ich eine verlobte Braut, die nie verlangend nach andern schaut. Das wollen wir hoffen, und wär es nicht wahr, wir alle schwebten in großer Gefahr. Ich bin noch ledig, doch will ich gestehen, dass ich den und jenen nicht ungern gesehen. Das wollen wir hoffen, und wär es nicht wahr, wir alle schwebten in großer Gefahr. Mit alten Jungfer spricht niemand Trost, doch dieses Hündchen mir freundlich kost. Das wollen wir hoffen, und wär es nicht wahr, wir alle schwebten in großer Gefahr. 12-Jährige. Dass ihr nicht jämmerlich ertrinken müsst, hab ich heimlich des Nachbars Gottfriedchen geküsst. Das wollen wir hoffen, und wär es nicht wahr, wir alle schwebten in großer Gefahr. End of Die 7 Schwestern bei Karl Simrock. Read by Julia Niedermeyer.
In the Seven Woods by W.B. Yeats. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I have heard the pigeons of the 7 woods make their faint thunder, and the garden bees hum in the lime tree flowers, and put away the unavailing outcries and the old bitterness that empty the heart. I have forgot awhile terror uprooted, and new commonness upon the throne, and crying about the streets, and hanging its paper flowers from post to post, because it is alone of all things happy. I am contented, for I know that Quiet wanders laughing and eating her wild heart among pigeons and bees, while that great archer, who but awaits his hour to shoot, still hangs a cloudy quiver over Park na End of In the 7 Woods by W.B. Yeats.
The 7 Sermons to the Dead by Carl Gustav Jung. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Septem Sermones ad Mortuos, 1916. The 7 Sermons to the Dead, written by Basilides in Alexandria, the city where the East toucheth the West. Sermo 1. The dead came back from Jerusalem, where they found not what they sought. They prayed me let them in, and besought my word, and thus I began my teaching. Hearken, I begin with nothingness. Nothingness is the same as fullness. In infinity, full is no better than empty. Nothingness is both empty and full. As well might ye say anything else of nothingness, as, for instance, white is it, or black, or again, it is not, or it is. A thing that is infinite and eternal hath no qualities, since it hath all qualities. This nothingness or fullness we name the Pleroma. Therein both thinking and being cease, since the eternal and infinite possess no qualities. In it no being is, for he then would be distinct from the Pleroma, and would possess qualities which would distinguish him as something distinct from the Pleroma. In the Pleroma there is nothing and everything. It is quite fruitless to think about the Pleroma, for this would mean self-dissolution. Creatura is not in the Pleroma, but in itself. The Pleroma is both beginning and end of created beings. It pervadeth them, as the light of the sun everywhere pervadeth the air. Although the Pleroma pervadeth altogether, yet hath created being no share thereof, just as a wholly transparent body becometh neither light nor dark through the light which pervadeth it. We are, however, the Pleroma itself, for we are a part of the eternal and infinite. But we have no share thereof, as we are from the Pleroma infinitely removed, not spiritually or temporally, but essentially, since we are distinguished from the Pleroma in our essence as creatura, which is confined within time and space. Yet, because we are parts of the Pleroma is also in us. Even in the smallest point is the Pleroma endless, eternal, and entire, since small and great are qualities which are contained in it. It is that nothingness which is everywhere whole and continuous. Only figuratively, therefore, do I speak of created being as a part of the Pleroma, because actually the Pleroma is nowhere divided, since it is nothingness. We are also the whole Pleroma, because, figuratively, the Pleroma is the smallest point, assumed only, not existing, in us and the boundless firmament about us. But wherefore then do we speak of the Pleroma at all, since it is thus everything and nothing? I speak of it to make a beginning somewhere, and also to free you from the delusion that somewhere, either without or within, there standeth something fixed, or in some way established from the beginning. Every so-called fixed and certain thing is only relative. That alone is fixed and certain which is subject to change. What is changeable, however, is creatura. Therefore is it the one thing which is fixed and certain, because it hath qualities, it is even quality itself. The question ariseth, how did creatura originate? Created beings came to pass, not creatura, since created being is the very quality of the Pleroma, as much as non-creation, which is the eternal death. In all times and places is creation, in all times and places is death. The Pleroma hath all distinctiveness and non-distinctiveness. Distinctiveness is creatura, it is distinct. Distinctiveness is its essence, and therefore it distinguisheth. Therefore man discriminateth, because his nature is distinctiveness. Wherefore also he distinguisheth qualities of the Pleroma which are not. He distinguisheth them out of his own nature. Therefore must he speak of qualities of the Pleroma which are not. What use, say ye, to speak of it? Saidst thou not thyself there is no profit in thinking upon the Pleroma? That said I unto you, to free you from the delusion that we are able to think about the Pleroma. When we distinguish qualities of the Pleroma, we are speaking from the ground of our own distinctiveness and concerning our own distinctiveness. But we have said nothing concerning the Pleroma. Concerning our own distinctiveness, however, it is needful to speak, whereby we may distinguish ourselves enough. Our very nature is distinctiveness. If we are not true to this nature, we do not distinguish ourselves enough. Therefore must we make distinctions of qualities. What is the harm, ye ask, in not distinguishing oneself? If we do not distinguish, we get beyond our own nature, away from creatura. We fall into indistinctiveness, which is the other quality of the Pleroma. We fall into the Pleroma itself, and cease to be creatures. We are given over to dissolution in the nothingness. This is the death of the creature. Therefore we die in such measure as we do not distinguish. Hence the natural striving of the creature goeth towards distinctiveness, fighteth against primeval perilous sameness. This is called the principium individuationis. This principle is the essence of the creature. From this you can see why indistinctiveness and non-distinction are a great danger for the creature. We must therefore distinguish the qualities of the Pleroma. The qualities are pairs of opposites, such as the effective and the ineffective, fullness and emptiness, living and dead, difference and sameness, light and darkness, the hot and the cold, force and matter, time and space, good and evil, beauty and ugliness, the one and the many, etc. The pairs of opposites are qualities of the Pleroma which are not, because each balanceth each. As we are the Pleroma itself, we also have all these qualities in us. Because the very ground of our nature is distinctiveness, therefore we have these qualities in the name and sign of distinctiveness, which meaneth, 1. These qualities are distinct and separate in us one from the other. Therefore they are not balanced and void, but are effective. Thus are we the victims of the pairs of opposites. The Pleroma is rent in us. 2. The qualities belong to the Pleroma, and only in the name and sign of distinctiveness can and must we possess or live them. We must distinguish ourselves from qualities. In the Pleroma they are balanced and void, in us not. Being distinguished from them delivereth us. When we strive after the good or the beautiful, we thereby forget our own nature, which is distinctiveness, and we are delivered over to the qualities of the Pleroma, which are pairs of opposites. We labour to attain to the good and the beautiful, yet at the same time we also lay hold of the evil and the ugly, since in the Pleroma these are one with the good and the beautiful. When, however, we remain true to our own nature, which is distinctiveness, we distinguish ourselves from the good and the beautiful, and therefore at the same time from the evil and the ugly. And thus we fall not into the Pleroma, namely into nothingness and dissolution. Thou sayest, ye object, that difference and sameness are also qualities of the Pleroma. How would it be then if we strive after difference? Are we, in so doing, not true to our own nature? And must we none the less be given over to sameness when we strive after difference? Ye must not forget that the Pleroma hath no qualities. We create them through thinking. If therefore ye strive after difference or sameness, or any qualities whatsoever, ye pursue thoughts which flow to you out of the Pleroma, thoughts, namely, concerning non-existing qualities of the Pleroma. Inasmuch as ye run after these thoughts, ye fall again into the Pleroma, and reach difference and sameness at the same time. Not your thinking, but your being is distinctiveness. Therefore not after difference, as ye think it, must ye strive, but after your own being. At bottom, therefore, there is only one striving, namely, the striving after your own being. If ye had this striving, ye would not need to know anything about the Pleroma and its qualities, and yet would ye come to your right goal by virtue of your own being. Since, however, thought estrangeth from being, that knowledge must I teach you wherewith ye might be able to hold your thought in leash. Sermo 2. In the night the dead stood along the wall and cried, "We would have knowledge of God. Where is God? Is God dead?" God is not dead. Now, as ever, he liveth. God is creatura, for he is something definite, and therefore distinct from the Pleroma. God is quality of the Pleroma, and everything which I said of creatura also is true concerning him. He is distinguished, however, from created beings through this, that he is more indefinite and indeterminable than they. He is less distinct than created beings, since the ground of his being is effective fullness. Only in so far as he is definite and distinct is he creatura, and in like measure is he the manifestation of the effective fullness of the Pleroma. Everything which we do not distinguish falleth into the Pleroma and is made void by its opposite. If therefore we do not distinguish God, effective fullness is for us extinguished. Moreover, God is the Pleroma itself, as likewise each smallest point in the created and uncreated is the Pleroma itself. Effective void is the nature of the devil. God and devil are the first manifestations of nothingness, which we call the Pleroma. It is indifferent whether the Pleroma is or is not, since in everything it is balanced and void. Not so creatura. In so far as God and devil are creatura, they do not extinguish each other, but stand one against the other as effective opposites. We need no proof of their existence. It is enough that we must always be speaking of them. Even if both were not, creatura of its own essential distinctiveness would forever distinguish them anew out of the Pleroma. Everything that discrimination taketh out of the Pleroma is a pair of opposites. To God, therefore, always belongeth the devil. This inseparability is as close and, as your own life hath made you see, as indissoluble as the Pleroma itself. Thus it is that both stand very close to the Pleroma, in which all opposites are extinguished and joined. God and devil are distinguished by the qualities fullness and emptiness, generation and destruction. Effectiveness is common to both. Effectiveness joineth them. Effectiveness therefore standeth above both, is a God above God, since in its effect it uniteth fullness and emptiness. This is a God whom ye knew not, for mankind forgot it. We name it by its name, Abraxas. It is more indefinite still than God and devil. That God may be distinguished from it, we name God Helios or Sun. Abraxas is effect. Nothing standeth opposed to it but the ineffective, hence its effective nature freely unfoldeth itself. The ineffective is not, therefore resisteth not. Abraxas standeth above the sun and above the devil. It is improbable probability, unreal reality. Had the Pleroma a being, Abraxas would be its manifestation. It is the effective itself, not any particular effect, but effect in general. It is unreal reality because it hath no definite effect. It is also creatura because it is distinct from the Pleroma. The sun hath a definite effect, and so hath the devil. Wherefore do they appear to us more effective than indefinite Abraxas? It is force, duration, change. The dead now raised a great tumult, for they were Christians. Sermo 3. Like mists arising from a marsh, the dead came near and cried, Speak further unto us concerning the supreme God. Hard to know is the deity of Abraxas. Its power is the greatest because man perceiveth it not. From the sun he draweth the summum bonum, from the devil the infium malum. But from Abraxas life, altogether indefinite, the mother of good and evil. Smaller and weaker life seemeth to be than the summum bonum. Wherefore is it also hard to conceive that Abraxas transcendeth even the sun in power, who is himself the radiant source of all the force of life. Abraxas is the sun, and at the same time the eternally sucking gorge of the void, the belittling and dismembering devil. The power of Abraxas is twofold, but ye see it not, because for your eyes the warring opposites of this power are extinguished. What the God Son speaketh is life. What the devil speaketh is death. But Abraxas speaketh that hallowed and accursed word which is life and death at the same time. Abraxas begetteth truth and lying, good and evil, light and darkness, in the same word and in the same act. Wherefore is Abraxas terrible. It is splendid as the lion in the instant he striketh down his victim. It is beautiful as a day of spring. It is the great Pan himself, and also the small one. It is Priapos. It is the monster of the underworld, a thousand-armed polyp, coiled knot of winged serpents, frenzy. It is the hermaphrodite of the earliest beginning. It is the lord of the toads and frogs which live in the water and go up on the land, whose chorus ascendeth at noon and at midnight. It is abundance that seeketh union with emptiness. It is holy begetting. It is love and love's murder. It is the saint and his betrayer. It is the brightest light of day and the darkest night of madness. To look upon it is blindness. To know it is sickness. To worship it is death. To fear it is wisdom. To resist it not is redemption. God dwelleth behind the sun, the devil behind the night. What God bringeth forth out of the light, the devil sucketh into the night. But Abraxas is the world, its becoming and its passing. Upon every gift that cometh from the God Son the devil layeth his curse. Everything that ye entreat from the God Son begetteth a deed of the devil. Everything that ye create with the God's Son giveth effective power to the devil. That is terrible Abraxas. It is the mightiest creature, and in it the creature is afraid of itself. It is the manifest opposition of creatura to the Pleroma and its nothingness. It is the son's horror of the mother. It is the mother's love for the son. It is the delight of the earth and the cruelty of the heavens. Before its countenance man becometh like stone. Before it there is no question and no reply. It is the life of creatura. It is the operation of distinctiveness. It is the love of man. It is the speech of man. It is the appearance and the shadow of man. It is illusory reality. Now the dead howled and raged, for they were unperfected. Sermo 4. The dead filled the place murmuring and said, Tell us of gods and devils, accursed one. The God's Son is the highest good, the devil is the opposite. Thus have ye two gods. But there are many high and good things, and many great evils. Among these are two god-devils. The one is the burning one, the other the growing one. The burning one is Eros, who hath the form of flame. Flame giveth light because it consumeth. The growing one is the tree of life. It buddeth, as in growing it heapeth up living stuff. Eros flameth up and dieth. But the tree of life groweth with slow and constant increase through unmeasured time. Good and evil are united in the flame. Good and evil are united in the increase of the tree. In their divinity stand life and love opposed. Innumerable as the host of the stars is the number of gods and devils. Each star is a god, and each space that a star filleth is a devil. But the empty fullness of the whole is the Pleroma. The operation of the whole is Abraxas, to whom only the ineffective standeth opposed. 4 is the number of the principal gods, as 4 is the number of the world's measurements. 1 is the beginning, the God's Son. 2 is Eros, for he bindeth twain together, and outspreadeth himself in brightness. 3 is the tree of life, for it filleth space with bodily forms. 4 is the devil, for he openeth all that is closed, all that is formed of bodily nature doth he dissolve. He is the destroyer, in whom everything is brought to nothing. For me, to whom knowledge hath been given of the multiplicity and diversity of the gods, it is well. But woe unto you, who replace these incompatible many by a single God. For in so doing ye beget the torment which is bred from not understanding, and ye mutilate the creature whose nature and aim is distinctiveness. How can ye be true to your own nature when ye try to change the many into one? What ye do unto the gods is done likewise unto you. Ye all become equal, and thus is your nature maimed. Equality shall prevail, not for God, but only for the sake of man. For the gods are many, whilst men are few. The gods are mighty, and can endure their manifoldness. For like the stars they abide in solitude, parted one from the other by immense distances. but men are weak, and cannot endure their manifold nature. Therefore they dwell together and need communion, that they may bear their separateness. For redemption's sake I teach you the rejected truth, for the sake of which I was rejected. The multiplicity of the gods correspondeth to the multiplicity of man. Numberless gods await the human state. Numberless gods have been men. Man shareth in the nature of the gods. He cometh from the gods, and goeth unto God. Thus, just as it serveth not to reflect upon the Pleroma, it availeth not to worship the multiplicity of the gods, least of all availeth it to worship the first God, the effective abundance and the summum bonum. By our prayer we can add to it nothing, and from it nothing take, because the effective void swalloweth all. The bright gods form the celestial world. It is manifold and infinitely spreading and increasing. The God Son is the supreme Lord of that world. The dark gods form the earth world. They are simple and infinitely diminishing and declining. The devil is the earth world's lowest lord, the moon spirit, satellite of the earth, smaller, colder, and more dead than the earth. There is no difference between the might of the celestial gods and those of the earth. The celestial gods magnify, the earth gods diminish. Measureless is the movement of both. Sermo 5. The dead mocked and cried, "Teach us, fool, of the Church and Holy Communion." The world of the gods is made manifest in spirituality and in sexuality. The celestial ones appear in spirituality, the earthly in sexuality. Spirituality conceiveth and embraceth. It is womanlike, and therefore we call it Mater Celestis, the celestial mother. Sexuality engendereth and createth. It is manlike, and therefore we call it Phallos, the earthly father. The sexuality of man is more of the earth. The sexuality of woman is more of the spirit. The spirituality of man is more of heaven. It goeth to the greater. The spirituality of woman is more of the earth. It goeth to the smaller. Lying and devilish is the spirituality of the man, which goeth to the smaller. Lying and devilish is the spirituality of the woman, which goeth to the greater. Each must go to its own place. Man and woman become devils one to the other when they divide not their spiritual ways, for the nature of creatura is distinctiveness. The sexuality of man hath an earthward course, the sexuality of woman a spiritual. Man and woman become devils one to the other if they distinguish not their sexuality. Man shall know of the smaller, woman the greater. Man shall distinguish himself both from spirituality and from sexuality. He shall call spirituality mother, and set her between heaven and earth. He shall call sexuality Phallos, and set him between himself and earth. For the mother and the Phallos are superhuman demons, which reveal the world of the gods. They are for us more effective than the gods, because they are closely akin to our own nature. Should ye not distinguish yourselves from sexuality and from spirituality, and not regard them as of a nature both above you and beyond, then are ye delivered over to them as qualities of the Pleroma. Spirituality and sexuality are not your qualities, not things which ye possess and contain, but they possess and contain you, for they are powerful demons, manifestations of the gods, and are therefore things which reach beyond you, existing in themselves. No man hath a spirituality unto himself, or a sexuality unto himself, but he standeth under the law of spirituality and of sexuality. No man therefore escapeth these demons. Ye shall look upon them as demons, and as a common task and danger, a common burden which life hath laid upon you. Thus is life for you also a common task and danger, as are the gods, and first of all terrible Abraxas. Man is weak, therefore is communion indispensable. If your communion be not under the sign of the mother, then is it under the sign of the phallos. No communion is suffering and sickness. Communion in everything is dismemberment and dissolution. Distinctiveness leadeth to singleness. Singleness is opposed to communion, but because of man's weakness over against the gods and demons and their invincible law, is communion needful. Therefore shall there be as much communion as is needful, not for man's sake, but because of the gods. The gods force you to communion. As much as they force you, so much is communion needed. More is evil. In communion let every man submit to others, that communion be maintained, for ye need it. In singleness the one man shall be superior to the others, that every man may come to himself and avoid slavery. In communion there shall be continence. In singleness there shall be prodigality. Communion is depth, singleness is height. Right measure in communion purifieth and preserveth. Right measure in singleness purifieth and increaseth. Communion giveth us warmth, singleness giveth us light. Sermo 6. The demon of sexuality approacheth our soul as a serpent. It is half human, and appeareth as thought desire. The demon of spirituality descendeth into our soul as the white bird. It is half human, and appeareth as desire thought. The serpent is an earthy soul, half demonic, a spirit, and akin to the spirits of the dead. Thus too, like these, she swarmeth around in the things of the earth, making us either to fear them, or pricking us with intemperate desires. The serpent hath a nature like unto woman. She seeketh ever the company of the dead, who are held by the spell of the earth. They who found not the way beyond that leadeth to singleness. The serpent is a whore. She wantoneth with the devil and with evil spirits, a mischievous tyrant and tormentor, ever seducing to evilest company. The white bird is a half celestial soul of man. He bideth with the mother, from time to time descending. The bird hath a nature like unto man, and is effective thought. He is chaste and solitary, a messenger of the mother. He flieth high above the earth. He commandeth singleness. He bringeth knowledge from the distant ones who went before, and are perfected. He beareth our word above to the mother. She intercedeth, she warneth, but against the gods she hath no power. She is a vessel of the sun. The serpent goeth below, and with her cunning she lameth the phallic demon, or else goadeth him on. She yieldeth up the too crafty thoughts of the earthy one, those thoughts which creep through every hole, and cleave to all things with desirousness. The serpent, doubtless, willeth it not, yet she must be of use to us. She fleeth our grasp, thus showing us the way, which with our human wits we could not find. With disdainful glance the dead spake, "Cease this talk of gods and demons and souls. At bottom this hath long been known to us." Sermo 7. Yet when night was come, the dead again approached with lamentable mien, and said, "There is yet one matter we forgot to mention. Teach us about man." Man is a gateway, through which from the outer world of gods, demons, and souls, ye pass into the inner world, out of the greater into the smaller world. Small and transitory is man. Already is he behind you, and once again ye find yourselves in endless space, in the smaller or innermost infinity. At immeasurable distance standeth one single star in the zenith. This is the one God of this one man. This is his world, his pleroma, his divinity. In this world is man Abraxas, the creator and the destroyer of his own world. This star is the God and the goal of man. This is his one guiding God. In him goeth man to his rest. Toward him goeth the long journey of the soul after death. In him shineth forth as light all that man bringeth back from the greater world. To this one God man shall pray. Prayer increaseth the light of the star. It casteth a bridge over death. It prepareth life for the smaller world, and assuageth the hopeless desires of the greater. When the greater world waxeth cold, burneth the star. Between man and his one God there standeth nothing, so long as man can turn away his eyes from the flaming spectacle of Abraxas. Man here, God there. Weakness and nothingness here, there eternally creative power. Here nothing but darkness and chilling moisture, there holy sun. Whereupon the dead were silent, and ascended like the smoke above the herdsman's fire, who through the night kept watch over his flock. Anagramma. Natri hecunda. Gahina feratonin. Segge surklak. Sonus. End of The 7 Sermons to the Dead by Carl Gustav Jung. Read by Cynthia Moyer.
Die 7 Hügel by Friederike Brunn. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Auf grüner, grüner Heide stehen 7 Hügelein. Es flüstern Wind im schaurigen Tal, es tanzen Elfen auf mondlichem Strahl. Singt Mädlein auf grüner Heide, singt, leide, leide, leide. Im tiefen Wiesengrunde glänzt fern ein Weiher hell. Es klagen Unken aus tiefem Moor, es steigen Gebilde so dunstig empor. Singt Mädlein auf grüner Heide, singt, leide, leide, leide. Hier war vor grauen Jahren ein König, reich und groß. Er war gezogen in Krieg und Schlacht, hat nicht der 7 Töchterlein dacht. singt, Mädlein auf grüner Heide, singt, leide, leide, leide. Die 7 Jungfrauen wallten im hohen Buchenhain, es rauschte das Meer mit nichtigem Schaum, es sauste der Sturm im luftigen Baum. Singt, Mädlein auf grüner Heide, singt, leide, leide, leide. Es schwellen weiße Segel vom Kullerfelsen her. Ach, Stano kömmt, der wilde Held. O König, wie hast du dein Haus bestellt? Singt, Mädlein auf grüner Heide, singt, leide, leide, leide. Ans weiße Sandgestade steigt schnell das Kriegesheer. Die Jungfrauen fliehen bergab und an, verfolgt von Reuter, von Ross und Mann. Singt, Mädlein auf grüner Heide, singt, leide, leide, leide. Wir sahen euch schnell und sicher, ihr weißen Vögelein. Zu Spott und Hohn, wir fangen euch aus. Der Vater kann finden das leere Haus. Singt, Mädlein auf grüner Heide, singt, leide, leide, leide. Wie Blätter vor dem Sturme entflohen die Mägdelein. Doch dicht am wehenden Schleierlein verfolgten die Reiter sie hinterdrein. Singt, Mädlein auf grüner Heide, singt, leide, leide, leide. Da glänzt im Abendstrahle der kühle Weiher hell. Drein hüpften die Mägdlein leicht und schön und wurden nimmermehr gesehen. Singt, Mädlein auf grüner Heide, singt, leide, leide, leide. Auf grüner, grüner Heide stehen 7 Hügelein. Dort ruhen die Jungfrauen im kühlen Moos, dort klagen die Vöglein im Maigespross. Singt, Mädlein auf grüner Heide, singt, leide, leide, leide. End of Die 7 Hügel bei Friederike Brunn. Read by Julia Niedermeyer. Die 7 Steine bei Preußlitz bei Unbekannt. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Der Sonntag kam mit seiner Feierstunde und fromm zur Kirche rief des Küsters Lauten und Beter nahten weither aus der Runde. Das Kirchlein, drin sie oft sich schon erbauten, schloß freundlich sie in seine heil'gen Arme, daß manchem da die Augen übertauten. Das kranke Herz ward frei vom irdischen Harme, ein heil'ger Fried erhob's auf Engelschwingen, nicht flehts umsonst, o Herr, dich meiner barme. Horch! Durch der Orgel sanfte Töne dringen, wo plötzlich Klänge einer alten Fiedel und Lärm, als wenn im Tanz die Bursche springen. Kam da ins Land ein Mönch, ein greiser Siedel, wer las nicht Frömmigkeit in seinen Zügen, und doch ist er's, der draußen spielt die Fiedel. O, nicht durch äußern Schein lasst euch betrügen, er war verstoßen aus des Klosters Mauern, ob seiner Zunge gottverfluchtem Lügen. Doch ließ sich das der Bösewicht nicht dauern, nein, Rache seine tief im schwarzen Herzen, wie ein Eber treut dem Weidmann mit den Hauern. Begann, ob heil'gem Gottesdienst zu scherzen, so ließ der schwach vom Satan sich betören und Gottes heil'ge Diener anzuschwärzen. Auch heute möcht er fromme Andacht stören, doch wie? Er leiht sich eine alte Geige und schnell lässt er als Virtuos sich hören. Der Zug der Beter geht schon auf die Neige, nur noch 3 Pärchen, Bursch und blonde Mägde, sie schlendern kichernd nach dem Himmelreiche. Halt, denkt der Mönch, indem die Höll sich regte, jetzt gilt's, recht lust'ge Stückchen will ich geigen, und flugs den Fiedelbogen er bewegte. Die Pärchen stehen und horchen und bezeigen gar große Lust, ehe sie zur Kirche gehen, sich hier zu drehen im leicht geschwungenen Reigen. Spricht da ein Bursch, hört doch, Gott in der Höhen wird erst gesungen, vor des Pfarrers Rede ist unser Tänzchen abgemacht, geschehen. Da taten denn die Mädchen auch nicht spröde, und hin im Walzer fliegen sie behende, und keines glaubt, dass Unrecht drum es täte. Und in der Kirch ist der Gesang am Ende, sie tanzen noch, ei, nur noch 5 Minuten, der Mönch geigt fort, als ob in Glut er stände. Doch plötzlich jetzt die wilden Tänzer ruhten, verstummt der Rede gottverfluchtes Lästern, und von den Wangen fliehen schnell die Gluten. Die Bursche rufen, tanzt doch, liebe Schwestern, und können selbst die Füße nicht mehr heben. Ach, rief die ein, ich schlief nicht aus von gestern. Und hin durch alle Zittern eis'ges Beben, ein Schatten ist an ihnen hingegangen, und sie sind Stein und keines mehr am Leben. Da rauscht die Orgel auf, die Frommen sangen, Requiescant in pace. End of Die 7 Steine bei Preußlitz bei Unbekannt. Read by Julia Niedermeyer.
Seven Factors of Education by Henry Fairfield Osborn. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The 7 Factors of Education. Produce, produce, exclaims Teufelsdrockh in Sartor Resartus. Were it but the pitifulest infinitesimal fraction of a product, produce it, in God's name. 'Tis the utmost thou hast in thee. Out with it then. Part 1. The Conditions. Many years ago I was profoundly impressed in reading for the first time Ruskin's 7 Lamps of Architecture, as setting forth the universal illuminants of architecture, the architecture of all time and of every people. Am I too venturesome to enter an arena so warmly contested as that of modern teaching and endeavour to determine whether there are also universal illuminants which lighten the way to the perfect training of the mind? Is there in education as in architecture an absolute code derived from the intellectual experience of generations of thinkers, a code for every subject for all time and for every people? Or is a general revolt from authority, which is the most conspicuous tendency of our times, to leave education also without the sanction of experience? I was drawn to these questions, first by consciousness of somewhat cloudy thought in the matter, consoled only by signs of similar cloudiness in others. Second, by rising indignation against the apparent infection of education in this country with certain material and experimental tendencies, as if from the contamination of a triumphantly successful commercial age. My inquiry has not resulted in the discovery of new laws. Separately, the illuminants of education are as near and familiar parts of our intellectual inheritance as collectively they are far from lighting the long and often obscure paths of the average teacher. Few perceive with a clear vision of posthumous critics and biographers that the over-cultivation of one or more of the factors distinguishes the ill-balanced from the well-balanced mind, the inefficient from the efficient student. From the broad standpoint of symmetry, many very learned men, as well as many great observers, are alike imperfectly educated, and for this their guides and masters, in part at least, may be held responsible. One work I have studied by a man of high authority omits all reference to what I regard as the supreme factor of education. My inquisitive route is one of observation, rather than of theory. It follows the lives of men, rather than the ways of the books. Consider Huxley, although not the most creative thinker, as the best pattern of the educated Englishman of the last century, and, carefully observing the gradual attainment of his perfect discipline, we find it arose less through his teachers than through his own discernment of the collective and cumulative value of several educational factors, and his deliberate purpose to experience them all, so far as lay in his power. Pasteur, guided by a similar instinct, actually resisted the advice of some of his professors. Similarly, we observe the superb education of Darwin and of Spencer as chiefly a self-schooling growing out of the consciousness of certain intellectual wants, such mental appetite and the determination to satisfy it being one of the symptoms of greatness. From such biographies, from the actual methods of the great teachers, it appears that there are universal illuminants, that there is an absolute code by which to develop the infinitesimal, as well as the almost infinite, powers of the human mind. The material and experimental spirit in America. In contemporary American life there are two currents which are setting away from, rather than toward, a cleaner perception of the universal in education. These are our materialism and our experimentalism. Much of the material spirit undeniably pervades our college halls and mars the otherwise splendid progress of educational idealism in this country. Computers are heralding great gifts and statistical increases, in which numbers are swelled by summer schools, by dental, veterinary, and miscellaneous departments, as if to maintain prestige on a distinctive quantitative rather than on qualitative basis. Experimentalism is partly an intruder from our material atmosphere, partly an offspring of the general revolt from authority. It is a truism of trade that our manufacturers owe a large measure of their supremacy to their readiness to abandon old machinery and substitute new. It is as much an American instinct to welcome change as it is an English instinct to shrink from it. Was not the manufacturer's spirit more or less pervasive in the Boston meeting of the National Educational Association of 1903, when the prolonged debate was summarized with some irony and much truth in the statement that from electives and courses we are to pass to experiments with curriculums as a whole, and with a period of studies on a grand scale? In other words, that the colleges shall compete in the cultivation of brains after different fashions, just as rival furnaces are competing and experimenting in the production of steel. That we are to witness the survival of the fittest institution, which shall turn out the largest quantity of the best product in the shortest possible time, and thus most thoroughly exemplify the spirit of American trade. Confused by the tremendous inrush of new knowledge, we have already been experimenting for some years past. Perhaps our impulse for facile modification and adaptation is nowhere more conspicuous than in the rapid movements of these decades, prompted by the fallacy of regarding change as identical with progress, and ignoring the fundamental evolutionary law that change is as often retrogressive as progressive. It is quite possible, not to say probable, that many of the sweeping alterations which have taken place and are now contemplated are distinct retrogressions, and we remove us further and further from solid intellectual advance, that they conform to the commercial spirit rather than transform it, that some of our ablest educators have been unwittingly contributing to a backward movement by failing to grasp clearly in their own minds, or to set clearly before the nation, the slow and difficult steps which are necessary to teach men how to think and how to produce. Consider the case of the college. It is generally, but not altogether, fairly alleged that it is a patient, that it is a sick organism, even that it has reached a condition which may be regarded as useless. Remedies are being administered, not from any very clear system of educational therapeutics, but on the rule that when one tonic fails, another shall be given trial. A cupping process or drawing blood is suggested. One presidential doctor prescribes 4 years of life, another allows 3 years, another 2. Another proposes to cut short life altogether, predicting the extinction of the college and the direct passage from the high school to the university. Extinction is a reductio ad absurdum. Such an end to experimentalism would be a national calamity, because schools can never equal colleges either in resources or in fitting for citizenship, because the longer period of the education of the larger number would fall into the hands of women teachers, who are constantly multiplying in the public schools, because the democratic social spirit, so vital to the college, is fatal to the university, the future triumph of which depends chiefly upon the enforcement of the idea that here belongs exclusively the young intellectual aristocracy of the country. Even abbreviation may be another instance of failure to distinguish between progressive and retrogressive evolution. If a year be cut from college, to adjust the year which has been added to the school, by belated entrance or advancing standards of admission, the net result is to substitute a year or 2 of school life for a year of college life. Is this a progressive change? Is not a college year rich in historical associations, teaching capacity, libraries, laboratories, museums, and all the other products of generous endowment, of more value than a school year? Similarly, if learning, or the acquisition of general knowledge, remains in fashion, even by apology as a specific function of the college, does not the prodigious intellectual advance of the 19th century tend to lengthen rather than shorten the college course of the 20th century? If the college period is to be changed, would not a consistent movement be the opposite of an abbreviation? Would it not be for the more effective school the earlier admission to college? I do not pretend to settle this very difficult question, but only to put it in the light of an evolution problem. The friends of the patient advance the traditional plea that the college is to be preserved as the home of liberal culture, a laudable reason for prolonged life, which, however, contains an element of indefiniteness. Here we approach a more rational diagnosis of the disorder, which in itself suggests a remedy. Liberal culture, for what end or purpose, one may ask? Is not this lack of purpose, this dysteleology, to borrow an anachronism, the internal disorder which has bred the pathological condition of the college during the very years when the university and the technical school have flourished like green bay trees? refreshing definiteness of purpose in training for material production is the invigorating principle of the technical schools, which show no signs of internal disorder or degeneration, and as to the utility of which there is no question. No one proposes to cut their periods from 4 years to 3, or to 2, or to eliminate these schools altogether. They have their weaknesses, but no one charges them with dysteleology. Similarly, production in the form of original research is a definite ideal of the American universities. This ideal was first embodied among us in the early years of the Johns Hopkins University, when, with an assemblage of gifted teachers and with the flower of American students, the average results throughout all the departments were commensurate with the best attained anywhere, and at once spread throughout the world the new and momentous fact that America could establish and maintain a university. Such an ideal is, however, not maintained, chiefly because the American university at present rests upon the insecure foundation sands of superficial college work. It was my privilege recently, in one of the most imposing of academic processions, to walk beside a profound student of international law. I could not help feeling the lack of proportion between the form and the substance, the flowery display of hoods and gowns, and the productive scholarship actually represented. "How can we live up to these brilliant colours?" I observed to my companion. "How can we be as learned as we appear?" Raising his hand above his head, he jokingly replied, "By putting the dollars up there, by making the teaching profession more of an object." This partly jesting and partly truthful answer did not include all the reasons why American intellectual production has not reached the general grade of that of the Old World, and if I have spoken of the college, of the school, of the university as separate, I have misled. There can be no discontinuity. A serious answer to this jesting question would be that we shall be as learned as we appear in America when, not only in university, but in school and college, we reach a perfectly clear understanding of and unite our energies in the chief object of education, namely, the inculcation of those factors which, according to the several abilities and predispositions of man, culminate in the several forms of productive activity. Production is conceived, with Carlyle, as the man's output, as the utmost he has in him, his resourcefulness, his centrifugal rather than centripetal life, in its highest form his creative power. If training for production vitalizes the technical schools, if it is the ideal of our universities, is it not evident that such training, in the broader sense, is the restorative principle of the American college, that the collegiate antidote is not to be found in further experimentation, in lengthening or shortening periods, in eliminating Greek or mathematics or any other difficult subjects, in a rigid required system, or in a universal elective system, nor even in inducing men to think and study by means of a perceptoral system, admirable as it may prove to be, but that the elusive remedy is rather to be sought in the application of a basal or universally working theory of education. In such a theory, we are first to substitute the newer centrifugal ideal of production for the older centripetal ideal of liberal culture. Liberal culture, that indefinable quality imparted by learning, multiplied by the sense of beauty, is to be the stepping stone, is to be the obligato, or running accompaniment, rather than the solo. It is to be the stage, rather than the summation. Second, we are to ascertain in what sense, in what measure, and by what means the college may range itself with the polytechnicum and the university as a school for training producers. Such training is a very serious undertaking. If there is any field of human activity in which it is light or easy, I do not know of it, but rather content from the precept and example of my chief masters, Maccosh, Huxley, and Balfour, and from the much more exacting master, experience, that the road from nothing to culture, and from culture to the point where man produces anything of the least value, is an extremely long and hard one. I contend that some of our leading educators in the Boston Convention of 1903 were hastening the tide of American haste and superficiality, instead of sternly telling that great assemblage of teachers of the nation some unpalatable truths as to our still subordinate position among the thinking producers of the world. If we are to direct education throughout into the original, the creative, rather than into the receptive, the absorbent, the critical temper of medievalism, I do not know how we can more clearly introduce its relation to our school and college life and to the further elevation of our university life than by a series of contrasts, which will lead the way back to the main question as to what are the factors of education which culminate in production. Modern medievalism and true modernism. The medieval university, observed one of the greatest teachers of the last century, looked backwards. It professed to be a storehouse of old knowledge, and, except in the way of dialectic cobweb spinning, its professors had nothing to do with novelties. Of the historical and physical natural sciences, of criticism and laboratory practice, it knew nothing. Oral teaching was of supreme importance on account of the cost and rarity of manuscripts. The modern university looks forward, and is a factory of new knowledge. Its professors have to be at the top of the wave of progress. Research and criticism must be in the breath of their nostrils. Laboratory work the main business of the scientific student, books his main helpers. The cardinal fact in the university question appears to me to be this, that the student to whose wants the medieval university was adjusted looked to the past and sought book learning, while the modern looks to the future and seeks the knowledge of things. Huxley. What is medievalism? Is it not surviving in the methods proposed and continued in some of the most modern professional systems? I am inclined to answer the second question in the affirmative. We should not for a moment fall into the almost universal error of confusing medievalism in education with classicism, an error which has been widely disseminated by such brilliant and effective essays as Adams' A College Fetish. Greece and Rome illustrate the distinction. The relatively non-productive Romans were partially medieval. Rome, economically and in a large measure intellectually and artistically a parasitic or centripetal state, was supported by phenomenal military genius and genuine centrifugal or constructive powers in law and government. Not so with highly centrifugal Greece. Greek supremacy was no accident. It was due to great educational conceptions applied to a people purified by race, culture, and selection. In education, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle were eminently men of their period, or moderns, as we learn from their frequently reiterated views. It will be recalled that the Socratic solution of the educational problem was that the new state of society was to be based on knowledge, that the germs of knowledge were inherent in every human being, by virtue of his own experience, and that these germs could be developed by the dialectic process. The whole bent of Socrates, as a teacher, was the cultivation of originality. His rule that to educate a youth the less we think for him and the more he thinks for himself the better, is the root of the true modern spirit, because it is the first step toward production. Louis Agassiz professedly adopted the Socratic method in teaching zoology, and Huxley's method was largely Socratic. Plato observed, "We next come to arithmetic, geometry, and astronomy. All citizens shall learn the rudiments of these sciences, not because of the necessities of practical life, a word for our most practical schools, but because these are endowments belonging to the divine nature. By a good method, the teaching of these sciences may be made attractive and interesting, so that no force may be required to compel youth to learn." Inspiration, sequence in the development of body, mind, and soul, were Plato's modes of training the young citizen, while his curriculum was surprisingly similar to that of our older colleges. Unfortunately, there is preserved only a fragment of Aristotle's writings on the art of teaching, our knowledge of his opinions on the development of the mind being largely inferential from his works and from his intellectual ideals. If these great Greeks had recommended the youth of their country to devote 10 of the formative years of their lives, first to the Mycenaean language and culture, and second to the Egyptian and Mesopotamian languages and cultures, then the few who still maintain that our modern youth should largely devote the formative period of their minds to ancient languages might rightfully claim to be classicists. If there is such classical authority for the anti-classical movement, it does not follow that the elimination of the substance has eliminated the spirit of medievalism from among the anti-classicists. The true classicist may be one who follows most closely the highest classical models, and these were certainly the models of the Greeks, both in their methods and in their achievements. The Greeks will be modern for all time, and are still to be studied for the truest modern ideals, for ideals which resulted in the most remarkable achievements in the way of centrifugal life that the world has known, considering always the period and the infantile state of knowledge. While anticipating us in the sciences, in the extraordinary development of mathematics, in the discovery of the evolution theory, they gave ethics, philosophy, literature, and science their foundation stones. The destruction of the Greek intellectual movement by political, moral, and social decay, and by the loss of numerical and military supremacy, set the intellectual progress of the world back 2,000 years. With the centrifugal Greek spirit, contrast the sentimentalism of the old educators and the renaissance of classical learning, impelled partly by the extraordinary intrinsic or inherent force in such fragments of this learning as remained. Consider their sedentary life, absorbed in poring over and discussing what Aristotle and Pliny had to say about the world, rather than in travel and exploration of their own. Contrast their scrutiny of the books of the ancients, rather than the book of nature herself, their compilations in natural history with their dearth of observation of the objects about them, of the birds, the fishes, flowers, and even of human society. This very overvaluation of classical literature and science inevitably brought the reaction of the great observing century which has just passed, a reaction partly ending in a false modernism, however, which may have exceeded the limits prescribed by the truest modern spirit. While we may abandon the claims for the classics of superior mind-training value, or of best conducing to a pure English style, we may adhere to them as our most highly perfected disciplinary studies, as developing systematic thinking, as familiarizing us with the marvelous classic spirit, as giving us a sense of perspective and proportion for our own lives and times, as fundamentally associated with the technical language of biology and other sciences, with all discoveries or centrifugal work in classical history, art, archaeology, and philosophy. The question is not as to the value of the classics, but as to the part they shall play in the educational period. Old Montaigne's epigram, even today, most truly expresses the real essence of the classical question. No doubt, both Greek and Latin are very great ornaments, and of very great use, but we buy them too dear. There is also the reaction to the modern subject. In the artillery fire against Latin and Greek, in the smoke and confusion about elective and required courses, the impression is abroad, and the modern subject constitutes the essence of modernism as opposed to medievalism. This is a dangerous half-truth, for, considering the diversity of subjects upon which the minds of great men have been bred down the ages, is it not apparent that the essence of the matter must lie less in the subject than in the intellectual objective of the teacher and of the student? Do we not often observe the modern languages taught in a most intensely medieval fashion, and the ancient languages under a different type of teacher as sources of a most modern spirit? May not the classics be taught in such a way as to rapidly develop all the forces of education, although such forces may be still more rapidly and readily developed through the sciences? It is not a matter of fancy, but of fact, that, despite clear perception of its special objective value, the very teaching of science itself is still largely after the medieval dogmatic fashion, and that even the verification of anatomical fact method of Huxley has its dangers. Asymmetry and superficiality are the two words which sum up my criticism of our present American education from bottom to top. Swinging like a pendulum, it has lost some of the merits of medievalism, without attaining the full advantages of modernism. Accepting the general truth of Huxley's brilliant, if somewhat extreme, contrast between the medieval and the modern spirit, as quoted above, we see that professed modernism in education still contains a large admixture of medievalism in its failure to develop the centrifugal forces of the mind. Such development was the essence of the Greek spirit in education, yet the modern spirit emphasizes even more than the Greek the relation to the fellow man, not merely in the political, but in every aspect. In fact, the essence of this spirit is service. In matters of the mind, it is intellectual altruism. In education, it is a training of the productive mind. Part 2. The art of the teacher. What are the forces which are essential to the productive mind, and what educational theory is most apt to develop them? So far as intellectual progress is concerned, and I am not now discussing religious, moral, or physical progress, The first and most fundamental of these forces are in the nature of canons or standards. They lie in the distinction of truth from error, in the appreciation of beauty and fitness, and in the application of these standards to thought. Together with our standards come our sources of knowledge, and there arises as the first that of learning from the stores of tradition, from books, and the experiences of man in our own and previous generations. There follows close, as a distinctively 19th century source of knowledge, that of direct observation of men and of nature. Then, for the testing of our knowledge, there is applied the triumphant crucible of human reason. Then our standards, our knowledge, and our reason seek expression in spoken and written language. Finally, as the supreme human most closely approaching the superhuman power, the 6 preceding forces lead to the production of new ideas and to all the forms of original activity. This is the epitome at once of the universal, both in intellect and in education. Truth, beauty, learning, observation, reason, expression, and production, in their most comprehensive forms, are the 7 forces of progress, and the factors of education are the processes of storage of these forces by cooperation of teacher and student, the former with his constantly diminishing, the latter with his constantly increasing responsibility. The batteries become ready to discharge, the potential intellectual energies ready to be liberated. And the cunning business of art of the teacher consists in patience and alertness in ways, means, and methods, in repairing or supplying deficiencies, and discovering powers which are never actually to be idle. As Edward Suess, the distinguished Austrian geologist, recently observed in his farewell lecture, "And now I have reached the comma. When I became a teacher, I did not cease to be a student, and now that I cease to be a teacher, I shall not cease to be a student as long as my eyes see, my ears hear, and my hands can grasp. With this wish, I do not step out, but take up my former position." Looking for a moment to our social obligations, it would appear possible to cultivate the first 5 of these forces in a monastic existence, totally without benefit to one's fellowmen, to acquire liberal culture without effect or result except for its possessor, to attain an individual mastery of truth and beauty, of learning, of observation, and of reasoning as purely receptive or centripetal powers. In contrast, the last 2 forces of expression and production are the centrifugal application of knowledge, by their very terms altruistic and marking the purpose of education, the service of our fellows, in commerce, in art, in politics, in literature, in scientific discovery, in every form of human activity. To learn to produce, to be of service, we must, with Huxley, discern to the full the special rôle of each factor and, at the same time, secure a balance. The balance enforcement of the heptalogue is as essential to the perfectly educated man as the balance working of the great system of organs is to the ideal bodily development. The attainment of symmetry will always baffle us, because of the generally inborn or constitutional asymmetry of mind, because of the limitations and predispositions of pupils and students, one having the gift for truth, another for beauty, another for learning, another for observation, another for reason, another for expression, another for creative production, and the many having no special gifts whatsoever. Only rarely are the largest number of these gifts in the larger measure combined in what we call the youth of genius, and only that educator will rightly serve his calling who holds in his charitable heart this law of the mental variability of the race, who suspects the existence of talents out of the direct line of his own sympathies, who hopefully foresees that the dunce in mathematics may become the brilliant biologist, that the defective memory may be housed in the same brain with the keen reasoning power, that the deficient linguist may metamorphose into the brilliant observer, that the listless youth of 18 may exhibit the spirit of the daring explorer at 30, that the Rowland who leaves the small New England college in disgust may become the leading American physicist, that the Darwin who loiters through Cambridge may revolutionize the thought of the world. Even my own experience with students yields instances of an inborn predilection for a certain subject working a marvellous metempsychosis. A careless student, in the search for an elective involving the irreducible minimum of effort, perhaps by the toss of a coin, elects a subject which, because of an atavistic, though previously unsuspected impulse, fascinates and transforms him for life. Herein lies often the failure of the more rigid and restricted curriculum, and the success of the miscellaneous fire of many electives or aimless discontinuity of studies, that among the repeated shots one may hit the bull's eye of intellectual predisposition and thus discover the man. By focusing our attention upon each in turn in the light of the wisdom of our own and preceding centuries, we may best discover the special parts played by each of the 7 factors of education, individually in effective, collectively an irresistible power. Factors of truth and beauty. Again, many of you think it is not only a waste of time, but a positive sin to read novels and poetry and general literature, to cultivate in any way the imagination, to take an interest in painting or sculpture or music. You have yet to learn that although parrots and other imitative animals can get on without imagination, there is no such thing in existence as an unimaginative scientific man. That you have some imagination and individuality is evidenced by your differentiation from all other students of science classes. But have you these well developed, and have you those other qualities which are absolutely necessary for the success of a scientific worker? Imagination is far and away the most important. But there are also judgment and common sense, and the love of truth and the power of self-sacrifice, which seem always to accompany the pursuit of science. The divine order of truth and beauty, as conceived by Plato, is at the foundation of all things and forms the soul of education. For a truthless education is fruitless, and an education without the sense of beauty and harmony fails, both of its imaginative elements and of its full effect on other men. The inspiration of these standards and basal guiding qualities is through religion, the study of the beauty and harmony of nature, of classical and modern literature, of art, led by the personal influence of men of culture and productive capacity. Intellectual virtue, the truth canon, the first ingredient of education, must be derived from some source or other. Virtue and knowledge not necessarily run on all fours. Many conspicuous instances could be cited of their absolute divorce, and, with Huxley in his Romanes lecture, I am not hopeful of deriving moral qualities from the study of pure science. Such virtues are often derivable from religious ideals, but this is certainly not universally the case, because of the large ingredient of faith in religion. It is aside from our present path to consider whether the aesthetic factor was more or less appreciated by medievalists than by moderns. The art spirit has certainly suffered a decline since the Renaissance. The spirit of the Florentines was most nearly a revival of the Greek spirit which the world has seen. The sense of the beautiful, combined with the appreciation of natural law, as manifested in Leonardo da Vinci, enters into scientific no less than into artistic education, and the cultivation of the imagination is as much the constructive basis of the physical sciences as of literature. In the relative spheres of the essential union or separateness of ethical and aesthetic cultivation, we are again on debatable ground, as will be readily seen from the comparison of the Latin environment abounding from childhood in aesthetic cultivation, while perhaps less insistent upon the element of truth, with the German, English, and American, in short, with Teutonic environment relatively deficient in the sense of beauty, while perhaps more insistent on the element of truth. The factor of learning. With this close hold upon practical life, and this constant interest in the politics of the world, especially of England and the United States, no man could be less like that cloistered student who is commonly taken as a typical man of learning. But Lord Acton was a miracle of learning. Of the sciences of nature and their practical applications in the arts, he has indeed no more knowledge than any cultivated man of the world is expected to possess. But of all the so-called human subjects, his mastery was unequalled. Learning was the business of his life. He was gifted with a singularly tenacious memory. The passion for acquiring knowledge, which his German education had fostered, ended by becoming a snare for him, because it checked his productive powers. It absorbed so much of his time that little was left for literary composition. It made him think that he could not write on a subject till he had read everything, or nearly everything, that others had written about it. The Middle Centuries were distinctively the period of learning. The great and enduring contribution of medievalism to the world and to modern education was its insatiable thirst for information, for knowledge of the achievements of man, as set forth in books and book lore, for literature and for the traditional science of the Greeks and Romans. As Harris aptly expressed it, through learning we stand on the shoulders of all previous generations, and, figuratively speaking, the survival of medievalism is only to be deplored in the one great feature of its faith, that a secure position on other men's shoulders is of paramount importance and constitutes an end, rather than a beginning and an accompaniment, of education. The learned attitude is naturally the historian's attitude toward education. We have cited above the late Lord Acton as a modern medievalist of the highest type, of vast learning, of limited production, as a storage battery which rarely discharges, as a life illuminating our present contention. By way of contrast to Acton, may be instanced, among historians, our own Fiske, Browning, Tennyson, Victor Hugo, and, above all, Balzac, as pouring the forces of learning into expression, into the conversations, debates, and discussions of their men and women, or into the pages of history. In his brief but great preface to Père Goriot, in which Balzac lays bare the whole philosophy of La Comédie Humaine, he shows thorough conversance with the whole biological movement of his times, beginning with Buffon of the middle of the 18th century, and ending with the famous discussions between Cuvier and Saint Hilaire of the early 19th, all a matter of pure and well digested learning. It may be said that his works fairly bristle with learning and knowledge, and that acquisition was one of the great elements of his genius. Similarly, Tennyson's In Memoriam shows a remarkable comprehension of modern biology in its many more open and more subtle allusions to evolution and heredity. Our shelves are loaded with the books of unlearned men. I have in mind two remarkably original works of recent times. They have justly brought their authors great renown, yet they both fail at the critical point, where the authors extend from their specialties and attempt to reach out for broader conclusions in neighboring fields of knowledge, conclusions which are rendered totally invalid, almost ridiculous, through deficiency in biological and anthropological learning. Learning necessarily occupies a vast amount of time, and it is a false modernism which depreciates its place in education. How near-sighted are certain reactions against it! How absurd the fads of certain ultramodern schools! How out of time the premature exclusive specialization! How inadequate the extreme laboratory system! Even in the university, how futile to attempt to educate exclusively through research! As Emerson observes, whatever force may have compelled us to education, we are always gravitating back to learning, to the accumulated knowledge of our subject, and this is one of the most striking phases in the self-education of men. We recall that Aristotle opens every disquisition with a review of all that was known and said by his predecessors, that this is the well-known method of introducing the doctorate thesis in Germany. We recall that Darwin, although eventually more learned in books than any scientific man of his generation, neglected book knowledge while at Cambridge, and after becoming attracted to science by observation and discovering how largely it is necessary to draw from the recorded observations of others, was fairly forced back to book knowledge. Fine proves this, that the teacher should fairly stoop to conquer, that he should fascinate the student with the spirit of some principal subject, that interest once enlisted, the value and necessity of book knowledge become apparent. The factor of observation. You know much of what has been done, but have you the power to discover, to add to the world's knowledge? Your knowledge has been derived from books and lectures. You have now to learn that a week in the laboratory, during which you seem to crawl, during which for examination purposes you do less than in reading 10 lines of a textbook, is really of more value to your scientific education than a month's hard reading. This is almost unbelievable to you, who are such adepts in passing examinations, yet it is quite true. Lectures and lessons have spoon-fed you until now. Lectures and lessons will in future teach you to feed yourselves. But how willingly I would, as a poet, exchange some of this slumbering, ponderous, helpless knowledge of books for some experience of life and man. Schopenhauer's premise that all truth and wisdom lie ultimately in observation we find reflected in the lives of men of science and of letters. A very thirst for transition from book learning to original and direct observation of men, of facts and things, of nature, as inexhaustible sources of new knowledge. The reciprocal relations, or the actions and reactions between learning and observation, are wonderfully illustrated in the life of Pasteur, the noblest scientific life recorded. Again, when young Ramon y Cajal, while a medical student, found in works of reference no citation from his own countrymen, he resolved that, if it lay in his power, at least one Spanish name should appear in the history of medicine of the future, and remove the reproach of Spain. He threw himself with ardor, not into deeper and more extensive learning, but into the observation of the nervous system by means of a method which had just been discovered by the Italian histologist Golgi, and with such success that in the course of a few years every anatomical treatise quoted the brilliant discoveries of Cajal from the ancient University of Cordova. This truism, that the world holds its own by learning, that it moves forward by observation, is a distinctive gift of the scientific spirit to education. It has not yet become a truism of educational practice. Quick and keen in children, undoubtedly inherited from our very remote ancestral life, where powers of observation were factors in survival, this faculty was unrecognized in the medieval system of education, and is also unknown to the college which ignores the element of observation in its requirements both for admission and for honors at graduation. It is therefore largely ignored in the school which prepares for the college, a condition of things which, however, is widely perceived and rapidly being remedied in the public secondary schools of this country. Here I may quote from a noteworthy recent address by the headmaster of one of the most successful colleges of England. The school preparation should be of a kind which will foster the desire and develop the power to overcome difficulties. It should give self-reliance and sufficient knowledge of scientific principles to enable the pupil in after life to understand changing conditions and see their trend. Above all, school work should encourage the spirit of inquiry, which finds delight in making new observations and experiments with whatever resources are available. The principle upon which Humboldt constructed Prussian education a century ago was, whatever we wish to see characteristic of our nation, we must first implant in our schools. Assuredly, if we would prepare our scholars for life, the supreme intellectual preparation is found in methods which evoke the faculty, the originality, the mental resourcefulness of our pupils. It is for us to see that the subjects and methods of teaching in our schools are such as to promote the development of these qualities, for national progress depends upon them. School and college should, from the outset, foster this most fertile of natural faculties. Postponement of observation to the graduate school, where it naturally enjoys its maximum cultivation, is a hazardous experiment, because of the law of degeneration of unused mental powers. What we observe is less vital than that we do observe, and the introduction of science in the school should be less for knowledge and learning than for facility in vision and elementary reasoning. Observable material is what is called for, not always the same material, neither is it necessarily in the scientific. It may be in the poetical, literary, classical sphere. In the social world, the young observer is most admirably advised by Montaigne. This great world, which some do yet multiply as several species under one genus, is the mirror wherein we are to behold ourselves, to be able to know ourselves, as we ought to do in true bias. In short, I would have this to be the book my young gentleman should study with the most attention. So the several fragments he borrows from others he will transform and shuffle together to compile work that shall be absolutely his own, that is to say, his judgment, his instruction, labour, and study tend to nothing else but to form that. He is not obliged to discover whence he got the materials that have assisted him, but only to produce what he has himself done with them. The factor of reason. That man, I think, has had a liberal education, who has been so trained in youth that his body is the ready servant of his will, and does with ease and pleasure all the work that, as a mechanism, it is capable of; whose intellect is a clear, cold, logic engine, with all its parts of equal strength and in smooth working order, ready, like a steam engine, to be turned to any kind of work, and spin the gossamers as well as forge the anchors of the mind; whose mind is stored with the knowledge of the great and fundamental truths of nature, and of all the laws of her operations, one who, no stunted ascetic, is full of life and fire, but whose passions are trained to come to heel by a vigorous will, the servant of a tender conscience, who has learnt to love all beauty, whether of nature or of art, to hate all vileness, and to respect others as himself. Huxley. Reason is the great asset of man. Granted the impulses of beauty, of truth, of knowledge, and of observation, there is still to be trained this efficient logic engine of thought, so wonderfully pictured by Huxley. George Meredith also speaks in inimitable style of the relation of observation to reason and discrimination. Observers of a gathering complication and a character in action commonly resemble gleaners who are intent only on picking up the ears of grain and huddling their store. Disinterestedly or interestedly, they wax over-eager for the little trifles, and make too much of them. Observers should begin upon the precept that not all we see is worth hoarding, and that the things we see are to be weighed in the scale with what we know of the situation before we commit ourselves to a measurement. And they may be accurate observers without being good judges. They do not think so, and their bent is to glean hurriedly and form conclusions as hasty, when their business should be sift at each step and question. Nature is not over-liberal with this asset. She often richly endows with all other forces, while most parsimonious with this. Two of my older scientific colleagues, most learned, most gifted observers, profound students, able writers, and prolific producers, were yet almost devoid of the power of sound logic. On one occasion, after examining their joint advocacy of a certain theory, which I myself strongly entertained at the time, I could not help remarking, "Heaven preserve us from our friends!" Scientific common sense, or the absence of it, is congenital. It comes from our forebears, or from that strange benefactress, the saltation in heredity. If not inborn, this break in the ranks must be perceived and so far as possible repaired by the teacher, certainly one of the most difficult, if not most hopeless, of tasks. The induction into correct thinking is not only in formal logic, in philosophy, in the history of the sciences, more especially where taught by personal contact and discussion between master and student, but in the continuous exercise or practice of reasoning by the student himself, guided by kindly but expert criticism of the master in every branch of original thinking. Here is where mathematics and the natural sciences make their most effective contributions to education, in affording the data for reasoning from problem to solution, or from cause to effect in its simpler forms. There is no abbreviated formula for reading nature or men at sight. The invention of the guesses that make an hypothesis, the trials of the hypothesis that make a theory, and the discarding of the theories that fall for a truth. In brief, the unerring scent on the track of new truth can only be acquired by the method of trial and error, guided by skilful and ingenious advice. The factor of expression. For my part, I venture to doubt the wisdom of attempting to mould one's style by any other process than that of striving after the clear and forcible expression of definite conceptions, in which the Glassian precept, "First catch your definite conceptions," is probably the most difficult to obey. But still, I mark among distinguished contemporary speakers and writers of English, saturated with antiquity, not a few of whom, it seems to me, the study of Hobbes might have taught dignity, of swift concision and clearness, of Goldsmith and Defoe simplicity. Huxley. All men stand in need of expression. In love, in art, in politics, in labor, in games, we study to utter our secret. The man is only half himself, the other half is his expression. Emerson. Why with Lycidas shun delights and live laborious days? Why acquire the canons of truth and taste, the familiarity with achievement? If you cannot bring forth discoveries and ideas which may have cost you an infinite amount of labor, if you have not the power of expression in language, drawing, painting, sculpture, architecture, or other forms of design. While considering expression as covering every form of the conveyance of ideas to others, here we may speak only of the written form. The gist of Huxley's famous sentence, quoted above, is that ideas, practice, and the native literature are the three chief factors in the cultivation of style. In language, look to the best play-writers of England, to Huxley himself, as well as to the uniformly fine style developed in France, and avoid Germany as you would avoid a labyrinth or a quicksand. The medieval spirit instilled in prejudice to the mother tongue was manifested in the writing of the Bible and all works of science in Latin. It survives in over-reliance upon Latin and Greek in the cultivation of the art of expression. In this day, when two great exponents of English style, Huxley, with little early classical training, and Tyndall, chiefly of scientific education, stand shoulder to shoulder with two other masters of prose, Maurice and Goldwin Smith, both of classical education. When Darwin and Galton are models of simplicity and clearness, we cannot believe that there can survive a classical monopoly for the acquisition of style. Latin is said to be enjoying a great revival in the secondary schools of America, but the classics, as generally taught with us, fail to have the productive and constructive value in expression which is enforced in England, where style is cultivated and developed by a constant interchange of classical and English expression. At Eton, for example, the training culminates in the ability to put a Times editorial into Greek or Latin. With us, the chief regime of classical preparation consists in translation, parsing, translation. And in true medieval spirit, some of the most progressive colleges have been piling up reading requirements in raising the standard of admission. As the entrance examination approaches, translation increases in quantity and intensity. For 2 years there is a long and arduous cram until the average student becomes fairly surfeited with the very masterpieces of literature and as thoroughly cured of any taste for the classics as the Israelites were of any partiality for manna. The transfer of a large proportion, if not of the entire classical training, from the culture period of college life to the more purely disciplinary period of school life, is also one of the most conspicuous illustrations of what has been spoken of above as retrogression in the guise of progress. Happily, however, expression is the one direction in which a substantial advance has been made in American college education in the last 2 decades. Under wise leadership in this art we far outclass the Germans, but still lag behind the French. If we are gaining expression, all the more need to follow more ardently the Glassian precept, to gather our ideas and harvest our observations, so that we may bring them forth into the final stage of original production. The factor of production. I do not propose for a moment to invite you to blink the fact that our huge Anglo-Saxon array of producers and readers, and especially our vast cis-Atlantic multitude, presents production uncontrolled, production untouched by criticism, unguided, unlighted, uninstructed, unashamed, on a scale that is really a new thing in the world. It is all a complete reversal of any proportion between the elements that was ever seen before. The Lesson of Balzac, Henry James. The stirring appeal and command of Carlyle for production should be carved in stone over the portals of every school, college, and university, and embodied in the precepts of every teacher, because production, as a foremost intellectual service to God and to man, and as the end of the whole educational system, should be prepared for by instilling the true modern spirit into every course in school and college. The word is used advisedly for all activities of the artisan as well as of the artist, because there are as many who can produce in some form as there are few who can create. The vast majority of men are born consumers. There are few who are either instinct with the desire to produce, or who have had the vast hiatus between consumption and production impressed upon them. Many clever people fail to grasp the distinction. In the metropolis of America, for instance, we consume vast quantities of the foreign intellectual product, the music, the art, the literature. And the metropolitan, in his heart, thinks that we are a musical, an artistic, or a literary people, whereas we may lay small claim to any one of these attributes until, in these commodities of the mind, our exports equal or exceed in quality our imports. There is in America at large, outside of the great field of mechanical endeavor, a singular blindness to the supreme importance of productive and creative work, to the fact, as Henry James observes, that the quality of our production in philosophy, politics, political administration, in law, medicine, literature, in pure or applied science, in whatever you will, is the one absolute criterion of the nation's intellectual standing. As a recent writer has said, invention abounds, discovery is rare. The inventor enjoys a national reputation and a niche in the Hall of Fame. The discoverer often enjoys an undisturbed obscurity, and looks for his recognition not in his own country, but in the older countries of Europe, where the value of discovery is appreciated. There is a similar blindness, even where there is less excuse for it, in our schools, colleges, and universities, as to the prolonged, broad, and profound training which must precede and accompany production in any branch of human endeavor. Again, we may quote from Suez's farewell address: "In the course of the years I have seen and experienced much. At the beginning a man has honestly to endeavor with zeal, and with certain restrictions upon himself, to learn the detail, and sometimes the hair whitens before he is in a position to obtain a general view and to risk a first synthetic attempt. This first step to synthesis is, however, the deciding step in the life of the inquirer. Soon he notes that his judgment obtains more consideration among his collaborators. He becomes more careful and conservative with the same, and finally the hour arrives in which his soul is filled with the highest satisfaction because he has been able to add to human knowledge some new view or a new fact, a feeling over against which everything naturally vanishes that the outer world is able to offer in acknowledgment." The initial step in the schooling for production is what is familiarly known as the original exercise, which may begin in the kindergarten and terminate in the most advanced laboratory. The whole centrifugal process is the same in kind, while it differs infinitely in degree. In classics, it is the turning of English into Latin and Greek. In mathematics, it is the original problem. In English, it is the theme. In science, the induction from the observed experiment, however simple. In brief, it is the outflow from the mind rather than the inflow to the mind, the acquisition of the centrifugal rather than the centripetal power. Thus are taken the rudimentary, the intermediate, as well as all the successive steps, from the simplest to the very highest grades of production. I fancy the instinct that this is the real purpose and end of education has been the more or less unconscious inspiration of every great teacher of all time. It is the most difficult part of education. It is the point where students rebel most. It is the point where the largest number of teachers fail. It is the method which is most difficult to prescribe. It is the fine memory, bringing the highest collegiate honors and standing combined with the inability to produce, which results in the barren after-life and wonder as to the worth of the first diploma. It is far easier to compel a student to read 6 books of Homer than to train him to turn 1 page of English properly into Greek. It is far easier to learn by rote Tennyson's In Memoriam than to produce 1 line worthy of a place in that great poem. It is far easier to memorize Darwin's entire Origin of Species than to devise a single new biological experiment of real value. Efficiency, constructiveness, productiveness are the ascending democratic species of the aristocratic genus creation. There are corresponding gradations in the training of the efficient man, of the constructive man, of the productive man, leading to that of the creative man, the same in kind but of great difference in degree. The grade is always determined by the nature and response of the mind itself to the opportunities or intellectual and social environment which is offered to the mind. Even the centripetal system of education cannot crush out the passion for creative work which is born in some men and women, but since the mission of education is itself production, it must produce the producers, it must discover them and train them to the highest as well as to the intermediate or the lower planes of creative work. Once inoculated with this virus, education enjoys a new vitality and immunity to ennui. The centrifugal power, inborn or instilled, turns into those channels which taste and opportunity unfold, into science, literature, theology, law, medicine, commerce, manufacture, politics. Conceit is checked and humility engendered by learning what has been achieved, and the supreme difficulty attending achievement. What I am contending for is that the one absolute essential in all education is to hold out the centrifugal life of originality, of efficiency, of construction, of production, of creation, as the chief end of education, rather than to make any of the subsidiary factors, such as intellectual morality, or learning, or reasoning, or the cultivation of taste, or the power of expression, ends in themselves. Let master and student be impatient of the systems which postpone production until after years of learning and acquisition through brilliancy of memory give a false sense of power. rather from the outset learn and think to do. Be not impatient of the slowness of the process of acquiring either the power of production or of the many complex factors which enter into it. This is an outline of the universal principles which illuminate the largest as well as the most detailed problems of education. Whatever the grade of instruction, whatever the subject, whether in science or literature, whatever the choice of profession, we may always find our path lighted by the same signals, and ask whether a symmetrical development of the 7 factors is being brought about. Every great subject has within it the possibility of developing the 7 factors, but a combination of subjects selected with reference to their special influences may bring about this development to the greatest advantage, for there are studies to stimulate the imagination, others to develop the memory and power of learning, others to facilitate observation, others reason, and so on. The universal illuminants remain both as the guide and the single basis of criticism of the teacher, of the course, of the curriculum, of the institution, of the student himself, of his most elementary thoughts, and of his most advanced original contributions. Henry Fairfield Osborn, Columbia University. End of 7 Factors of Education by Henry Fairfield Osborn. Seven Processes of Language, from the Swain School Lectures by Andrew Ingram. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 7 Processes of Language. Where is the English language? This question seems to imply a misuse of the word where, unless indeed one means in what localities on earth speakers of English are found. But this is not my meaning. Why not then ask the question in such a way as to convey your meaning? Because I cannot, and yet if I only knew how. Perhaps after hearing the 7 different answers that I give to this question, you may discern more clearly than at present that we lack an interrogative of a signification more general than that of where. Where, then, is the English language? On innumerable bits of paper, parchment, papyrus, wood, stone, metal, and other material, in nearly every land under the sun. There it exists today, as some of it has been existing at any moment in these last 800 years. Yes, much of it has been existing in this way for more than 800 years, shading off in place and time into other languages without number, so that it is hard to say where the English language ends and where something else begins, some language that it is not English. It may seem singular to you that our copious English has no word to stand for this manifestation of itself. This is the seen language, the visible language, the language that is or may be read. I might call it the lect. I want a term that shall draw your attention away from the mode in which the lect is produced, and make prominent the fact only that we use our eyes to recognize it with, and that is something which fails to be expressed by the phrases written language, printed, engraved, or typewritten language. There it is, reposing in thousands of libraries, or moving from place to place over the great land and ocean highways of the world, an incessant stream which swells from year to year, its eddies sprinkling your desk with letters every morning. Picture to yourself this universe of script and print and inscription. Does it not seem as if man had added a new realm to nature? Everyone that has eyes can see this language, and few suspect their liability to confound it with anything else. Where it is, all can learn, but what it is, its origin, its changes, its relation to other phenomena both in and out of language are matters that few may understand. Here a character that stands for a single sound, and again for a group of sounds, and here one that represents a whole word or sentence, and another that does not stand for a sound at all, but for some idea. Here again characters that have ceased to stand for anything, and there others that never did stand for anything. This English has a story of its own, and most stubbornly has it resisted the most persistent efforts to mould it into new forms which would establish a one-to-one correspondence of itself to some other series. But let me pass to one of these other series. leaving this first and simplest answer to my question, where is the English language? That it is found inside English. But here is another answer. The English language exists at this instant in multitudinous movements of the particles of the air, vibrations and oscillations as we call them, exists for a moment and disappears as rapidly as it is called into being, exists in this way over a greater part of the earth's surface than any other language. In this state of existence it is not discernible by any one of our senses, but only inferable from certain indications that our senses furnish. But we can picture to ourselves the unsensible, that is, the invisible, the inaudible, the intangible, in imagination. And very curious, hardly recognizable, not even surmised to exist by many, is this language of ours, which floats in the air around us. Or like the snow falls in the river, a moment white, then melts forever. Or like the borealis rays, that fleet ere you can point their place. Or like the rainbow's lovely form, a vanishing amid the storm. Have you ever tried to represent to yourself the English language as it must exist between you and me in the air there? If it is ever to get from you to me, or from me to you? If you have ever made the effort to imagine the space between us while we are talking to each other, there can be no limit to your admiration for the genius of Helmholtz, the great philosopher of our century, eminent as mathematician, as physicist, and as physiologist, the Newton of the 19th century, who has done in our time for sound what that great investigator did in the 17th century for light. No poet or priest can reveal these mysteries to us. We cannot expect him to concentrate his gaze on a cubic yard of air, and to experiment, reason, and calculate till he can, not merely assert, but prove his assertion, that thus it is in that cube of air and not otherwise. Poet and seer may desire to know what holds the earth together in its inmost sphere. See whence production has its birth, see all the germs of life appear. But his emotions unfit him for pursuing the only course that will lead to a result independent of his individual impressions. On the other hand, a scientist, a Helmholtz, takes his stand, nor swerves till he triumphs over the secret hid in that volume of air, and tells the story of how he did it all in that huge book of his, so that anyone of our or of any after time can, if he will, hear the atmosphere's story told, and know that not only did such things take place once, but that they take place now whenever you supply the specified conditions. Just consider a moment. It has long been known that the duration of any sound I utter has for its counterpart or correlative a continuation of air waves, one following the other, that the pitch of any sound I utter has for its counterpart the rapidity with which the wave passes a certain point, or the number of wave crests that pass that point in a second, that the loudness of any sound I utter is represented out there in the air by the degree of condensation of the wave. Sounds may differ in pitch, in loudness, in duration, but sounds differ from one another in so many other particulars. All this natura sonans, this sonant nature, this world of sounds, this inexhaustible quarry for singer and musician and poet, does it have a corresponding natura vibrans, a vibrant nature, a world of vibrations in the air that surrounds us? We surely distinguish ball from keen, even when both sounds having the same duration, the same pitch, the same intensity, go along with air waves that have the same duration, the same rapidity, the same degree of condensation. What is there, then, in the air that answers to this difference between ball and keen? This is the question which Helmholtz asked himself, and to which he found an answer. An illustration drawn from another source may make the answer plainer, not indeed in its detail and exactitude. Will not tell you just what there is in air English that matches ball and keen, but will tell you what is the character of that something. This is the illustration. Look out on the ocean. You see a line of billows from crest to crest, more than a vessel's length. Over the surface of these swelling billows climb waves. Flitting over the waves as these sweep over the billows are troops of wavelets. And there you see a swirl of eddies, scouring over and amid these little waves, and wisps of ripples dance over the whole and run into the dizziest whirl of foam. Now something like this is going on in the air, and it is these eddies and ripples among the air waves, the aerial vibration in other words, that we find the counterpart of that which makes this sonorous difference between ball and keen. Homer speaks of epea pteroenta, winged words, and I am inclined to think that this epithet was then more scientific than poetic. How could he account for the fact that the word went from me to you more satisfactorily to himself than by supposing that it had invisible wings to bear it away? But we know that it is not the word that goes, but simply curiously intricate pulsations of the air. But it is not in the air alone that this vibrationary English exists. Walls, chairs, tables, windows, wires. But why enumerate? Your fire screen there comports itself very differently in the presence of a Frenchman, let me assure you, from its behaviour when an Englishman calls. In the air, between two persons who are talking together in a room, in the cord by which they communicate when they use that toy called a lover's telegraph, in the wire that stretches miles in length from one telephone to another, exists this vibration English. It is essentially the same in all. The phonograph simply sets up the same motions in the air that were originally produced by the mouth that talked into it. And in passing, let me observe that English exists in one of its forms on the cylinder of the phonograph, though I had not included this in my enumeration of the places or states in which the English language is found. The mouth that talked into it, I said, and this brings me to a third whereabouts of English. Let me call it physiological English for the nonce, though mouth English is a more significant term. Suppose that while an Englishman is speaking, it were possible to take instantaneous photographs every few seconds of the whole articulatory apparatus. We should have a series of pictures which would be as significant to one who had studied it as our written English is, and that series of motions which these pictures would in part represent, of palate, tongue, teeth, lips, would, if we could interpret it, be as definite an expression of the speaker's meaning as are the words we hear. Why, the successive positions of those organs of speech which are visible suffice alone to enable those who have studied these indications to catch the speaker's meaning, but there is no doubt that the whole language, every hue and tinge and shade of it, is paralleled by this series of positions of the vocal organs. The study of these facts forms part of the science of phonetics. There are diagrams which are intended to show the various positions the articulatory apparatus assumes when pronouncing the sounds indicated by the letters. More attention is now given to this physiological English than ever before, with this result among others, that a difference has been detected among sounds supposed to be alike, when once the attention has been directed to a difference of position in the organs by which the sounds were made. On the other hand, sounds between which no difference can be discerned have been shown to be producible in a number of different ways, that is, by different motions of the articulating parts. It is on this physiological English that the visible speech of Mr. Alexander Graham Bell is based. Every letter of this alphabet represents, not as in ordinary alphabets, a certain sound, but that position of the parts of the mouth by which this sound is made. The startling originality of this conception was well matched by the patience and assiduity which worked it out in detail, and in his studies of this other English, this mouth English, which we all use without noticing it, lies the germ of the invention of his now more famous son, Graham Bell. It was by dropping those Englishes with which we are all familiar, and taking up those with which we are not habitually occupied at all, that visible speech and the telephone were worked out. Vibration English and mouth English, things that most Englishmen know nothing about, have, when once the attention of competent persons was fixed upon them, revolutionized the methods of instructing deaf mutes, began to change all our processes of teaching languages, made it possible for a traveller to take down the speech of a barbarian stranger with such exactness that his correspondent can reproduce it with the greatest fidelity, and enabled Boston and New York to converse together with as much ease as you and I in this room. But we may enlarge our conception of mouth English. Since the whole organism reacts in some degree in response to the action of any part, it follows that English is in a peculiar sense embodied in the children of English-speaking parents. All the testimony of all the statistics in the world would not convince me that an English-born babe would not learn English more easily than an infant of French parentage placed in the same surroundings. This brings us to the English language existing as a nerve process, or rather as a twofold nerve process corresponding to the double attitude of hearer and speaker. Yes, a fourthfold nerve process when we take into account reader and writer as well. No physiologist doubts that something different is going on in the brain when one writes and when one speaks, when one hears and when one reads. Sometimes one of these faculties is impaired without immediately involving an impairment of either of the other. This led Teckmer to recommend the separate and distinct learning of the spoken and the written language. Associate, that is to say, the spoken word with a meaning and the written word with a meaning, and not, as is usually the case in schools, associate the spoken and the written word. As languages are now learned, aphasia, or an affection of the nerves that makes talking impossible, involves agraphia, or the inability to write down one's thoughts. According to Teckmer's plan, the one of these would not be necessarily complicated with the other. But not in visible signs, not in air or any vibratory medium, not in nerve or in the reactions of the organism, not in the successive position of the articulatory organs, not in any of this can the language be said so truly to exist as in this very world of universe of sounds themselves. Here language lives and moves, and yet all the names that are applied to this succession of sounds, are taken from something associated with this succession, and have misleading suggestions. Instance, the English tongue, the English language, lingua. The English speech is somewhat better. The English talk, if we could use the expression, directs our attention still better to the sound itself, and withdraws it more easily from the tongue, the teeth, the air, the ear, the letters, the perpetual accompaniments in nature and in thought of these sounds. It is a sad reflection that these, the spoken language, has been crowded out of men's thoughts by the written language. There can of course be no likeness between these, only a correspondence. This correspondence may have any degree of exactness. In no language, however, is the correspondence very exact. In English it is very inexact. Changes of stress, of pitch, of pause, of duration, of individual utterance are not marked at all. Even what is left of the sound after deducting all this is either under-indicated, or over-indicated, or misindicated, or when indicated, indicated in a very unpractical and inelegant manner. Tennyson laments, as he composes his verses, that the subtle succession of sounds he has sought to seize cannot be preserved, can hardly be expressed by the symbols he tries to represent them by. Luckily, the world clings to the bad, and it is hard to change all this. Luckily, I say, for how else can we hope that they will cling to the good when they get it? This half-century has indeed witnessed a glorious revival, a veritable renaissance of the sounds of the Latin and Greek languages. Even the long silent rhythms of the latter have awakened to life. Order, symmetry, and beauty have been discovered where all was confusion. But who would undertake to reconstruct our rhythms from the texts of today, with no other key to them than the texts themselves? The English language has numerous faults at its best, and many of these our schools have done their utmost to perpetuate. But, by and large, there is no language fitted to cope with the English in the struggle of existence, from the simple fact that the English represents the highest stage of linguistic development, and all progress in other languages is toward the English type. Were it not for the utterly indefensible difficulties of our orthography, we would have made even the thought of such a thing as Volapük impossible. But my aim was an exposition, not an argument, still less a declamation. But there is another English that awaits attention. What, says someone, this complex of sounds and sights and air pulses and wagging jaws and nerve tremors, singly or all put together, is that what you call English? Would the sounds sky, river, bird, tree, moon, and so forth be English, be language at all, if no thoughts went along with them? And does not the English language exist in this thought series? The reviews make sport of Professor Max Müller's assertion that language is thought, that there can be, no thought without language, that, in effect, if there were no word tree or some such symbol, there would be no tree for us. Professor Max Müller, I grant, has many thoughts, for which it would be hard for anyone, even for the professor himself, to find any scientific foundation. Such was his unfortunate Turanian group of languages. Such was the notion which he shared with his time, that the Indo-Europeans had their origin in Asia. Such was his theory, not his alone, of the 3 stages in the development of language. Such was his theory of mythology and his reconstruction of the religious past. Deduct all these things and even more, we can still leave him his contention that language is thought and thought is language. Not that even here his doctrine needs not to be pruned of many excrescences, and its exposition translated into the language of another system of thought than his own. What is worth retaining of this doctrine, somewhat paradoxically expressed, without language no thought? The change has been from homogeneous to heterogeneous, from indefinite to definite, from incoherent to coherent. I use Spencer's terms to express a fact that is admitted by all, without committing myself to their implications in the Spencerian philosophy. Now a mind that is, at any stage of that process, does violence, as it were to itself, to retrace its course, to rethink what it has outgrown. What is it that has given our thoughts their present arrangement, has made there to be thoughts at all? What, by social intercourse, communication, and that which makes communication possible, language? Consider your experience of sight, colors, odors, stars, clouds, suns, moons, meteors, tempests, lightnings, thunders, that rush of ever-changing sensations that makes up one of the strands of life from infancy to maturity. Were it not that you have the word sky, how would you discern its meaning amid this cluster of impressions? Is it not this word that gives unity to that experience? Pass in review all the times when you have heard that word, all the myriads of sentences into which it has entered. Remember that you did not look up the meaning of the word in the dictionary, that you did not get at it through the medium of other words, that it was not told to you, but that you have been going on guessing more or less consciously what English speakers mean by that word. In time, that symbol, that sound, sky, groups and connects and unifies and substantializes all these elements, makes of them a coherent whole, which, in the absence of such a connecting link, would have lain dispersed and disordered in the mind. Words, says Sir William Hamilton, are nothing but signs for the factitious unities of thought. Factitious, mark the word, signs, not for things, but for what we have put together and agreed to call things. That perhaps is all that things are. Why we have put some experiences together and connected them by a name, and not put other things together in thought nor connected them by a name, is a question which it is almost useless for anyone to attack who has not an acquaintance with many languages and many minds. It should be the aim of some school to supply these conditions, and by neither attacking nor defending, in the present confusion, any single doctrine, to enable men to see of what elements it consists and what is its range. Survey the scene that our minds present. We ascribe reality to what our names stand for. Adam probably thought till he learned better that the monkeys on the limb were a part of the tree, and gave foolishly enough a single name to what he mistook for a unity. We find it difficult to believe that our own minds are merely bundles of just such Adamitic conceptions. We do not often have occasion to speak, as of an individual whole, of the group of phenomena involved or connected in the transit of a negro over a rail fence with a melon under his arm while the moon is just passing behind a cloud. But if this collocation of phenomena were of frequent occurrence, and if we did have occasion to speak of it often, and if its happening were likely to affect the money market, we should have some name as wuzzing to denote it by. People would in time be disputing whether the existence of wuzzing involved necessarily a rail fence, and whether the term could be applied when a white man was similarly related to a stone wall. Let us not flatter ourselves that we have no such words in our minds, centres of crystallization around which are grouped our own concepts which we mistake for realities. Yes, reality is such a word. Mind is such a word. English is such a word. After all, the phases of existence which I have attributed to the English language, seen English, air English, mouth English, nerve English, sound English, sense English, I fear that I shall have to admit, on nearer and closer scrutiny, that what we call English does not exist at all. English is an abstraction from a multitude of individuals and particulars. Does Bunyanese exist? Where shall we find Carlyle's? If a book should be found, and one man should contend that Bunyan wrote it, and another should deny this, each would assume the existence of some standard of Bunyanese by which the question might be decided. If you have ever read such controversies, and used your best endeavour to find out what was Bunyanese of A, and what the Bunyanese of B, and what the real Bunyanese, the only one that would satisfy your love of truth, you might come to question whether there was such a thing as Bunyanese after all. And now take that much wider abstraction, the English language. Here is a name. It stands for something in my mind and in yours. Whether the two agree or not, we have not many opportunities of ascertaining. Now, what is the signification of your name? Can you give me any test by which what is English is, without fail, discriminated from what is not English? I have been looking and hearkening for this English at intervals my life long. All I can find is a scrap here, a bit there, and the English language I fear I shall never get to hear or to see or to know. Or shall I say of it as St. Augustine says of time? Ask me what English is, I do not know. Do not ask me, I know. This general, this abstract, this ideal English, this standard which most appear to think exists somewhere, though few can agree as to where it is to be found, we may almost conclude that it never has existed, does not exist now, and never will exist till the pure and true is established among men. Let us now briefly recapitulate, though in a different order. We may place at one end of the series thought English, that is, emotions and feelings so grouped and arranged as to be communicable by an Englishman to an Englishman. The next stage is nerve English, which breaks up into several different dialects, as it were according to the direction in which the nerve force moves on to the muscles, where something exists which we had not previously noted, but which might be called muscle English. Next, we have movement English, and this likewise divides itself into several species. For the fingers may move as in writing or typewriting, or in making the so-called deaf and dumb alphabet, or the movement may be limited to the lungs and mouth. We come now to vibration English, and this again is of several kinds, inasmuch as the vibration may be of the luminiferous ether, or of air, or of some solid as a wire. The first results in sight English, the others in sound English. But at this point the Englishes are converted into nerve English again, to become in its turn thought English. But nowhere in all these transfers do we find the abstract, the ideal English. So intricate is the language process, when viewed even thus cursorily. There are those who have studied each of these languages with as much detail as the present stage of our advancement allows. Exact measurements have taken the place of vague imaginings. Force, pitch, and duration have been analyzed by means of instruments of precision. And there is already hope of general agreement on many points which are involved in the true theory of mere words. End of 7 Processes of Language by Andrew Ingram.
The Seven Wise Men of Preston, from Winter Evening Tales by Amelia Edith Huddleston Barr. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Let me introduce to our readers 7 of the wisest men of the present century, the 7 drafters and signers of the first teetotal pledge. The movement originated in the mind of Joseph Livesey, and a short consideration of the circumstances and surroundings of his useful career will give us the best insight into the necessities and influences which gave it birth. He was born near Preston, in Lancashire, in the year 1795, the beginning of an era in English history which scarcely has a parallel for national suffering. The excitement of the French Revolution still agitated all classes, and commercial distress and political animosities made still more terrible the universal scarcity of food and the prostration of the manufacturing business. His father and mother died early, and he was left to the charge of his grandfather, who, unfortunately, abandoned his farm and became a cotton spinner. Lancashire men had not then been whetted by daily attrition with steam to their present keen and shrewd character, and the elder Livesey lost all he possessed. The records of the cotton printing and spinning mention with honour the Messrs. Livesey of Preston as the first who put into practice Bell's invention of cylindrical printing of calicoes in 1785. But whether the firms are identical or not, I have no certain knowledge. It shows, however, that they were a race inclined to improvements and ready to test an advance movement. That Joseph Livesey's youth was a hard and bitter one, there is no doubt. The price of flour continued for years fabulously high, so much so that wealthy people generally pledged themselves to reduce their use of it 1/3, and puddings or cakes were considered on any table a sinful extravagance. When the government was offering large premiums to farmers for raising extra quantities and detailing soldiers to assist in threshing it, poor bankrupt spinners must have had a hard struggle for a bare existence. Indeed, education was hardly thought possible, and though Joseph managed, by hook or crook, to learn how to read, write, and count a little, it was through difficulties and discouragements that would have been fatal to any ordinary intelligence or will. Until he was 21 years of age, he worked patiently at his loom, which stood in one corner of a cellar, so cold and damp that its walls were constantly wet. But he was hopeful, and even in those dark days dared to fall in love. On attaining his majority, he received a legacy of £30. Then he married the poor girl who had made brighter its hard apprenticeship, and lived happily with her for 50 years. But the troubles that had begun before his birth, and which did not lighten until after the passing of the Reform Bill in June 1832, had then attained a proportion which taxed the utmost energies of both private charities and the national government. The year of Joseph Livesey's marriage saw the passage of the Corn Laws, and the first of those famous mass meetings in Petersfield, near Manchester, which undoubtedly moulded the future temper and the status of the English weavers and spinners. From one of these meetings the following year, thousands of starving men started en masse to London. They were followed by the military and brought back for punishment or died miserably on the road, though 500 of them reached Macclesfield and a smaller number Derby. But Livesey, though probably suffering as keenly as others, joined no body of rioters. He borrowed a sovereign and bought 2 cheeses. Then cutting them up into small lots, he retailed them on the streets, Saturday afternoons, when the men were released from work. The profit from this small investment exceeding what it was possible for him to make at his loom, he continued the trade, and from this small beginning founded a business, and made a fortune which had enabled him to devote a long life to public usefulness and benevolence. But his little craft must have needed skillful piloting, for his family increased rapidly during the disastrous years between 1816 and 1832. So disastrous that in 1825-26 the Bank of England was obliged to authorize the Chamber of Commerce to make loans to individuals carrying on large works of from £500 to £10,000. Bankruptcies were enormous. Trade was everywhere stagnant. £60,000 were subscribed for meal and peas to feed the starving, and the government issued 40,000 articles of clothing. The quarrels between masters and spinners were more and more bitter. Mills were everywhere burnt, and at Ashton in one day 30,000 hands turned out. During these dreadful years, every thoughtful person had noticed how much misery and ill will was caused by the constant thronging to public houses. And temperance societies had been at work among the angry men of the working classes. Joseph Livesey had been actively engaged in this work. But these first efforts of the temperance cause were directed entirely against spirits. The use of wine and ale was considered then a necessity of life. Brewing was in most families as regular and important a duty as baking. The youngest children had their mug of ale, and clergymen were spoken of without reproach as 1, 2, or 3 bottle men. But Joseph Livesey soon became satisfied that these half measures were doing no good at all, and in 1831 a little circumstance decided him to take a stronger position. He had to go to Blackburn to see a person on business, and, as a matter of course, whisky was put on the table. Livesey for the first time tasted it, and was very ill in consequence. He had then a large family of boys, and both for their sakes and that of others, he resolved to halt no longer between two opinions. He spoke at once in all the temperance meetings of the folly of partial reforms, pointed out the hundreds of relapses, and urged upon the association the duty of absolute abstinence. His zeal warmed with his efforts, and he insisted that in the matter of drinking the golden mean was the very sin for which the Laodicean church had been cursed. The disputes were very angry and bitter, far more so than we at this day can believe possible, unless we take into account the universal national habits and its poetic and domestic associations with every phase of English life. But he gradually gained adherents to his views, though it was not until the following year he was able to take another step forward. It was on Thursday, August 23rd, 1832, that the first solemn pledge of total abstinence was taken. That afternoon, Joseph Livesey, pondering the matter in his mind, saw John King pass his shop. He asked him to come in and talk the subject over with him. Before they parted, Livesey asked King if he would join him in a pledge to abstain forever from all liquors, and King said he would. Livesey then wrote out a form, and, laying it before King, said, "Thee sign it first, lad." King signed it. Livesey followed him, and the two men clasped hands and stood pledged to one of the greatest works humanity has ever undertaken. A special meeting was then called, and after a stormy debate, the main part of the audience left, a small number remaining to continue the argument. But the end of it was that 7 men came forward and drew up and signed the following document, which is still preserved. We agree to abstain from all liquors of an intoxicating quality, whether they be ale, porter, wine, or ardent spirits, except as medicine. John Greatrex, Edward Dickinson, John Broadbent, John Smith, Joseph Livesey, David Anderton, John King. All these reformers were virtually working men, though most of them rose to positions of respect and affluence. Still, the humility of the origin of the movement was long a source of contempt, and its members, within my own recollection, had the stigma of vulgarity almost in right of their convictions. But God takes hands with good men's efforts, and the cause prospered just where it was most needed, among the operatives and the common people. One of these latter, a hawker of fish, called Richard Turner, stood, in a very amusing and unexpected way, sponsor for the society. Richard was fluent of speech, and, if his language was the broadest patois, it was, nevertheless, of the most convincing character. He always spoke well, and, if authorized, words failed him, readily coined what he needed. One night, while making a very fervent speech, he said, "No halfway measures here. Nothing but the T total will do." Mr. Livesey at once seized the word, and, rising, proposed it as the name of the society. The proposition was received with enthusiastic cheering, and these root and branch temperance men were thenceforward known as teetotalers. Richard remained all his life a sturdy advocate of the cause, and when he died in 1846, I made one of the hundreds and thousands that crowded the street of the beautiful town of Preston and followed him to his grave. The stone above it chronicles shortly his name and death, and the fact that he was the author of a word known now wherever Christianity and civilization are known. End of The Seven Wise Men of Preston by Amelia Edith Huddleston Burr. Read by Ratandeep Satwant Singh, Jamshedpur, India.
Liber 777 by Aleister Crowley. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The following is an attempt to systematize alike the data of mysticism and the results of comparative religion. The skeptic will applaud our labors, for that the very catholicity of the symbols denies them any objective validity, since in so many contradictions something must be false; while the mystic will rejoice equally that the self-same catholicity all-embracing proves that very validity, since after all something must be true. Fortunately, we have learnt to combine these ideas, not in the mutual toleration of sub-contraries, but in the affirmation of contraries, that transcending of the laws of intellect, which is madness in the ordinary man, genius in the overman, who hath arrived to strike off more fetters from our understanding. The savage who cannot conceive of the number 6, the orthodox mathematician who cannot conceive of the 4th dimension, the philosopher who cannot conceive of the absolute, all these are one. All must be impregnated with the divine essence of the phallic yod of Macroprosopus, and give birth to their idea. True, we may agree with Balzac, the absolute recedes. We never grasp it, but in the travelling there is joy. Am I no better than a staphylococcus, because my ideas still crowd in chains? But we digress. The last attempts to tabulate knowledge are the Kabbalah Denudata of Knorr von Rosenroth, a work incomplete and in some of its parts prostituted to the service of dogmatic interpretation. The lost symbolism of the vault in which Christian Rosenkreutz is said to have been buried, some of the work of Dr. Dee and Sir Edward Kelly, some very imperfect tables in Cornelius Agrippa, the art of Raymond Lully, some of the very artificial effusions of the esoteric theosophists, and, of late years, the knowledge of the Order Rosae Rubii et Aureae Crucis and the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. Unluckily, the leading spirit in these latter societies found that his prayer, "Give us this day our daily whiskey, and just a wee drappy mair for luck," was sternly answered, "When you have given us this day our daily knowledge lecture." Under these circumstances, Daath got mixed with Dewar, and Beelzebub with Buchanan. But even the best of these systems is excessively bulky. Modern methods have enabled us to concentrate the substance of 20,000 pages in 2 score. The best of the serious attempts to systematize the results of comparative religion is that made by Blavatsky, but though she had an immense genius for acquiring facts, she had none whatever for sorting and selecting the essentials. Grant Allen made a very slipshod experiment in this line. So have some of the polemical rationalists. But the only man worthy of our notice is Fraser of the Golden Bough. Here again there is no tabulation. For us it is left to sacrifice literary charm, and even some accuracy, in order to bring out the one great point. This, that when a Japanese thinks of Ha-shi-man, and a Boer of the Lord of Hosts, they are not two thoughts, but one. The cause of human sectarianism is not lack of sympathy in thought, but in speech, and this it is our not unambitious design to remedy. Every new sect aggravates the situation, especially the Americans, grossly and crapulously ignorant as they are of the rudiments of human language, seize like mongrel curs upon the putrid bones of their decaying monkey jabber, and gnaw and tear them with fierce growls and howls. The mental prostitute Mrs. Eddy, for example, having invented the idea which ordinary people call God, christened it mind, and then, by affirming a set of propositions about mind, which are only true of God, set all hysterical, dyspeptic, crazy Amurca by the ears. Personally, I don't object to people discussing the properties of four-sided triangles. But I draw the line when they use a well-known word such as pig, or mental healer, or dung heap, to denote the object of their paranoiac fetishism. Even among serious philosophers the confusion is very great. Such terms as God, the Absolute, Spirit, have dozens of connotations, according to the time and place of the dispute and the beliefs of the disputants. Time enough that these definitions and their interrelation should be crystallized, even at the expense of accepted philosophical accuracy. The principal sources of our tables have been the philosophers and traditional systems referred to above, as also, among many others, Pietri di Abano, Lilly, Eliphaz Levi, Sir R. Burton, Swami Vivekananda, the Hindu, Buddhist, and Chinese classics, the Quran and its commentators, the Book of the Dead, and, in particular, original research. The Chinese, Hindu, Buddhist, Muslim, and Egyptian systems have never before been brought into line with the Kabbalah. The Tarot has never been made public. Eliphaz Levi knew the true attributions, but was forbidden to use them. All this secrecy is very silly. An indicible arcanum is an arcanum that cannot be revealed. It is simply bad faith to swear a man to the most horrible penalties if he betray, etc., and then take him mysteriously apart and confide the Hebrew alphabet to his safe keeping. This is perhaps only ridiculous, but it is a wicked imposture to pretend to have received it from Rosicrucian manuscripts, which are to be found in the British Museum. To obtain money on these grounds, as has been done by certain moderns, is clear, and I trust indictable, fraud. The secrets of adepts are not to be revealed to men. We only wish they were. When a man comes to me and asks for the truth, I go away and practice teaching the differential calculus to a bushman, and I answer the former only when I have succeeded with the latter. But to withhold the alphabet of mysticism from the learner is the device of a selfish charlatan. That which can be taught shall be taught, and that which cannot be taught may at last be learnt. As a weary but victorious warrior delights to recall his battles, fortisan haec olim meminisse juvabit, we would linger for a moment upon the difficulties of our task. The question of sacred alphabets has been abandoned as hopeless. As one who should probe the nature of woman, the deeper he goes, the rottener it gets, so that at last it is seen that there is no sound bottom. All is arbitrary. Withdrawing out caustics and adopting a protective treatment, we point to the beautiful clean bandages and ask the clinic to admire. To take one concrete example, the English T is clearly equivalent in sound to the Hebrew tav, the Greek tau, the Arabic te, and the Coptic te, but the numeration is not the same. Again, we have a clear analogy in shape, perhaps a whole series of analogies, which, on comparing the modern alphabets with primeval examples, breaks up and is indecipherable. The same difficulty in another form permeates the question of gods. Priests, to propitiate their local fetish, would flatter him with the title of creator. Philosophers, with a wider outlook, would draw identities between many gods in order to obtain a unity. Time and the gregarious nature of man have raised gods as ideas grew more universal. Sectarianism has drawn false distinctions between identical gods for polemical purposes. Thus, where shall we put Isis, favoring nymph of corn as she was, as the type of motherhood, as the moon, as the great goddess Earth, as nature, as the cosmic egg from which all nature sprang? For as time and place have changed, so she is all of these. What of Jehovah, that testy senior of Genesis, that lawgiver of Leviticus, that phallus of the depopulated slaves of the Egyptians, that jealous king god of the times of the kings, that more spiritual conception of the captivity, only invented when all temporal hope was lost, that medieval battleground of cross-chopped logic, that being stripped of all his attributes and assimilated to Para-Brahman and the absolute of the philosopher. Satan, again, who in Job is merely attorney general and prosecutes for the crown, acquires in time all the obloquy attaching to that functionary in the eyes of the criminal classes, and becomes a slanderer. Does any one really think that any angel is such a fool as to try to gull the omniscient God into injustice to his saints? Then, on the other hand, what of Moloch, that form of Jehovah denounced by those who did not draw huge profit from his rites? What of the savage and morose Jesus of the evangelicals, cut by their petty malice from the gentle Jesus of the Italian children? How shall we identify the thaumaturgic chauvinist of Matthew with the metaphysical Logos of John? In short, while the human mind is mobile, so long will the definitions of all our terms vary. But it is necessary to settle on something. Bad rules are better than no rules at all. We may then hope that our critics will aid our acknowledged feebleness, and if it be agreed that much learning hath made us mad, that we may receive humane treatment and a liberal allowance of rubber cores in our old age. The tree of life is the skeleton on which this body of truth is built. The juxtaposition and proportion of its parts should be fully studied. Practice alone will enable the student to determine how far an analogy may be followed out. Again, some analogies may escape a superficial study. The beetle is only connected with the sign Pisces through the tarot trump, the moon. The camel is only connected with the high priestess through the letter Gimel. Since all things whatsoever, including no thing, may be placed upon the tree of life, the table could never be complete. It is already somewhat unwieldy. We have tried to confine ourselves as far as possible to lists of things generally unknown. It must be remembered that the lesser tables are only divided from the 32-fold table in order to economize space. E.g., in the 7-fold table, the entries under Saturn belong to the 32nd part in the large table. We have been unable for the moment to tabulate many great systems of magic. The 4 lesser books of the Lemegeton, the system of Abramelin, if indeed its clifothic ramifications are susceptible of classification, once we follow it below the great and terrible demonic triads which are under the presidency of the unutterable name. The vast and comprehensive system, shadowed in the book called the Book of the Concourse of the Forces, interwoven as it is with the tarot, being, indeed, on one view, little more than an amplification and practical application of the Book of Thoth. But we hope that the present venture will attract scholars from all quarters, as when the wounded Satan leaned upon his spear, forthwith on all sides to his aid was run by angels many and strong, and that in the course of time a far more satisfactory volume may result. Many columns will seem to the majority of people to consist of mere lists of senseless words. Practice and advance in the magical or mystical path will enable little by little to interpret more and more. Even as a flower unfolds beneath the ardent kisses of the sun, so will this table reveal its glories to the dazzling eye of illumination. Symbolic and barren as it is, yet it shall stand for the athletic student as a perfect sacrament, so that reverently closing its pages he shall exclaim, "May that of which we have partaken sustain us in the search for the quintessence, the stone of the wise, the summum bonus, true wisdom, and perfect happiness." So mote it be. End of Liber 777 by Aleister Crowley. Read by Cynthia Moyer.
All the World's a Stage, from As You Like It, by William Shakespeare. Read by Tony Rao. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts. his acts being 7 ages. At first the infant, mewling and puking in the nurse's arms, then the whining schoolboy, with his satchel and shining morning face, creeping like snail unwillingly to school, and then the lover, sighing like furnace with a woeful ballad made to his mistress's eyebrow, then a soldier, full of strange oaths and bearded like the pard, jealous in honour, sudden and quick in quarrel, seeking the bubble reputation, even in the cannon's mouth, and then the justice in fair round belly, with good capon lined, with eyes severe and beard of formal cut, full of wise saws and modern instances, and so he plays his part. The 6th age shifts into the lean and slippered pantaloon, with spectacles on nose and pouch on side, his youthful hose well saved a world too wide, for his shrunk shank and his big manly voice, turning again towards childish treble, pipes and whistles in his sound. Last scene of all, that ends this strange, eventful history, is second childishness and mere oblivion, sans teeth, sans eyes, sans taste, sans everything. End of The 7 Ages of Man by William Shakespeare.
Seven Little Maids, or The Birthday Week, by Mary A. Lathberry. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Birthday Week. Monday's bairn is fair o' face, Tuesday's bairn is full o' grace, Wednesday's bairn's a child of woe, Thursday's bairn has far to go. Friday's bairn is lovin' and givin', Saturday's bairn must work for a livin'. But the child that's born on the Sabbath day is wise and bonny and good and gay. Monday, fair of face. O little maid of many moods, the dimples in thy face flit in and out like tricksy elves, with soft and sudden grace. And when I search thy face, the smiles and blushes come and go, like little drifts of gold and rose across the sunset snow. Some day the mirror, or thy friends, will tell thee thou art fair, and fairy folk will fill thy head with dreams as light as air. Some day, but ah, believe them not who praise thy pretty face, but trim the little lamp within that gives the outward grace. Tuesday, full of grace. Upon thy birth-morn, little maid, the swallow's airy flight led past thy window to the wood where fairies danced at night. And since thy little feet began to patter to and fro, the rhythm of the fairy ring is felt where'er they go. What is the secret of the grace that runs like songs of birds, or like their flight in air through all thy merry ways and words? I fear me thou hast unseen wings that may, alas the day, unfold some sunny Easter morn, and carry thee away. Wednesday, a child of woe. Blue eyes, true eyes, but full of tears, some shadow o'er thy tender years, like rain clouds on a morn in May, shuts out the sunshine of the day. Perhaps some dear, accustomed face has strangely faded from its place on earth, but leaning from the skies has won thy wistful, dreamy eyes. But the clear shining after rain will turn the gray to gold again, and love, grown rich with long delay, will come in other guise some day. Some day, when ships come in, and those who lost at last shall win, then, blue eyes, true eyes wet with rain, the sun shall fill thy skies again. Thursday, far to go. I know a little wilful maid who swings her hammock in the shade, and swinging sings a roundelay as wild as a bird's, and all the words are over the hills and far away. Sometimes among the sea rocks gray she counts the passing sails all day, and sings, or sighs, which can it be? A little refrain, again and again, my heart, is over the sea. How shall we charm the restless mood? Is there a drop of gypsy blood in those blue veins? Ah, we must wait, for woe and weal are under a seal, fast folded in the book of fate. Friday, loving and giving. Little loving, giving maiden, frighted, weighted, overladen with the love that finds in giving all the joy and end of living. When she has no gift for blessing, only love, she sighs, caressing. Ah, she knows not all her treasure. Love is more than gifts can measure. Can it be that days are coming when some princely beggar roaming on a quest of love and daring, all her sweetness will be wearing for a day to deck his armor? Lest some loveless love should charm her, angels, call her, love her, woo her. Open heaven's gates unto her. Saturday, a little housemaid. Why is your work song over, honey bee mine? I call. There's surely a cloud on the clover, I fear me rain may fall. Oh, the workaday world is spinning forever a dull brown thread, with never a fair beginning and never an end, she said. Oh, blind little spinner, believing is sight for the eyes that see. The Lord of thy life is weaving a wonderful web for thee. His hands have wrought ever beside thee, the work of thy days they hold, and the dull brown threads that tried thee are turning to white and gold. Sunday, wise and bonny and good and gay. Do you ask me of my maidie, is she wise? Like the flowers, the bees, the birds, she has wisdom without words. She is like a rose unfolding, love and life and death beholding, with a slowly waking wonder in her eyes. Is she good and gay and bonny? Like the air breathes she goodness, sweetness, truth, with her simple guileless youth. Like a lily or a morning, she is gay in her adorning, and to all who know and love her, she is fair. End of Seven Little Maids, or the Birthday Week, by Mary A. Lathbury.
The Seven Ravens, by Jacob and Wilhelm Grimm. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There was once a man who had 7 sons, and last of all 1 daughter. Although the little girl was very pretty, she was so weak and small that they thought she could not live. But they said she should at once be christened. So the father sent one of his sons in haste to the spring to get some water, but the other 6 ran with him. Each wanted to be first at drawing the water, and so they were in such a hurry that all let their pitchers fall into the well, and they stood very foolishly looking at one another, and did not know what to do, for none dared go home. In the meantime the father was uneasy, and could not tell what made the young men stay so long. "Surely," said he, "the whole 7 must have forgotten themselves over some game of play." And when he had waited still longer and they yet did not come, he flew into a rage, and wished them all turned into ravens. Scarcely had he spoken these words when he heard a croaking over his head, and looked up and saw 7 ravens, as black as coal, flying round and round. Sorry as he was to see his wish so fulfilled, he did not know how what was done could be undone, and comforted himself as well as he could for the loss of his 7 sons with his dear little daughter, who soon became stronger and every day more beautiful. For a long time she did not know that she had ever had any brothers, for her father and mother took care not to speak of them before her. But one day by chance she heard the people about her speak of them. "Yes," said they, She is beautiful indeed, but still 'tis a pity that her brothers should have been lost for her sake." Then she was much grieved, and went to her father and mother and asked if she had any brothers, and what had become of them. So they dared no longer hide the truth from her, but said it was the will of Heaven, and that her birth was only the innocent cause of it. But the little girl mourned sadly about it every day, and thought herself bound to do all she could to bring her brothers back. And she had neither rest nor ease, till at length one day she stole away, and set out into the wide world to find her brothers, wherever they might be, and free them, whatever it might cost her. She took nothing with her but a little ring which her father and mother had given her, a loaf of bread in case she should be hungry, a little pitcher of water in case she should be thirsty, and a little stool to rest upon when she should be weary. Thus she went on and journeyed till she came to the world's end. Then she came to the sun, but the sun looked much too hot and fiery, so she ran away quickly to the moon. But the moon was cold and chilly, and said, "I smell flesh and blood this way." So she took herself away in a hurry, and came to the stars. And the stars were friendly and kind to her, and each star sat upon his own little stool. But the morning star rose up and gave her a little piece of wood, and said, "If you have not this little piece of wood, you cannot unlock the castle that stands on the glass mountain, and there your brothers live." The little girl took the piece of wood, rolled it up in a little cloth, and went on again until she came to the glass mountain, and found the door shut. Then she felt for the little piece of wood, but when she unwrapped the cloth it was not there, and she saw she had lost the gift of the good stars. What was to be done? She wanted to save her brothers, and had no key of the castle of the glass mountain. So this faithful little sister took a knife out of her pocket, and cut off her little finger, that was just the size of the piece of wood she had lost, and put it in the door and opened it. As she went in, a little dwarf came up to her and said, "What are you seeking for?" "I seek my brothers, the 7 ravens," answered she. Then the dwarf said, "My masters are not at home, but if you will wait till they come, pray step in." Now the little dwarf was getting their dinner ready, and he brought their food upon 7 little plates, and their drink in 7 little glasses, and set them upon the table, and out of each little plate their sister ate a small piece, and out of each little glass she drank a small drop, but she let the ring that she had brought with her fall into the last glass. On a sudden she heard a fluttering and croaking in the air, and the dwarf said, "Here come my masters." When they came in they wanted to eat and drink, and looked for their little plates and glasses. Then said one after the other, "Who has eaten from my little plate, and who has been drinking out of my little glass? Caw, caw! Well, I ween, mortal lips have this way been." When the 7th came to the bottom of his glass and found there the ring, he looked at it, and knew that it was his father's and mother's, and said, "Oh, that our little sister would but come, then we should be free." When the little girl heard this, for she stood behind the door all the time and listened, she ran forward, and in an instant all the ravens took their right form again, and all hugged and kissed each other, and went merrily home. End of The 7 Ravens, by Jacob and Wilhelm Grimm. Recording by Amy Graymore.
Chapter 1 of The 7 Cardinal Virtues by James Stalker. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1 Wisdom. The 7 deadly sins formed the theme of a former volume of this series, and it seems natural to follow up that course with another on the 7 cardinal virtues. The idea of the 7 deadly sins is that among the innumerable sins of which human beings may be guilty, there are 7 of peculiar virulence from which all the rest can be derived. And in the same way, the idea of the 7 cardinal virtues is that among the countless excellences with which human character may be adorned, there are 7 which overtop the rest, and from which all the rest are derivable. The adjective cardinal refers especially to this latter point. It signifies that these are the virtues on which all others hinge. For instance, in the one with which this first chapter will be occupied, wisdom, 6 virtues are included according to one ancient authority, and no fewer than 10 according to another. The idea of cardinal virtues is an exceedingly old one. It occurs in Plato and Aristotle, and from these famous philosophers it descended to the Greek philosophical schools. From the Greeks it passed to the Romans, being prominent in the writings of Cicero, and from them it passed to the fathers of the Church. The Greeks, however, only counted 4 cardinal virtues: wisdom, courage, temperance, and justice. According to them, these were the 4 sides of a perfectly symmetrical character, and the man who possessed them could stand 4 square to all the winds that blow. In the Old Testament Apocrypha these 4 are also mentioned, and a Jewish writer of the time of our Lord, Philo of Alexandria, compares them to the 4 rivers that watered the Garden of Eden. So do these fertilize and adorn human nature. Christianity, however, introduced a nomenclature as well as a conception of virtue of its own. Many virtues are mentioned in the New Testament, but there are 3 which occur constantly, as comprehending in themselves the whole of Christian character, namely, faith, hope, and charity. When the fathers of the Church began to build their systems of dogma, of course they selected the stones out of the quarry of the Bible, but they were also powerfully under the influence of Greek philosophy, especially of Aristotle, and in constructing an ethical system, what they did was to take the triad of virtues from the New Testament and add to it the quartet derived from philosophy, and thus there emerged the heptad, which we are to discuss in the following pages. Perhaps in thus combining things having diverse origins, they did not sufficiently consider whether the old virtues were not, to some extent, identical with the new, but for practical purposes, no great harm is done if a bit of the ground here and there is gone over twice, and it is of distinct advantage to be reminded that Christian character has a natural foundation, though, of course, even the heathen virtues are modified when they appear in the mosaic of Christian character. Sometimes the name of cardinal virtues is restricted to the 4 virtues of the pre-Christian philosophers, whereas the other 3 are named the Christian or the theological virtues. But certainly the latter are cardinal also, that is, hinge virtues, and it is convenient to have a single adjective for designating the whole 7. We begin our study of the 7 virtues by treating of wisdom, and I shall show that it is first a vision of the ideal, secondly the finding of the way, and thirdly a lesson to be learnt. 1. A vision of the ideal. Wisdom is the foremost of the virtues. It is the lamp-bearer showing the way to the rest. Its principal business is to descry the goal to which they should all strive, and the point to which the whole course of life should tend. When Thomas Carlyle was an old man, he said to someone that he was often pondering the first question of the Shorter Catechism, "What is the chief end of man?" with its wonderful answer, "Man's chief end is to glorify God and to enjoy him for ever." Every Scotsman has known this question and answer ever since he can remember, but few may have reflected on the reason why this should be the first question. It is the first because it is taken for granted that the foremost inquiry of a rational being will be about the purpose of its own existence. In reality, this is often the last question rather than the first. Still, it is a sublime fact that the first seed of thought dropped into the mind of a whole nation should be a question like this, which tends to make those to whom it is addressed ponder on the purpose of life. Why have I been born? Why am I alive? Why should I wish to go on living? These are the thoughts suggested to the mind by this first question of the Catechism, and it is in thoughts like these that wisdom has its birth. That which in the old language of the Catechism is called the chief end is exactly the same as in modern language we call the ideal. And every modern mind can appreciate the importance of the question, what is man's ideal? For no belief has more complete possession of the modern mind than the necessity of ideals, and the maxim is common that if you wish to find out a man's moral worth, you have to find out what his ideal is. Perhaps it might be said of many men that they have no ideal, and this is their condemnation. They have no object in life. They have never reflected why they are alive. Their course is determined not by their own choice, but by the blind forces of appetite within and of conventionality without. Such may truly be said to be dead whilst they live. For surely in such a vast and perilous enterprise as the voyage of life, the first duty of every one who claims to be a man is to be aware where he is going. But from another point of view, it may be said that every human being has his own ideal, whether he is aware of it or not. In every mind, consciously or unconsciously, there forms itself by degrees some supreme desire to which the thoughts are ever tending, and towards the attainment of which the endeavours are ever set. It may be pleasure or success, or some special form of one or other of these. The drunkard is not aware of the hold his vice has on him, but drink is the object to which his reveries and designs are ever bent. The miser does not know himself to be the slave of money, but it absorbs his thoughts by day and his dreams by night. The woman of the world would not confess to herself that social advancement is her idol, but year by year the passion for it burns in her blood and determines her conduct. In this sense, ideals are innumerable, and it is by their crossing and clashing, their vehemence and urgency, that the myriad-coloured spectacle of existence is produced. But they are, for the most part, unconscious, or, at least, unavowed. The ideal of the first answer of the Shorter Catechism is a very high one, to glorify God and to enjoy him for ever. But if we are to have a conscious and avowed ideal, how can we pitch it lower? Can we be satisfied without having the approval of God in this life, and the prospect of spending our eternity with him in the life to come? You may alter the name of the ideal. Many in our day would prefer Christ's own name for it, the kingdom of God. Others might call it welfare, or blessedness, or perfection. but the name signifies little. The essential thing is that we should know and avow what we intend to be and to do in this world, and in which port we intend to arrive when the voyage is finished. This is wisdom. 2. The finding of the way. Wisdom is concerned not only with the goal, but the way to it, not only with the end, but the means for attaining it, not only with the ideal, but the actual. A pilot guiding a ship up a river in the dark sees afar off the shining light which marks his destination, but if he is to arrive there, he has to mark 100 lesser lights by which his course from point to point is indicated, and if he neglected these, his ship would be aground long before he was halfway up the channel. So, suppose a man has chosen the goal indicated in the answer to the first question of the Shorter Catechism as his own. This supreme purpose includes many subordinate purposes, such as the development of his character, the discharge of his duty as a citizen, of his duty as a member of the church, of his duty in the family, his success in business, and so on. In fact, as the pilot has to be watchful at every bend of the course, at every encounter with a passing ship, and at every change in the state of the tide, so has the wise man to choose his path every day and every hour. He has to compare and to weigh and to judge. He has to appropriate the good and reject the bad. He has to discern what will help and what will hinder. And he has to pitch upon the means that will take him not only to the ultimate end, but to the several halting places by the way. The Latin name for the virtue which the Greeks called wisdom is prudence, and this change is characteristic. In the process of passing from the one ancient language to the other, ideas frequently lost something of their loftiness and delicacy. The Romans were a practical people, and they aimed low. Taking for granted that the end of life consisted in getting on, they restricted the task of wisdom to the means of attaining it. Such a debased wisdom has never died out of the world, and Bunyan has embodied its characteristics in Mr. Worldly Wise Man. Yet there is a prudence which is not ignoble, but an essential part of wisdom. If we would reach the end, even the highest end, we must use the means. We must know the facts of the world. Facts are stubborn things, and we may make them either our friends or our foes, as fire may either be a devouring element or the force that carries us and our burdens at the rate of 60 miles an hour, and as electricity may either be death-dealing lightning or the mercury to carry our messages round the globe. We may set nature up against us, or we may convert it into a friend and helper, and wisdom consists in doing the latter. Still more, it is displayed in dealing with human nature. We have to realize the purpose of our life, not in a vacuum or a solitude, but in a world of men and women, and every one of those we encounter may either further our aim or retard it. Every human heart is a mystery, and human nature is a great deep. In nothing is wisdom more displayed than in knowing men and women, and in so treating them that they may favor our advance instead of opposing it. In one word, we must know and obey the laws. On all objects and on all events the laws are written in hieroglyphics which the wise man can decipher, but the fool misreads or does not see at all. Not only are there a narrow road and a broad road to be chosen once for all, but at every step there are a right and a wrong, and a choice has to be made. Conscience within and God above whisper, "This is the way, walk ye in it." And blessed is he who thereupon walks straight forward, even though at the moment it seems to be into the jaws of hell. But if, when reason and conscience and God are saying, "This way," a man believes he is going to happiness by walking in the opposite direction, that man is a fool. 3. A lesson to be learnt. It was a question discussed of old in the philosophical schools of Greece, whether wisdom can be taught. There is more of an intellectual element in it than in the other virtues, and wisdom has sometimes been so conceived as to make it the peculiar property of men of talent or genius. Nor can it be denied that some natures are from birth more akin to it than others. Who would deny Plato's gift of intuition into the laws of the moral universe, or Shakespeare's instinctive discernment of human nature? But if wisdom consist in the choice of the true end of life, and in the use of those means for attaining it placed by Providence at our disposal, then must it be the privilege and the duty of every child of Adam, for not one is intended or doomed beforehand to miss the end, and therefore it must be capable of being acquired. How then is wisdom to be obtained? Partly by precept. There have been many wise men in the world before us, and vast stores of wisdom have been accumulated. These are to be found partly in the tradition that comes down to us by means of speech, as, for instance, in the proverbs which fly from mouth to mouth and descend from parent to child. These maxims, hewn from life, are the concentrated essence of a nation's wisdom, and there is no nation which does not possess proverbs of its own. Our own nation is specially rich in them, and it is one mark of a wise man to annex these spontaneously and to speak in proverbs. Then the stores of the world's wisdom have been largely garnered in books, and although a fool may read hundreds of these without becoming wise, any one with the germs of wisdom in him will grow wiser by means of books, if he chooses them well. A book like Bacon's Essays shows how much wisdom can be packed into 100 pages, and sometimes a poet, like Burns in his Letter to a Young Friend, can distill the essence of the wisdom of an entire people into a few lines. In the Apocrypha there is a book entitled the Book of Wisdom, and the name is not undeserved, but it might be more justly applied to such a book as Proverbs, or to the Bible as a whole. Several books of the Old Testament are spoken of sometimes as the wisdom literature, because they frequently deal by name with this subject. They are poetical books, but the prophetical books are in a still higher sense a wisdom literature, and even these pale before the oracles of our Lord and his apostles in the New Testament. Any one who aims at wisdom should take as his motto the verse in the 1st chapter of Joshua, only applying it to the whole Bible. "This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein. For then shalt thou make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success." Secondly, wisdom is learned by practice. It is, as I have said, partly an intellectual virtue, but it consists much less in knowing than in doing. It is slowly accumulated by experience, and, like the pearl which forms where the bivalve has been wounded, it frequently springs from pain and misfortune. Other virtues shine most attractively in youth, but wisdom is the special ornament of old age, and it compensates for the drawbacks of this period of life. Best of all is wisdom to be learned through imitation. He that walketh with wise men shall be wise, says the book of Proverbs, but a companion of fools shall smart for it. It is not, indeed, so easy as such advices might imply to get into the company of the wise. They have their own friends and companions, and may be jealous of intrusion on their privacy and on their time. A wise man might be making himself a companion of fools if he kept company with us, and we must be prepared to pass through the ordeal of a searching inspection. But there is at least one who will not cast us out, and his friendship is more certain to make us wise than that of any other. One of the names of the Saviour is Wisdom, and he, it is said in Holy Scripture, is made of God unto us wisdom. He places no bounds to the intimacy we may seek with him, and if we are thus made wise unto salvation, there is little fear but we shall be welcome to other wise companionship even in this world, while in the world to come we may reckon on a humble place in that society of which it has been written, "They that be wise shall shine as the brightness of the firmament, and they that turn many to righteousness as the stars for ever and ever." End of Chapter 1 of the 7 Cardinal Virtues by James Stalker. Read by Cynthia Moyer. The Seventh Pullet by Saki. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. "It's not the daily grind that I complain of," said Blenkinthrope resentfully. "It's the dull grey sameness of my life outside of office hours. Nothing of interest comes my way, nothing remarkable or out of the common. Even the little things that I do try to find some interest in don't seem to interest other people. Things in my garden, for instance." "The potato that weighed just over 2 pounds?" said his friend Goreworth. "Did I tell you about that?" said Blenkinthrope. "I was telling the others in the train this morning. I forgot if I'd told you." "To be exact, you told me that it weighed just under 2 pounds. But I took into account the fact that abnormal vegetables and freshwater fish have an after life in which growth is not arrested." "You're just like the others," said Blenkinthrope sadly. "You only make fun of it." "The fault is with the potato, not with us," said Goreworth. "We are not in the least interested in it because it is not in the least interesting. The men you go up in the train with every day are just in the same case as yourself. Their lives are commonplace and not very interesting to themselves, and they certainly are not going to wax enthusiastic over the commonplace events in other men's lives. Tell them something startling, dramatic, piquant that has happened to yourself or to someone in your family, and you will capture their interest at once. They will talk about you with a certain personal pride to all their acquaintances. 'Man I know intimately, fellow called Blenkinthrope, lives down my way, had 2 of his fingers clawed clean off by a lobster he was carrying home to supper. Doctor says entire hand may have to come off.' Now that is conversation of a very high order. But imagine walking into a tennis club with the remark, 'I know a man who has grown a potato weighing 2¼ pounds.' But hang it all, my dear fellow,"
said Blenkinthrope impatiently. "Haven't I just told you that nothing of a remarkable nature ever happens to me?" "Invent something," said Gorworth. Since winning a prize for excellence in scriptural knowledge at a preparatory school, he had felt licensed to be a little more unscrupulous than the circle he moved in. Much might surely be excused to one who in early life could give a list of 17 trees mentioned in the Old Testament. "What sort of thing?" asked Blenkinthrope somewhat snappishly. "A snake got into your hen run yesterday morning and killed 6 out of 7 pullets, first mesmerizing them with its eyes and then biting them as they stood helpless. The 7th pullet was one of that French sort, with feathers all over its eyes, so it escaped the mesmeric snare, and just flew at what it could see of the snake and pecked it to pieces." "Thank you," said Blenkinthrope stiffly. "It's a very clever invention. If such a thing had really happened in my poultry run, I admit I should have been proud and interested to tell people about it. But I'd rather stick to fact, even if it's plain fact." All the same his mind dwelt wistfully on the story of the 7th pullet. He could picture himself telling it in the train amid the absorbed interest of his fellow passengers. Unconsciously all sorts of little details and improvements began to suggest themselves. Wistfulness was still his dominant mood when he took his seat in the railway carriage the next morning. Opposite him sat Stevenham, who had attained to a recognized brevet of importance through the fact of an uncle having dropped dead in the act of voting at a parliamentary election. That had happened 3 years ago, but Stevenham was still deferred to on all questions of home and foreign politics. "Hello, how's the giant mushroom, or whatever it was?" was all the notice Blenkinthrope got from his fellow travellers. Young Duckby, whom he mildly disliked, speedily monopolized the general attraction by an account of a domestic bereavement. "Had 4 pigeons carried off last night by a whacking big rat. Oh, a monster he must have been. You could tell by the size of the hole he made breaking into the loft." No moderate-sized rat ever seemed to carry out any predatory operations in these regions. They were all enormous in their enormity. "Pretty hard lines, that," seeing that he had secured the attention and respect of the company. "4 squeakers carried off at one swoop. You'd find it rather hard to match that in the way of unlooked-for bad luck." "I had 6 pullets out of a pen of 7 killed by a snake yesterday afternoon," said Blenkinthrope in a voice which he hardly recognized as his own. "By a snake?" came in excited chorus. "It fascinated them with its deadly glittering eyes, one after the other, and struck them down while they stood helpless. A bedridden neighbour who wasn't able to call for assistance witnessed it all from her bedroom window." "Well, I never!" broke in the chorus with variations. "The interesting part of it is about the 7th pullet, the one that didn't get killed," resumed Blenkinthrope, slowly lighting a cigarette. His diffidence had left him, and he was beginning to realize how safe and easy depravity can seem once one has the courage to begin. "The 6 dead birds were Minorcas. The 7th was a hoodin with a mop of feathers all over its eyes. It could hardly see the snake at all, so of course it wasn't mesmerized like the others. It just could see something wriggling on the ground and went for it and pecked it to death." "Well, I'm blessed!" exclaimed the chorus. In the course of the next few days Blenkinthrope discovered how little the loss of one's self-respect affects one when one has gained the esteem of the world. His story found its way into one of the poultry papers, and was copied thence into a daily news sheet as a matter of general interest. A lady wrote from the north of Scotland, recounting a similar episode which she had witnessed as occurring between a stoat and a blind grouse. Somehow a lie seems so much less reprehensible when one can call it a lee. For a while the adapter of the 7th pullet story enjoyed to the full his altered standing as a person of consequence, one who had had some share in the strange events of his time. Then he was thrust once again into the cold grey background by the sudden blossoming into importance of Smith Paddon, a daily fellow traveller whose little girl had been knocked down and nearly hurt by a car belonging to a musical comedy actress. The actress was not in the car at the time, but she was in numerous photographs which appeared in the illustrated papers of Zoto Dobreen, inquiring after the well-being of Maisie, daughter of Edmund Smith Paddon, Esquire. With this new human interest to absorb them, the travelling companions were almost rude when Blenkinthrope tried to explain his contrivance for keeping vipers and peregrine falcons out of his chicken run. Goreworth, to whom he unburdened himself in private, gave him the same counsel as heretofore. "Invent something." "Yes, but what?" The ready affirmative, coupled with the question, betrayed a significant shifting of the ethical standpoint. It was a few days later that Blenkinthrope revealed a chapter of family history to the customary gathering in the railway carriage. "Curious thing happened to my aunt, the one who lives in Paris," he began. He had several aunts, but they were all geographically distributed over Greater London. "She was sitting on a seat in the Bois the other afternoon, after lunching at the Roumanian legation." Whatever the story gained in picturesqueness from the dragging in of diplomatic atmosphere, it ceased from that moment to command any acceptance as a record of current events. Goreworth had warned his neophyte that this would be the case, but the traditional enthusiasm of the neophyte had triumphed over discretion. "She was feeling rather drowsy, the effect probably of the champagne, which she's not in the habit of taking in the middle of the day." A subdued murmur of admiration went round the company. Blenkinthrope's aunts were not used to taking champagne in the middle of the year, regarding it exclusively as a Christmas and New Year accessory. "Presently a rather portly gentleman passed by her seat and paused an instant to light a cigar. At that moment a youngish man came up behind him, drew the blade from a sword stick, and stabbed him half a dozen times through and through. 'Scoundrel!' he cried to his victim, 'you do not know me. My name is Henri Leturc.' The elder man wiped away some of the blood that was splattering his clothes, turned to his assailant, and said, 'And since when has an attempted assassination been considered an introduction?' Then he finished lighting his cigar and walked away. My aunt had intended screaming for the police, but seeing the indifference with which the principal in the affair treated the matter, she felt that it would be an impertinence on her part to interfere. Of course, I need hardly say she put the whole thing down to the effects of a warm, drowsy afternoon and the legation champagne. Now comes the astonishing part of my story. A fortnight later, a bank manager was stabbed to death with a sword stick in that very part of the Bois. His assassin was the son of a charwoman formerly working at the bank, who had been dismissed from her job by the manager on account of chronic intemperance. His name was Henri Leturc." From that moment Blenkinthrope was tacitly accepted as the Munchausen of the party. No effort was spared to draw him out from day to day in the exercise of testing their powers of credulity, and Blenkinthrope, in the false security of an assured and receptive audience, waxed industrious and ingenious in supplying the demand for marvels. Duckby's satirical story of a tame otter that had a tank in the garden to swim in, and whined restlessly whenever the water rate was overdue, was scarcely an unfair parody of some of Blenkinthrope's wilder efforts. And then one day came Nemesis. Returning to his villa one evening, Blenkinthrope found his wife sitting in front of a pack of cards, which she was scrutinizing with unusual concentration. "The same old patience game?" he asked carelessly. "No, dear, this is the Death Head's Patience, the most difficult of them all. I've never got it to work out, and somehow I should be rather frightened if I did. Mother only got it out once in her life. She was afraid of it too. Her great aunt had done it once and fallen dead from excitement the next moment, and Mother always had a feeling that she would die if she ever got it out. She died the same night that she did it. She was in bad health at the time, certainly, but it was a strange coincidence." "Don't do it if it frightens you," was Blenkinthrope's practical comment as he left the room. A few minutes later his wife called to him. "John, it gave me such a turn, I nearly got it out. Only the 5 of diamonds held me up at the end. I really thought I'd done it." "Why, you can do it," said Blenkinthrope, who had come back to the room. "If you shift the 8 of clubs onto that open 9, the 5 can be moved onto the 6." His wife made the suggested move, with hasty, trembling fingers, and piled the outstanding cards onto their respective packs. Then she followed the example of her mother and great grand aunt. Blenkinthrope had been genuinely fond of his wife, but in the midst of his bereavement one dominant thought obtruded itself. Something sensational and real had at last come into his life. No longer was it a grey, colourless record. The headlines which might appropriately describe his domestic tragedy kept shaping themselves in his brain. "Inherited presentiment comes true." "The Death's Head Patience card game that justified its sinister name in 3 generations." He wrote out a full story of the fatal occurrence for the Essex Vedette, the editor of which was a friend of his, and to another friend he gave a condensed account, to be taken up to the office of one of the halfpenny dailies. But in both cases his reputation as a romancer stood fatally in the way of his fulfilment of his ambitions. "Not the right thing to be Munchausening in a time of sorrow," agreed his friends among themselves, and a brief note of regret at the "sudden death of the wife of our respected neighbour, Mr. John Blenkinthrope, from heart failure," appearing in the news columns of the local paper, was the forlorn outcome of his visions of widespread publicity. Blenkinthrope shrank from the society of his erstwhile travelling companions, and took to travelling townwards by an earlier train. He sometimes tries to attract the sympathy and attention of a chance acquaintance in details of the whistling prowess of his best canary, or the dimensions of his largest beetroot. He scarcely recognizes himself as the man who was once spoken about and pointed out as the owner of the 7th pullet. End of the 7th Pullet by Saki. Recording by Amy Graymore.
The Woman at 7 Brothers by Wilbur Daniel Steele. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Karina Schultz. I tell you, sir, I was innocent. I didn't know any more about the world at 22 than some do at 12. My uncle and aunt in Duxbury brought me up strict. I studied hard in high school. I worked hard after hours, and I went to church twice on Sundays. And I can't see it's right to put me in a place like this, with crazy people. Oh yes, I know they're crazy. You can't tell me. As for what they said in court about finding her with her husband, that's the inspector's lie, sir, because he's down on me and wants to make it look like my fault. No, sir, I can't say as I thought she was handsome, not at first. For one thing, her lips were too thin and white, and her color was bad. I'll tell you a fact, sir. That first day I came off to the light, I was sitting on my cot in the storeroom, and that's where the assistant keeper sleeps at the 7 Brothers, as lonesome as I could be, away from home for the first time, and the water all around me, and, even though it was a calm day, pounding enough on the ledge to send a kind of whoom, 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 whining up through all that solid rock of the tower. And when old Fedderson poked his head down from the living room, with the sunshine above making a kind of bright frame around his hair and whiskers, to give me a cheery, "Make yourself to home, son," I remember I said to myself, "He's all right. I'll get along with him, but his wife's enough to sour milk." That was queer, because she was so much under him in age, along about 28 or so, and him nearer 50. But that's what I said, sir. Of course, that feeling wore off, same as any feeling will wear off sooner or later in a place like the 7 Brothers. Cooped up in a place like that, you come to know folks so well that you forget what they do look like. There was a long time I never noticed her, any more than you'd notice the cat. We used to sit of an evening around the table, as if you were Fedderson there and me here, and her somewhere back there in the rocker, knitting. Fedderson would be working on his Jacob's ladder, and I'd be reading. He'd been working on that Jacob's ladder a year, I guess, and every time the inspector came off with the tender he was so astonished to see how good that ladder was that the old man would go to work and make it better, and that's all he lived for. If I was reading, as I say, I daren't take my eyes off the book, or Fedderson had me. And then he'd begin. What the inspector said about him, how surprised the member of the board had been that time to see everything so clean about the light, what the inspector had said about Fedderson's being stuck here in a second-class light, best keeper on the coast, and so on, till either he or I had to go aloft and have a look at the wicks. He'd been there 23 years, all told, and he'd got used to the feeling that he was kept down unfair. So used to it, I guess, that he fed on it, and told himself how folks ashore would talk when he was dead and gone. Best keeper on the coast, kept down unfair. Not that he said that to me. No, he was far too loyal and humble and respectful, doing his duty without complaint, as anybody could see. And all that time, night after night, hardly ever a word out of the woman. As I remember it, she seemed more like a piece of furniture than anything else, not even a very good cook, nor over and above tidy. One day, when he and I were trimming the lamp, he passed the remark that his first wife used to dust the lens and take a pride in it. Not that he said a word against Anna, though. He never said a word against any living mortal. He was too upright. I don't know how it came about, or rather I do know, but it was so sudden and so far away from my thoughts that it shocked me, like the world turned over. It was at prayers. That night, I remember Fedderson was uncommon long-winded. We'd had a batch of newspapers out by the tender, and at such times the old man always made a long watch of it, getting the world straightened out. For one thing, the United States Minister to Turkey was dead. Well, from him and his soul, Fedderson got on to Turkey and the Presbyterian College there, and from that to heathen in general. He rambled on, like the surf on the ledge, whoom, 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 never coming to an end. You know how you'll be at prayers sometimes. My mind strayed. I counted the canes in the chair seat where I was kneeling. I plaited a corner of the tablecloth between my fingers for a spell. And by my eyes went wandering up the back of the chair. The woman, sir, was looking at me. Her chair was back to mine, close, and both our heads were down in the shadow under the edge of the table, with Fedderson clear over on the other side by the stove. And there were her two eyes hunting mine between the spindles in the shadow. You won't believe me, sir, but I tell you, I felt like jumping to my feet and running out of the room. It was so queer. I don't know what her husband was praying about after that. His voice didn't mean anything, no more than the seas on the ledge away down there. I went to work to count the canes in the seat again, but all my eyes were in the top of my head. It got so I couldn't stand it. We were at the Lord's Prayer, saying it sing-song together, when I had to look up again. And there her two eyes were, between the spindles, hunting mine. Just then all of us were saying, "Forgive us our trespasses." I thought of it afterward. When we got up, she was turned the other way, but I couldn't help seeing her cheeks were red. It was terrible. I wondered if Fedderson would notice, though I might have known he wouldn't, not him. He was in too much of a hurry to get at his Jacob's ladder. And then he had to tell me for the 10th time what the inspector'd said that day about getting him another light. Kingdom come, maybe, he said. I made some excuse or other and got away. Once in the storeroom, I sat down on my cot and stayed there for a long time, feeling queerer than anything. I read a chapter in the Bible. I don't know why. After I'd got my boots off, I sat with them in my hands for as much as an hour, I guess, staring at the oil tank and its lopsided shadow on the wall. I tell you, sir, I was shocked. I was only 22, remember, and I was shocked and horrified. And when I did turn in finally, I didn't sleep at all well. 2 or 3 times I came to, sitting straight up in bed. Once I got up and opened the outer door to have a look. The water was like glass, dim, without a breath of wind, and the moon just going down. Over on the black shore I made out 2 lights in a village, like a pair of eyes watching. Lonely? My, yes, lonely and nervous. I had a horror of her, sir. The dinghy boat hung on its davits just there in front of the door, and for a minute I had an awful hankering to climb into it, lower away, and row off, no matter where. It sounds foolish. Well, it seemed foolish next morning, with the sun shining and everything as usual. Fedderson sucking his pen and wagging his head over his eternal log, and his wife down in the rocker with her head in the newspaper and her breakfast work still waiting. I guess that jarred it out of me more than anything else. Sight of her slouched down there, with her stringy yellow hair and her dusty apron and the pale back of her neck, reading the society notes. Society notes! Think of it! For the first time since I came to Seven Brothers I wanted to laugh. I guess I did laugh when I went aloft to clean the lamp and found everything so free and breezy, gulls flying high and little whitecaps making under a westerly. It was like feeling a big load dropped off your shoulders. Fedderson came up with his dust rag and cocked his head at me. "What's the matter, Ray?" said he. "Nothing," said I, and then I couldn't help it. "Seems kind of out of place for society notes," said I, "out here at Seven Brothers." He was the other side of the lens, and when he looked at me he had 1,000 eyes, all sober. For a minute I thought he was going on dusting, but then he came out and sat down on a sill. "Sometimes," said he, "I get to thinking it may be a mite dull for her out here. She's pretty young, Ray. Not much more'n a girl, hardly." Not much more'n a girl! It gave me a turn, sir, as though I'd seen my aunt in short dresses. "It's a good home for her, though," he went on slow. "I've seen a lot worse ashore, Ray. Of course, if I could get a shore light—" "Kingdom Come's a shore light." He looked at me out of his deep-set eyes, and then he turned them around the light-room where he'd been so long. "No," said he, wagging his head, "it ain't for such as me." I never saw so humble a man. "But look here," he went on, more cheerful. "As I was telling her just now, a month from yesterday's our 4th anniversary, and I'm going to take her ashore for the day and give her a holiday. New hat and everything. A girl wants a mite of excitement now and then, Ray." There was again that girl. It gave me the fidgets, sir. I had to do something about it. It's close quarters for last names in a light, and I'd taken to calling him Uncle Matt soon after I came. Now, when I was at table that noon I spoke over to where she was standing by the stove, getting him another help of chowder. "I guess I'll have some too, Aunt Anna," said I, matter of fact. She never said a word nor gave a sign, just stood there kind of round-shouldered, dipping the chowder. And that night at prayers I hitched my chair round the table, with its back the other way. You get awful lazy in a lighthouse some ways. No matter how much tinkering you've got, there's still a lot of time, and there's such a thing as too much reading. The changes in weather got monotonous, too, by and by. The light burns the same on a thick night as it does on a fair one. Of course, there's the ships, northbound, southbound, windjammers, freighters, passenger boats full of people. In the watches at night you can see their lights go by, and wonder what they are, how they're laden, where they'll fetch up, and all. I used to do that almost every evening when it was my first watch, sitting out on the walk-around up there with my legs hanging over the edge and my chin propped on the railing. Lazy. The Boston boat was the prettiest to see, with her 3 tiers of portholes lit, like a string of pearls wrapped round and round a woman's neck. Well away, too, for the ledge must have made a couple of 100 fathoms off the light, like a white dog-tooth of a breaker, even on the darkest night. Well, I was lolling there one night, as I say, watching the Boston boat go by, not thinking of anything special, when I heard the door on the other side of the tower open and footsteps coming around to me. By and by I nodded toward the boat and passed the remark that she was fetching in uncommon close tonight. No answer. I made nothing of that, for oftentimes Fedderson wouldn't answer. and after I'd watched the lights crawling on through the dark a spell, just to make conversation, I said, I guessed there'd be a bit of weather before long. "I've noticed," said I, "when there's weather coming on and the wind in the northeast, you can hear the orchestra playing aboard of her just over there. I make it out now. Do you?" "Yes. Oh, yes. I hear it all right." You can imagine I started. It wasn't him, but her. And there was something in the way she said that speech, sir, something, well, unnatural, like a hungry animal snapping at a person's hand. I turned and looked at her sidewise. She was standing by the railing, leaning a little outward, the top of her from the waist picked out bright by the lens behind her. I didn't know what in the world to say, and yet I had a feeling I ought not to sit there mum. "I wonder," said I, "what the captain's thinking of, fetching in so handy to-night. It's no way. I tell you, if 'twasn't for this light, she'd go to work and pile up on the ledge some thick night." She turned at that, and stared straight into the lens. I didn't like the look of her face. Somehow, with its edges cut hard all around, and its two eyes closed down to slits, like a cat's, it made a kind of mask. "And then," I went on, uneasy enough, "and then where'd all their music be of a sudden, and their goings-on, and their singing? And dancing!" She clipped me off so quick it took my breath. "Dancing?" said I. "That's dance music," said she. She was looking at the boat again. "How do you know?" I felt I had to keep on talking. "Well, sir," she laughed. I looked at her. She had on a shawl of some stuff or other that shined in the light. She had it pulled tight around her with her two hands in front at her breast, and I saw her shoulders swaying in tune. "How do I know?" she cried. Then she laughed again, the same kind of a laugh. It was queer, sir, to see her and to hear her. She turned as quick as that and leaned towards me. "Don't you know how to dance, Ray?" said she. "No," I managed, and I was going to say, "Aunt Anna," but the thing choked in my throat. I tell you, she was looking square at me all the time with her two eyes, and moving with the music as if she didn't know it. By heavens, sir, it came over me of a sudden that she wasn't so bad looking, after all. I guess I must have sounded like a fool. You see," said I, "she's cleared the rip there now, and the music's gone. You hear?" "Yes," said she, turning back slow. "That's where it stops every night. Night after night. It stops just there, at the rip." When she spoke again her voice was different. I never heard the like of it, thin and taut as a thread. It made me shiver, sir. "I hate 'em." That's what she said. "I hate 'em all. I'd like to see 'em dead. I'd love to see 'em torn apart on the rocks, night after night. I could bathe my hands in their blood, night after night." And do you know, sir, I saw it with my own eyes, her hands moving in each other above the rail. But it was her voice, though. I didn't know what to do or what to say, so I poked my head through the railing and looked down at the water. I don't think I'm a coward, sir, but it was like a cold, ice-cold hand taking hold of my beating heart. When I looked up finally, she was gone. By and by I went in and had a look at the lamp, hardly knowing what I was about. Then, seeing by my watch it was time for the old man to come on duty, I started to go below. In the Seven Brothers, you understand, the stair goes down in a spiral through a well against a south wall, and first there's the door to the keeper's room, and you come to another, and that's the living room, and then down to the storeroom. And at night, if you don't carry a lantern, it's as black as the pit. Well, down I went, sliding my hand along the rail, and as usual I stopped to give a rap on the keeper's door, in case he was taking a nap after supper. Sometimes he did. I stood there, blind as a bat, with my mind still up on the walk-around. There was no answer to my knock. I hadn't expected any. Just from habit, and with my right foot already hanging down for the next step, I reached out to give the door one more tap, for luck. Do you know, sir, my hand didn't fetch up on anything. The door had been there a second before, and now the door wasn't there. My hand just went on going through the dark, on, and I didn't seem to have sense or power enough to stop it. There didn't seem any air in the well to breathe, and my ears were drumming to the surf. That's how scared I was. And then my hand touched the flesh of a face, and something in the dark said, "Oh," no louder than a sigh. Next thing I knew, sir, I was down in the living room, warm and yellow lit, with Fedderson cocking his head at me across the table, where he was at that eternal Jacob's ladder of his. "What's the matter, Ray?" said he. "Lord's sake, Ray!" "Nothing," said I. Then I think I told him I was sick. That night I wrote a letter to A. L. Peters, the grain dealer in Duxbury, asking for a job, even though I wouldn't go ashore for a couple of weeks. Just the writing of it made me feel better. It's hard to tell you how those 2 weeks went by. I don't know why, but I felt like hiding in a corner all the time. I had to come to meals, but I didn't look at her, though, not once, unless it was by accident. Fedderson thought I was still ailing and nagged me to death with advice and so on. One thing I took care not to do, I can tell you, and that was to knock on his door till I'd made certain he wasn't below in the living room. Though I was tempted to. Yes, sir, that's a queer thing, and I wouldn't tell you if I hadn't set out to give you the truth. Night after night, stopping there on the landing in that black pit, the air gone out of my lungs, and the surf drumming in my ears, and sweat standing cold on my neck, and one hand lifting up in the air. God forgive me, sir. Maybe I did wrong not to look at her more, drooping about her work in her gingham apron, with her hair stringing. When the inspector came off with the tender that time, I told him I was through. That's when he took the dislike to me, I guess, for he looked at me kind of sneering and said, soft as I was, I'd have to put up with it till next relief. And then, said he, there'd be a whole house cleaning at Seven Brothers, because he'd gotten Fedderson the berth at Kingdom Come. And with that he slapped the old man on the back. I wish you could have seen Fedderson, sir. He sat down on my cot as if his knees had given way. Happy? You'd think he'd be happy with all his dreams come true. Yes, he was happy, beaming all over, for a minute. Then, sir, he began to shrivel up. It was like seeing a man cut down in his prime before your eyes. He began to wag his head. "No," said he, no, it's not for such as me. I'm good enough for Seven Brothers, and that's all, Mr. Bayliss, that's all." And for all the inspector could say, that's what he stuck to. He'd figured himself a martyr so many years, nursed that injustice like a mother with her firstborn, sir, and now in his old age, so to speak, they weren't to rob him of it. Fedderson was going to wear out his life in a second-class light, and folks would talk. That was his idea. I heard him hailing down as the tender was casting off. "See you tomorrow, Mr. Bayliss. Yep, coming ashore with the wife for a spree. Anniversary. Yep." But he didn't sound much like a spree. They had robbed him, partly, after all. I wonder what she thought about it. I didn't know till night. She didn't show up to supper, which Fedderson and I got ourselves. Had a headache, he said. It was my early watch. I went and lit up and came back to read a spell. He was finishing off the Jacob's ladder, and thoughtful, like a man that's lost a treasure. Once or twice I caught him looking about the room on the sly. It was pathetic, sir. Going up the second time, I stepped out on the walk-around to have a look at things. She was there, on the seaward side, wrapped in that silky thing. A fair sea was running across the ledge, and it was coming on a little thick, not too thick. Off to the right, the Boston boat was blowing, vroom, vroom, creeping up on us, quarter speed. There was another fellow behind her, and a fisherman's conch further offshore. I don't know why, but I stopped beside her and leaned on the rail. She didn't appear to notice me one way or another. We stood, listening to the whistles. And the longer we stood, the more it got on my nerves, her not noticing me. I suppose she'd been too much on my mind lately. I began to be put out. I scraped my feet. I coughed. By and by, I said out loud, "Look here, I guess I'd better get out the foghorns and give those fellows a toot." "Why?" said she, without moving her head, calm as that. Why? It gave me a turn, sir. For a minute I stared at her. Why? Because if she don't pick up this light before very many minutes, she'll be too close in to wear. Tide'll have her on the rocks. That's why. I couldn't see her face, but I could see one of her silk shoulders lift a little, like a shrug. And there I kept on staring at her, a dumb one, sure enough. I know what brought me to was hearing the Boston boat's 3 sharp toots as she picked up the light, mad as anything, and swung her helm aport. I turned away from her, sweat stringing down my face, and walked around to the door. It was just as well, too, for the feed pipe was plugged in the lamp and the wicks were popping. She'd have been out in another 5 minutes, sir. When I'd finished, I saw that woman standing in the doorway. Her eyes were bright. I had a horror of her, sir, a living horror. If only the light had been out, said she, low and sweet. God forgive you, said I, you don't know what you're saying. She went down the stair into the well, winding out of sight, and as long as I could see her, her eyes were watching mine. When I went myself, after a few minutes, she was waiting for me on that first landing, standing still in the dark. She took hold of my hand, though I tried to get it away. "Goodbye," said she in my ear. "Goodbye?" said I. I didn't understand. "You heard what he said today about Kingdom Come? Be it so. On his own head. I'll never come back here. Once I set foot ashore, I've got friends in Brightonboro, Ray." I got away from her and started on down, but I stopped. "Brightonboro?" I whispered back. "Why do you tell me?" My throat was raw to the words, like a sore. "So you'd know," said she. Well, sir, I saw them off next morning, down that new Jacob's ladder into the dinghy boat, her in a dress of blue velvet, and him in his best cutaway and derby, rowing away, smaller and smaller, the two of them. And then I went back and sat on my cot, leaving the door open and the ladder still hanging down the wall, along with the boatfalls. I don't know whether it was relief or what. I suppose I must have been worked up even more than I'd thought those past weeks, for now it was all over, I was like a rag. I got down on my knees, sir, and prayed to God for the salvation of my soul, and when I got up and climbed to the living room it was 12:30 by the clock. There was rain on the windows, and the sea was running blue-black under the sun. I'd sat there all that time not knowing there was a squall. It was funny. The glass stood high, but those black squalls kept coming and going all afternoon, while I was at work up in the light room. And I worked hard to keep myself busy. First thing I knew it was 5, and no sight of the boat yet. It began to get dim and kind of purplish grey over the land. The sun was down. I lit up, making everything snug, and got out the night glasses to have another look for that boat. He'd said he intended to get back before 5. No sign. And then, standing there, it came over me that of course he wouldn't be coming off. He'd be hunting her. Poor old fool. It looked like I had to stand 2 men's watches that night. Never mind. I felt like myself again, even if I hadn't had any dinner or supper. Pride came to me that night on the walk around, watching the boats go by. Little boats, big boats, the Boston boat with all her pearls and her dance music. They couldn't see me. They didn't know who I was, but to the last of them, they depended on me. They say a man must be born again. Well, I was born again. I breathed deep in the wind. Dawn broke hard and red as a dying coal. I put out the light and started to go below. Born again. Yes, sir. I felt so good I whistled in the well, and when I came to the first door on the stair I reached out in the dark to give it a rap for luck. And then, sir, the hair prickled all over my scalp when I found my hand just going on and on through the air, the same as it had gone once before, and all of a sudden I wanted to yell, because I thought I was going to touch flesh. It's funny what their just forgetting to close their door did to me, isn't it? Well, I reached for the latch and pulled it to with a bang and ran down as if a ghost was after me. I got up some coffee and bread and bacon for breakfast. I drank the coffee, but somehow I couldn't eat, all along of that open door. The light in the room was blood. I got to thinking. I thought how she'd talked about those men, women, and children on the rocks, and how she'd made to bathe her hands over the rail. I almost jumped out of my chair then. It seemed for a wink she was there beside the stove watching me with that queer half-smile. Really, I seemed to see her for a flash across the red tablecloth in the red light of dawn. "Look here," said I to myself, sharp enough, and then I gave myself a good laugh and went below. There I took a look out of the door, which was still open, with the ladder hanging down. I made sure to see the poor old fool come pulling around the point before very long now. My boots were hurting a little, and taking them off, I lay down on the cot to rest, and somehow I went to sleep. I had horrible dreams. I saw her again standing in that blood-red kitchen, and she seemed to be washing her hands, and the surf on the ledge was whining up the tower louder and louder all the time, and what it whined was, night after night, night after night. What woke me was cold water in my face. The storeroom was in gloom. That scared me at first. I thought night had come and remembered the light. But then I saw the gloom was of a storm. The floor was shining wet, and the water in my face was spray flung up through the open door. When I ran to close it, it almost made me dizzy to see the grey and white breakers marching past. The land was gone. The sky shut down heavy overhead. There was a piece of wreckage on the back of a swell, and the Jacob's ladder was carried clean away. How the sea had picked up so quick, I can't think. I looked at my watch, and it wasn't 4 in the afternoon yet. When I closed the doors, sir, it was almost dark in the storeroom. I'd never been in the light before in a gale of wind. I wondered why I was shivering so, till I found it was the floor below me shivering, and the walls and stair. Horrible crunchings and grindings ran away up the tower, and now and then there was a great thud somewhere, like a cannon shot in a cave. I tell you, sir, I was alone, and I was in a mortal fright for a minute or so. And yet I had to get myself together. There was the light up there not tended to, and an early dark coming on, and a heavy night and all, and I had to go, and I had to pass that door. You'll say it's foolish, sir, and maybe it was foolish. Maybe it was because I hadn't eaten. But I began thinking of that door up there the minute I set foot on the stair. And all the way up through that howling dark well I dreaded to pass it. I told myself I wouldn't stop. I didn't stop. I felt the landing underfoot, and I went on 4 steps, 5. And then I couldn't. I turned and went back. I put out my hand, and it was on into nothing. That door, sir, was open again. I left it be. I went on up to the light room and set to work. It was bedlam there, sir, screeching bedlam, but I took no notice. I kept my eyes down. I trimmed those 7 wicks, sir, as neat as ever they were trimmed. I polished the brass till it shone, and I dusted the lens. It wasn't till that was done that I let myself look back to see who it was standing there, half out of sight in the well. It was her, sir. "Where do you come from?" I asked. I remember my voice was sharp. "Up Jacob's ladder," said she, and hers was like the syrup of flowers. I shook my head. I was savage, sir. "The ladder's carried away." "I cast it off," said she, with a smile. "Then," said I, "you must have come while I was asleep." Another thought came on me heavy as a ton of lead. "And where's he?" said I. "Where's the boat?" "He's drowned," said she, as easy as that. "And I let the boat go adrift. You wouldn't hear me when I called." "But look here," said I. "If you came through the storeroom, why didn't you wake me up? Tell me that." It sounds foolish enough, me standing like a lawyer in court, trying to prove she couldn't be there. She didn't answer for a moment. I guess she sighed, though I couldn't hear for the gale, and her eyes grew soft, sir, so soft. "I couldn't," said she. "You looked so peaceful, dear one." My cheeks and neck went hot, sir, as if a warm iron was laid on them. I didn't know what to say. I began to stammer. What do you mean? But she was going back down the stair, out of sight. My God, sir, and I used not to think she was good-looking. I started to follow her. I wanted to know what she meant. Then I said to myself, if I don't go, if I wait here, she'll come back. And I went to the weather side and stood looking out of the window. Not that there was much to see. It was growing dark, and the 7 brothers looked like the mane of a running horse, a great vast white horse running into the wind. The air was a-welter with it. I caught one peep of a fisherman lying down flat trying to weather the ledge, and I said, God help them all tonight. And then I went hot at sound of that God. I was right about her, though. She was back again. I wanted her to speak first, before I turned, but she wouldn't. I didn't hear her go out. I didn't know what she was up to till I saw her coming outside on the walk-around, drenched wet already. I pounded on the glass for her to come in and not be a fool. If she heard, she gave no sign of it. There she stood, and there I stood, watching her. Lord, sir, was it just that I'd never had eyes to see? Or are there women who bloom? Her clothes were shining on her like a carving, and her hair was let down like a golden curtain tossing and streaming in the gale, and there she stood with her lips half open, drinking, and her eyes half closed, gazing straight away over the 7 brothers, and her shoulders swaying, as if in tune with the wind and water and all the ruin. And when I looked at her hands over the rail, sir, they were moving in each other as if they bathed. And then I remembered, sir. A cold horror took me. I knew now why she had come back again. She wasn't a woman. She was a devil. I turned my back on her. I said to myself, it's time to light up. You've got to light up. Like that, over and over, out loud. My hand was shivering so I could hardly find a match, and when I scratched it, it only flared a second and then went out in the backdraft from the open door. She was standing in the doorway, looking at me. It's queer, sir, but I felt like a child caught in mischief. I was going to light up, I managed to say, finally. Why? Said she. No, I can't say it as she did. Why? Said I. My God! She came nearer, laughing, as if with pity. Low, you know. Your God? And who is your God? What is God? What is anything on a night like this? I drew back from her. All I could say anything about was the light. Why not the dark? Said she. Dark is softer than light, tenderer, dearer than light. From the dark up here, away up here in the wind and storm, we can watch the ships go by, you and I. And you love me so. You've loved me so long, Ray. I never have. I struck out at her. I don't. I don't. Her voice was lower than ever, but there was the same laughing pity in it. Oh, yes, you have. And she was near me again. I have? I yelled. I'll show you. I'll show you if I have. I got another match, sir, and scratched it on the brass. I gave it to the first wick, the little wick that's inside all the others. It bloomed like a yellow flower. I have? I yelled, and gave it to the next. Then there was a shadow, and I saw she was leaning beside me, her 2 elbows on the brass, her 2 arms stretched out above the wicks, her bare forearms and wrists and hands. I gave a gasp. Take care, you'll burn them, for God's sake. She didn't move or speak. The match burned my fingers and went out, and all I could do was stare at those arms of hers, helpless. I had never noticed her arms before. They were rounded and graceful, and covered with a soft down like a breath of gold. Then I heard her speaking close to my ear. Pretty arms, she said. Pretty arms. I turned. Her eyes were fixed on mine. They seemed heavy as if with sleep, and yet between their lids they were two wells, deep and deep, and as if they held all the things I had ever thought or dreamed in them. I looked away from them at her lips. Her lips were red as poppies, heavy with redness. They moved, and I heard them speaking. "Poor boy, you love me so, and you want to kiss me, don't you?" "No," said I, but I couldn't turn around. I looked at her hair. I'd always thought it was stringy hair. Some hair curls naturally with damp, they say, and perhaps that was it, for there were pearls of wet on it, and it was thick and shimmering around her face, making soft shadows by the temples. There was green in it, queer strands of green, like braids. "What is it?" said I. "Nothing but weed," said she, with that slow, sleepy smile. Somehow or other I felt calmer than I had any time. "Look here," said I, "I'm going to light this lamp." I took out a match, scratched it, and touched the third wick. The flame ran around, bigger than the other two together, but still her arms hung there. I bit my lip. "By God, I will," said I to myself, and I lit the fourth. It was fierce, sir, fierce, and yet those arms never trembled. I had to look around at her. Her eyes were still looking into mine, so deep and deep, and her red lips were still smiling with that queer sleepy droop. The only thing was that tears were raining down her cheeks, big, glowing, round, jewel tears. It wasn't human, sir. It was like a dream. "Pretty arms," she sighed. And then, as if those words had broken something in her heart, there came a great sob bursting from her lips. To hear it drove me mad. I reached to drag her away, but she was too quick, sir. She cringed from me, and slipped out from between my hands. It was like she faded away, sir, and went down in a bundle, nursing her poor arms and mourning over them with those terrible broken sobs. The sound of them took the manhood out of me. You'd have been the same, sir. I knelt down beside her on the floor and covered my face. "Please," I moaned, "please, please." That's all I could say. I wanted her to forgive me. I reached out a hand, blind, for forgiveness, and I couldn't find her anywhere. I had hurt her so, and she was afraid of me. Of me, sir, who loved her so deep it drove me crazy. I could see her down the stair, though it was dim and my eyes were filled with tears. I stumbled after her, crying, "Please, please." The little wicks I'd lit were blowing in the wind from the door and smoking the glass beside them black. One went out. I pleaded with them the same as I would plead with a human being. I said I'd be back in a second. I promised. And I went on down the stair, crying like a baby, because I'd hurt her, and she was afraid of me. Of me, sir. She had gone into her room. The door was closed against me, and I could hear her sobbing beyond it, broken-hearted. My heart was broken too. I beat on the door with my palms. I begged her to forgive me. I told her I loved her, and all the answer was that sobbing in the dark. And then I lifted the latch and went in, groping, pleading. "Dearest, please, because I love you." I heard her speak down near the floor. There wasn't any anger in her voice, nothing but sadness and despair. "No," said she, "you don't love me, Ray. You never have." "I do. I have." "No, no," said she, as if she were tired out. "Where are you?" I was groping for her, I thought, and lit a match. She had got to the door and was standing there as if ready to fly. I went toward her, and she made me stop. She took my breath away. "I hurt your arms," said I, in a dream. "No," said she, hardly moving her lips. She held them out to the match's light for me to look, and there was never a scar on them. Not even that soft golden down was singed, sir. "You can't hurt my body," said she. sad as anything. Only my heart, Ray, my poor heart. I tell you again, she took my breath away. I lit another match. How can you be so beautiful? I wondered. She answered in riddles, but oh, the sadness of her, sir! Because, said she, I've always wanted to be. How come your eyes so heavy? Said I. Because I've seen so many things I never dreamed of, said she. How come your hair so thick? It's the seaweed makes it thick, said she, smiling queer, queer. How come seaweed there? Out of the bottom of the sea. She talked in riddles, but it was like poetry to hear her, or a song. How come your lips so red? Said I. Because they've wanted so long to be kissed. Fire was on me, sir. I reached out to catch her, but she was gone, out of the door and down the stair. I followed, stumbling. I must have tripped on the turn, for I remember going through the air and fetching up with a crash, and I didn't know anything for a spell. How long, I can't say. When I came to, she was there, somewhere, bending over me, crooning, my love, under her breath, like a song. But then when I got up, she was not where my arms went. She was down the stair again, just ahead of me. I followed her. I was tottering and dizzy and full of pain. I tried to catch up with her in the dark of the storeroom, but she was too quick for me, sir, always a little too quick for me. Oh, she was cruel to me, sir. I kept bumping against things, hurting myself still worse, and it was cold and wet and horrible noise all the while, sir. And then, sir, I found the door was open and a sea had parted the hinges. I don't know how it all went, sir. I'd tell you if I could, but it's all so blurred. Sometimes it seems more like a dream. I couldn't find her any more. I couldn't hear her. I went all over, everywhere. Once, I remember, I found myself hanging out of that door between the davits, looking down into those big black seas, and crying like a baby. It's all riddles and blur. I can't seem to tell you much, sir. It was all, I don't know. I was talking to somebody else, not her. It was the inspector. I hardly knew it was the inspector. His face was as grey as a blanket, and his eyes were bloodshot, and his lips were twisted. His left wrist hung down, awkward. It was broken coming aboard the light in that sea. Yes, we were in the living room. Yes, sir, it was daylight, grey daylight. I tell you, sir, the man looked crazy to me. He was waving his good arm toward the weather windows, and what he was saying over and over was this: "Look what you've done, damn you! Look what you've done!" And what I was saying was this: "I've lost her." I didn't pay any attention to him, nor him to me. By and by he did, though. He stopped his talking all of a sudden, and his eyes looked like the devil's eyes. He put them up close to mine. He grabbed my arm with his good hand, and I cried, I was so weak. "Johnson," said he, "is that it? By the living God, if you got a woman out here, Johnson—" "No," said I, "I've lost her." "What do you mean, lost her?" "It was dark," said I, "and it's funny how my head was clearing up. And the door was open, the storeroom door, and I was after her, and I guess she stumbled, maybe, and I lost her." "Johnson," said he, "what do you mean? You sound crazy, downright crazy. Who?" "Her," said I, "Fedderson's wife." "Who?" "Her," said I, and with that he gave my arm another jerk. "Listen," said he, like a tiger, "don't try that on me. It won't do any good, that kind of lies. Not where you're going to. Fedderson and his wife, too, the both of 'em drowned deader'n a doornail." "I know," said I, nodding my head. I was so calm it made him wild. "You're crazy, crazy as a loon, Johnson." And he was chewing his lip red. I know, because it was me that found the old man laying on Backwater Flats yesterday morning. Me. And she'd been with him in the boat, too, because he had a piece of her jacket torn off, tangled in his arm. I know, said I, nodding again like that. You know what, you crazy murdering fool? Those were his words to me, sir. I know, said I, what I know. And I know, said he, what I know. And there you are, sir. He's Inspector. I'm nobody. End of The Woman at Seven Brothers by Wilbur Daniel Steele.
From the Straw Hut Among the Seven Peaks by Lu Kuhn, 19th century. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1. From the high pavilion of the great rock, I look down at the green river. There is the sail of a returning boat. The birds are flying in pairs. The faint snuff color of trees closes the horizon. All about me sharp peaks jag upward, but through my window and beyond is the smooth, broad brightness of the setting sun. 2. Clouds brush the rocky ledge. In the dark green shadow left by the sunken sun, a jade fountain flies, and a little stream, thin as the fine thread spun by sad women in prison chambers, slides through the grasses and whirls suddenly upon itself, avoiding the sharp edges of the iris leaves. Few people pass here. Only the hermits of the hills come in companies to gather the imperial fern. End of From the Straw Hut Among the Seven Peaks by Lu Kuhn, 19th century. Read by Sudone Vox.
Wie 7 Schneider in den Türkenkrieg zogen bei Friedrich Reinhold Kreuzwald. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wie 7 Schneider in den Türkenkrieg zogen. Es lebten einmal in alten Zeiten 7 Schneider, denen das Nadeln zuwider geworden war. Sie wollten höher hinaus. Von manchen tapferen Helden hatten sie erzählen hören und dann vernommen, dass im Türkenlande ein großer Krieg angebrochen sei und dass wackere Männer dahin gesucht würden. Bei dieser Nachricht schwoll unseren Männlein der Kamm. Sie wollten zu Felde ziehen, um sich die Sporen zu verdienen, und redeten darum untereinander wie folgt: Wir stehen wohl auch unsern Mann. Bislang haben wir friedlich Löcher ins Zeug gestochen. Gehen wir jetzt mit stärkerem Spieß des Feindes Leiber zu durchbohren. Sie ließen sich nun einen langen Lanzenschaft aus dem stärksten Eichenholz machen, dann vom Schmiede ihre 7 Scheren zusammenschweißen, zu einer Lanzenspitze zurechthämmern und an das Ende des Schafts festklopfen. Ehe sie sich auf den Weg machten, wurde gelost, wer von ihnen Obermann werden und als Führer vorangehen solle. Als das Los entschieden hatte, stellten sie sich in eine Reihe und nahmen gemeinschaftlich die schwere Lanze auf ihre Schultern, weil eben einem die Last zu schwer geworden wäre. Der erste, der durchs Los gewählte Hauptmann, der die scharfe Spitze der Lanze trug, wurde Nasenmann genannt, weil seine Nase den andern den Weg zeigen sollte. Die 5 folgenden erhielten die Namen Einkraftmann, Zweikraftmann, Dreikraftmann, Vierkraftmann und Fünfkraftmann, was freilich nicht bedeuten sollte, dass einer von ihnen die Kraft von 3 oder 4 Männern gehabt hätte, sondern nur anzeigen, in welcher Reihenfolge sie marschieren müssten, damit gar keine Irrung entstehen könnte. Der 7. wurde Schwanzmann genannt, weil das hintere Ende des Lanzenschafts auf seiner Schulter lag. Die Kraftmänner aber mussten auch noch abwechselnd den Brotsack tragen, der eine 1/3 des Tages, der andere das 2. Drittel und so weiter bis zum 6. Überdies hatte jeder ein Presseisen in der Tasche, damit nicht auf offenem Felde der starke Wind sie vom Wege fortblasen könnte. Es versteht sich übrigens von selbst, dass die Männer alle ebenso klug wie beherzt waren, da sie wohl sonst nicht gewagt hätten, eine so große Sache zu unternehmen, die ihnen auf jedem Schritte den Tod bringen konnte. So zum Kriege gerüstet, zogen alle 7 Männer an einem schönen Sommermorgen aus, nahmen zu rechter Zeit Frühstück und Mittagsmahl, ruhten dazwischen im Schatten der Gebüsche aus, eilten dann wieder weiter und wollten, wenn sie jemandem begegneten, nach dem besten Wege ins Türkenland sich erkundigen. Als sie so über Feld gingen, sah der Nasenmann und sahen auch die andern einen Bauernhof unweit der Straße, und es wurde sofort beschlossen, 2 Männer auf Kundschaft auszuschicken, ob man da nicht noch Mundvorrat für die Reise bekommen könnte. 3 Kraftmann und 5 Kraftmann gingen hin, um nachzusehen. Als sie zurückkamen, erzählten sie den anderen, dass sie auf dem Hofe nichts weiter gefunden als 3 Weiber und einige Kinder, von Männern nirgends eine Spur. Der Nasenmann sagte: »Kriegsleute müssen Mut haben, also gerade auf den Feind los, und wenn er noch so stark ist.« Die Männer stießen ein Freudengeschrei aus und stürmten auf den Bauernhof los. Als die Weiber die 7 Männer und die lange Lanze sahen, erschraken sie wohl im ersten Augenblick, aber ein Mütterchen, das natürlichen Scharfblick besaß, merkte sogleich, was für Männlein die Andringenden wären, und sagte deshalb zu den anderen Weibern: »Diese Feinde jagen wir mit dem Besenstiel zum Hofe hinaus«, nahm einen Besenstiel in die Hand, während ein anderes Weib eine Mistgabel, ein drittes eine Brotschaufel ergriff, und so stellten sie sich vor die Tür, den Feind erwartend. »Halt, Brüderchen«, rief der Nasenmann, »die Klugheit muß zuweilen den übermäßigen Mut zügeln, sonst könnte es Unglück geben. Wir haben nur eine Waffe, Sie aber 3, und viele Hunde sind endlich auch des Bären tot. Kehren wir lieber um.« Die andern fanden des Hauptmanns Rat lobenswert und machten sich deshalb so rasch davon, als ob sie Feuer in den Taschen hätten. Als der Schwanzmann nach einiger Zeit es wagte, über die Schulter zurückzublicken, sah er, dass ihnen kein Feind mehr auf der Ferse sei. Da hemmte man den Lauf und zog langsam weiter. Am Abend gegen Sonnenuntergang flog ein Mistkäfer über die Kriegsmänner hin. Sie hörten das Gesumme seiner Flügel, welches in der Abendstille so fürchterlich klang, dass die Männer schauderten. Der Nasenmann rief: »Brüderchen, der Feind kommt über uns, ich höre schon sein Dröhnen.« Mit diesen Worten ließ er die Lanzenspitze von der Schulter gleiten und lief mit Blitzesschnelle davon. Die anderen dachten: »Unser Leben ist auch nicht zäher als seines«, warfen die Lanze von den Schultern und nahmen wie ihr Hauptmann die Flucht, der eine hierhin, der andere dorthin, wie es sich gerade traf. Der Nasenmann hatte eine leere Heuscheune gesehen und lief darauf zu, um eine Zufluchtsstätte zu finden. Als er aber hineinsprang, bemerkte er nicht, dass ein Rechen am Boden lag, der, als sein Fuß unversehens die Pflöcke berührte, in die Höhe schnellte und mit dem Stiele gegen sein Gesicht schlug. »Habt Erbarmen oder führt mich ins Gefängnis«, bat Nasenmann, »aber lasst mich leben.« Er hielt nämlich das Anprallen des Stiels für einen Schlag des Feindes. Nach einer Weile, als alles um ihn her still blieb, glaubte er, der Feind habe sich zurückgezogen und wagte nun, die Scheune zu verlassen. Inzwischen hatte nächtliches Dunkel sich über die Gegend gelagert. Wo sollte er jetzt seine Gefährten auffinden? Sie zu rufen wagte er nicht, denn auch die Feinde hätten seine Stimme hören können. Dieselbe Furcht verschloss den andern Männern den Mund, so daß keiner ein Zeichen zu geben wagte. Dreikraftmann, der in einen Strauch von wilden Rosen geraten war, konnte jedoch das Stechen der Dornen nicht länger aushalten, sondern fing an bitterlich zu weinen und den Feind, von dessen Lanzenspitzen er sich gequält glaubte, um Gnade zu bitten. Gnade, Gnade, lieben Leute, es wäre schon an einer Lanze übergenug. Warum stecht ihr mich mit so vielen? Als die Feinde aber nicht darauf hörten, nahm er reißaus, bis er über den Schwanzmann stolperte und hinfiel. Aber beide wagten sich nicht weiter zu rühren, sondern dachten, wenn wir still bleiben, halten uns die Feinde für tot. So lagen beide bis zum Morgen, wo sie erst beim Schein der Morgenröte inne wurden, dass sie Freunde seien. Da nun ringsum nirgends mehr eine Spur vom Feinde zu erblicken war, so riefen sie auch den übrigen zu, die dann auch einer nach dem andern herankamen. Keiner von allen hatte so viel Schaden genommen wie Dreikraftmann, dessen Körper an vielen Stellen zerkratzt war. Nasenmann sagte: »Ich weiß zwar nicht, wo ich verwundet bin, aber am Blutfuß merke ich, dass ich Schaden genommen habe, denn meine Hosen sind voll Blut.« Als man nachsah, fand sich, dass das Blut eine bräunlich-gelbe Farbe hatte, und Vierkraftmann sagte: »Der Geruch ist übler als der von Blut.« Nasenmann ging, seine Hose zu reinigen, und dankte seinem Glücke, als er sah, dass er nirgends eine Wunde hatte. Darauf beschlossen die Männer einmütig, von ihren ersten Kriegsdrangsalen zu Hause nichts zu sagen. Als die Lanze wieder aufgefunden war, setzten sich alle nieder, um sich durch einen Imbiss zu stärken, ehe sie weiterzögen. Da fiel es dem Nasenmann ein, die Kriegsleute zu überzählen, um zu sehen, ob der zweimalige Zusammenstoß Verluste gebracht habe. Es fand sich, dass ein Mann fehlte. Die anderen zählten ebenfalls, jeder der Reihe nach, und keiner brachte mehr als 6 heraus. Der 7. war verschwunden. Sie zählten so: Ich bin ich, dann 1, 2, 3 bis zum 6. Wer von ihnen nun aber verloren gegangen war, konnte niemand sagen. Endlich kam einem von ihnen ein gescheiter Gedanke, wie angeblasen. Er sah am Boden einen kleinen Misthaufen und sagte zu den Kameraden: Wenn jeder seine Nase hineinsteckte, so könnte man sehen, wie viele Löcher dadurch entstanden wären. Sie taten es, und als man darauf die Nasenspuren nachzählte, da fanden sich, o Freude, alle 7. Niemand aber konnte begreifen, woher der Irrtum gekommen, dass man beim Zählen nur 6 herausgebracht. Als sie weiterzogen, kamen sie an den Saum eines dichten Waldes, in welchen ein schmaler Pfad hineinführte. Hier wurde wieder Rat gepflogen, was besser wäre, auf diesem Pfade gerade durchzumarschieren oder den Wald in einer weiten Entfernung zu umgehen. Allein da keiner vorher wissen konnte, ob denn auch ein Weg um den Wald herumführe, so wurde endlich einmütig beschlossen, hindurchzugehen. Der schmale Pfad machte ihnen das Weiterkommen sehr beschwerlich, da sie unaufhörlich rechts und links mit den Händen die Zweige zur Seite biegen mussten. Sie konnten deshalb auch nicht weiter sehen, als die Nase reichte. Ohne aber auf Hindernisse und Dunkelheit zu achten, schritten sie mutig und tapfer vorwärts, so dass sie nicht früher gewahr wurden, dass ein Wolf mitten im Wege schlief, als bis Nasenmann schon den Fuß erhoben hatte, um darauf zu treten. Als er nun so plötzlich die greuliche Bestie zu seinen Füßen erblickte, rief er voll Schrecken: »Ein Seehund! Ein Seehund!« und sprang jäh zurück, so daß Einkraft- und Zweikraftmann auf ihre Hintermänner gedrängt wurden und die Männer sämtlich zu Boden fielen, bis auf Schwanzmann, der glücklicherweise aufrecht blieb, wodurch die Lanzenspitze auf den Wolf zu fallen kam. Gern hätten die Männer sämtlich die Flucht ergriffen, wenn die vor Schrecken erstarrten Beine sie hätten tragen wollen, oder wenn der dichte Wald das Durchkommen gestattet hätte. Da also kein Entrinnen möglich war, so mussten sie notgedrungen bleiben und ruhig warten, bis der Seehund einen nach dem andern verschlingen würde. Nasenmann, welcher am nächsten stand, wunderte sich, dass das Raubtier sich nicht vom Flecke rühre, und klug wie er war, schloss er daraus sofort, dass ihre scharfe Lanze dasselbe im Schlafe getötet habe. Als er näher trat und das Tier untersuchte, fand er es entseelt, was freilich nicht von einer durch die Männer ihm beigebrachten Wunde herrührte, sondern schon einige Tage vorher eingetreten war. Nasenmanns Freude über dieses unerwartete Glück war grenzenlos. Als er aber über die Schulter blickte und seine Gefährten alle mit dem Gesicht auf dem Boden liegen fand, erschrak er von neuem, weil er glaubte, dass sie durch sein Zurückprallen sämtlich vom Lanzenschaft durchbohrt seien, so daß sie daran stäken wie Strömlinge an der Stange. Er hub dann so bitterlich an, sein Herzweh zu klagen, daß der Wald ringsum von seinem Geschrei erscholl. Die andern glaubten anfangs, dass er unter den Griffen des Tieres schreie und wagten deshalb nicht, sich vom Fleck zu rühren. Als aber das Geschrei andauerte, wurde ihnen so viel klar, dass doch aus dem Bauche des Tieres so lautes Schreien nicht an ihr Ohr dringen konnte. Die Dreisteren hoben die Köpfe etwas in die Höhe und lugten heimlich von unten herauf, um zu entdecken, warum denn ihr Hauptmann so schreie. Sobald sie innewurden, dass der erschlagene Seehund weder Ohren noch Schwanz rührte und Nasenmann unversehrt neben ihm stand, sprangen sie wie der Wind vom Boden auf und eilten, sich die seltsame Sache anzusehen. Niemand von ihnen war im geringsten verletzt. Dass sie niedergestürzt, war einzig und allein deshalb geschehen, damit des greulichen Tieres Auge sie nicht erblicken sollte. Als sie nun zusammen das Untier, wofür sie den Seehund gehalten, zu untersuchen begannen, wo und wie tief ihr Schlachtspeer in dasselbe eingedrungen sei, erstaunten sie wohl sehr darüber, dass an dem Tiere auch nicht die mindeste Spur einer Wunde sichtbar wurde. Dreikraftmann sagte: »Ein Seehund hat doch nicht mehr als 2 natürliche Öffnungen, eine vorn, die andere hinten. Jetzt seht nach, in welche von beiden ist unsere Lanze eingedrungen?« Fünfkraftmann war näher getreten, und als er mit der Nase an den Seehund rührte, rief er: »Oho, Brüderchen, ihr seid auf dem Holzwege. Der Seehund ist schon längst krepiert, denn er stinkt.« »Ja«, sagte Dreikraftmann, »mir ist schon längst ein fauler Geruch wie von einer sauer gewordenen Strömlingstonne in die Nase gestiegen.« Die Männer fassten nun einmütig den klugen Beschluss, dem toten Seehund das Fell abzuziehen und dasselbe an der Lanze zu befestigen, damit alle Welt daraus ersähe, was für tapfere Taten sie verrichtet hätten. Den Leichnam ließen sie im Walde liegen, indem sie sagten: »Hat er früher Rinder und Pferde gefressen, so mögen sie jetzt ihn fressen.« Da nun aber der Abend hereinbrach und sie noch immer nicht wussten, wie weit der Wald sich noch erstrecken möchte, so mussten sie ihren Marsch beschleunigen, um vorwärts zu kommen. Nach einer Werst hörte der Wald auf, und sie kamen an ein Feld, auf dem nichts weiter wuchs als einiges Wacholdergebüsch. »Hier wollen wir zur Nacht bleiben«, sagte Nasenmann, »denn wir haben heute wie Männer uns gemüht und geplagt.« Während die anderen schliefen, sollte immer einer von ihnen abwechselnd Wache halten, damit ihnen kein Unheil über den Hals käme. Mitten in der Nacht, als gerade Dreikraftmann auf Wache stand, vernahm er ein schauerliches Getöse, weshalb er sogleich seine Gefährten weckte. Die Männer spitzten alle die Ohren, und von Zeit zu Zeit erscholl es: Plumps, plumps, als ob jemand einen schweren Stein aus einer Höhe zu Boden würfe. Einige hielten das Geräusch für so schlimm, dass es die Erde unter ihren Füßen erbeben mache. Was konnte das sein? Nasenmann fragte, ob einer sich getraue, dem Geräusche nachzugehen, um zu sehen, was es sei, aber keiner schien Lust zu haben, solch ein Wagnis zu unternehmen. Endlich sagte Dreikraftmann, der manchmal verwickelte Fragen sehr scharfsinnig zu lösen wusste: »Ich glaube zu wissen, was das Geräusch zu bedeuten hat. Des erschlagenen Seehundes Geist geht sicherlich als Gespenst um.« Als aber das Geräusch immer näher kam, sagte Schwanzmann: »Mir fällt etwas ein, wie wir unseres Gespenstes am besten Herr werden können. Die Gespenster müssen sich vor wilden Tieren fürchten. Ich wickele das Fell des erschlagenen Seehundes wie einen Pelz um mich und gehe auf allen Vieren dem Geräusch entgegen. Dann jage ich das Ding gewiss in die Flucht.« Der Anschlag gefiel den Männern, und so wurde Schwanzmann in das Seehundfell gewickelt. Und damit er auch sonst nicht ohne Schutz gegen Gefahren bleibe, nahmen die andern die Lanze auf die Schultern und gingen in einem Abstand von 100 Schritten hinter ihm her. Schwanzmann war noch nicht weit gekommen, da sah er auf dem Felde ein greuliches, 5-füßiges Tier, das hatte 2 lange Hörner und feurige Augen im Kopfe, die wie Kerzen weithin leuchteten. Wunderlich war sein Gang, die beiden Vorderfüße hob es zugleich auf, als wären die Beine zusammengewachsen, die Mittelfüße traten einer nach dem andern einher, der 5. Fuß aber schien dazu vorhanden zu sein, dass ihn das Tier wie einen Flügel bald links, bald rechts schwinge, wahrscheinlich um die Bewegung des schweren Körpers zu erleichtern. Den Kopf hielt das Tier am Boden und brauchte ihn wohl dazu, den Körper vorn zu stützen. Als unser Freund das alles gesehen hatte, hielt er es für das Gescheiteste, so sacht als möglich zurückzugehen, ehe das grässliche Tier ihn erblicke. Als die andern seinen Bericht gehört hatten, wurde sogleich beschlossen, das Weite zu suchen, damit das greuliche Tier sie nicht fände. Hätte nicht die Furcht den Augen Schwanzmanns ein Blendwerk vorgemacht, so würde er ein Wesen gesehen haben, das weder ihm noch den andern Angst erregt hätte, nämlich ein gekoppeltes Pferd, welches diese Nacht auf der Weide graste. Die vermeintlichen Hörner waren des Tieres Ohren, der Schwanz sein 5. Fuß, und die feurigen Augen hatte ihm die Furcht des Beschauers geschaffen. Am folgenden Tage ging ihre Reise glücklich vonstatten, und es stieß ihnen weiter kein Hindernis auf als ein kleiner See, an dessen Ufer sie gegen Abend gelangten. Vom hohen Ufer aus gesehen wogte der blaue See vor ihren Augen, als ob ein Windstoß über die Wasserfläche hinfahre. Die in den Türkenkrieg ziehenden Männer ließen sich am Ufer auf den Rasen nieder und hielten Rat, wie sie hinüberkommen sollten, da nirgends in der Nähe weder Boot noch Kahn zu sehen war. Hätten sie gewusst, dass ihr Sitz nichts weiter als ein Erdhaufen war und der vermeintliche See ein Flachsfeld, das gerade mit blauen Blüten bedeckt war, so hätte ihnen das Ratschlagen weniger Kopfbrechen gekostet. Nasenmann sagte: »Hier hilft alles nichts. Über den See müssen wir. Wie sollten wir sonst nach Türkenland kommen? Hätte einer von uns die Stärke des Kalef-Sohnes, so könnte er uns mit Leichtigkeit über den See ans andere Ufer tragen. Oder ist jemand tüchtiger Schwimmer, der bringe die anderen der Reihe nach über den See, aufs Trockene.« Dreikraftmann sagte: »Hast du die Stärke, so sei der Kalef-Sohn und trage uns durch den See. Oder bist du ein geschickter Schwimmer, so schwimm und nimm uns mit.« Fünfkraftmann aber, der gerade hinter seinem Rücken stand, stieß ihn vom Ufer, oder richtiger gesprochen, vom Erdhaufen hinunter. Dreikraftmann erschrak anfangs nicht wenig. Als er aber merkte, dass er mit der Nase auf trockenem Rasen lag, fühlte er alsbald wieder Mut in sich und rief aus: »Wer ein wackerer Mann sein will, der komme mir nach!« Da stieß Nasenmann noch 2 Männer vom Ufer, und die übrigen sprangen von freien Stücken hinunter. Außer einer kleinen Erschütterung verspürte keiner weiteren Schaden, und alle waren froh, dass das Wagestück gelungen war und das gefürchtete Wasser sie nicht nass gemacht hatte. Die Lanze aber hatten die Männer am Ufer vergessen und mussten nun zurückgehen, um ihre Waffe zu holen, weil ein Krieger ohne Lanze ebenso wenig weiterkommt als ein Ackersmann ohne Pflug. Da der Abend angebrochen und eine geschützte Stelle zur Hand war, so wollten die Männer hier übernachten, und nach gepflogener Beratung wurde ein Lager hergerichtet. Als die Kriegsmänner sich eben schlafen legen wollten, drang der Feind auf sie ein. Es war ein Bauer mit einem derben Knüttel auf der Schulter, der scheltend herankam. »Ihr Lumpengesindel«, rief er, »habt ihr nicht anderswo Raum, euch niederzulassen, als auf meinem Flachsfelde? Wartet, ihr Galgenschwengel, ich will euch den Rücken so blau schlagen wie die Flachsblüten.« Die Türkenbekämpfer aber dachten, besser Furcht als Reue, und ergriffen die Flucht, kaum dass sie noch zu viel Zeit hatten, die Lanze mitzunehmen. Sie hätten sich wohl auch zur Wehr setzen können, aber der Feind war so plötzlich und mit so wildem Grimm auf sie eingestürmt, dass es ihnen nicht beikam, den Kampf aufzunehmen. Erst nachdem sie einige Werst weit geflohen waren, fiel es ihnen ein, sich zur Wehr zu setzen. Aber wo sollten sie jetzt den Feind hernehmen? Ebenso gut hätten sie die Luft greifen können. »Wir hätten ihn ja kurz und klein schlagen können«, sagte Nasenmann, »wenn er uns nicht so unvermutet über den Hals gekommen wäre.« Dreikraftmann sagte: »Und was für einen Knüttel führte er! Ich danke meinem Glücke, dass er nicht dazu kam, meinen Rücken zu messen. Er hätte mir alle Knochen zu Brei geschlagen. Aber was meint ihr dazu, Kameraden, wenn wir morgen früh unsere Schritte wieder heimwärts lenkten? Der Teufel weiß, wie weit das Türkenland noch sein mag und was für Unglück uns noch zustoßen kann, ehe wir hinkommen. Die anderen fanden sogleich, dass Dreikraftmanns Rat gut war. Aber, sagte Nasenmann, den Weg, den wir gekommen sind, gehe ich nicht zurück. Da würden wir wie die Mäuse der Katze in den Rachen laufen und unsere Haut zu Markte tragen, weil der Mann mit dem Knüttel nicht verfehlen würde, uns durchzubläuen. Alle mussten zugeben, dass Nasenmann recht hatte, und nachdem sie über die halbe Nacht damit zugebracht hatten, die Sache nach allen Seiten hin zu erörtern, wurde einmütig beschlossen, auf einem anderen Wege zurückzukehren. Da kamen sie denn nach einigen Tagen an das Ufer eines Sees, in welchem wirklich Wasser floss und also nicht bloß ein blauer Schimmer der Oberfläche sie täuschte. »Das ist also der Peipussee«, rief Vierkraftmann, der den Ort sogleich erkannte. »Aber hier müssen wir sehr vorsichtig sein, weil hier ein gar greuliches Untier wohnen soll. Ob Vierfüßler, Vogel oder Fisch kann ich nicht mit Sicherheit angeben, aber das habe ich aus alter Leute Mund vernommen, dass der Kalef-Sohn selber es nicht bezwungen hat.« Nasenmann stand eine Weile nachdenklich und sagte dann: »Wenn sich die Sache wirklich so verhält, wie du sagst, so müssen wir ihm entgegenziehen und ihm das Garaus machen. Diese Tat wird uns mehr Ehre und Ruhm bringen als ein Kampf gegen die Türken.« Als sie nun des Waldes ansichtig wurden, in welchem das Untier seinen Aufenthalt haben sollte, da sank ihnen freilich wieder das Herz in die Hosen, was übrigens auch andern Wackeren begegnen kann. Dennoch wollten sie die Heldentat nicht aufgeben. »Wer kann wissen, ob wir mit dem Leben davonkommen?«, sagte Nasenmann. »Der Tod kümmert sich nicht um des Menschen Alter, sondern rafft dahin, wen er eben packt. Nun wollen wir aber nicht mit leerem Magen aus dieser Welt scheiden. Darum, ihr Brüderchen, setzen wir uns nieder und verzehren wir vor unserem Ende noch einmal unser Brot. Vielleicht«, hier stürzten ihm Tränen aus den Augen, »ist es unsere letzte Mahlzeit.« Da wurde den Männern gar wehmütig ums Herz, als sie ihres Anführers Betrübnis sahen und als sie daran dachten, dass, wenn das heutige Brot gegessen sei, sie wohl kein neues mehr backen würden. Während sie sich so über den Tod unterhielten, versäumte doch keiner darüber, sich satt zu essen, denn sie meinten, mit vollem Mage lasse es sich leichter sterben als mit leerem. Nach dem Essen begannen die Männer sich gegen den Feind zu rüsten, wobei es viel Hin- und Herreden gab. Nasenmann, der bis jetzt immer der Erste gewesen war, meinte jetzt, er habe dieses Ehrenamt lange genug bekleidet und wünschte, dass ein anderer an seine Stelle träte. Aber die anderen sträubten sich dagegen und sagten, es wäre nicht in Ordnung, wenn sie sich vor ihren Vorgesetzten drängen wollten. Mut hätten sie genug, nur keinen Körper, der mit ihrem Mute gleichen Schritt hielte. Dreikraftmann meinte, ob es denn nicht das Beste wäre, wenn einer für alle anderen stürbe und der Hauptmann dies auf sich nähme. Aber Nasenmann schrie, dass der Wald widerhallte: »So haben wir nicht gewettet. Wer einen guten Rat zu geben weiß, der hat auch die Pflicht, meine ich, selber diesem Rate gemäß zu handeln.« Nachdem sie noch eine Zeit lang gezankt und hin und her gestritten hatten, so einigten sie sich endlich dahin, dass alle gleichzeitig mit der Lanze auf den Feind eindringen sollten, nahmen die Lanze auf die Achseln und zogen in alter Weise dem Walde zu, wo das böse Untier hauste. Bevor sie den Wald erreichten, mussten sie über ein Blachfeld. Da war eine Dame vom Espenhain, oder gerade herausgesagt, ein Hase, der sich eben gesetzt hatte und seine langen Ohren emporstreckte. Dieser grässliche Anblick erschreckte die Schneider dergestalt, dass sie sogleich stillstanden und sich berieten, ob sie vorwärts gehen, gerade auf das grässliche Untier losstürmen und es mit ihrer langen, scharfen Lanze durchbohren sollten, oder ob es nicht besser sei, die Flucht zu ergreifen, ehe das Tier über sie herfalle und einen nach dem anderen hinunterschlucke. Da nun Schwanzmann der Hinterste und durch 6 Mann vor sich geschützt war, so schwoll seine Verwegenheit so sehr an, dass er dem Nasenmann zurief: »Stoß den Feind nieder, wir helfen ja von hinten nach!« Aber Nasenmann erwiderte: »Du hast gut schwatzen, du bist durch andere gedeckt. Wärest du an meiner Stelle, so fiele das Herz dir wohl 20-mal in die Hosen.« So haderten die Männer eine Weile. Einer gab immer dem anderen Schuld, dass man nicht gerade auf den Feind losgehe. Allen aber standen vor Furcht die Haare zu Berge wie die Schweinsborsten. Endlich aber rief Nasenmann: Gehen wir denn, ihr Männer, gerade drauf los! Kniff die Augen zu und stürmte vorwärts. Dabei schrie er aus Leibeskräften »Hojo, hojo!«, worauf der Hase nach dem Walde davonlief. Als Nasenmann nach dem Feinde blinzelte und seine Flucht sah, rief er vor Freude: »Er weicht schon, er weicht schon, er weicht schon! Ebenso gut könnte man die Luft greifen! Seht, Männer, seht, er läuft wie ein Hase! Sollte es nicht gar ein Hase sein?« Dreikraftmann sagte: »Ich weiß nicht, Brüderchen, wo du deine Augen gelassen hast. Das Tier hat die Größe eines Füllens.« Vierkraftmann wollte dies berichtigen und meinte, das Tier sei doch wohl so hoch wie ein Pferd. Fünfkraftmann sagte, meinem Auge erscheint ein Ochs mit diesem Tiere verglichen kleiner als ein junger Hund. Schwanzmann aber meinte, das Tier habe die Höhe eines Heuschobers. So konnten die Männer sich lange nicht einigen über die Größe des Tieres. Das aber mussten sie zuletzt alle einräumen, dass der Unhold auf den ersten Anblick allerdings einen Körper habe wie ein Hase, jedoch um vieles größer sei als ein Hirsch. Als nun die Türkenlandskämpfer aus der eben beschriebenen Fährlichkeit alle glücklich mit dem Leben und mit gesunden Gliedmaßen davongekommen waren, wurde zur Stärkung ein Imbiss genommen. Dann überlegten sie, was nun zunächst zu tun sei. Dass sie bislang auf ihrem Zuge mehr als genug wackere Taten vollbracht, welche im Gedächtnis der Nachkommen fortleben würden, das fühlte jeder von ihnen. Und ein jeglicher war dessen froh, dass er an seinem Teile ein Mann gewesen sei, den keine Drangsal vom rechten Pfade hatte ablenken können. Nach langem Ratschlagen wurde beschlossen wie folgt: Wer so viele Tage lang Hitze und Beschwerden ertragen wie wir 7, der hat ein volles Recht heimzukehren und fortan unter dem Schatten des Ehren- und Ruhmesbaums, welchen vereinte Tapferkeit gepflanzt, die Tage seines Alters zu verleben. Lanze und Seehundshaut aber sollen zu ewigem Gedächtnis an einem passenden Orte aufgehängt werden, den Nachkommen zur Schau, damit alle Schneider Kunde erhalten von den Taten, welche ihre Vorväter auf der Welt verrichteten. Ob gegenwärtig noch Überbleibsel von dem berühmten Schlachtspeer und von der Seehundhaut vorhanden sind, weiß ich nicht mit Sicherheit anzugeben. Was aber männiglich bekannt ist, das ist der Schneider Mut und Tapferkeit. Diese von ihren Vorfahren überkommenen Eigenschaften sind das Erbteil aller Schneider und werden ihnen verbleiben bis an der Weltende. End of Wie 7 Schneider in den Türkenkrieg zogen, bei Friedrich Reinhold Kreuzwald. Read by Martin Harbecke.
Sonnet 75 from Amaretti by Edmund Spenser. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. One day I wrote her name upon the strand, but came the waves and washed it away. Again I wrote it with a second hand, but came the tide and made my pains his prey. Vain man, said she, that dost in vain assay a mortal thing so to immortalize, for I myself shall like to this decay, and eke my name be wiped out likewise. Not so, quoth I, let baser things devise to die in dust, but you shall live by fame. My verse your virtues rare shall eternize, and in the heavens write your glorious name, where, when as death shall all the world subdue, our love shall live, and later life renew. End of Sonnet 75 from Amaretti by Edmund Spenser. Sonnet 77 from Amaretti by Edmund Spenser. Was it a dream, or did I see it plain? A goodly table of pure ivory, all spread with junkets fit to entertain the greatest prince with pompous royalty, mongst which there in a silver dish did lie 2 golden apples of unvalued price, far passing those which Hercules came by, or those which Atalanta did entice, exceeding sweet, yet void of sinful vice, that many sought, yet none could ever taste, sweet fruit of pleasure, brought from paradise by Love himself, and in his garden placed. Her breast that table was, so richly spread, my thoughts the guests which would thereon have fed. End of Sonnet 77 by Edmund Spenser. Recording by Bob Gonzalez. Sonnet 7 by William Shakespeare. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lo, in the Orient, when the gracious light lifts up his burning head, each under eye doth homage to his new appearing sight, serving with looks his sacred majesty, and having climbed the steep up heavenly hill, resembling strong youth in his middle age, yet mortal looks adore his beauty still, attending on his golden pilgrimage. But when from that highmost pitch, with weary car, like feeble age he reeleth from the day, the eyes, fore duteous, now converted are from his low tract, and look another way. So thou, thyself outgoing in thy noon, unlooked on, diest, unless thou get a sun. End of Sonnet 7 by William Shakespeare. Sonnet 17 by William Shakespeare. Who will believe my verse in time to come, if it were filled with your most high deserts, though yet heaven knows it is but as a tomb which hides your life, and shows not half your parts? If I could write the beauty of your eyes, and in fresh numbers number all your graces, the age to come would say, this poet lies, such heavenly touches ne'er touched earthly faces. So should my papers, yellowed with their age, be scorned, like old men of less truth than tongue, and your true rights be termed a poet's rage, and stretched metre of an antique song. But were some child of yours alive that time, you should live twice, in it and in my rhyme. End of Sonnet 17 by William Shakespeare. Recording by Bob Gonzalez. Sonnet 71 by William Shakespeare. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. No longer mourn for me when I am dead than you shall hear the surly, sullen bell give warning to the world that I am fled from this vile world with vilest worms to dwell. Nay, if you read this line, remember not the hand that writ it, for I love you so, that I in your sweet thoughts would be forgot, if thinking on me then should make you woe. O if, I say, you look upon this verse, when I perhaps compounded am with clay, do not so much as my poor name rehearse, but let your love even with my life decay. Lest the wise world should look into your moan, and mock you with me, after I am gone. End of Sonnet 71 by William Shakespeare. Sonnet 73 by William Shakespeare. That time of year thou mayst in me behold, when yellow leaves, or none or few, do hang upon those boughs which shake against the cold, bare ruined choirs, where late the sweet birds sang. In me thou seest the twilight of such day as after sunset fadeth in the west, which by and by black night doth take away, death's second self, that seals up all in rest. In me thou seest the glowing of such fire that on the ashes of his youth doth lie, as the deathbed whereon it must expire, consumed with that which it was nourished by. This thou perceiv'st, which makes thy love more strong, to love that well which thou must leave ere long. End of Sonnet 73 by William Shakespeare. Recording by Bob Gonzalez. Sonnet number 7 from Amoretti by Edmund Spenser. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fair eyes, the mirror of my mazed heart, what wondrous virtue is contained in you, the which both life and death forth from you dart into the object of your mighty view. For when ye mildly look with lovely hue, then is my soul with life and love inspired. But when you lour, or look on me askew, then do I die, as one with lightning fired. But since that life is more than death desired, look ever lovely, as becomes you best, that your bright beams of my weak eyes admired may kindle living fire within my breast. Such life should be the honor of your light, such death the sad example of your might. End of Sonnet number 7 from Amoretti by Edmund Spenser. Recording by Bob Gonzalez. Sonnet 17 from Amoretti by Edmund Spenser. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The glorious portrait of that angel's face, made to amaze weak men's confused skill, and this world's worthless glory to embase, what pen, what pencil can express her fill? For though he colours could devise at will, and eke his learned hand at pleasure guide, least trembling it his workmanship should spill, yet many wondrous things there are beside. The sweet eye glances that like arrows glide, the charming smiles that rob sense from the heart, the lovely pleasance and the lofty pride, cannot expressed be by any art. A greater craftsman's hand thereto doth need, that can express the life of things indeed. End of Sonnet 17 from Amoretti by Edmund Spenser. Recording by Bob Gonzalez. Sonnet 77 by William Shakespeare. This is recorded to celebrate the 7th anniversary of LibriVox. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Thy glass will show thee how thy beauties wear, thy dial how thy precious minutes waste. These vacant leaves thy mind's imprint will bear, and of this book this learning mayst thou taste. The wrinkles which thy glass will truly show of mouthed graves will give thee memory. Thou by thy dial's shady stealth mayst know time's thievish progress to eternity. Look, what thy memory cannot contain, commit to these waste blanks, and thou shalt find those children nursed, delivered from thy brain, to take a new acquaintance of thy mind. These offices, so oft as thou wilt look, shall profit thee and much enrich thy book. End of Sonnet 77 by William Shakespeare. Recording by Bob Gonzalez.